Chapter 1. Welcome back, my queen. In the year 1337 of the Alliance stellar calendar, at the Alliance's foremost academy, Shun Zhaoyun gazed into the mirror, her complexion pale, her short black hair drenched and clinging to her forehead. She, Shun Zhaoyun, was the pioneer of mechas within the Alliance. In 1033, she led a team to assemble the first combat mecha, earning her the revered title of Mother of Mechas. After 3 centuries, she found herself reborn in the body of a first-year military academy student, also named Shun Zhaoyun. Today marked the day of the practical mecha assessment, a pivotal moment determining the fate of this body. As Shun Zhaoyun approached the entrance of the D18 training ground, she noticed a considerable crowd gathered. According to the memories of her predecessor, these were fellow first-year students and upperclassmen drawn by curiosity. Ignoring the onlookers, she weaved through the throng to the center of the training ground. There, in solitude, stood an antiquated and cumbersome dark gray mecha, its exterior marred by evident patches and worn cables visible at the joints. This was the Academy's most inferior model, a class relic humorously dubbed the Anvil. Renting this outdated mecha had depleted the entirety of her predecessor's funds to fulfill the Academy's assessment requirements. Before her, 3 evaluators stood, with the eldest among them, Instructor Li Yuntao, his hair streaked with gray and his expression stern, presiding over the assessment. His gaze towards Shun Zhaoyun was laced with blatant disdain. Shun Zhaoyun, his voice boomed through the loudspeaker. Due to your tardiness, all other candidates have completed their assessments. Given your unique circumstances, the Academy has decided to grant you one final opportunity. He gestured towards the dark gray mecha. Activated. Perform the most basic tactical movements and weapon handling, and sustain operation for 30 seconds without malfunctioning. Should you succeed, you shall pass, and your expulsion will be revoked. As his words settled, a wave of suppressed laughter rippled through the crowd. Other first-year students had already mastered piloting mechas for combat, rendering this requirement a mere formality. Yet, even this was a formidable challenge for her predecessor, as the Anvil was in such disrepair that each attempt to activate it had been akin to a disaster. Shun Zhaoyun remained motionless, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the Anvil. This was the state of mechas 3 centuries later. Li Yuntao's patience waned, his irritation palpable. What are you waiting for? Do you need assistance to mount it? Or have you finally come to terms with reality and chosen to withdraw? He leaned forward, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I have always said, some individuals are simply unfit to handle mechas. It is a desecration. Look at that wreck. It should have been sent to the recycling plant long ago. The Anvil stood silently in the center of the arena, its rust and damage glaring under the harsh lights, silently affirming the evaluator's judgment. Shun Zhaoyun chuckled softly, slowly lifting her gaze. Her eyes traversed the battered Anvil, then passed over the impatient faces of the evaluators, settling on a corner at the edge of the training ground. There a colossal wreck loomed, its exterior corroded and pockmarked with the scars of time. Upon closer inspection, one could discern several massive rips across its left chest, as if narrating the tale of a brutal battle long past. It was the Alliance's first-generation mecha, the Zero model. It was the very design she had meticulously sketched, the primitive mecha she had painstakingly forged through countless sleepless nights. The genesis of the Alliance's mecha legacy. 3 centuries had passed, and yet it lay abandoned here, gathering dust as a neglected relic and cautionary tale. Old friend, it seems you have not fared well either. Li Yuntao, witnessing her lack of response and apparent distraction, was infuriated, slamming his hand onto the control panel. Shun Zhaoyun, are you going to take the assessment or not? If not, leave immediately. His words were abruptly halted as he observed the black-haired girl moving, ignoring the mecha designated for her assessment and the furious shouts from the evaluators. She strode purposefully toward the immense steel wreck at the edge of the field. The sound of her footsteps echoed against the cold ground, creating a stark contrast in the suddenly hushed training ground. Where's she going? Has she given up? The Zero model wreck? What's she planning? Whispers filled the air, rife with astonishment and uncertainty. Li Yuntao stood frozen, momentarily forgetting his anger as he watched Shun Zhaoyun approach the first-generation mecha. She halted at the base of the battered metallic remains, the rusted structure towering over her, casting a shadow that enveloped her entirely. Raising her gaze, she surveyed the familiar yet scarred lines of the mecha, then extended her hand. Her fingertips brushed against the cold, rough, and corroded exterior of the armor. In that instant, buzz, across the city, no, throughout the entire planet, indeed, the entirety of the Stellar Alliance, every first-generation Zero model's central control screen flickered uncontrollably. The highest-level communication channel within the mecha was forcibly activated, transmitting a single message to every corner of the Alliance. Simultaneously, in the D18 training ground, the head of the Zero model wreck slowly bowed, partially bending forward, extending a hand. Detected ancestor authority, highest sequence activated. Welcome back, my queen. Chapter 2. Historical anecdotes? Absolutely reliable. Within the training ground, an eerie silence prevailed. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone stood frozen in place. Li Yuntao's mouth hung agape, his expression of fury instantly crystallizing into one of astonishment and bewilderment. Beneath the dimly lit giant mecha, Shun Zhaoyun's eyes widened. Who was the imbecile that had outfitted her mecha with such juvenile effects? It bore an aesthetic reminiscent of a children's rocking horse, as if attempting to compensate for her never having experienced such a ride herself. She would rather recall her ancestor's name instead. In this moment, surrounded by so many onlookers, she could only gradually withdraw her hand. Raising her head, she gazed at the first-generation Zero model she had crafted, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of her lips. As she beheld the rust-riddled mecha, her eyes sparkled with a mix of brilliance and conflict. She hesitated, contemplating whether she truly wished to proceed with the assessment. Yet, lacking funds, withdrawing would condemn her to a life of destitution in the city. At the same time, far away at the Alliance's 4th Legion base on Maidu Star, a group of new recruits were training with the first-generation Zero model mecha. Suddenly, all the mechas went haywire. The novice soldiers stared at the flickering screens, paralyzed with fear as several mechas collided in chaos. Instructor, my mecha just malfunctioned. Instructor, mine too. What do we do now? The instructor, demonstrating piloting techniques to the new recruits using his own first-generation Zero model, was equally astounded. What do you mean, what do we do? My mecha is malfunctioning too. He desperately shook the control stick, but to no avail. At that moment, all the first-generation Zero models in attendance simultaneously emitted a voice. Detected Ancestor Authority. Highest sequence activated. Welcome back, my queen. The instructor found himself utterly at a loss. Since the day he began piloting a mecha, he had never encountered a situation such as this. Could it be an enemy attack? Authority? Queen? Damn it. And yet he still had no control. Someone was seizing his mecha's command. Had the enemy successfully infiltrated the Federation's network? This was dire. He needed to urgently report this to the higher-ups. He shouted loudly, "Everyone, jump out of the mecha. Monkey, hurry and inform the general." In the Supreme Command of the Star Alliance, an emergency meeting was hastily convened. Leaders of several major factions gathered around a table, observing the footage of the original Zero Series mecha spiraling out of control on the holographic screen. After watching the video, they began to voice their opinions. Does anyone know the current status of the original Zero Series mecha? What does it mean for the Primordial Authority and the Supreme Sequence to be activated? Which queen is being referred to? Even after shutting down the StarNet system, it feels like a virus has taken hold. I've always said this antiquated mecha should have been retired long ago. At this moment, an elderly man with a wrinkled face and graying hair, seated at the head of the table, gazed nostalgically at the original Zero Series on the screen and slowly spoke. Shun Zhaoyun is the founder of the Alliance mecha. The original Zero Series was the very first mecha she developed. To express gratitude for her monumental contributions, she holds the highest activation authority over the original Zero Series. Once this authority is activated, all mechas in this series will respond accordingly. 300 years have passed, yet here I am today, still hearing the original Zero Series emit such sounds. Alas, I have aged, and so has the original Zero Series. Shun Zhaoyun, the founder of mechas? The Mecha Queen? Upon hearing the name Shun Zhaoyun, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Shun Zhaoyun is a significant figure recorded in history textbooks. Her contributions to the Star Federation are vividly etched in everyone's memory. In the year 1022 of the Star Era, an unprecedented swarm of interstellar beasts emerged from the depths of the cosmos, constructing nests on various planets and feasting on human flesh and blood. Thus began humanity's struggle against the interstellar beasts. Despite humanity's tenacious resistance, mere mortals could not contend with the various abilities of these creatures. For a decade, humanity remained at a disadvantage. It was not until the year 1033 of the Star Era that Shun Zhaoyun unveiled the first mecha, the original Zero Series, that humanity glimpsed a ray of hope. But had she not died 300 years ago? Fate is cruel. She met her untimely demise at the age of 35 amidst the chaotic currents of time and space. Observing the expressions on the faces of those around him, the old man seemed to intuit their thoughts and chuckled softly. The original Zero Series has been in design and production for over 300 years, so a minor malfunction is entirely normal. Don't overthink it. Reassured by his words, the attendees relaxed and engaged in light-hearted conversation. One person eagerly inquired, "Old Qian, I heard you once met Shun Zhaoyun in person. What kind of person was she? Would you be so kind as to share your insights?" Another nodded in agreement, adding, "I heard that 250 years ago, you led a team to co-author the biography Shun Zhaoyun. In the midst of flames and smoke. Is she truly as described in the book?" The old man's expression grew peculiar. What kind of person? Frugal and money-loving, morally ambiguous, somewhat unreliable, lazy as a salted fish with a sharp tongue. In her 30s, she would still compete with him, the youngest at the time, for snacks. When reminded to manage her image, she defiantly declared, "After my death, great scholars will elucidate my teachings." At this thought, the old man's expression grew more bitter. Yet he still donned a very official smile and recited the two-century-old adage. Generous and tolerant, eager to help, discerning right from wrong, diligent and hardworking, humorous and witty. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately stood in respect, collectively applauding. Indeed, just as it is written in the textbooks, I always said that unofficial histories are unreliable. Truly, the founder of mechas. The old man silently bowed his head. Unofficial history? Completely reliable. It was all penned anonymously by me. Meanwhile, in other corners of the Alliance, Similar incidents of the original mecha losing control were occurring in mecha clubs and repair shops. The incident of the original Zero Series mecha losing control had significant repercussions. Some were unable to find a solution and turned to the StarNet for help. Soon, both mecha enthusiasts and novices on the StarNet were drawn to this event. Everyone was not only puzzled as to why the original mecha, which had operated stably for over 300 years, had malfunctioned, but also curious about what the terms primordial authority and queen referred to in the context of the original Zero Series mecha. Although they could not immediately ascertain the cause of the malfunction, it did not hinder their quest for information on the Zero Series mecha. Knowledgeable bloggers on StarNet and experts from various academic institutions began to share their insights. Netizens eagerly chimed in with their comments on StarNet. Anyone who has studied mechas knows that the original Zero Series is the first mecha of the Alliance, developed under Shun Xiaoyun's leadership. There's only ever been one person in the history of the Alliance who can be called a queen. Shun Xiaoyun? My goddess, she is my goddess. Even if history has seen countless mecha masters, and even if there are many higher-level mechas for sale on the market, and even if everyone claims the original Zero Series mecha is functionally simple, the original Zero Series mecha will forever hold a unique place in my heart. Shun Xiaoyun charted a course for the development of Alliance mechas. The hand-operated mechas created by later masters followed the path she laid out. So, when the original Zero Series mecha says, "Welcome back, my queen," is it expressing longing for her? Oh, so touching. Even the original Zero Series mecha is commemorating Shun Xiaoyun in its own way. One person shaped history. Had Shun Xiaoyun not met her fate at 35, mecha innovation would surely have surpassed what it is today. Ultimately, it still falls to the later mecha manufacturers who lack skill. The mechas they produce lack originality, yet they charge exorbitant customization fees. Draw a line, add more angles, charge an extra 8,888 I spit. In an instant, the original Zero Series mecha became the focal point of discussion on the Alliance StarNet, and the frequency of searches for Shun Xiaoyun's name surged. Chapter 3. The renowned skill of Wu Xingfeng at the D-18 training ground. The onlookers were astonished as they beheld the dilapidated Zero mecha maintaining a half-squat pose, its hand outstretched. The echoes of the sound emitted by the original Zero mecha reverberated in their minds. A senior student suddenly slapped his arm, exclaiming, "Wait a moment. The original Zero mecha has never spoken such deceptive words to me." His classmate shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "What are you focusing on? Shouldn't you be pondering why the original Zero mecha made that sound? Don't you think Shun Xiaoyun looks quite impressive standing in front of it? I refuse to believe you're not envious. If it were you, you'd be snapping countless photos." After saying this, the senior playfully nudged his companion. However, a disgruntled freshman interjected. "Is Shun Xiaoyun up to her tricks again? She fainted during the assessment training this morning, and now we all have to accompany her. Is she planning to damage the original Zero mecha to evade the assessment?" Other freshmen nodded in agreement, convinced that Shun Xiaoyun was behind the mischief. She doesn't want to be expelled. If she struggles with physical fitness and can't afford a mecha, she shouldn't have chosen the mecha combat major in the first place. Standing at the forefront of the training ground, Li Yuntao snapped back to reality, feeling irked by his momentary distraction. Although he was unaware of the cause behind the original Zero mecha's anomaly, the assessment remained a priority. His gaze turned frigid, and his tone grew stern. "Shun Xiaoyun, if you aim to use a mecha malfunction as an excuse to evade today's assessment, it would be best for you to withdraw from the academy promptly and not waste anyone's time. You have already squandered a scholarship meant for a disadvantaged student. Do not further waste the academy's educational resources." Shun Xiaoyun remained silent. She stepped forward, adeptly placing her foot on the outstretched hand of the original Zero mecha and executed a roll into the cockpit. As she settled into the cockpit, she couldn't help but grimace. Damn it, is this body really that unfit? Even such a routine action of entering the cockpit almost caused her to twist her waist. The students outside were taken aback. While her posture was undeniably stylish, her method did not adhere to the mecha operation guidelines. Could it be that she was so frightened by the instructor that she forgot how to enter the cockpit? Why didn't she wait for the ladder to descend before climbing aboard? However, when they turned to glance at the panel of judges, they observed that the examiners did not halt the assessment, prompting a hush among the spectators. Inside the mecha cockpit, Shun Xiaoyun found herself enveloped by the sunken pilot's seat. Propping her chin with one hand, her eyes roamed around, surveying her surroundings. Though the cockpit was equally worn and decayed, the structural layout remained unchanged from before. The most prominent feature was the main screen directly ahead, beneath which lay a control console measuring 1 meter in length and width. The left-hand control stick was polished smooth from wear. Shun Xiaoyun raised her hand and pressed a heavily worn button beside the console. In the next moment, the various buttons on the console gradually illuminated, flickering with different colored indicators. Subsequently, the semi-transparent main screen also sparked to life, beginning to display the visuals of the external training ground. The side screen scrolled with dense mecha parameters. Engine output at 20%, unstable. The hydraulic pressure of the joint is insufficient and requires inspection and maintenance. The leg's weight-bearing capacity is inadequate and also awaits examination and repair. The structure of the thorax is damaged and necessitates evaluation and rectification. Shun Xiaoyun nodded slightly. Despite the multitude of alarms, as long as the machine could be activated, it would undoubtedly fulfill the assessment requirements. After all, having lagged behind the times by 3 centuries and without prior training, she might not be able to adapt to the iron behemoth outside. Thus, piloting her old companion seemed far more reliable. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated. System activation complete. Shen Jiayun's body immediately straightened, her legs positioned on the auxiliary footrests. She recalled the criteria for the assessment. The activation of the mech had been accomplished. The next step was to execute the most fundamental tactical maneuvers and weapon handling actions, ensuring the mech remained operational for 30 seconds. For newcomers, the first challenge was to memorize the myriad button combinations on the control panel, then through training, achieve a harmonious coordination between body and mind, relying solely on instinct to execute the mech's various actions. The most arduous aspect lay precisely in that latter step. The mech was not an extension of the human body. Manipulating the control levers felt akin to maneuvering a colossal mass of steel weighing tons, which would surge forward due to inertia. Therefore, a mech pilot must anticipate and perform counteractions to neutralize that force. This required not only intense mental focus, but also a robust physique. It was hardly surprising that the original pilot failed the assessment. Shen Jiayun regained her composure, placing her hands on the control panel and commencing the operation of the mech. Though the buttons of the first-generation Zero Series mech were indistinct, she instinctively guided her fingers across them. Within mere seconds, the mech executed a stepping motion. Shen Jiayun's fingers twitched and trembled. Such simple actions were overwhelming. This body was undeniably frail. She still needed to master weapon handling. Nevertheless, Shen Jiayun was a proud individual, and she had not forgotten the mockery from the assessment officer and her peers. Since it was a collective assessment for all first-year students, she could not merely meet the lenient requirements set by Li Yuntao. She recalled the standardized assessment criteria, which included additional demands for jumping and turning. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in her mind. A youthful girl, brimming with excitement, rushing towards her. The little girl, chest puffed out with pride, declared, "Professor Shun, I've invented a powerful move that allows me to pilot the mech with greater ease and enhanced explosive strength. I call it the Wu-style leap. And soon I'll be able to protect you. Would you like to learn the Wu-style leap? It will certainly help us defeat countless monstrous beasts." A smile crept across Shen Jiayun's lips as her body instinctively maneuvered the mech, executing the juvenile Wu-style leap. Upon witnessing the activation of the mech, the onlookers saw it take several swift steps. They were not particularly surprised by Shen Jiayun's accomplishment, considering she had been training with the mech for 2 months. Suddenly, the outdated mech leapt into action like a cheetah. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The once deemed inept Shen Jiayun had actually learned to execute jumps in the mech. They initially thought that would suffice. The initial Zero Mecha, upon landing, surged forth with extraordinary speed, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring. Utilizing this momentum, the long blade on its chest ejected, with the right hand poised and ready to grasp it. At that moment, another examiner, Bai Jingyao, abruptly rose from her seat, her mind conjuring the technique known as Wu-style leap. This technique, made famous by General Wu Xingfeng of the Alliance's 13th Legion, was a remarkable feat. Although Shen Jiayun merely demonstrated the rudimentary form of Wu-style leap, Bai Jingyao had a penchant for tracing the origins of various mecha piloting skills. She immediately recognized it as the primitive version of Wu-style leap she had seen in historical footage. However, she awaited the Zero Mecha to complete its subsequent hovering turns and a series of 4 consecutive jumps, only for the mecha to pivot and collapse onto one knee, becoming motionless. Chapter 4, Grading. Pass with distinction. Observing Shen Jiayun's initial Zero Mecha kneeling on the ground, the classmates in the training arena erupted in a chorus of jeers. A novice is indeed a novice. It turned around and fell again. Why had Shen Jiayun stopped moving? Had she fainted once more within the mecha? Nevertheless, she had managed to complete the assessment maneuver, alleviating her fears of expulsion. It was thanks to the benevolence of instructor Li Yuntao, who had lowered the difficulty of the assessment for her. Li Yuntao, with a stern expression, scrutinized the mecha before him, suspecting that Jiayun had indeed fainted inside. Impatiently, he called out, "Shen Jiayun, can you extricate yourself from the mecha?" Leaning against the back of the pilot's seat, Shen Jiayun gazed at the alert message on the secondary screen with exasperation. The third hydraulic buffer in her right leg had failed, rendering it inoperable and in need of repair. Simultaneously, the initial Zero Mecha emitted a rapid succession of alarms. A countdown warning echoed. Multiple malfunctions detected in the mecha, unable to operate. Please prepare to evacuate the cabin. The system is about to shut down. 5, 4, 3. Cursed be it. The Wu-style leap was only halfway completed before the mecha sustained damage. In haste, she opened the mecha's hatch while it still functioned. As expected, the moment the hatch swung open, all illumination within extinguished. Standing at the entrance of the mecha, Shen Jiayun let out a sigh. Raising her head, she locked eyes with the frowning Li Yuntao and calmly inquired, "Must I switch to another mecha for the assessment?" The evacuation alert had not gone unnoticed by those outside. After a moment of silence, Li Yuntao replied, "Very well, you've wasted enough time for everyone. You have indeed fulfilled the assessment requirements I previously outlined. This time, I shall grant you a passing grade, not with distinction." Bai Jingyao interjected, interrupting Li Yuntao. He turned to her in confusion. As the primary supervisor of this assessment, he had never encountered dissent from Bai Jingyao regarding the evaluations he assigned, despite the numerous students assessed that day. Bai Jingyao insisted, that was Wu-style leap, deserving of a superior rating. Had Shen Jiayun been a senior student, Bai Jingyao would not have contested Li Yuntao's assessment based on her mere execution of a half-formed Wu-style leap. Yet, Shen Jiayun was merely a novice, having studied mecha operation for just 2 months. How many freshmen could truly grasp the essence of Wu-style leap in such a brief period? With her remarkable insight and diligence, Shen Jiayun is indeed deserving of an excellent evaluation. Moreover, the failure of her Wu-style leap was merely due to a malfunction in the mech. Bai Jingyao has a fondness for intelligent individuals. Even though Shun Jiayun's physical abilities are currently the weakest among this year's freshmen, she still holds promise in Bai's eyes. She deserves the excellence rating. Her grip, leaps, and turns were all commendably executed. Another assessment officer, Zhu Rui, provided an objective analysis. Given that both examiners have spoken in favor, Li Yuntao concurred. He turned to Shun Jiayun and declared, "You will receive an excellent rating for this assessment." No sooner had Li Yuntao spoken than a wave of discontent erupted from the nearby freshmen. Her mech has collapsed. How can she possibly receive an excellent rating? They protested. Today, fewer than 10 individuals had achieved such a score. Huang Yanzhu, who typically excels, merely earned a good despite his mech's minor mishaps. So why was Shun Jiayun awarded excellence? I want an excellent rating too. It adds 10 credits. Li Yuntao, visibly irritated, stood up and glared at the raucous students. Am I the assessor, or are you? If you are so capable, perhaps I should step aside. Do you know what a Wu-style leap entails? If you had dedicated even a fraction of your effort to studying mech piloting, I could also award you excellence. Anyone who dares to challenge this, come find me for a retest. The upperclassmen observing the scene erupted into laughter. Clearly, these freshmen had never faced the rigors of the academy's instructors. As soon as the freshmen heard the mention of a retest, they quickly bowed their heads in submission. After all, no student relishes examinations. Especially not under the stern gaze of the notoriously strict Li Yuntao. Unable to retaliate against the instructor, the crowd could only glare furiously at Shun Jiayun, meeting their gaze. She couldn't help but smile, recalling how she had once admonished students in a similar manner. With her smile, Li Yuntao's attention shifted back to her. Maintaining his perpetually stern expression, he cast his eyes over the completely incapacitated first-generation Zero mech. Shun Jiayun, this mech was meant for demonstration purposes. You are liable for its damages. What? I have to pay? Shun Jiayun was taken aback. Bai Jingyao looked at her sympathetically. Yes, you must compensate. Have you forgotten the first rule of the First Alliance Academy? The initial Zero mech on the training grounds must not be activated unless absolutely necessary. And any damages incurred require substantial compensation. This rule was inscribed by the founding principal of our esteemed academy, existing since the very first day of its establishment. Shun Jiayun could no longer maintain her composure. Who was the inaugural principal of the First Alliance Academy? She rapidly searched her mind for historical information. At that moment, Zhu Rui cheerfully recounted. I heard this mech was once piloted by the founder of mechs, Shun Jiayun. Back then, our first principal, Lin Jingguang, created quite a stir to acquire it from a host of historical figures. Instantly, a chubby figure emerged in Shun Jiayun's mind. How infuriating. It's that rascal Lin Jingguang's doing. Beside her, Bai Jingyao added, historical records indicate that the legendary mech master, Shun Jiayun, promised to leave the mech to Principal Lin after the conclusion of the war. This was contingent upon Principal Lin's assurance to Shun Jiayun that the mech would be displayed at the training grounds for the Alliance's children to admire and learn from. At that time, it was notably emphasized that it should remain at Training Ground 18, as its popularity and auspicious numerical significance were believed to attract wealth. I find these historical accounts rather dubious. How could the founding figure of mechs be so mercenary? Nevertheless, during the early days of the school, Principal Lin indeed managed to entice many students to enroll using this very mech. Alas, our academy has now fallen into decline. Even with Shun Jiayun's esteemed name backing us, we no longer possess the grandeur of centuries past. Oh, I just realized that your name, Shun Jiayun, is identical to that of the mech's founder. It seems you are indeed fated to this mech. Shun Jiayun couldn't help but twitch her lips. Was it Lin Jingguang who had deceived her, or had she deceived herself? She should never have heeded the flattering words of Lin Jingguang, agreeing to leave the mech in his care. Many sought her mech at that time, but Lin Jingguang was the most eloquent. She had never been particularly fortunate with finances, and Lin Jingguang had brought her a rather superstitious book, claiming that individuals like her, who struggled to hold on to money, needed to replenish their wealth. The book suggested that by performing good deeds and giving generously, one could restore their fortune. Thus, she selflessly donated the original mech to the school he established, believing it to be a noble act. Once the school was up and running, he placed the original mech at Training Ground 18, promising that for every student she aided, her luck and wealth would increase. Most importantly, Lin Jingguang argued that leaving the mech in a museum would be less beneficial than having it in the school, where it could serve a greater purpose. He assured her that the mech would not merely be a relic, but would allow every student the opportunity to experience it. In hindsight, Lin Jingguang indeed lived up to her trust. The mech remained well preserved at the training ground. However, where was her replenished wealth? Chapter 5. Who says wealth replenishment is ineffective? Li Yuntao glanced at Shun Jiayun, informing her that staff members would assess the mech's damage later, and a bill would be sent to her following the evaluation. Upon hearing this, Shun Jiayun understood that there was no turning back regarding the matter of compensation. The original identity she inhabited was that of an orphan, with tuition and living expenses entirely reliant on government subsidies. Moreover, she had rented a mech from a leasing shop to participate in the assessment today. This mech had already depleted her savings, not to mention that she had fainted during the assessment, and the medical expenses were still unpaid. With the additional burden of compensating for the academy's mech, her situation was becoming increasingly dire. However, she had funds. In her account from 300 years ago, there remained a sum of 500,000 star coins. She had always preferred to invest her modest wealth in materials, so her savings were not extensive. Yet, 300 years ago, 300,000 could purchase an original model mech. Nowadays, the original model mech was outdated, and she estimated that acquiring a new one would not exceed 100,000. Furthermore, the compensation for repair costs would likely amount to around 50,000. With this in mind, if she could access her original account, the debts she faced would be trivial. Li Yuntao observed Shun Jiayun's silence. and a surge of frustration welled up within him. He pointed at her once more, stating, "You are majoring in mecha combat, destined to become a mecha soldier. Look around you. Among all the students in this discipline, who else is like you, lacking even a personal mecha? Only by possessing your own specialized mecha can you adjust its data according to your physical condition and driving capabilities. Few would recklessly operate a mecha without proper data calibration. As you have done, the upcoming courses necessitate a mecha. Without one, what will you practice? Take advantage of the training break these few days and acquire a mecha. Even the most affordable model will suffice." Shen Jiayan nodded. Indeed, she needed a mecha. She resolved to retrieve her previous savings and find a way to obtain one. The other students could no longer contain their laughter. It was true, months into the semester, and there was still someone without a single mecha. Upon hearing their laughter, Li Yuntao turned to the other students, asking, "Who laughed the loudest just now? Who was the most vociferous in expressing their discontent? She is trained better than any of you without a mecha. What about you? You were just complaining about unfairness. Now, I offer you a chance. Anyone dissatisfied can retake the assessment. Is there anyone who wishes to be reassessed?" After Li Yuntao's declaration, his stern gaze swept over all present. Although many felt aggrieved, none dared to voice their opposition. Noticing the silence, Li Yuntao coldly huffed, concluding that if no one intended to retake the assessment, this evaluation was now over. The students hung their heads. The last few assessors waited 5 minutes to confirm that no one was stepping forward to retake the exam before departing. As soon as the assessors vanished from sight, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Shen Jiayan, however, felt little relief. Her mind remained preoccupied with the matter of procuring funds. The moment the assessors left, she immediately lifted her foot to follow them out. This action drew the ire of those students who had been stifling their frustration at her reprimand from the assessors. Someone loudly mocked her, suggesting that it was shameless for her to be the first to leave after having caused others to endure her assessment for so long. Did her time matter more than anyone else's? Shen Jiayan cast a glance at the speaker, recognizing that he was referring to her. Yet, she found the trivial matter unworthy of her attention and continued walking without pause. The speaker, Lu Wenzhong, typically performed well academically, but he had failed to achieve a top score in this assessment. His frustration over Shen Jiayan's results had led him to shout a few times, earning him several glares from the instructors. Now, witnessing her indifferent demeanor ignited his anger. He felt that her glance was one of disdain and immediately blocked her path, exclaiming, "Are you feeling proud of your high score? Do you look down on us? Today's assessment was merely the simplest of tasks. I could have passed it with my eyes closed. But we all know your true level. You're nothing more than a novice, a mere pretender. Just because you passed this assessment without being expelled does not guarantee your luck will hold for future evaluations. The upcoming finals and combat assessments are what truly matter. Failing them will lead to expulsion as well. I am well aware of your financial constraints. You lack even a mecha of your own. Future assessments cannot be passed merely by borrowing someone else's mecha. I eagerly await the day you depart from the academy in disgrace." Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Your verbosity is truly tiresome. My performance in the final assessment is of no concern to you." She yearned only to return swiftly and withdraw the funds from her previous account. She had no desire to engage in petty disputes with a child. Lu Wenzhong was irked by Shen Jiayan's words. Gritting his teeth, he straightened his posture, declaring, "How can it not concern me? The final assessment is a team competition, and whoever ends up on your team will be unfortunate indeed. I stand in solidarity with all our freshman classmates. Let us not have you dragging everyone down as you did today." As Lu Wenzhong's words fell, nearby students began to fret. During routine training, there was little to worry about, but their greatest concern was the potential of being burdened by Shen Jiayan in the final assessment. The rules for team evaluations changed annually. Teams could either be self-selected or randomly assigned. Self-selection was manageable, but random assignments posed the risk of anyone being paired with Shen Jiayan. That would indeed be unfortunate. Even though Shen Jiayan had performed excellently in the assessment today, they believed it was merely the result of leniency from the instructors. After all, they recalled how Li Yuntao had initially given her a passing grade, only to have it changed upon the urging of other teachers. They couldn't help but worry that during the team competition, she might again falter, either by fainting or encountering mechanical failures. Someone sighed, pondering how the final assessments were still far off, praying that they would not be grouped with her. Another lamented, with several months remaining, "Let us all strive to improve our usual scores. Even if we falter in the final assessments, our regular scores will help boost our overall grades." Lu Wenzhong, brimming with self-satisfaction, cast a glance at Shen Jiayan, saying, "See how everyone reacts? Tell me again how your assessments do not concern me." "All right, I understand." Shen Jiayan nodded and promptly bypassed Lu Wenzhong. It was merely a final assessment, with several months to prepare. She would simply focus on her studies then. She could hardly fathom why a child from 300 years in the future was so worried. In her own school days, students tended to cram at the last minute. Unlike these overly anxious individuals, now, she intended to earn money to purchase a mecha, rendering Lu Wenzhong's concerns utterly irrelevant. Lu Wenzhong was left speechless, watching helplessly as Shen Jiayan walked away. He felt increasingly frustrated. As Shen Jiayan made her way back, she encountered groups of students laughing and playing, as well as others engrossed in their studies with their holographic devices. Memories seemed to blur. The faces of children from 300 years ago bore little of the joy seen today, overshadowed instead by a numbness to the pain of mortality. The sky was a brilliant blue now, the ominous shadows of bloodshed far removed from these students. Upon returning to her residence, she discovered that the accommodation provided by the academy was quite commendable. She resided in a single-room dormitory, complete with a communal robot for cleaning. Unfortunately, the original owner had been impoverished, and all she could find on the table were a few low-grade nutrient solutions. with a nutrient solution bottle clenched between her teeth. Shen Xiaoyun swiftly navigated her holographic device with one hand. After a brief interval of several minutes, she exclaimed with excitement, "I've done it." She successfully retrieved the funds from her original account. Not only did she recover the money within, but the total amount, including the principal and interest, exceeded 4 million. 300 years ago, the wealthiest young lady of the team, Xiao Wanqin, had never possessed more than 2 million in her account, who claimed that replenishing the financial reservoir was futile. Here is the proof of success. Suddenly, Shen Xiaoyun felt as though she had transformed into a nouveau riche. With newfound wealth, medical expenses and maintenance fees became trivial matters. She envisioned purchasing materials, acquiring real estate, and indulging in fine cuisine. She longed to acquire 5 or 6 of the latest model mechas for research purposes, eager to discover the advancements made over the past 3 centuries. Although her life was cut short, she had previously pinned some research directions for future mechas. Surely, the mental linkage mecha had emerged by now, a concept she proposed based on the abilities of extraordinary beasts. Once she caught up with the current mecha developments, she could also procure materials to construct innovative mechas. In a whirlwind of ideas, her mind was flooded with various applications for this newfound fortune. She suddenly felt that perhaps the heavens had shown her mercy for her untimely demise, allowing her to enjoy life 300 years later. Just then, the repair bill for the first generation Zero Mecha arrived. Chapter 6, Astonishment. All present are worthless. Shen Xiaoyun, in a splendid mood, opened the communication message. But in the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. The repair cost for the first generation Zero Mecha at the D18 training ground totaled 63,000 star coins, including 6,000 for the hydraulic gauge, 3,000 for the K11 display screen, and the engine. Shen Xiaoyun could not continue reading, rubbing her eyes. She glanced again at the holographic screen, finally incredulously exclaiming, "What on earth? Such minor issues would not cost me even 10,000 star coins to repair. When did the hydraulic gauge become 6,000 star coins? I distinctly remember it costing less than 2,000. And the display screen? Wasn't he at 5 or 600 a set? Was the school engaging in extortion or fraud? No, she needed to investigate the prices thoroughly. Perhaps the first generation Zero Mecha was too antiquated. She searched various platforms, but found no detailed price lists. It seemed that such specialized matters required the expertise of professionals. Shen Xiaoyun closed all background applications and accessed the forum of the Alliance's premier academy. After pondering for a moment, she posted an inquiry. Are there any students majoring in mecha manufacturing who can inform me of the current market prices for the hydraulic gauge, display screen, and engine of the first generation Zero Mecha? Then, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and nearly half an hour went by without a single response. This was implausible. Surely, the students at the Alliance Academy were not so engrossed in their studies that no one was idling in the chat groups? However, upon returning to the forum homepage, she noticed that a frivolous question asked just minutes ago had garnered over 100 replies. She frowned and scrolled through the forum. Senior Zhong Zhenghong, a sophomore in the Mecha Combat Major, is so handsome, so strong, and so lovable. Could someone please share his contact information with me? I will pay 10,000 star coins. This post had been made 10 minutes earlier and had received 300 replies. In the realm of mecha development, the strict instructor Yen Ziguan, you old curmudgeon, 60 is the passing mark, yet you bestowed upon me a mere 59. Your actions have condemned me to retake the course and have cost me 2 precious credits. Is there such a despicable teacher as you? Had you merely granted me 58, I would have spared you my ire. Just 1 point away. Everyone, let us unite and vent our frustrations. This message was posted 5 minutes ago, and beneath it lies a congregation of 230 unfortunate souls seeking solace and shared misery. This is my first post on the Academy forum, with a photo attached. Hehe, I hope to make friends with all the esteemed seniors. This was posted 2 minutes prior. And even such a simple request for camaraderie received a flurry of sycophantic replies. It seems the forum is not lifeless. Rather, it is her inquiries that lack vitality. The purely academic discussion she initiated took an eternity to unearth, buried deep within the forum's later pages. It had grown so cold, it seemed lost in some forgotten corner. The world has indeed fallen into decline, and the spirit of humanity has dimmed. Shen Xiaoyun has finally grasped the prevailing atmosphere of the academy 3 centuries hence. The student's mindset has transformed drastically. Everyone has changed, and the scholarly ambience of her era has vanished entirely. In the past, when she casually posed an academic question anonymously, others would eagerly scour their books and resources, striving to uncover a multitude of answers. Nevertheless, she remains undaunted. She too shall adapt to this new era. She is determined to be a trailblazer of her time. With her head bowed, Shen Xiaoyun swiftly composed a new question for the Alliance Academy forum. Shocking revelation. All students in the mecha manufacturing program at the foremost Alliance Academy are utterly incompetent. They cannot answer even the simplest of queries. Perhaps they should return home to mine dirt. If you dare, come and challenge me. Provocation, provocation, provocation. She then appended her question with an inquiry regarding the prices of specific components. After posting, she took care to ensure her account remained anonymous. Upon discovering that all information, save for her gender, was concealed, she felt reassured. Indeed, within less than a minute, responses began to flood in. Poster, who are you? To dare insult all students in the mecha manufacturing program. Beware lest I place a sack over your head. You fool. If you seek the prices of components for the original Zero Series mecha, you should simply visit the Shen Xiaoyun Mecha Specialty Store. Oh, I forgot. You must have scoured the entire internet and found nothing, prompting your post. Allow me to generously inform you. The original Zero Series mecha is the first of its kind in the Alliance, and private factories have long ceased production. Only the Shun Jiayan Mecha Specialty Store, affiliated with the Alliance, continues to sell this singular model. Now, with that resolved, tell me your name. I too wish to bestow upon you a sack. Sack lady. From whence do you emerge, ancient relic? You are studying mecha at a military academy, yet remain ignorant of the original Zero Series mecha's information? Where has your study of mecha development history led you? In Yin Ziguan's class, you too, like the previous unfortunate soul, must have only achieved a score of 59, correct? I am currently reviewing the course on the history of mecha development, and I happen to be memorizing this very segment. Allow me to recite it for the poster. In the year of the starry radiance 1033, Shun Jiayan created the first mecha, the original Zero Series. In the year of the starry radiance 1150. In gratitude for Shun Jiayan's selfless contribution of the original Zero Series mecha design, the Alliance established the Shun Jiayan Personal Research Society in her honor. To ensure the perpetual production and availability of the original Zero Mecha, the Shun Jiayan Mecha Specialty Store, exclusive to the Alliance, specializes in the original Zero Mecha and its associated components. Their intentions are clear. The Alliance shall forever shine. I had previously seen another query from the original poster and was too indifferent to respond. For 3 centuries, various mechas have vanished. Yet only the original Zero Mecha remains on the market. Can you, as a citizen of the Alliance, truly be unaware of this? My goddess shines with resplendence. As a student specializing in mecha manufacturing, only we can truly appreciate the value of Shun Jiayan's generous contribution of the original Zero Mecha design blueprints. Those knowledgeable in mechs understand that the components of the original Zero Mecha are the most affordable of all. When Shun Jiayan initially created the original Zero Mecha, she selflessly shared the manufacturing blueprints, and to this day, no royalties are incurred for any part of the original Zero Mecha. Other mecha manufacturers are not as altruistic. They would charge royalties even for a single screw. Alas, merely studying lower-tier mechas has left my wallet utterly depleted due to the costs of purchasing design rights. Success and failure both stem from Shun Jiayan. Thus, subsequent mechas created cannot escape her shadow. In light of Shun Jiayan's legacy, I shall spare you the sack. And as a gesture of goodwill, I will share the price list with you. The hydraulic actuator for the right leg is 8, 200 star coins. The engine is 10, 000 star coins. And the K11 display screen is 5, 000 star coins. I believe I now know who Sack's sister is. Today, the Zero Mecha at the D18 training ground was damaged, and I was responsible for the inspection, revealing that the aforementioned components were at fault. Indeed, Sack's sister is quite the antiquity, daring to tamper with the Zero Mecha at the D18 training ground. A century ago, seniors claimed that this mecha was merely a relic left for students to encounter, not one invented by Shun Jiayan. Tell me who Sack's sister is, and I shall confront her. Meanwhile, Shun Jiayan remains blissfully unaware that her anonymous forum identity is on the brink of exposure. After being informed of where to find the relevant prices, she promptly logged off the forum. Chapter 7. Is that Sack's sister? Shun Jiayan altered her search terms and finally located the specialty store dedicated to the original Zero Mecha. Upon seeing the store share her name, she felt an urge to dig at her toes, especially since the store's introduction, written by an unknown hand, was filled with praises of her own achievements. It proclaimed this as the beginning of the victory in the war, the dawn of the Alliance's glory, and the place of Shun Jiayan and her original Zero Mecha. After reading that line, she hurriedly scrolled away. Nonetheless, the entire store indeed specializes solely in the original Zero Mecha. Soon, Shun Jiayan found the price list she sought. The Academy charged 6,000 star coins for the hydraulic actuator of the right leg and 3,000 star coins for the K11 display screen. In contrast, the store sold the right leg hydraulic actuator for 8,200 star coins and the K11 display screen for 5,000 star coins. Upon comparing the two price lists, she was astounded to discover that the Academy's charges were considerably more economical. It was not the Academy that was at fault. Rather, it was her understanding that had been flawed. In truth, she had long realized that some memories were lost when she inherited the original owner's recollections. Her approach to action is largely guided by the principles of 3 centuries past. Thus, the individuals in the forum who deem her an antiquity are not entirely mistaken. However, should this represent a misjudgment on her part, her situation would be dire. She once more searched for the price of the original Zero Mech. Price of the original Zero Mech, 2,990,000 each. The glaring, bold crimson text stung her eyes. The original Zero Mech, which previously sold for 300,000, has now skyrocketed in price. This is nothing short of inflation. She had naively believed that 5 million would afford her a comfortable life. Yet now, this sum would barely suffice for the purchase of a single mech. Indeed, she still needed to acquire a mech. Shun Jiayan delved into the mech classifications of this era, discovering a multitude of categories. The hand-operated mechs currently available are classified into levels F, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Level B encompasses what were previously mass-produced mechs, primarily agricultural, mining, and expendable mechs used in battles against alien beasts. Levels B to A constitute the standard military mechs, the backbone of armed forces combating cosmic creatures, focusing on practicality. Level S mechs are custom-built, elite models that incorporate cutting-edge technology and are produced in limited quantities. SS-level mechs are crafted by renowned mech artisans, each embodying unique characteristics of the master. Meanwhile, SSS-level mechs remain merely conceptual at this stage. Different mech levels impose varying physical requirements on their pilots. The original Zero Mech and the rented Anvil both belong to the D category. Upon witnessing the remarkable evolution of the mech system in subsequent eras, Shun Jiayan felt a mixture of pride and melancholy. She was gratified by the achievements of future generations, marveling at their advancements in mech manufacturing technology. Yet, she was also disheartened, realizing that the new wave had surged forth, leaving her, the former wave, stranded upon the shore. She felt out of sync with the times. Suddenly, a powerful desire surged within her. She yearned to grasp the most avant-garde technologies, to pilot the most advanced mechs soaring through the cosmos, to retrace the path traveled by her teammates 3 centuries ago. Thus, her contemplations culminated in a singular realization. She desperately needed an SS-level mech. Shen Jiayan searched for the prices of SS-level mechs. It appeared that these elite models were currently the most sought after on the market, and she quickly found the prices. Shulet Company, SS-level mech Infiltrator 85, designed and manufactured by the mech lineage of Master Shu Qimong, priced at 80 million. SS-level mech Blaze, the masterpiece of Master Wang Xiang, priced at 75 million. After viewing just these 2 listings, she exited the page. Apologies, I have intruded. I cannot afford them. Not in the slightest. This world has gone mad. A single mech is nearing 100 million. The impoverished are not worthy of such desires. In truth, she did not require an SS mech to such a degree. It is wiser not to reach for the unattainable. She ought to begin her studies with the most fundamental technologies. While SS-level mechs are splendid, D-level mechs are far more suited to her needs. Shen Jiayan redirected her search to D-level mechs. In the end, she discovered that even the price of an anvil approached 6 million, significantly more expensive than the original Zero-type mecha. Furrowing her brow, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her, and she sharply slapped her thigh. With the price of the original Zero-type mecha having risen, and D-class mechas commanding such high prices, it could only be attributed to inflation. The cost of living had soared. There existed a vast chasm between the prices of 300 years ago and those of the present day. My 5 million principal, along with interest, pales in comparison to the inflation over 3 centuries. Upon finishing her thoughts, Shen Jiayan felt a chill creep into her heart. Her dreams of wealth had yet to be fulfilled, and she had already been reduced to a state of poverty. She couldn't even afford the anvil. Leaning back in her chair, Shen Jiayan pondered her next steps. She needed a mecha for her classes, so she had to either rent one, as the original owner had done, or purchase her own. Renting a mecha was quite disadvantageous. Not only was the rental fee exorbitant, but any damage incurred would require her to return it to the rental company for repairs. The costs for repairs from the rental company were far from cheap, and Shen Jiayan believed that once she thoroughly understood the mecha she currently had, she could repair it herself. Thus, renting a mecha was truly not cost-effective. Furthermore, every soldier was required to possess their own mecha, so she would eventually need to make a purchase. However, the only mecha she could afford at present was the original Zero-type. Wiping her face, Shen Jiayan decided to postpone her decision. She would first seek to understand the current mecha thoroughly before determining her course of action. The following hours were dedicated to physical training. Without a strong physique, even the finest mecha would be of little use. The next morning, Shen Jiayan was awakened by her light brain, as she had a class to attend. She planned to head to the training ground after this class to test the anvil she had yet to return, and then visit the library to borrow books on mecha manufacturing. Combining theory with practice was essential for her to quickly grasp the advancements in mecha technology over the past 3 centuries. At 8 o'clock, a reminder message popped up from the light brain. Your theory class on the history of mecha development begins at 8:40 a.m. Please proceed to classroom A14 promptly. Upon seeing the familiar course name, Shen Jiayan couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that the course of the unfortunate soul from the forum who failed the exam?" Instinctively, she checked the name of the instructor. Classroom 840A14, Freshman Mecha Combat Major, History of Mecha Development, taught by Yan Ziguan. Shen Jiayan's eyes widened in shock. For some reason, she felt an ominous premonition. At 8:30, she entered classroom A14, where her classmates regarded her with curious expressions. Shen Jiayan assumed they were still harboring resentment from the assessment the previous day, so she did not pay much mind to their varied gazes. However, as she casually took a seat, a girl with a ponytail and a round face sitting in front of her suddenly turned around, arrogantly tilting her chin to look at Shen Jiayan. "Shen Jiayan, are you the Sack sister?" "What Sack sister?" Shen Jiayan replied, puzzled. The girl raised an eyebrow. "You know, the Sack sister from the forum. But judging by your reaction, it seems I was mistaken. My name is Lin Miaoji. You may call me Miaoji from now on." Shen Jiayan merely responded with a casual "oh." She found Lin Miaoji to be somewhat perplexing, yet she attributed her behavior to kindness. After acquiring information about the original Zero mecha yesterday, she had not returned to the forum, thus remained unaware of the events transpiring there. At that moment, a tall teacher with a straight posture entered the classroom. Shen Jiayan surmised that he must be the instructor, Yan Ziguan. However, his smiling demeanor did not align with the disparaging remarks made by the misfortunate souls on the forum. Yan Ziguan surveyed the students below and spoke slowly. "I have always believed that my earnestness in teaching would be met with equal diligence from you all, creating a mutually successful learning environment. Yet yesterday, I discovered that some students do not even recall the content of the first lesson in the history of mecha development. I feel I have failed." As soon as his words fell, all the students in the classroom turned their gaze towards Shen Jiayan. Chapter 8, yes, because she is kind. Yan Ziguan's attention was also fixed upon Shen Jiayan, who was unaware of the collective scrutiny. With her head bowed, she hastily flipped through the textbook projected onto her desk. In the year 1033 of the Stellar Era, Shen Jiayan created the first original Zero mecha. The original Zero mecha was the first medium-sized assault mecha of the Alliance, characterized by a balance of firepower and mobility, suitable for swift, decisive battles. In 1038 of the Stellar Era, Chun Jinhua, inspired by Shen Jiayan's manuscripts, invented the heavy mecha Rising 11. Rising 11, renowned for its absolute power projection and exceptional defense, was dubbed a mobile fortress on the battlefield. In 1040 of the Stellar Era, Xu Xing, similarly inspired by Shun Zhaoyun's manuscripts, produced the lightweight mecha, the Infiltrator I. The Infiltrator I sacrificed direct combat capability in pursuit of extreme stealth and destruction, becoming the harbinger of darkness on the battlefield. Thus, the three major categories of mecha were established: heavy mecha, lightweight mecha, and medium-sized assault mecha. Different mecha soldiers, based on their individual talents, trained with various types of mecha. Having read only this brief passage, she felt that the history of mecha development was particularly suitable for her studies. Not paying attention in class? Absolutely not. Thus, she was confident she could embody the earnestness that Yin Ziguan spoke of, a mutual commitment to diligence. She was engrossed in her reading, completely oblivious to the increasingly stiff expression on Yin Ziguan's face at the podium. Yin Ziguan rapped his desk and called out, "Shen Zhaoyun, stand up, answer my question." As soon as he finished speaking, the students began to murmur among themselves. It was over. This class would once again involve questions, and no one could escape. Who had provoked him? Those who had seen the forum last night understood why teacher Yin appeared displeased today. It was Shen Zhaoyun who had damaged the original Zero mecha at the D-18 training ground. She was the infamous Sack's sister. She even went to the forum to inquire about repair costs, asking such naive questions. It was well known that Yin Ziguan was an ardent admirer of Shun Zhaoyun. Lin Miaoji turned around to see Shun Zhaoyun still engrossed in her book, and tapped her desk to remind her, "You're still reading? You're about to be called on. The teacher wants you to stand up and answer a question." Shun Zhaoyun raised her head to gaze at the podium, inadvertently locking eyes with Yin Ziguan. She absent-mindedly touched her head, and, with a sense of resignation, stood up. Being a student was indeed awkward. Previously, she was the one posing questions to others, yet now she found herself on the receiving end. To make matters worse, she had only perused a few pages of the textbook. She felt like a relic, utterly out of sync with the current era. Every question posed by the teacher seemed beyond her grasp, and she feared she would bring shame upon her descendants. This thought left Shen Zhaoyun with an inexplicable sense of guilt, causing her gaze to wander, unable to maintain eye contact with Yin Ziguan. Her once straight posture gradually slumped. Yin Ziguan was already accustomed to the timid demeanor of underperforming students. The mech combat majors were a group of individuals characterized by simple minds and robust physiques. Shen Zhaoyun was the epitome of this stereotype. With a stoic expression, he inquired, "When did the first generation of the Alliance's mecha, the Zero series, make its debut? Was it truly that simple?" He felt as though he had questioned the very origins of the discipline. Shen Zhaoyun's eyes sparkled, and her posture straightened instantly. With a confident voice, she replied, "It was in the year 1033 of the Starry Era." Yin Ziguan continued, "Why was the head of the first generation Zero series mecha designed in a sharp triangular shape rather than a circular or other form?" Without a hint of hesitation, Shen Zhaoyun's brow remained smooth, and a smile graced her lips. Who could possibly understand this better than her? She confidently answered, "Because it saves materials and also conserves effort." As soon as her words fell, laughter erupted from her classmates below. It was a laugh of disbelief. Yin Ziguan, who repeated the answers twice in every class, had caught Shen Zhaoyun in an error. At that moment, it became clear why she sought answers on forums. She truly lacked knowledge. The teacher's ire had turned towards Shen Zhaoyun, and she hoped it wouldn't be redirected at her. The corners of Yin Ziguan's mouth began to twitch. He detested underachievers, especially those who failed to pay attention in class and neglected his idol. And that idol was none other than Shen Zhaoyun, who had repeatedly failed to remember his teachings. Yin Ziguan inhaled deeply and slowly approached Shen Zhaoyun's position, sneering, "The triangular shape symbolizes your determination to charge into battle for the Alliance, representing your enterprising spirit, and embodies your relentless desire to conquer the unknown." What? Shen Zhaoyun's gaze momentarily froze. Coming back to her senses, she panicked and exclaimed, "No, I never said that." How could she be unaware of such grandeur attributed to her? She felt goosebumps prickling her skin, desperate to set the record straight. Shen Zhaoyun shook her head repeatedly. Having never contemplated such notions, her previous experiments had merely aimed to conserve precious materials, leading to economical design choices. Yin Ziguan slammed the table, bellowing, "Who is the teacher here, you or I?" This is an excerpt from everyone's memoir of Shen Zhaoyun. Shen Zhaoyun inhaled deeply. Whose memoir was this? It was utterly ludicrous. The students below regarded Shen Zhaoyun with admiration. Regardless of her usual ineptitude and the disdain she often incurs, today, the force with which she provoked Yin Ziguan surpasses anything the others could muster. Yin Ziguan, too, acknowledged that he had somewhat lost his composure today. He shook his sleeves and, considering that Shen Zhaoyun's name resonated with that of his idol, decided to grant her another opportunity for leniency. Why would Shen Zhaoyun voluntarily unveil the design schematics of the original Zero mecha? Cautiously, she regarded Yin Ziguan and ventured, "Is it because she is benevolent? Is she selfless?" A sudden burst of laughter erupted from Lin Miaoji, who could no longer contain herself. Cursed be her, for even as she pinched her arm to suppress her mirth, she could not hold back. Sitting directly in front of Shen Zhaoyun, her laughter was conspicuous enough to provoke Yin Ziguan's ire. With a glare directed at Lin Miaoji, Yin Ziguan bellowed, "Wrong, wrong, wrong. Have you stuffed it all into a dog's belly?" His exclamation was so fervent that spittle flew from his lips. Lin Miaoji leaned back, desperately trying to evade the collateral damage wrought by Yin Ziguan's emotional outburst. Meanwhile, Shen Zhaoyun, the source of the turmoil, felt her heart sink with each of Yin Ziguan's erroneous declarations. By the time he invoked the term dog's belly, her body quivered involuntarily. Cursed be it. What had gone awry this time? How was she to amend it? She whispered, "What is wrong?" Yin Ziguan snorted disdainfully, hands clasped behind him, gazing out at the clear azure sky, and resumed his reading. Shun Zhaoyun's personal memoir, page 193, recounts Shun Zhaoyun standing with her back to the world. Lamenting, blood debts must be repaid in blood. Great victories necessitate sacrifice. In the face of blood feuds, personal interests are trivial. Page 194 chronicles her midnight musings. Through countless battles clad in mecha, I shall not return until the monstrous beasts are vanquished. Chapter 9. The reserved seat for underachievers. Shun Zhaoyun felt her lips twitch involuntarily, whose wretched poetry sought to immortalize itself at her expense. Suddenly, she recalled a certain individual, Shurqin, a young man who often claimed to hail from the illustrious Blue Star. Though he lacked scholarly prowess, he delighted in composing verses. His greatest aspiration being to publish a collection of poetry. Given the circumstances, she had to concede. That wretched poem was indeed hers, with its renowned lines originating from her lips. In the future, should anyone recite lines attributed to her from 3 centuries past, she would gladly accept the credit. With profound emotion, Yin Ziguan finished reciting, then cast a scornful glance at Shun Zhaoyun. So, what do you attribute it to? Kindness? Selflessness? No. Kindness and selflessness have their limits. Only hatred, boundless and unrelenting hatred, can compel a person to willingly forsake immense wealth. It is the blood feud of a race's annihilation. The agonizing sight of loved ones torn apart by beasts that motivated her decision to release the original Zero mecha design without compensation. Shun Zhaoyun is a person of flesh and blood, endowed with emotions. Do not presume to imagine her character. Shun Zhaoyun's eyes widened. I presume to imagine myself. The absurdity of it left her at a loss for words to describe her tumultuous emotions. All she could do was nod weakly. Yes. It is hatred. The hatred that drives one through countless battles clad in mecha, unwilling to return until the monstrous beasts are defeated. I shall refrain from reckless conjectures henceforth. Yin Ziguan let out a cold snort once more and gestured towards the first row by the door, instructing her to take a seat there, as she should be at the same table as Xia Xingyu. These 2 underperforming students would henceforth become his focal points in class. Shun Zhaoyun met Yin Ziguan's gaze in silence, perplexed. Did she not realize that the front was designated for students with poor performance? How had she fallen to such depths after 300 years? Yet, under Yin Ziguan's penetrating stare, she rose and made her way to the front row. Below, the other students began to murmur among themselves once more. Ah, so it's Senior Xia Xingyu. I thought today S class seemed to have an extra person. No wonder she had her head buried in her desk since the beginning. The forum had been quite lively the previous night, aside from Shun Zhaoyun's blunder. Senior Xia Xingyu had also acted foolishly. It was said that the retake results for the sophomore history of mechs had been released, and only Xia Xingyu scored 59. How could she dare to announce her score and call out the teacher on the forum, essentially confessing her own shortcomings? It was no surprise that teacher Yin had been wearing a grim expression all day. Once Shun Zhaoyun was seated, Yin Ziguan spoke again. It is not only Shun Zhaoyun who must improve her studies. All of you must study diligently. Do not follow Xia Xingyu's example, who failed this subject in her freshman year and has already retaken it twice this semester without success. Xia Xingyu, despite her poor academic performance, dares to call me a dog on the forum? Does she think my intelligence matches hers? With a dozen students retaking the exam, she is the only one who scored 59. Yin Ziguan's ire mounted as he recounted how he had been ridiculed on the forum last night. It had become common knowledge throughout the school. Upon entering his office that morning, he was teased by his colleagues for quite some time. There was a foolish sophomore, Xia Xingyu, and a dim-witted freshman, Shun Zhaoyun, both of whom he taught. A stroke of bad luck, indeed. After Shun Zhaoyun took her seat, she noticed Yin Ziguan muttering in frustration, causing the students nearby to flinch. Hearing this, she could not help but chuckle. It seemed she had stumbled upon that very issue last night. This student, named Xia Xingyu, appeared to be even more unfortunate than herself. Xia Xingyu, with all the times you've studied, how could you still not grasp it? Yin Ziguan posed a soul-searching question. Xia Xingyu finally could not hold back and raised her head, countering with her own existential inquiry. Who told you to always test beyond the syllabus? The exam was on history of mechs, yet you insist on evaluating Shun Zhaoyun's memoirs. You expect me to compose poetry, memorize verses, and recite all those sappy sentiments you shared in class? I cannot do it. I am solely a mech soldier. My prowess in combat suffices. Why must I delve into so many theoretical courses? Shun Zhaoyun stifled a laugh, reveling in the rare moment of being able to laugh at someone else after an entire class. Yin Ziguan's gaze swiftly shifted toward Shun Zhaoyun. Shun Zhaoyun, what are you laughing at? Shun Zhaoyun bit her lip, suppressing her laughter, and replied, Ahem, I believe she has a point. I can relate. Yin Ziguan clenched his fists. Although he had applied over 80 times to join Shun Zhaoyun's personal research institute and had published 180 papers about her to become a senior member of the association, it seemed his patience was wearing thin. But is he the kind of person who is so engrossed in idol worship that he neglects the noble pursuit of education? He is a principled individual. His passion for education is such that he is not even the most fervent supporter of Shun Zhaoyun in the society. While other students are performing admirably, these 2 students are beyond redemption. Thus, the issue lies with these 2. He gazes at Shun Zhaoyun with a mixture of disappointment and frustration, yet she manages to smile. It's no wonder you 2 can share a table. My curriculum encompasses not only the specialized textbook history of mecha development, but the academy has also compiled additional materials for this course. Since the establishment of the school, the course requirement has been to ensure that you not only grasp the history of mechas, but also delve into the events of 3 centuries past. He turns to the other students. Do you all think that after experiencing the War of Resistance 300 years ago, We have managed to control the monstrous beasts? Yes. Currently, the Alliance appears to be in a state of peace and prosperity. However, the first principal of our academy, Lin Jingguang, continually emphasized the importance of remembering history and remaining vigilant against the resurgence of these beasts. Some individuals in the Alliance have grown weary of peaceful days, advocating for the caging of the beasts and the prohibition of weapons with excessive lethality. Others suggest reducing military expenditures on peripheral planets and downsizing armed personnel and military equipment. All of these notions are misguided. We do not even know the origin of these beasts, and every year, we still face large-scale invasions. It is only due to our advanced weaponry that we can maintain the current state of peace. Shen Jiayun's gaze sharpens instantaneously. If it is to enhance the vigilance of future generations, then perhaps studying more would be beneficial. The students below begin to engage in discussion. No wonder my brother says that the peripheral planets plagued by beasts under the jurisdiction of the 4th Legion are the most laborious and taxing. Yet they offer the lowest salaries. You need not rely on your brother's words. Just observe how our academy is closely linked with the 4th Legion. Yet our educational resources are inferior to those of other institutions. The Imperial Academy in Central Star provides new students with mechas upon enrollment, while we must procure our own. Thus, the First Alliance Academy has fallen into decline, and our enrollment quality is lacking. Were it not for my inability to gain admission to other academies, I would not wish to attend the Alliance Academy, as a single mecha costs millions. Poor enrollment results in diminished school strength. Last year's multi-school league saw our academy ranked at the bottom. Without good standings, the Alliance's funding decreases, trapping us in a vicious cycle. Yan Zigong gazes at the students below, unable to suppress a sigh. Meanwhile, sitting in the front row, Xia Xingyu feels relieved that Yan Zigong's attention is finally diverted from them. She has the leisure to chat with her new desk mate. Leaning closer to Xin Zhaoyan, she whispers, "I know you. You're that sack sister, right?" Chapter 10. Attending class requires attention. Xin Zhaoyan looks up in confusion. The term sack sister has appeared with excessive frequency today. She feels as though she has missed something important. Xia Xingyu is quite talkative and, regardless of whether Xin Zhaoyan responds, continues, "I was quite disheartened about failing my exam. But after seeing your post on the forum yesterday, I couldn't help but laugh. Attending class with you today has made me smile again. It seems I am not the only one unfortunate enough to encounter Yan Zigong." Xin Zhaoyan gazes at her in exasperation, unable to resist rolling her eyes. Xia Xingyu remained unfazed and continued, "It's surprising that you attend Yan Ziguan's classes. Are you unaware that he has a nickname in the academy, Shen Dafeng? He is fervently devoted to disseminating the personal anecdotes of Shen Zhaoyan. It's astonishing that you don't even know where the original zero-type mechs are sold. You must be terribly unfortunate." Shen Zhaoyan's lips twitched once more. Lin Jingguang should have instituted a policy prohibiting instructors from promoting extreme forms of personal adulation among students. However, upon hearing Xia Xingyu's words, she felt a nagging question arise within her. How could I have known that such a simple query would lead to me being caught by Yan Ziguan today? Furthermore, I had even asked anonymously. How could he possibly know I was the one who posed the question? You still thought you were anonymous. Your alias was uncovered by everyone within 10 minutes. I was merely unmasked by Yan Ziguan, while your disguise was stripped bare before the entire school. Yet, it's fortunate that you were here to bear the brunt of it. Otherwise, I would have been the sole target of public questioning." Xia Xingyu exclaimed, bursting into laughter as she slapped her thigh. She had received a notification from Yan Ziguan the previous night, ordering her to retake the course with the freshmen. The thought of attending class with first-year students saddened her. But having Xin Zhaoyan by her side made it a bit more bearable. Indeed, when one is down on their luck, the presence of another can bring a sense of equilibrium. Xin Zhaoyan's expression darkened as she swiftly retrieved her light brain and accessed the academy's forum from the previous night. Upon entering, she discovered a post prominently displayed on the forum's homepage. She multitasked, straining to listen to the lecture while perusing the contents of the post. Why is it that this Xin Zhaoyan from the academy is so amusing? She is a student of Yan Ziguan, yet she is completely unaware of where to purchase zero-type mechs. Upon reading this title, Xin Zhaoyan felt akin to a grandmother struggling to keep up with the times. Ridiculed by the younger generation, it was indeed her own boastful words from the previous night that had provoked the students of the mech manufacturing program. Despite knowing that the post would likely contain nothing but mockery, her curiosity compelled her to click on it. As expected, the comments were replete with derision directed at her. "This is hilarious. This person insulted our mech manufacturing students as trash just last night. Who knew that upon peeling back her facade, we would find she is the most abysmal student in the mech combat program?" Xin Zhaoyan gained admission through school subsidies and has been labeled by her classmates as the most useless student, the one most likely to be expelled. Below are examples of her dismal performance. First, her physical training did not meet standards, causing her classmates to suffer penalties alongside her. Second, she has attended 3 months of mech piloting classes but cannot even properly hold a weapon. What a waste. Third, despite knowing her inadequacies, she does not practice diligently outside of class. She is both incompetent and lazy. Fourth, during yesterday's midterm assessment, she fainted during training, wasting the time of her entire class and instructor, and during the retake, she managed to damage an original zero-type mech. Her deficiencies are not limited to practical classes. Just look at the questions she asks. Her theoretical understanding is equally abysmal. Why hasn't the academy taken steps to expel such a student? Although the Alliance's top academy has fallen from grace and cannot compete with several other institutions, surely they should not accept just anyone. She was originally slated for expulsion. However, during yesterday's midterm assessment, the instructor displayed remarkable generosity, awarding her a commendation despite the operational malfunction of the mechas. Do not fret, she will not remain for long. Rumor has it that she lacks even a single mecha, and given her current state, she is bound to fail the final examination. Just a few more months of patience, and she will surely depart. I am a classmate of Shun, and I harbor a profound dislike for her. Many of my classmates performed far better than she did yesterday, yet they only received satisfactory grades. To make matters worse, for the upcoming final team assessment, I inadvertently ended up in a group with her, and I fear being dragged down by her shortcomings. Why can't such individuals voluntarily withdraw from school? Shun Xiaoyun, reflecting on the disdain directed towards her, was taken aback by the extent of it. It was one thing for someone to articulate grievances against her, but to have a continuous stream of responses from over a dozen individuals expressing hope for her expulsion was quite another. She contemplated retorting, but the thought of her alias being exposed, combined with the current class time, deterred her from incurring the ire of Yan Ziguan. She had no fondness for his classroom QA sessions. Just as she was about to close her light brain, her fingers inadvertently scrolled down a few times. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a mention of the Zero Series mecha going out of control, and her heart skipped a beat as she continued to read. This Shun Xiaoyun from the academy is utterly unworthy of being mentioned alongside my goddess. Yesterday, the initial Zero Series mecha went haywire, and it reminded me of my goddess. Yesterday, the initial Zero Series mecha suddenly exclaimed, "Welcome back, my queen." Someone recorded the video, and it thrilled me to no end. If only my goddess could return. She would surely rectify the current situation with those mecha manufacturing masters, who are monopolizing technology and charging exorbitant prices for mechas. We, who study mecha creation, also incur significant expenses. To learn about S Class Mechas, one must join a master research institute to access advanced techniques. If one cannot join, the only option is to spend one's own money. I am aware of the incident with the initial Zero Series mecha losing control. It was a widespread issue affecting all initial Zero Series mechas. However, it lasted no more than 5 minutes before all of them returned to normal. Experts have explained that these initial Zero Series mechas have been around for over 3 centuries, so minor malfunctions are quite normal and should not be of concern. Beside her, Xia Xingyu noticed Shun Xiaoyun thoroughly engrossed in the forum, realizing that Yan Ziguan was oblivious to their side of the classroom. Unable to contain herself any longer, she discreetly opened a video explaining mecha tactics and began watching intently. The more she watched, the more excited she became, unable to resist gesticulating with her fingers. Suddenly, Yan Ziguan called out, "Xia Xingyu, stand up and answer me. What does the Titans Shackles Agreement refer to in the history of Alliance mecha development?" Xia Xingyu jolted, stood up, and scratched her head, saying, I don't understand." Shun Xiaoyun promptly set aside her light brain and sat up straight. Yan Ziguan glared at Xia Xingyu and declared, "Very well, you may stand and listen to the lecture for today." Xia Xingyu hung her head, sighing in dismay. Yan Ziguan then turned to another student. "Shun Xiaoyun, you stand up and answer the question I posed earlier." Xia Xingyu turned her head, looking at Shun Xiaoyun with sympathy. Shun Xiaoyun, preoccupied with her light brain, would surely be unable to respond. Shun Xiaoyun leisurely adjusted her collar before standing up to answer. The Titans Shackles Agreement refers to the dynamic restriction of mecha firepower. Xia Xingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that correct? She turned her head to look at Yan Ziguan. Although he remained silent, the dark aura around his face seemed to have dissipated somewhat. Shun Xiaoyun continued to respond leisurely. The reason lies in the year 1237 of the Xingyao calendar, when a test mech suffered an overload due to a single operator error, resulting in the destruction of half a military base and causing severe damage. To prevent such incidents in the future, an agreement was established to impose restrictions on the firepower output of mechs during peacetime. Yan Ziguan gestured for her to sit down, indicating, "All right, take a seat. From now on, make sure to pay attention in class as you did today." Xia Xingyu gasped in astonishment. How could she answer so effortlessly when they all sat at the same table as underachievers? Shun Xiaoyun flashed a graceful smile at the astonished Xia Xingyu and silently mouthed, "You must listen attentively in class." Multitasking was truly a trivial matter for her. Unable to contain herself, Xia Xingyu rolled her eyes. Consequently, she spent the entire next class standing. After class, Shun Xiaoyun intended to pay the fine for the damaged training ground mech. The payment notice she received yesterday indicated that she needed to go to the A11 office to make the payment. A11 happened to be located in the same building as A14. Chapter 11. The mech home. Upon arriving at A11, Shun Xiaoyun noticed a sign hanging on the door that read Mech Manufacturing Department Office. She pondered briefly and deduced that the responsibility for repairing mechs likely fell under the purview of the manufacturing department, and thus, the payments would be collected here. Before she could enter, she spotted 2 teachers, one dressed in blue and the other in yellow, engaged in conversation at their respective desks. The teacher in yellow remarked with concern, "I heard that this year, Angolo Academy has established several new research groups and collaborated with a few mech masters. This means that next year, the number of students applying to Angolo Academy will surely increase." The blue-dressed teacher replied, "There's no way around it. Only by learning from the masters can one produce SS-level mechs. Angolo Academy is the cradle of Alliance mech manufacturers, with nearly 10 SS-level mech masters teaching here. Our Alliance's top academy is situated in a remote area with scarce resources, making it difficult to attract masters, rendering us incomparable." The blue-dressed teacher then rubbed 2 fingers together and made a meaningful gesture with her lips. The yellow-dressed teacher turned her head, adding, "Master Sun Jiao from our department only accepts 3 students each year. Children are competing fiercely to join his research group." The blue-dressed teacher quipped, "This is why knowledge is priceless. It's a pity that our academy hasn't produced a single SS-level mech master in nearly a century." The yellow-dressed teacher sighed. "It wasn't always like this 200 years ago." Feeling a bit guilty for eavesdropping, Shun Xiaoyun raised her voice to inquire, "Excuse me, Is the payment for the repair of the damaged mech at the Academy's training ground made here? The blue-dress teacher immediately straightened up, casting a light gaze towards the door. You must be Shen Jiayan, right? Yes. Shen Jiayan nodded. The blue-dress teacher drawled, come in. Just pay the amount to me. As she spoke, she retrieved a payment device and placed it on the table. The teacher in the yellow attire gazed at Shen Jiayan with keen interest. You are the one they call the Sack Sister, aren't you? That mech in training ground D18 has remained untouched for nearly 50 years. What compelled you to tamper with it? As Shen Jiayan processed the payment on her holographic device, she replied, because I do not own a mech. Then why not purchase one? Aren't you a student specializing in mech combat? Do you not train outside of class? Without a mech, what do you hope to learn? The teacher in blue spoke with a light-hearted tone. Shen Jiayan inhaled deeply. Despite the teacher's seemingly unsympathetic demeanor, the truth of her words resonated. She was indeed in urgent need of a mech. She had not forgotten the throngs on the Academy forum eagerly anticipating her failure. Without a mech, she could not regain her former prowess. Ultimately, she might indeed face expulsion before the semester concluded, just as the forum users had suggested. Yet, her funds were limited, and she could not afford to spend recklessly. Careful planning was essential. After completing her payment, Shen Jiayan casually inquired, with so many mechs available on the market, how should I select one that suits my needs? Where can I find comprehensive information about the various mechs currently available? Upon hearing her question, the teacher in blue fell silent. The inquiry was too broad. She was momentarily at a loss for words. There were numerous grades of mechs, each with several types, and countless companies producing them. Moreover, she was unfamiliar with Shen Jiayan's specific circumstances and could not provide an answer. At this moment, the teacher in yellow interjected, here, take this book. It is a guide for first-year students in our mech manufacturing program, and it contains several useful forum links. The teacher casually retrieved a small booklet from her drawer and tossed it to Shen Jiayan, as if it were a complimentary gift for the student who had spent money. Without hesitation, Shen Jiayan accepted the book and departed. E511 was her dormitory number. After paying her fees and returning to her room, she began to examine the booklet provided by the teacher. To her surprise, the booklet proved quite practical. It documented several niche forums known only to professionals in mech manufacturing, precisely what Shen Jiayan required. In this age of big data, information is abundant yet convoluted, and sifting through it consumes significant time and effort. Just last night, she had spent an eternity searching for the costs of parts for the original Zero Series mech, only to find herself seeking assistance on the Academy forum. As she perused the booklet, a few words caught her eye, and she paused in astonishment. Oh, the Mech Home forum is still active? Could it be the very forum she had created? In her earlier endeavors to develop the original Zero Series mech, she had established the forum for the convenience of sharing and preserving various research materials. She recalled that her forum account number was the same as the Zero Series mech, number 00. To think that 300 years had passed, and the forum still had users. Curiosity piqued, she wondered what discussions were taking place on the forum nowadays. She was also eager to discover if her previous notes remained archived there. In the company of teammates, they exchanged light-hearted banter, and the pamphlet elucidated that the Mecha Home serves as a forum for mecha engineers to collaboratively explore academic discussions. Occasionally, even SS-level mecha manufacturing masters would share their expertise within this space. Newcomers lacking experience in mecha manufacturing, should their insights capture the attention of these masters, might receive invitations to study at their esteemed research institutes. There was once a manufacturer who could only produce B-level mechas. However, after publishing a material analysis article, he was taken under the wing of a master. It is fair to say that Mecha Home is the bastion for mecha engineers. Here, one can witness discussions surrounding the most cutting-edge technologies, precisely what Shen Jiayan yearned for. With enthusiasm, Shen Jiayan accessed the Mecha Home forum, instinctively inputting her previous account details. Yet, she suddenly recalled the incident involving the activation of the original Zero Series mecha, which had resulted in a complete loss of control among the entire series. Shaking her head, she prudently decided to apply for a new account instead. Thus, a new Mecha Home account was born, with an ID that amusingly read, I am your ancestor. Chapter 12. The high-level monopoly. Upon entering the forum, Shen Jiayan noted that while the overall framework remained consistent with the past, the content had become significantly richer. Her curiosity piqued, she scanned the latest post. Future SS-level Mecha Master. Dear friends, I am in my third year, and have just begun to produce B-level mechas. Yet my family circumstances render me unable to join a Master S research group. I do not wish to remain a low-level factory engineer for my entire life. What alternative pathways are available for mastering S-level mecha manufacturing? Upon reading this query, Shen Jiayan's brow furrowed in dismay. Has the talent pool for mecha manufacturing become so saturated 3 centuries hence? At just 21 years old, a third-year student should be on the cusp of realizing grand ambitions. How could one feel hopeless about entering the industry? She clicked on the post to see how others responded. A. Huang, the intermediary, what is your mental acuity like? Message me privately. I have connections with several major factories and can secure you a position on the foremost assembly line. 2 factories are in need of workers with mental prowess. Payment is based on pieces produced, not hourly. If you excel, you could even become a line leader. Isn't that more feasible than dreaming of becoming an SS-level mecha master? Confronting reality. You have no connections? What about financial resources? If you have money, you could invest a few $100 million into a Master S research group for a chance to join. What? You say you don't even have a few $100 million? Then what are you even studying mecha manufacturing for? You might as well learn mecha combat. DGG, perhaps consider switching your major to mecha maintenance. Opening a repair shop would be more viable than entering a factory. The technical skills and resources are in the hands of those at the top. So if you lack funds and connections, don't waste your efforts. Kaha. If you possess exceptional talent, make the most of these 2 years while still in school, engage in various opportunities, and publish more papers. There may still be a chance to join a Master S research group. If not, it's wiser to accept factory work than to struggle. Don't emulate those fools who squander everything on their own so-called S-level mecha research, only to end up bankrupt. Shun Xiaoyun felt a wave of despair wash over her. She could hardly fathom that individuals 3 centuries into the future could exhibit such a lack of ambition. The paths we tread are forged by human endeavor. How can one hastily urge others to enter factories? With indignation, she expressed her thoughts. As your forebear, I assert that if one desires to learn, mastery is attainable. Self-education can indeed lead to success. The emergence of mechas was once non-existent, and even the masters honed their craft through gradual exploration. If joining the research group is unfeasible, why not establish a B-grade mecha workshop after graduation? As soon as Shun Xiaoyun's words were published, a barrage of retorts ensued. Koha, advising entrepreneurship deserves divine retribution. Have you considered the exorbitant cost of materials? The low to mid-tier mecha market is monopolized by a few major corporations, while the high-end market exclusively seeks the latest creations from masters. DGG, who is this antiquated voice? Still peddling outdated notions? Learning mechas is no better than being a dog. People today prefer the mechas from large manufacturers, which offer reliable after-sales service and transparent pricing. A private workshop without a reputation cannot thrive. Your newly registered ID suggests you are either a novice or an outsider. Spare us your delusions. Confronting the heavens and the void, a stagnation in technology leads to monopolization. Mechas have existed for over 3 centuries. Advanced techniques must be learned from masters, while ordinary individuals cannot compete in the low to mid-tier markets. If you advise others to engage in research, why not innovate and develop new technologies yourself? Deserving of scorn, you claim that anyone who wishes to learn can succeed. If you possess such capability, why not demonstrate your prowess by crafting an SS-grade mecha for us to behold? Shun Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback by the onslaught of criticism. Her intention was merely to encourage the younger generation. Why were so many eager to condemn her? She contemplated retorting, "Let me create." But the words of her 2 teachers echoed in her mind. No, something felt profoundly amiss. This time, she resolved to heed the lesson learned from the Academy's forum, to grasp the situation before voicing her opinions. After perusing several posts, she finally gleaned the context. Knowledge pertaining to the manufacturing of S-grade and higher mechas was tightly controlled by several prominent corporations within the alliance. Courses for S-grade studies were conducted in collaboration with major companies, which only accepted outstanding students into their research teams. However, those who gained entry into S-grade mecha research groups typically relied on connections. In addition to the technical knowledge being monopolized, many materials necessary for producing S-grade mechas were also under the dominion of these corporations and the families of masters, with only a scant few made available on the market. This was a blatant monopolization. It was no wonder that even mid-tier mechas were sold at such exorbitant prices. Shun Xiaoyun's brow furrowed. The societal ethos of 3 centuries ago was starkly different. At that time, a unified goal prevailed, to strengthen oneself and thwart the invasion of alien beasts. Everyone was selfless, freely sharing the skills and technologies they created. With a sigh, Shun Xiaoyun lamented her disconnection from the present era. She had fallen behind by 300 years, to the point where she now had to consider purchasing mechas from others, rendering her unable to offer substantial advice to the younger generation. Yet, she did not forget her purpose for visiting this forum, to comprehend the current state of mechas. Yes, she was keen to discover what new technologies these masters had developed over the past 3 centuries, necessitating that students rely on connections and finances to enter their research groups. In a stroke of luck, Shun Xiaoyun managed to uncover a compilation of mecha manufacturing principles published by various academic institutions. The materials encompass a range from D-Class mechas to A-Class mechas. She initially focused on the manufacturing data for the D-Class mecha, perusing it for over an hour. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she exclaimed, "Isn't this data merely a portion of the Zero-Class mecha information I once released? No, it is even somewhat inferior to the Zero-Class. Purchasing such a D-Class mecha would be less worthwhile than constructing one myself." Shun Xiaoyun felt she had squandered an hour of her time. Disdainful, she dismissed the C-Class information without a second glance and promptly transitioned to the B-Class data. 2 hours later, Shun Xiaoyun found herself vehemently critiquing a teacher in a video presentation. The distinction between B-Class and D-Class mechas lies solely in the capacity of the weapon systems. Shouldn't the energy systems be optimized as well? Despite being 2 tiers apart, why are they still employing the L-type energy structure? Did I not propose the concept of a spiral energy output that was intended for accommodating the energy structure of large weapon designs? She slammed her palm on the table, expressing her frustration. Even purchasing a B-Class mecha would be a loss. After a moment of vexation, she opened the final dossier on the A-Class mecha. After reviewing it briefly, she shook her head and sighed, noting that funds had been squandered on merely piling materials and shields. Even if it remained a manual control mecha, the manual control system ought to have been refined. From D-Class to A-Class, aside from enhanced power and defense, there were hardly any substantial changes. Yet, the price of an A-Class mecha had soared to over 20 million star coins. Chapter 13. Self-modification of mechas. Although she had only examined the information for a few hours, Shun Xiaoyun felt a tinge of disappointment. Was there progress in technology? Yes, but when averaged over the past 3 centuries, it resembled the slow squeezing of toothpaste. Unconvinced, she speculated that the institutional data might be somewhat outdated and commonplace. She then sought out several newly mentioned models of various tiers available on the market. She meticulously scrutinized the product descriptions and ultimately concluded that spending such sums on these mechas would render her nothing short of a gullible fool. However, being without a mecha was not an option. After several hours of research, Shen Xiaoyun felt fatigued. Leaning back in her chair, she rhythmically tapped her fingers against the table. After a while, she mused aloud. Although there is no publicly available information on S-Class Mechas, purchasing A-Class or lower mechas would indeed be a loss. My funds are insufficient, so I might as well construct my own. I could also procure the least expensive mecha and then scavenge second-hand parts to modify it. During her research, Shen Xiaoyun discovered that the forum housed not only professional mecha manufacturers, but also a number of related practitioners. Among them were resellers and fraudsters, peddling a variety of second-hand dismantled materials and inexpensive used mechas. Components that sold for thousands on the market could be found for mere hundreds from these individuals. Mechas worth several million to tens of millions could be sold at discounts of 70 to 80%. However, there were also kind-hearted individuals in the forum who cautioned others to be wary of purchasing second-hand materials, as there was a risk of encountering scammers. Shen Xiaoyun was not particularly concerned about being deceived, for her intention was to acquire only the original zero-class mecha. Firstly, no one is more acquainted with this mech than she is, and her financial constraints have compelled her to modify it. Therefore, Shen Xiaoyun promptly sought out a second-hand purchasing platform mentioned by a middleman. The plethora of mechs available on this platform left her dazzled. After perusing through numerous pages, she finally discovered a first-generation Zero Series mech in excellent condition, priced at 1,100,000. The seller resided in the same district, allowing her the opportunity to inspect the mech in person. Shen Xiaoyun meticulously examined the displayed images, zooming in and out from various angles. She longed to access the star network, which, 3 centuries later, could simulate 90% of reality. By linking her consciousness to the star network, she could shop and play games in a virtual realm. Regrettably, the original owner had faced financial hardship and had not acquired the accompanying helmet for their light brain. Consequently, while others enjoyed the immersive experience of the holographic star network, Shen Xiaoyun remained tethered to a less advanced online existence. With a sigh, she scrutinized the mech's images repeatedly. The more she observed, the more she appreciated its potential, despite its minor flaws, which she deemed acceptable. However, she believed the asking price of 1,115,000 star coins was negotiable. She immediately messaged the seller. "Shun, I am genuinely interested, but my funds are limited. Could you possibly lower the price?" Nearby, a carefree youth lounged on a sofa, indulging in snacks. When he felt a vibration from his light brain, someone was interested in purchasing the mech he had listed on the second-hand network. He opened his account, aptly named Qing Polan, and swiftly replied, "Qing Polan, 1,115,000 is already quite reasonable." Shen Xiaoyun frowned at his inflexibility. Undeterred, she persisted. "Shun, I noticed that the right arm joint of your mech appears to have some color discrepancies. Has it sustained damage on the right side? Did you replace any parts, but now find it cumbersome? If so, I will need to invest significantly in replacing the right arm components." Qing Polan, "Fine. I'll deduct 5,000 star coins." A smile crept across Shen Xiaoyun's face. She was encouraged to press on. "Shun, you purchased this mech 5 years ago, correct? It seems to have been in use for approximately 3 years. I noticed dust on the shoulders and several areas on top. Given its long disuse, have you neglected its maintenance?" Qing Polan, "It hasn't been 3 years, at most, 2 years. I'll reduce it by another 5,000. Shen Xiaoyun quickly replied. "Shun, reduce it by 20,000. The maintenance costs are not the main concern. The internal components could deteriorate from disuse, and the substantial expenses lie within the potentially damaged parts." Qing Polan, "Very well." Shen Xiaoyun felt a sense of triumph as she calculated her savings, realizing that with just over 1 million star coins, she could acquire this mech, yielding a significant advantage. Grateful for the seller's willingness to negotiate, she resolved to express her appreciation, perhaps by sending a commendation card. Thus, in high spirits, Shen Xiaoyun continued typing. "Shun, I perceive you to be an exceedingly generous seller. I shall remit payment immediately." Before Shen Xiaoyun could send her message, the seller on the other end, likely noticing her typing status, responded with irritation. "Qing Polan, do not continue. I shall sell it to you for 1 million. If you haggle further or prolong this, I shall withdraw the offer. I am merely clearing out some junk. Why must you be so verbose?" Shen Xiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Such fortune. She promptly deleted her initial message and rephrased her inquiry. "Shun, please do not be upset. I shall purchase it. I shall buy in abundance. I noticed your address is near the first academy of the Alliance. May I collect it in person?" In truth, Shen Xiaoyun wished to inspect the goods. For who knows if this seller might be deceitful. Qing Polan, "Very well, come by at 3 this afternoon. I will send you the address." Upon receiving the seller's reply, Shen Xiaoyun, anxious that the item might be snatched away by someone else, hastily transferred the 1 million. She gazed at her account, now dwindled to 3 million star coins. Feeling quite despondent, the purchase of a second-hand mech had already consumed a quarter of her savings, and she still needed to acquire materials for modifications. She estimated that the modification costs would require at least another 2 million star coins. After accounting for her everyday expenses and the costs of enhancement, she would also need to procure potions to improve her physical capabilities. 3 centuries prior, biologists had extracted substances from various exotic beasts and plants that could affect the human body, crafting potions conducive to human growth. During her training yesterday, she discerned that her physical condition was quite poor, with her strength, agility, and power reminiscent of when she was merely 7 or 8 in her previous life. While she could enhance her agility through training, the improvement of strength and power through mere daily exercises was exceedingly slow. A dual approach, combining training with potions, was essential to elevate her physical abilities to the average standard. Therefore, she needed to earn money. Idleness was not in her nature. How had she generated income in her previous life? Initially, she had earned by slaying exotic beasts, and later she had learned to develop mechs, which allowed her to earn a substantial income by assisting others in their fabrication. But what if 3 centuries hence? The original owner was a waste. Slaying exotic beasts would undoubtedly yield no profit. She found herself relying on her intellect to generate income. However, by this time, mechs had become ubiquitous. If she wished to earn, she must produce mechs that were superior and more cost-effective than those of others to entice customers to pay. Chapter 14. X-Flame Mech Club. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Shun Jiayan arrived at the agreed location with the seller to retrieve the mech. She stood on the bustling commercial street near the academy, where people thronged about. She lifted her gaze to the 2-story red brick building before her, which bore a sign, X-Flame Mech Club. The entrance was firmly shut, but through the transparent glass windows, she could discern several mechs standing within. Prior to her arrival, Shun Jiayan had researched on her holographic computer. The so-called mech clubs were private organizations where like-minded, affluent youths formed teams to participate in various mech competitions. Today, mech competitions had evolved into a highly participatory sport among the populace. Both the government and enterprises had established numerous competition events, including the Youth Cup, Elite Cup, and various alliance and planetary events. Countless figures have emerged, showcasing an array of mech stars. Yet, whether they are truly stars or not is of little consequence to Shun Jiayan. What captures her desire are the abundant star coins and the diverse biological and mineral resources captured from every conceivable angle. Shun Jiayan cannot help but murmur to herself, reminiscing about her days as a renowned warrior within her squad. Had it not been for her exceptional aptitude for scientific research, she would not have forsaken her combat prowess. 3 centuries ago, Shun Jiayan was also an orphan, having lost her parents to the voracious beasts on the front lines of the war, leaving no trace of their remains. She was subsequently sent to a military academy, where she specialized in combat training, and upon graduation, spent several years fighting the monstrous creatures at the fringes of human civilization. At the tender age of 16, she encountered an expert in exoskeletal armor, who had come to the border planet for research on biological materials. Following orders from her superiors, she accompanied the expert for several months, only for those specialists to approach her commanding officer, insisting that she was a prodigy destined for research, and that deploying her on the front lines would be a tragic waste of talent. Thus, Shun Jiayan received another command, transitioning from a combat role to a research position, focusing on the development of exoskeletal armor. This armor represents the precursor to mechs. 3 centuries ago, the monstrous creatures vastly outmatched humanity, who were forced to construct their defenses with flesh and blood. It was not uncommon for soldiers on the front lines to return home missing limbs. The exoskeletal armor was designed to assist those injured soldiers in returning to the battlefield. Perhaps due to her early experiences in frontline combat, Shun Jiayan's perspective diverged significantly from that of her academically inclined colleagues. She firmly believed that the primary evolution of exoskeletal armor should pivot from merely compensating for physical disabilities to enhancing and protecting human combat capabilities. The research efforts of her peers, in her view, were misguided. This conviction was also the reason she chose to abandon her military career for research. The army did not lack for soldiers, but her comrades were in dire need of weapons that would enable them to combat the beasts on equal footing. At that time, the prevailing research trends leaned toward post-injury recovery for the human body. Her colleagues were engrossed in enhancing life support systems, discovering lighter skeletal materials, and developing more sensitive interfaces between humans and their weapons. Shun Jiayan's ideas seemed naive and out of touch with the times. Furthermore, as a combat veteran turned researcher, she wielded little influence within the scientific community. Consequently, she had no choice but to balance her studies with her research endeavors while engaging in heated debates with her traditionalist peers. As she contended with them, she secured funding for her research, acquired premium materials, and ultimately succeeded in creating the prototype of the Zero Series mech. She has never regarded herself as particularly exceptional. Her sole aspiration has been for humanity to triumph over the beasts, to minimize sacrifices, and to eradicate the existence of orphans. This singular motivation has driven her and her team to work tirelessly on their research. Now, as she gazes upon the sky 3 centuries later, she witnesses the fruition of their dreams. This era, as everyone wished, is marked by happiness and prosperity, a stark contrast to the blood-soaked chaos of 300 years past, where joy and contentment now reign. Children's laughter entwined with their parents' affection, students stood tall with unwavering determination, and the staff of a small shop greeted passers-by with cheerful smiles. Shun Jiayan observed the bustling crowd on the street, a smile involuntarily gracing her face. This time, she resolved to live for herself. For instance, she aimed to earn money. Shun Jiayan touched her holographic device, envisioning the day her mech would be completed, when she could register for mech competitions to earn materials and star coins. At that moment, the silver door of the club swung open. A weary young man with silver hair stepped out, his brows furrowed as he impatiently scanned his surroundings. Shun Jiayan quickly approached him, introducing herself. I am Shun Jiayan, here as we agreed to inspect the mech. The young man nodded briskly. I am the seller, Qing Poland. Just call me Zhuang Yueza. I am quite busy today, so let us proceed inside to inspect the items. Without waiting for Shun Jiayan's reply, Zhuang Yueza hurriedly made his way indoors. Indeed, he had a full schedule. Last month, the club's captain had informed them about a connection to a master mech engineer who could help modify their mechs. This master had previously trained in the studio of S Class Mech designer Master Shu, and it was rumored that he had attempted to create S Class mechs. However, the Master S fees were rather steep. Zhuang Yueza had recently spent 20 million star coins on an A-class mech and was reluctant to ask his family for more funds. Thus, for the past month, he had been raising money, even selling off some of his previously cherished mechs. Noticing his urgency, Shen Xiaoyan refrained from further conversation and followed him inside. They took an elevator down to the basement level. To her astonishment, the basement housed a mech assembly workshop. The entire floor was divided into several workspaces, filled with various equipment. As Shen Xiaoyan walked through, she identified numerous devices and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that a CNC machining center? And over there, composite material curing equipment and an automated robotic assembly line." Some of the equipment was familiar to her, while others remained a mystery. Yet, those she recognized would have been considered advanced technology 3 centuries ago. It was astonishing to see such sophisticated apparatus casually arranged in an ordinary mech club. She felt a pang of nostalgia for her previous workshop. With the mech located and materials available for purchase, all she needed was a place to modify her mech. She pondered whether Zhuang Yueza would agree to rent her the workspace for her modifications if she offered to pay. As her thoughts lingered on this matter, she followed him deeper into the facility. Approaching the end of the hallway, she encountered a man and a woman bickering animatedly around a red and yellow mech. Scattered on the floor beside them were several sheets of paper. The man, dressed in a white shirt, held a precision box and spoke with a stern tone. "I told you yesterday not to touch my mech. I have a competition today. Look what you've done. Now the mech shield is malfunctioning, flickering on and off. How can I possibly compete like this? I didn't foresee your mech would break down. Your mech was in the way, and I needed to use the equipment over there. So I moved it. How could I have known that a mere touch would lead to such complications? Perhaps your mech has been malfunctioning for some time. It is merely my misfortune that I happened to encounter its failure at this moment." The woman in the red attire, visibly agitated, flicked her high ponytail and exclaimed, "This is not the time for disputes. You must urgently summon a technician. The technician is currently traveling to another planet and cannot arrive in time. My competition begins in an hour, and even if he could make it, he would not be able to diagnose and repair the mech instantaneously. Although this is merely a B-class mech competition with a prize of 300,000 star coins, we are still awaiting the organizer to introduce us to a master of mech modifications. If I cannot compete, no one shall have the opportunity to seek out that master for modifications." After saying this, the man threw the box to the ground in frustration. Chapter 15. The mech is no longer for sale. Shen Xiaoyan paid little heed to the so-called master of mech modifications. She was more struck by the fact that the prize for participating in this competition was 300,000 star coins. Competing in a contest yields greater rewards than engaging in scientific research or hunting low-level alien beasts. Zhuang Yueza, who had led Shen Xiaoyan inside, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing their exchange. He was on the verge of gathering enough funds, yet the master capable of modifying the mech had vanished. What was the point of his efforts now? Without sparing a greeting to Shen Xiaoyan, he hurried over and asked, "Captain, can't you switch to another mech? Which mech should I switch to? This is the only B-class mech I possess." Ding Qingyu adjusted his sleeves, having regained a semblance of calm. As the captain of the X-Blaze Mech Club and a graduate of the Alliance's foremost academy, he had founded the club through sheer determination. The team included Zhuang Yueza, a third-year student, and Zhu Yuanyao, who had carelessly moved the mech. There was also a long-time collaborating technician. In an hour, he was scheduled to participate in an amateur competition organized by a corporation, where he would serve as the opening act. In exchange for this opportunity, they would assist him in connecting with a master of mech manufacturing to modify their mechs. If he could secure the master's help, their combat capabilities would improve by at least 20%. However, with this opportunity slipping away, he could only come to terms with it. Hearing Ding Qingyu's words, Zhu Yuanyao felt a wave of guilt wash over her. The captain's mention of having only one B-class mech left no room for alternatives. It was indeed impossible to switch mechs, as each mech specifications were tailored to the operator's unique style. Even if the captain were to use someone else's mech, his performance would undoubtedly suffer, jeopardizing the club's reputation. It would be better not to participate at all. Everyone had prepared extensively for this mech modification, and her mistake had cost them the opportunity. Her head slowly bowed in shame. Zhuang Yueza, anxious, declared, "That cannot be. I still need to modify my mech. Where can we find a reliable technician outside? I have sold off most of my collectibles to afford the modifications. Captain, if you cannot participate, why not let me take your place? Your reputation is insufficient. They would not accept you. Moreover, they registered my name for the competition." Ding Qingyu replied bluntly. Shen Xiaoyan observed the urgency in Zhuang Yueza's demeanor and felt it inappropriate to ask him to accompany her for a mecha inspection at that moment. As she watched their heated exchange, she noticed a few sheets of paper strewn across the ground. With good intentions, she crouched down to gather the scattered papers. Just as she was about to place them on the nearby iron table, her eyes inadvertently caught the content of one sheet, revealing the construction blueprint of the B-class mecha before her, adorned in striking red and yellow hues. How intriguing. The design appeared relatively straightforward, with only a subtle distinction between the B-class and D-class mechas. Shen Xiaoyan swiftly perused the contents of several sheets. The descriptions were remarkably detailed, adhering closely to the structural framework of the original Zero model, and she quickly grasped the essence of the mecha. While Shen Xiaoyan was engrossed in her study, the others continued their quarrel. Zhu Yuanyao lowered her head, resigning herself to the fact that, without the master, the mecha could not be modified. This was her fault. She vowed never to tamper with the captain's mecha again. Was there truly no alternative? I need to gather 10 million. I've already purchased 5 or 6 types of materials. And you tell me the master won't come? This is unacceptable. Zhuang Yueza shook his head vigorously, his meticulously styled silver hair now disheveled. Ding Qingyu, with a resigned expression, lamented, "You all know that I have always relied on Master Fong for repairs. He is the only one who comprehends my mecha. Engaging another technician would entail an entire day just to understand the mecha structure, not to mention diagnosing the problems. Switching to a different mecha? Even familiarizing myself with yours would take 5 hours, and adjusting the data would require another 2. No divine intervention can save us. Forget it. I'll contact the organizers and withdraw from the competition. I'll apologize to them. Unyielding, he squatted down to retrieve the black box he had previously dropped. The external controller for the mecha. He pressed a few buttons on the controller. A blue, translucent force field enveloped the red and yellow mecha. The shield flickered several times before abruptly vanishing, only to reappear moments later, continuing this erratic dance. The onlookers could do little but watch the shield flash, their expressions increasingly laden with disappointment. Ding Qingyu addressed the group, shrugging. As you can see, the mecha is malfunctioning. I just checked the operating system, and the shield has been replaced, yet it remains in this state. I cannot resolve this. We'll have to wait for Master Fong to return and handle it. The 2 individuals nearby, though reluctant, found themselves equally at a loss. Shun Jiayan gradually approached the mecha and suggested, "Have you inspected the energy system of the mecha?" Ding Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at her, dismissively waving his hand. What does the energy system have to do with this? My mecha hasn't been used in over half a year. The day before yesterday, I specifically asked Master Fong to check the energy system before he left. Therefore, it's unlikely that the energy is the source of the problem. Shun Jiayan, holding the blueprint, looked at him and said, "This is indeed the construction diagram of this mecha, correct? I have reviewed its general structure, and it closely resembles that of the original Zero model. I am quite familiar with the original Zero, according to its design principles. We can eliminate the shield malfunction from 3 possibilities. First, an issue with the shield itself. Second, a malfunction in the connection ports. And third, the impact of the mecha's energy." Ding Qingyu, attentively touching the mecha, leaned in to listen closely. Once Shun Jiayan finished speaking, he looked at her in confusion. "You are wearing the uniform of the Alliance First Academy. Are you a student there?" "Indeed." Shun Jiayan nodded. Zhuang Yueza stepped forward to elaborate. "She has come to purchase my mecha." He paused for a moment, scratching his head, and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, glanced at Shun Jiayan. "Well, we have encountered a significant issue here. I initially intended to sell the mecha to raise funds for a master to assist in its modification. You heard our earlier conversation. If the master cannot come, I no longer need to gather funds. Hence, I have decided against selling my mecha. I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. I shall transfer some star coins to you as compensation." Shun Jiayan raised her hand to interrupt Zhuang Yueza, turning her gaze towards Ding Qingyu. "When is your competition scheduled?" Having reviewed the structural diagram of the mecha, she felt somewhat familiar with it and was eager to give it a try. Chapter 16. Disassembling and repairing the mecha. Others, noticing her inquiry, appeared hopeful that she might have a solution and looked at her with anticipation. Ding Qingyu glanced at the time flashing on the holographic screen and promptly replied, "I originally planned to depart around 4 o'clock. It's currently 3:15 in the afternoon. So there is just over an hour left." Upon hearing the time, Shun Jiayan frowned slightly. She picked up a diagram of the mecha and traced her finger over the energy chamber. Then, turning to Ding Qingyu, she asked, "May I open the cover of the energy chamber to take a look? I can give it a try, but I cannot guarantee that I can fix it." "Absolutely. Go ahead." Ding Qingyu had not even spoken when Zhuang Yueza excitedly interjected. Ding Qingyu shot an exasperated glance at Zhuang Yueza. "Whose mecha is this? Has the owner given consent?" "You are so eager to respond." Turning back to Shun Jiayan, Ding Qingyu said, "I will assist you in disassembling it. Please send me the maintenance data from 3 years ago and last week." As Shun Jiayan spoke, she skillfully approached a numerical control device. 300 years ago, such equipment was quite costly and primarily utilized for analyzing and recording various data of mechas. She aimed to focus on analyzing the mecha's energy system to substantiate her assessment. While Shun Jiayan adjusted the data, Ding Qingyu directed the robots to dismantle the mecha. Several disassembling robots swiftly maneuvered their mechanical arms. And soon the cover of the red-yellow mecha lying on the ground was completely removed. Upon seeing the mecha fully disassembled, Shun Jiayan extracted a sensor from the numerical control device and connected it to a specific interface on the mecha. Observing her deftness, the onlookers felt a significant weight lift from their chests. Typically, maintenance technicians would follow this exact procedure when inspecting and repairing mechas, and Shun Jiayan appeared to execute the movements even more swiftly than the technicians. At that moment, several red exclamation marks flickered on the transparent screen of the numerical control device, accompanied by a sharp alarm. Beep, beep, beep. This was merely a notification indicating abnormal data discovered during the inspection. Ding Qingyu gazed at the incomprehensible stream of data on the screen, eagerly looking at Shun Jiayan. "So, can it be repaired?" Zhu Yuanyao also held her breath, watching Shun Jiayan intently. Shun Jiayan had no time to respond. She noted down the concerning data and slowly began to compare it with the structural diagram of the mecha. After a while, she rubbed her eyes and stretched lazily before saying, "I have conducted an investigation and compared the data from several time periods. It is indeed as I anticipated. The energy system has encountered a malfunction. It appears that a component in the section connecting the protective shield from segment X76 to segment Y56 has failed." Zhuang Yueza promptly inquired, "How do we proceed with the repair?" "We simply need to replace the energy system within that range," replied Shun Jiayan. After glancing at the time, she noted it was now 3:50 p.m. Given the comprehensive equipment at hand, she believed she could manage to replace the system within half an hour. Although Shun Jiayan considered this the most straightforward approach, Ding Qingyu furrowed his brow in concern. He shook his head and said, "Replacing the energy system? That complicates matters. I do not have a spare energy system for this mech on hand. In previous instances where we needed to replace the energy system, We had to procure it from the Star Network and then wait for the manufacturer to ship it from another planet. The shortest delivery time takes at least half a day, and we simply do not have that time. Then there is nothing we can do, Shun Jiayan said helplessly, raising her hands in resignation. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present fell into disappointment. Just when a glimmer of hope had surfaced, it was extinguished once more. Shun Jiayan approached the mech. With one readily available and the corresponding schematics at her disposal, she felt compelled to thoroughly observe the internal structure of the mech. Unable to resist, she operated the mech and dismantled several sections. This B-class mech indeed adhered to the principles she had devised for mech construction. Shaking her head with a sigh, she remarked, "If only you had ample time, I could manipulate the equipment to systematically examine each component, identify the specific damaged part, and replace it. However, this process is quite time-consuming. I estimate it would take over 3 hours, and you do not have that luxury." Ding Xingyu looked at Shun Jiayan with confusion. Typically, a maintenance technician could utilize mental energy to diagnose an entire energy system in under 2 hours. How could it take you 3 hours to examine such a small segment of energy failure? How do you use mental energy to diagnose component failures? Shun Jiayan, equally perplexed, understood mental energy well. In her previous life, the research group next door specialized in this field, and she had assisted them while also testing her own mental energy. She recalled that the results indicated she possessed considerable mental strength. The leader of the mental energy research group even sought to recruit her, but at that time, her sole focus was on mech construction, leading her to decline the offer. After her mechs were completed, she had contemplated the application of mental energy in mech design. Yet upon returning 300 years later, she found that her envisioned mental energy mechs had not come to fruition. Regrettably, her recollection of the original owner's memories was incomplete. And as time passed, those memories grew increasingly vague. The concept of utilizing mental energy for diagnostic purposes was a complete blind spot for her, a relic of knowledge. Zhuang Yuezha exclaimed, "Aren't you a student of mech manufacturing or logistics maintenance? How do you not understand how to utilize mental energy?" Shun Jiayan touched the back of her head and explained, "Oh, I forgot to mention, I am actually a student of mech combat. But rest assured, I excel at constructing mechs." The group fell silent at this revelation. Shun Jiayan operated various instruments with remarkable dexterity, possessing a profound understanding of mecha construction and fault diagnosis. Yet, astonishingly, she was not a major in mecha manufacturing. This raised questions about the reliability of her previous procedures. The others exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of uncertainty. Ding Xingyu felt a pang of discomfort in his jaw. Ultimately, he decided to adhere to the adage of trusting those he employed, and in this dire situation, he resolved to proceed as if there were hope. He looked up at Shun Jiayan, who was tirelessly dismantling his mecha. "Wait a moment. I will seek out Master Fong for the tutorial on mental link connection. Perhaps you can learn it." He then resolved to negotiate some additional time with the event organizers. Hoping it might not be too late, Shun Jiayan nodded, intrigued by the concept of mental link troubleshooting they had mentioned. She was eager to learn. Especially after returning to this era, her thirst for knowledge was insatiable. "Captain, we are pressed for time. I will approach Master Fong for the tutorial, while you contact the event organizers." After Zhu Yuanyao spoke, she moved a short distance away to reach out to Master Fong via her light brain. 5 minutes later, with a furrowed brow and gripping her light brain tightly, Zhu Yuanyao approached Shen Xiaoyun, her expression laden with concern. "The situation is rather grim." Master Fong indicated that only a select few with exceptionally strong mental powers can swiftly master the mental link box. His innate mental power is rated A, and it took him several months of training to learn how to diagnose mecha faults through the link box. Chapter 17. Taking one step at a time. Upon hearing Zhu Yuanyao's words, Shun Xiaoyun felt a flicker of confidence. Her mental power was undoubtedly formidable. She merely wondered if her rebirth would affect it. She set down the piece of metal she was holding and turned her gaze towards Zhu Yuanyao's light brain. "Since you are at an impasse, let us give it a try. My mental power should suffice. Then you can use my light brain directly," Zhu Yuanyao said, shaking the device in her hand. She had just conveyed their predicament to Master Fong, who had promptly sent a simplified tutorial on mental link connections. Now, the tutorial had arrived. She opened the light brain and projected the screen, revealing a virtual display measuring 1 meter in length and width. A cartoon character, with a ponytail and wielding 2 wrenches, sprang to life on the screen. As Shen Xiaoyun gazed at the character, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. The character spoke in a voice she recognized, animatedly announcing, "Today's lesson is in 10 minutes. Shun Jiayan teaches you how to use the mental link box." Shen Xiaoyun's hand trembled, nearly choking on her own saliva. It dawned on her why the character and voice felt so familiar. The cartoon was designed based on her personal image by a friend from her previous life. She had even purchased the rights to use it as her avatar across multiple social media platforms. The voice was unmistakably hers from that life. Yet, she recalled that until her demise, the neighboring mental power research group had yet to discover a method for mental linking. Now, she found herself in need of learning about mental connections, questioning how anyone could develop a course to teach others to master the mental link box in just 10 minutes. The 2 individuals beside her regarded her with puzzled expressions. Shun Jiayan wiped her face and replied earnestly, "Shun Jiayan died on the afternoon of August 17th, 1037. During the Starshine calendar, right? At that time, there was no mental link box, was there? Is this tutorial even reliable?" She was certain that no one understood better than her the year of her demise. The 2 individuals beside her regarded her with expressions akin to those reserved for a curiosity. Zhuang Yuezha remarked in astonishment. "But your name is the same as Shun Jiayan's. Your family must hold her in high esteem. Didn't your mother buy you various books like 7 Days with Shun Jiayan? Become a math expert. The Study Master Shun Jian's Homework Book. Shun Jian's 1-month top-notch training method, or compilation of Shun Jian's high school mistakes when you were young. In truth, Shun Jian was merely a figure associated with the sale of books and materials. No one truly scrutinized whether she had ever utilized such resources. Zhuang Yuezha was perplexed. How could any child in the alliance have escaped the intellectual influence of Shun Jian? 2 years had passed, yet he still dreamed of tackling the errors listed in compilation of Shun Jian's high school mistakes. Now I understand, Shun Jian thought, gazing upward with a sigh. What a pity she died so young. Otherwise, just from what Zhuang Yuezha has said, she ought to have earned various royalties, licensing fees, usage fees for her voice, and portrait rights. There must be countless fees she could claim that she didn't even comprehend. She felt a pang in her heart. Zhu Yuanyao interjected. These details are insignificant. Focus on the tutorial first. The tutorial specially chosen by the technician must be quite reliable. With this reminder, Shun Jiayan shifted her attention to the luminous screen. It turned out that the tutorial was indeed quite dependable. Apart from the fact that it was not taught by Shun Jiayan, it claimed to require only 10 minutes. And it truly only took 10 minutes to complete the instruction. Given their tight schedule, after finishing the tutorial, Shun Jiayan immediately attempted the mental link as instructed. She held a silver black box in her hand, connected by several lines to a red and yellow mech. This was the standby state of the mental link box. Inspired by the alien beasts, humans later incorporated materials capable of responding to mental energy when manufacturing mechs. Utilizing the mental link box allowed one to sense the various components of the mech and conduct obstacle checks. Shun Jiayan addressed the two individuals surrounding her. I will begin now. Yes, we're counting on you. Zhu Yuanyao nodded vigorously. Following the tutorial's instructions, Shun Jiayan extracted a tentacle-like object from the link box, affixing it atop her head, then closed her eyes. She recalled the tutorial's teachings. With her eyes shut, points of light began to emerge in her mind, and her consciousness gradually sank in, allowing her to perceive a pattern projected in her mind resembling a sea of stars, composed of those points of light. Each point of light represented a component infused with special materials, capable of being sensed by mental energy. Activating the mech. She focused on checking those points of light that were extinguished or exhibited abnormal brightness. Zhuang Yuezha whispered to Zhu Yuanyao. The tutorial mentioned that if you can persist for 5 minutes without feeling dizzy or experiencing headaches, then the link is successful. A class of mental energy mech manufacturer typically required 20 minutes for checks, resting for about 10 minutes in between when mental energy was depleted. If mental fortitude increases, the process will accelerate. As he spoke, a growing sense of uncertainty enveloped him. He remained oblivious to the extent of Shun Jiayun's mental prowess. Their current predicament was fraught with urgency. Zhu Yuanyao nodded, steadfastly positioned beside Shun Jiayun, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes elapsed. And Zhu Yuanyao's excitement surged as she observed Shun Jiayun remaining undisturbed. Hastily, she retrieved her light brain to inquire with the technician below about the time required to troubleshoot the energy systems from segment X76 to Y56, should the connection prove successful. In the distance, Ding Yuqing had just concluded discussions with the organizers and approached them. Observing Shun Jiayun, who was with her eyes closed, utilizing the mental link device, he could not help but ask, how is the situation? Her mental link has succeeded. Surviving 5 minutes signifies a successful connection. Zhuang Yuezha responded with palpable excitement. Yet, Zhu Yuanyao shook her head, expressing concern. However, our time may be insufficient. According to Technician Fong, given the extent of the mech's damage, even a thorough inspection would require 40 minutes. The time is now 3:40. Isn't the captain scheduled to depart around 4? She continued. In addition to the time needed for troubleshooting, the final repairs and replacements will also demand time. Thus, it is indeed true that we are running out of time. Ding Qingyu interjected. I have just communicated the situation to the organizers. As long as I can arrive by 6, I can set off at 5, granting us an additional hour. Even so, that remains a challenge. Establishing a mental link is no trivial feat. The technician will require 40 minutes just to assess the mech's malfunction. Furthermore, the course material indicated that first-time linkers may only sustain their connection for about 10 minutes before needing to awaken and recover their mental energy. Therefore, merely troubleshooting could take over an hour, Zhu Yuanyao stated pessimistically. She had originally believed that their mech's condition would necessitate no more than 20 minutes for inspection. To her dismay, even Technician Fong would require a considerable amount of time. Upon hearing her remarks, Ding Qingyu sighed. He had initially felt that they had managed to gain a bit of time, and that hope still lingered. Yet, it now appeared likely that they would ultimately be unable to participate in the competition. He randomly chose a seat, resigning himself to take things as they came. After all, he had already informed the organizers that if he could not arrive by the specified time, they should arrange for someone else to take his place. Chapter 18. Funding. Zhuang Yuezha lowered his head and scratched his ear. When Shun Jiayan regains her mental energy, I shall also give it a try. Perhaps I might succeed as well. This could help save some time for her. Zhu Yuanyao remained silent. With the captain's remarks, the likelihood of successfully repairing the mech seemed exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, she clung to hope, her gaze fixed on Shun Jiayan while occasionally glancing at her light brain. Time ticked away, second by second. Suddenly, she exclaimed, 10 minutes have passed. Her condition appears excellent. She looks just as she did at the outset. Observing her demeanor, it seemed plausible that she could endure for another 10 minutes. Zhuang Qingyu speculated. Recalling the tutorial he had just witnessed, Zhu Yuanyao nodded, choosing to remain silent. 15 minutes passed, followed by 20 and 25 minutes. Over half an hour had elapsed. And remarkably, Shun Jiayan had yet to awaken. Her eyes remained closed, her condition seemingly stable. 25 minutes had gone by. Zhu Yuanyao's voice trembled slightly this time. The others instinctively straightened their posture, their gazes fixed intently upon Shen Jiayun. Gradually, beads of perspiration began to form on her forehead, and her body occasionally swayed, causing the octopus-like device atop her head to quiver as well. Zhu Yuanyao held her breath, fearful of disturbing Shen Jiayun. Yet, after a brief moment, Shen Jiayun suddenly opened her eyes. Upon doing so, she was met with two pairs of eyes staring intensely back at her. Startled, she attempted to speak. But having used the mental link box for the first time, and for such an extended period, her mind felt somewhat dazed, and her tongue seemed unresponsive. How are you? Zhu Yuanyao inquired cautiously, leaning in. At that moment, Shen Jiayun appeared somewhat fatigued, and Zhu Yuanyao's concern for her endurance grew. Do not disturb her. Allow her to rest properly, Zhuang Yuetsu admonished Zhu Yuanyao with a glare. Shen Jiayun's awakening midway indicated a depletion of her mental energy. Given the tight constraints on their time, Zhu Yuanyao should have refrained from unnecessary chatter and instead permitted Shen Jiayun to recuperate, as only then could they continue their assessments. He swiftly approached Shen Jiayun's right side. Shen Jiayun, I will take the link box now. Let me see if I can utilize it. While you rest, I'll determine if I can take over for you. No need. I have already completed the entire assessment. Shen Jiayun gestured dismissively, shaking her head a few times until the dizziness finally subsided somewhat. The two individuals beside her were initially taken aback, but their faces soon blossomed with expressions of delight. Observing Shen Jiayun's rather poor condition, Zhuang Yuetsu inquired with concern, You managed to identify all the faults in less than half an hour? Are you feeling alright? Leaning against the back of her chair, Shen Jiayun gently pointed towards the mecha. I'm fine, but your mecha is not. I discovered two faulty components. When she had first established the link, her head spun as if in a whirlwind. However, once she concentrated, she could follow the operational guidelines flawlessly. The mental link box proved reliable. She had actually identified the two faulty areas in just over 10 minutes. She had even noted their identification numbers. Yet, fearing she might have overlooked something, she conducted 2 additional checks, thus extending the time required. What? You found 2 faults all at once? Zhu Yuanyao exclaimed in astonishment. Unable to fathom how Shen Jiayun could locate 2 faults in such a brief span. Establishing a mental link is no simple task, which is why most technicians tend to address 1 fault at a time. Indeed, Shen Jiayun replied calmly. Finding 2 faults? Well, that will complicate repairs later. Never mind. Just rest for now. Let me check the time, Zhuang Yuetsu remarked, glancing at the clock overhead. It was now 4 o'clock and 5 minutes. Though he was uncertain of the captain's precise departure time, he needed to ascertain whether there was sufficient time left to repair the mecha. He hurriedly approached Ding Qingyu, who had stealthily slipped away to the distance, and exclaimed, Captain, your mech is ready for repairs. Please tell me, at what time did you depart? Ding Qingyu was occupied with maintaining another mech in preparation for the upcoming training session. However, upon hearing Zhuang Yuetsu's words, he inadvertently dropped the energy block he was holding, which landed painfully on his toe. Grimacing in pain, he disregarded his discomfort and hopped on 1 foot towards the others, shouting, I left at 4:50. Is there enough time left to repair the mech? If not, I can spare another 10 minutes. The crowd, too preoccupied to tease their captain, turned their attention to Shen Jiayun. Zhuang Yuetsu's mind raced. Adding 10 more minutes would give them over 40 minutes, which was ample time for Shen Jiayun. She raised an eyebrow, determining that the key factor in whether the repairs could be completed lay not with her, but with the availability of the 2 essential components in their parts inventory. She gestured to Zhu Yuanyao, saying, Show me your parts inventory. Surely you have a recorded inventory list? After identifying the malfunctioning components, she knew she could fix the mech in just half an hour. Yes, Zhu Yuanyao exclaimed, swiftly opening the Club's inventory management software on her holographic device and respectfully handing it to Shen Jiayun. She took the device and entered the names of the 2 damaged parts she had noted earlier. Upon confirming that both required components were in stock, she turned the device towards Zhu Yuanyao, commanding, Retrieve this part, and this one for me, quickly. Go. Ding Qingyu observed Shen Jiayun's determination and realized the likelihood of the repairs being successful had greatly increased. Alright. Zhu Yuanyao snatched the device, deftly gliding a few meters away towards the parts storage area. Ding Qingyu nodded appreciatively, looking at Shen Jiayun with gratitude, saying, I'm so relieved to have you. I was about to give up on this competition. I truly don't know how to express my thanks. No need, Shen Jiayun replied graciously, waving her hand dismissively. How can you thank me? Don't bother with empty gestures. Just pay me. Zhuang Yuetsu, overly excited, inadvertently blurted out his usual line to coax money from his father. Shen Jiayun's eyes sparkled. Zhuang Yuetsu was indeed a talent. She had been so engrossed in pleasantries that she hadn't considered asking for payment. With his reminder, she felt it was only right to request compensation. Failing to do so would undermine her exceptional repair skills, her meager finances, and the mech that awaited transformation. One should not be overly concerned with trifles. She was simply a penniless individual, not in need of feigning generosity. Shen Jiayun placed her hand gently over her forehead, feigning distress as she mused. I wonder if this sudden drain on my mental energy will deplete my vitality. Should I purchase some supplements to restore my health? Zhuang Yuetsu grasped the implication and patted his chest confidently, declaring, just buying nutritional supplements 1 tea suffice. You need to take mental energy potions. Every time a mechanic finishes using mental energy links, they replenish with 2 bottles of mental energy potions. The maintenance master remarked that after exhausting one's mental energy, without the use of medication, it would be challenging to maintain focus for an entire week, leading to a state of mental fog. Shen Jiayun's eyes darted momentarily. Difficulty concentrating? She seemed to lack such a sensation, likely due to not having previously overexerted her mental faculties. Ding Qingyu immediately interjected. You must take the mental energy medication. We cannot allow you to suffer a loss. He turned to Zhuang Yueze, instructing him to transfer 50,000 star coins to Shen Jiayan, concerned that she might refuse. He considered that Zhuang Yueze likely possessed Shen Jiayan's contact information and thus requested Zhuang Yueze to facilitate the transaction directly. Shen Jiayan's eyes widened, and she clenched her fists tightly, reminding herself to remain composed. However, this was 50,000 star coins, not 5,000 or even 10,000. Those who operated clubs surely had a generous spirit. In her past life, extracting even 2 chicken legs from her stingy friends while repairing mechas would have been deemed an accomplishment. Observing Shen Jiayan's seemingly composed demeanor, Ding Qingyu perceived her as a person of integrity, untroubled by monetary matters. He understood that 50,000 star coins were insufficient. Typically, such repairs would cost less than 10,000 star coins. Nevertheless, Shen Jiayan was not a specially hired technician. Her contributions today were akin to providing timely assistance in a snowstorm, and thus could not be trivialized by mere star coins. The completion of the mecha repair would benefit the entire club, enhancing their mechas. Therefore, no amount offered would be suitable. Shen Jiayan's demeanor validated his assessment. Capable individuals are seldom in want of wealth. Today, what he owed was a favor, and offering too much could be seen as insulting. Pondering this, he turned to her again and added, Are you a first-year student majoring in mecha combat this year? How is your mecha piloting class progressing? I am an S Class Mecha soldier, and if you do not mind, you are welcome to visit the club. I can teach you some piloting techniques. We could mutually exchange knowledge. Zhuang Yueze nodded vigorously. Indeed, when it comes to social niceties, he still had much to learn from the captain. Simply offering money was insufficient. One must also impart knowledge to make a meaningful impression. Furthermore, he found Shen Jiayan admirable and hoped to have her visit the club more frequently. Concerned that she might refuse the captain's offer, he urged her, You must agree to the captain's invitation. With his guidance, you will certainly excel in your assessments at school. Their fervent encouragement made Shen Jiayan feel somewhat bashful. However, she was not particularly in need of Ding Qingyu's mecha piloting instruction. What she truly desired was the freedom to utilize the various equipment and instruments available at their facility. She turned to Ding Qingyu, saying, Your club must be busy with training, and I cannot impose on your time. I am quite interested in mecha modification, and being able to borrow your instruments here would suffice. Zhuang Yueze could not help but sigh, finding Shen Jiayan excessively polite. Why was she so socially astute at this moment? The captain was an S Class Mecha soldier, and many sought his guidance in vain. He urged her anxiously, Jiayan, please do not feel embarrassed. Our captain is truly formidable. He is not lacking in training time, so let him teach. No, that would trouble him too much. Shen Jiayan shook her head repeatedly. Her time was precious, and she was far more interested in exploring how to modify the new mech. Her proficiency in piloting was not to be underestimated. In the past, few dared to instruct her on operating mechs. She certainly did not require Ding Qingyu's guidance. However, Ding Qingyu regarded Shen Jiayan as a person of high integrity. He extended his palm towards her, exclaiming loudly, I am determined to be friends with you. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Huh? Shen Jiayan looked at Ding Qingyu's hand in a daze. Was this an invitation to shake hands? She was somewhat bewildered. Weren't they just discussing the borrowing of equipment? How had Ding Qingyu suddenly shifted to the topic of friendship? Were they borrowing the equipment or not? Before Shen Jiayan could continue her inquiry, Zhu Yuanyao glided in with a flourish, finishing with a slide and coming to a halt before everyone. Ding Qingyu was forced to retreat repeatedly, yielding his position to Zhu Yuanyao. Hurry, I found all the parts. We need to fix the mech promptly, Zhu Yuanyao shouted. Brandishing a box in her hand, she casually placed the box in the palm that the captain had extended. Then, she rummaged in her pocket and produced 2 vials of potions, handing them to Shen Jiayan. The engineer just contacted me, asking me to fetch 2 vials of mental energy potions for you. Since it's your first time using mental energy linkage, your mental energy consumption must be quite severe. He insisted that you finish the potions before repairing the mech. Zhuang Yueze clapped excitedly. Exactly. I told you that you need to take the mental energy potions. Shen Jiayan eyed the 2 orange vials in Zhu Yuanyao's hands with some reluctance. Her mental energy had not been fully depleted. She had no need for the potions. Most importantly, she feared that accepting them would leave her without funds. She waved her hands insistently. No, I can start working right now. Zhuang Yueze sighed. Oh, Shen Jiayan, you are just too courteous. Although the captain's mech is important, if your mental energy falters, our captain won't be happy even if he can participate in the competition. Zhu Yuanyao, tired of the back and forth, swiftly opened the 2 vials and handed them over again, stating, The potions are opened. You must drink them. What else could Shen Jiayan say? If she continued to protest, the mech would remain unfixed. Reluctantly, she accepted the potions and gulped them down. They had a sweet taste, and once ingested, only a refreshing sensation remained in her mind. What a waste of money. Fortunately, she had not purchased these mental potions herself. After finishing the potions, Shen Jiayan officially commenced her work, operating the equipment, disassembling parts, and replacing components. The entire process was smooth and decisive, taking less than 20 minutes. Once the last screw was tightened, Shen Jiayan patted the mech's leg and nodded at Ding Qingyu, indicating, You should still have 5 minutes to test drive the mech. Ding Qingyu had been waiting nearby. Upon hearing Shen Jiayan's words, he leaped into the cockpit. With her task completed, Shen Jiayan leisurely stepped back, distancing herself from the gradually starting mech. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yueze and Zhu Yuanyao were so tense that their palms began to sweat. Whether the captain can participate in the competition and ultimately invite the master to transform the mecha hinges upon the restoration of the protective shield of the current mecha. Zhuang Yueze gazed intently at the mecha, urging, Captain, please test the protective shield promptly. No sooner had he spoken than a blue, somewhat translucent protective shield gradually enveloped the red and yellow-hued mecha. Subsequently, the mecha began to leap and maneuver, with the shield remaining steadfastly illuminated. Undoubtedly, the malfunction of the mecha had been rectified by Shen Zhaoyun. Inside the mecha, Ding Qingyu exclaimed joyously, "The mecha is fixed. Thank you, Shen Zhaoyun. I'm in a hurry and must take my leave now. Xiaozhe, please see to it that Zhaoyun is well taken care of." With these words, Ding Qingyu deftly navigated the mecha towards the designated lift platform. With Ding Qingyu gone, Shen Zhaoyun felt it was now her turn to act. She turned to Zhuang Yueza, inquiring, "Isn't your original Zero Series mecha ready for sale?" "Yes, indeed. I will give you the mecha." Zhuang Yueza smacked his forehead and hurriedly retrieved a mecha storage chip from his pocket, releasing the original Zero Series mecha from within. Upon seeing the imposing, sleek black silhouette of the Zero Series mecha before her, Shen Zhaoyun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The mecha's condition surpassed what she had observed online, validating her investment of time in assisting Zhuang Yueza with the repairs. Zhuang Yueza enthusiastically remarked, "I hardly use this mecha now. I keep it as a collectible. If it weren't for the need to raise funds, I wouldn't part with it. So you won't regret accepting this mecha. Are you a freshman this year? Would you like me to take it for a spin to demonstrate?" Zhuang Yueza recalled the captain's instructions to treat Shen Zhaoyun well. "No need. I can manage myself," Shen Zhaoyun replied, promptly climbing into the mecha cockpit. After a thorough inspection, confirming the energy system and operation system were intact, and noting that the weapon system required maintenance, she executed a Wu-style leap. The mecha soared and landed gracefully, executing a flawless 360-degree rotation in midair, the entire sequence flowing seamlessly. Zhuang Yueza's eyes lit up, and he instinctively applauded. The mecha's movements were agile and precise, revealing that the operator's skill was on par with that of the captain. His applause grew louder with excitement. However, before his clapping could conclude, the mecha abruptly landed in a half-squat position, ceasing all movement. Zhuang Yuanyao nearby couldn't help but exclaim, "Continue. Show us more moves." "That will suffice. The mecha is functioning perfectly." Shen Zhaoyun leaned back, taking deep breaths. Another failure. Her physical state was truly inadequate. She had barely completed a few maneuvers in the Wu-style leap before losing control of her body. Enhancing physical fitness is a gradual process. Ultimately, it necessitates the modification of the mecha. Given her current physical condition, the original Zero Series mecha would need to be disassembled and reconfigured. While piloting the mecha earlier, she had saved the data settings. Upon returning, she could create new design schematics based on her present physical data. Outside, Zhuang Yueza praised Zhaoyun. "I never expected your proficiency in mecha piloting to be so remarkable. With a bit more practice, in a few years, you might even apply to join the Academy's team and represent us in inter-school competitions. However, you are rather low-key. I haven't heard your name mentioned in the Academy at all. As students of the Premier Alliance Academy, I have heard discussions about several outstanding first-year students. Yet someone as exceptional as Shen Zhaoyun should have made a name for herself by now." Shen Zhaoyun was unfamiliar with the concept of inter-school competitions. Her mind wandered to the few posts she had made on the forum. "I am quite well known now," she declared as she opened the mecha hatch and leapt down. "Is that so? I haven't visited the Academy forum in ages." Zhuang Yueza mused, scratching his head, questioning his own sources of information. He quickly redirected the conversation. "So, is there any issue with this mecha?" "The mecha is fine. However, your team captain has yet to respond to my request. Might I borrow your equipment for my use?" Shen Zhaoyun recalled the matter of renting the venue. Zhu Yuanyao readily replied, "Of course. Our captain has already invited you to come and play here regularly." Ultimately, while Shen Zhaoyun spent several million star coins, she not only acquired a first-generation Zero Series mecha, but also received 50,000 star coins for repairs. More importantly, she no longer needed to pay for renting the mecha modification facility, which saved her a considerable sum. Thus, on her way back to the dormitory, Shen Zhaoyun skipped and hummed an old song from over 300 years ago. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. During this time, Shen Zhaoyun had been revolving around the classroom, club, and dormitory. Unfortunately for her, her finances were strictly one way, as all her funds were reserved for purchasing mecha modification parts. This situation compelled her to forego the delicious meals at the cafeteria, opting instead to purchase nutritional supplements online to satisfy her hunger. However, despite her wallet not yielding any income, her mind was brimming with new knowledge. She had become well-versed in the history of mecha development over the past 3 centuries and could now wield the trendy jargon she had learned to engage in lively debates on the Academy forum, causing her peers, who once mocked her as Sack's sister, to retreat from the online space. Her reputation on the forum had evolved from Sack's sister to Fool, and now firmly established as the king of foolish banter. After finishing a bottle of 5-star coin nutritional supplement, she felt a bout of indigestion and decided to peruse the Academy forum on her light brain, engaging in repartee with her fellow students to aid her digestion. She stumbled upon a post showcasing someone's mecha operation that was, in fact, quite poor, yet the comments overflowed with extravagant praise. Unable to restrain herself, she commented critically, "Wow. To be honest, your original left foot trips right foot technique is truly exceptional. I suggest you apply for a patent. Perhaps it could be named Drunken Leg of Distinction, specifically designed to counter allies." I wonder if the commenters are genuinely supporting you or merely indulging in flattery. Her comment, however, offended both the post's author and the previous commenters. Within 3 seconds, her remark attracted a flurry of responses beneath it. "King of foolish banter. You possess the ability to guide others, yet you have the audacity to accept my invitation for a mech battle. Your classmates have already revealed that your own mech assessment was only passed due to leniency from the instructors. What qualifies you to advise anyone else?" Chapter 21. a subtle advertisement, the strongest king, a windbag of empty words. Merely speaking without action is a facade. Come now. Accept my 88th battle invitation and rid yourself of the stigma of being a lightweight. Hunting Sister Sack. Are you promoting murder? No. I only wish to pursue you with a great axe. Let us collectively fund a blockade against her. I shall contribute 2-star coins. Sadness in a box. Here she comes again, Sister Sack, stirring up new enmity. Shen Jiayun rubbed her ears, surrounded by a band of fools. She spoke nothing but the truth. Why did no one take her words to heart? She shook her head and replied uniformly, cut it out. Your messages are merely a waste of my time. Her time was exceedingly precious, and she would not engage in trivial matters. The crowd below resumed their fervent outpouring towards her. Shen Jiayun paid them no mind and switched to the mech manufacturing channel. Engaging in amiable exchanges with alumni in the field of mech engineering. One must be equitable in dealings. Oh, a student from the mech manufacturing program has posted a plea for assistance regarding mech modifications. Shen Jiayun clicked to view. Rabbit, my brother has been poisoned by a green shadow scorpion, with a recovery period lasting a year and a half. His physical condition has severely deteriorated, rendering his previous mech unusable. Our family is impoverished, unable to afford a mech engineer. My brother is reluctant to part with his mech, and I wish to assist him in modifying it to ease his physical burden. Shen Jiayun was all too familiar with the toxicity of the green shadow scorpion. This low-tier beast had a hard shell, lived in groups, and was highly venomous. 300 years ago, anyone stung by a green shadow scorpion would typically perish within an hour. Even now, with significant advancements in medical care, treating the venom still required a year and a half. While Shen Jiayun could not provide a quicker remedy, she could offer insights on mech modifications. Her own physical condition was poor, but the mech design she had recently created should offer the poster some guidance. After contemplating for a moment, she swiftly crafted her response. 150,000 star coins modification plan. Provides legendary level tactical guidance, exclusive tips for the operator, optimizes personal driving habits, making you stronger, more robust, and more impressive. Don't hesitate. Act now and add me for private chat. This advertisement is valid indefinitely, but the offer for private chat is limited to 100,000 star coins modification plan. Sets the operator's combo skills to macro keys and customizes the control panel. By reducing the operator's physical movements, it alleviates bodily strain. The advantage of this plan is cost effectiveness. The downside is the operator must readapt to the control panel, and each new skill will require a customized setup. Private chat. Free design blueprints provided. 3100000 star coins modification plan. I have designed a reactive damping system. Once installed, the damping is minimal in non-combat conditions. Yet during intense maneuvers or severe impacts, the damping instantly increases, counteracting the physical forces of impact. This is an exclusive development. Private chat required. The Limitless Star Coin Transformation Plan has sparked a moment of inspiration. I am currently delving into the realm of psychic mechas, a project of monumental significance, and I eagerly seek the involvement of like-minded individuals. As Shen Jiayun gazed upon this meticulously crafted post, she felt a surge of self-affirmation. She surmised that the modular manipulation of the second plan could greatly benefit her fellow alumnus. The damping system proposed in the third plan was something she intended to incorporate into her own mecha, albeit at a considerable expense. As for the other proposals, they were merely reflections of personal ambition. Indeed, one must possess aspirations. Engaging in feudal banter with alumni was far less fulfilling than assisting others while simultaneously earning a modest income. Without hesitation, she promptly published her post. She could already envision the accolades that would soon flood in from her peers in mecha manufacturing, praising her ingenuity and kindness. Within seconds, responses began to pour in. Lazy fish, too much text, couldn't be bothered to finish reading, but I've already blocked the advertising spam. Chasing bag sister. Oh my, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's the king of empty rhetoric. If your methods are effective, I'd rather trust the mecha Queen Shen Jiayun. I spit, reporting you for pyramid schemes. Several mecha research institutes have already declared that psychic mechas are a misguided direction. How dare you crowdfund, and even share your payment details. Pragmatist, no need to consider the tactical guidance in Plan 1. However, the modular control panel in Plan 2 is somewhat intriguing. For 3 centuries, everyone has become accustomed to the original Zero-type mecha's control interface, hence there have been no significant changes. Nevertheless, specialized personnel might indeed contemplate abandoning past habits to customize a more efficient control panel. What on earth is the damping system in Plan 3? Never heard of it. Strongest king. No way, you can't possibly believe the nonsensical plans of the king of empty rhetoric. A crowd is lurking at the training ground, and no one has seen the king of empty rhetoric training with a mecha. Who would trust their words? By the way, king of empty rhetoric, can you pilot a mecha now? If not, I could let you take 50 hits. If you stand there without resistance, I might spare you a couple of blows. Shen Jiayun scowled at these comments, recognizing many familiar IDs. Fame breeds controversy. These individuals had invaded the mecha manufacturing channel solely to berate her. She hardly neglected her training. In fact, her spare time was predominantly spent at the X-Flame Mecha Club to work on her Mecha S modifications. Even her personal training sessions were scheduled at the club. Of course, another reason for avoiding the Academy's training ground was her awareness that some were waiting to confront her there. Given that her mecha was not yet upgraded, she might very well have been overpowered by these individuals. However, once her mecha was complete, she would undoubtedly pilot it to teach those who had cornered her a lesson, proving who the true master of rhetoric was. Enraged by the comments, Shen Jiayun powered off her light brain. After satisfying her hunger, it was time to head to the X-Flame Mecha Club. After 2 months of design simulations, the transformation blueprint for her original Zero-type mecha had finally been finalized. The newly acquired components have arrived at the club, and now it is only a matter of time before she disassembles and assembles the mech. Upon her arrival at the X-Flame Mech Club, she finds only Zhuang Yueza and the mech technician Fang Yu present. At the age of 25, Fang Yu, a graduate in mech manufacturing, is a warm and amiable individual. Thanks to his assistance during this period, Shen Jiaoyun has been able to swiftly grasp the developments in mechs over the past 3 centuries. However, when she sought knowledge regarding S-Class Mechs and above, she scoured the entire internet to no avail. Eventually, Fang Yu informed her that knowledge about such advanced mechs can only be acquired through mentorship from masters. For children from ordinary families, the sole avenue to receive guidance from these masters is to join the Advanced Mech Research Group at their university. Fang Yu himself was unable to gain admission to such a group and consequently had to pivot to a career as a mech technician. According to him, students who were accepted into the research group either had wealth or influential connections. Lacking both, he applied for 2 consecutive years without success during his studies and ultimately had to abandon the pursuit after graduation due to lack of connections to enter a master research institute. Shen Jiaoyun was utterly astonished. She had intended to keep pace with the times and swiftly acquire the latest technical knowledge. The emergence of mechs was a result of collective research and learning. She recalled how she had consistently advocated for the transmission of knowledge during her time in the research group, emphasizing the necessity for collective effort. Hence, they established the Mech Home Forum, where they could publish their research findings. She did not reject the idea of profiting from innovative inventions, recognizing that without incentives, there would be no motivation. Yet, the monopolization of cutting-edge technology by certain individuals has hindered technological advancement. It is no wonder that, after 3 centuries, mechs have not undergone significant innovation. She pondered which of her former subordinates had fostered such an atmosphere, a complete reversal of their original training principles. Shen Jiaoyun shook her head, sighing. It was futile to dwell on these thoughts now. In the future, when she has the means to conduct research, she is determined to construct a high-end mech and deliver a resounding blow to those masters at the research institutes. However, feeling the emptiness of her pockets, she realized that after purchasing numerous components recently, her star coins were nearly depleted, and she had yet to procure all the necessary materials. Alas, her financial constraints meant she must first focus on modifying the mech she currently possesses. Should she successfully enhance this mech, her remarkable modification skills might attract clients willing to pay for her services. Even if no one sought her expertise, she could still participate in various competitions alongside her fellow club members to earn some income. Zhuang Yueza, upon seeing Shen Jiaoyun enter, pointed to 2 large boxes stacked beside the elevator and reminded her, Jiaoyun, the delivery robot just brought in 2 more large boxes. Come over and check if everything inside is complete. These boxes contain the components Shen Jiaoyun had ordered for her mech modifications. Initially, Zhuang Yueza believed her intentions were confined to routine maintenance and weapon system upgrades. However, over the past 2 months, he had watched in astonishment as Shen Jiaoyun meticulously disassembled the Zero mech piece by piece, with parts continuously arriving. He suddenly awoke to the realization that Shen Jiaoyun was not merely modifying a mech. She was, in fact, intent on completely reconstructing one. Not only was he intrigued, but the other members of the club were also curious about what kind of mech Shen Jiaoyun would ultimately assemble. She had boldly proclaimed her ambition to create a D-Class mech that would surpass the prowess of the captain's A-Class mech. Indeed, a D-Class mech. Although Shen Jiaoyun insisted that the mech she intended to produce was not a D-Class, her physical capabilities, assessed 2 months prior, were classified as D-level. According to the customary grading system of the League's mechs, the pilot's physical fitness level typically corresponds directly with the mech's classification. Thus, it was undoubtedly a D-level. However, the classification was not the primary concern. Rather, the focus lay on how Shen Jiaoyun could possibly surpass the captain. After 2 months of training together, everyone had come to recognize the extent of Shen Jiaoyun's physical shortcomings. In the words of Zhu Yuanyao, she possessed exceptional piloting skills, but lamentably poor physical fitness. Truly, a case of talent thwarted by fate. Even the captain had recently shifted his advice from the previous emphasis on training for rewards to the challenge of achieving combat skills akin to Shen Jiaoyun's. Despite her evident physical limitations, Zhuang Yueza, contemplating this, couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at Shen Jiaoyun. She, noticing his gaze, felt a bit perplexed. She opened 2 boxes for inspection, revealing her newly customized virtual control panel, more advanced than the proposal she had mentioned in the forum, featuring hovering controls and the ability to modify skill modules at will. However, it was also considerably more expensive, costing her a staggering 670,000 star coins. The brother of the forum poster had only needed a basic setup for a little over a year during treatment, thus had no need for such an extravagant control panel. After confirming that nothing important was overlooked in the boxes, she nodded and said, everything seems fine. I'll help you transport these to the basement. Would you like to train together later? Zhuang Yueza moved closer as he spoke. Shen Jiaoyun replied, let us postpone training for now. Fang Yu is waiting for me downstairs. What about the captain and the others? She continued. It seems they want to meet someone. Oh dear. They were in such a hurry that I didn't catch the details. Zhuang Yueza quickly lifted the 2 boxes into the elevator. Shen Jiaoyun nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Xiaoyan, you finally made it. Come over quickly. I just helped you unpack the mech's control panel. Fang Yu exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Shen Jiaoyun. He regarded her as a prodigy. 2 months ago, she had struggled to grasp the concept of mental linkage and frequently sought his guidance. Yet, after a gradual learning process, she had astonishingly designed an entirely new mech blueprint. Initially, he could comprehend her designs, but as she incorporated elements such as damping systems, virtual modules for manual control, and joint thrust nozzles, he found himself unable to keep pace with her innovative thinking. Thus, even though it was merely a D-class mech, the plethora of new designs sparked his eagerness to witness the transformed mech. Regrettably, Shen Jiayun was burdened with both classes and training, leaving her little time to work on it, much to Feng Yu's chagrin, as he found himself wishing to roll up his sleeves and assist her in the assembly. From today onwards, Shen Jiayun is finally set to commence the assembly of her mech. Feng Yu has resolved to remain at the club daily, eager to witness the transformation Shen Jiayun will bring to the machine. There is an undeniable familiarity in the sight of Feng Yu. Tall and slender in his white lab coat, his attire stained with yellow machine oil, he reminds her of a student from a past life, earnest and diligent, albeit with a penchant for teasing her and insisting she call him brother. Noticing Shen Jiayun's distraction, Feng Yu casually remarked, "You don't need this control panel anymore, do you? Shall I toss it in the scrap bin?" Shen Jiayun quickly interjected, "Do not discard it. I still have use for it. I only ordered the top surface of the new control panel, leaving the base unaccounted for. I need to dismantle this one for repurposing, and certain small components must be relocated elsewhere." Financial constraints loom over her, compelling her to conserve where possible while judiciously spending where necessary. Feng Yu could not help but twitch his lips at her words. Although the control panel integrates both the operational base and the control pad, it was generally assumed that one would acquire both. Who had taught her to order only half of what was required? He could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Is it truly possible for a manufacturer to accept your order under such conditions? Did they not berate you?" "How would you know?" She retorted. "People these days are far too irritable. I was scolded by over 20 factories before finally winning one over by appealing to their sentiments, proclaiming my status as a university student." With a sigh, she concluded her tale. Chapter 23. The illusion of mech mentality. Feng Yu was thoroughly impressed by her resilience. He waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. I shall assist you in dismantling the base, while you proceed with assembling the mech." Once again, Shen Jiayun declined, asserting, "No, I must do it myself. I need to completely disassemble the old control panel. I intend to modify it and photograph it for resale online." "You truly are remarkable." It was Zhuang Yueza who spoke this time, currently engaged in selling second-hand items to fund his mech modifications. While more money is always advantageous, he had not sunk so low as to sell scrap. Shen Jiayun accepted Zhuang Yueza's compliment with a smile. What more could Feng Yu say? To ensure the swift birth of the mech, he rolled up his sleeves and began assisting Shen Jiayun. Zhuang Yueza, not wishing to train alone and with nothing else to occupy him, joined in the effort to transport materials. After more than an hour of collaborative labor, they finally completed the assembly of Shen Jiayun's custom control panel. Zhuang Yueza gazed at the oddly shaped panel emanating a blue light, feeling somewhat perplexed. He turned to Shen Jiayun, observing that there were no labels on the buttons. "How will you operate the mech?" Since the inception of the first generation Zero mech, the Alliance had established fixed button placements, each designated with a representative function. Shen Jiayun explained, "This control panel lacks fixed button positions. I will arrange the complex skill combinations according to my own operational habits, consolidating them into a single button. This will better conserve my stamina." "This may not be quite right. We are accustomed to operating mechs with the traditional manual control panels," Zhuang Yueza expressed, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Shen Jiayun replied with confidence, "Habits can be altered. This method will conserve our strength. Once my mech is assembled, you shall witness its capabilities. Just watch as I triumph over your captain." "Well, all right then," Zhuang Yueza responded hesitantly. Feng Yu, unable to tolerate Zhuang Yueza's naivete, remarked, "Do not underestimate Shen Jiayun's design prowess. Observing her training, one can see her only weakness lies in her physical stamina. Her innovative approach aims to compensate for this deficiency. If her mech reduces energy expenditure, enabling prolonged combat, your captain may indeed find himself at a disadvantage. There is an age-old adage among mech engineers: habits are meant to be broken, paths to be diverged. True progress begins with questioning and transcending the status quo." Shen Jiayun momentarily lost herself in thought upon hearing this. 3 centuries ago, when the study of mechs commenced, she and her research team endured considerable setbacks. The latter part of the saying was often repeated by her to inspire her colleagues during meetings. She never expected it would endure through the ages. Regrettably, future generations remember only the phrase, forgetting the innovative spirit that once fueled it. Zhuang Yueza exclaimed, "I recognize that famous quote." It was uttered by Shen Jiayun. Startled, Shen Jiayun cast a subtle glance in his direction. Had her secret of reincarnation been uncovered? Zhuang Yueza, misinterpreting her gaze, chuckled, "Not you. I refer to the mech queen." Shen Jiayun, "Oh dear, the naming conventions in the Alliance are quite poor. They seem to enjoy naming children after their idols. I know 3 or 4 people named Shen Jiayun." Feng Yu shook his head in amusement. Shen Jiayun's lips twitched. She had experienced too much in these 2 months. Yet, Zhuang Yueza was relentless. He clapped his hands and declared, "In light of your shared name with my idol, I believe your designed mech will indeed enhance your endurance." Shen Jiayun retorted, "Humph, endurance is nothing. Just wait and see how I surpass your idol. When I invent a psychic-powered mech, stamina will be irrelevant." She was indeed the first to challenge herself in such a manner. At that moment, a voice emerged from the direction of the elevator. "Is this the technician your club has hired? And as for psychic-powered mechs, doesn't she know that over a century ago, Master Shu declared them to be a mere ruse?" Shen Jiayun and her companions turned to face the elevator. They beheld Ding Qingyu leading a portly gentleman clad in a vertically striped shirt, his hair showing a hint of gray. Ding Qingyu, who typically possessed a somewhat reserved demeanor, now exhibited a warm smile. his eyes sparkling as if he were in the presence of a dreamlike goddess. Following them was Zhu Yuanyao, behaving as demurely as a well-behaved child. Zhuang Yueza couldn't help but murmur, "Could this gentleman be our captain's future father-in-law?" Fang Yu shot him a glance, countering, "Do not glorify the captain. Have you forgotten he is still single?" With that, Fang Yu rose and approached the gentleman, saying, "Good day, I am the technician from the X-Flame Mech Club." Xiao Yun is studying the mecha combat specialization, thus she finds herself rather uninformed about the intricacies of the mecha manufacturing industry. Although she is unsure of the elderly gentleman's background, the captain's demeanor signals to Fang Yu the importance of treating him with respect. Shen Zhao Yun is tempted to retort against the man, but ultimately chooses silence, recognizing the need to avoid causing trouble in someone else's domain. The elder approaches the group, casting a brief glance at Shen Zhao Yun before nodding in acknowledgement. Realizing she is a student of the mecha combat discipline and recalling her interest in the so-called psychic mechas, Shen Zhaoyun scratches her ear and inquires slowly, "Who might you be?" Fang Yu and Zhuang Yueza regard the man with curiosity. The elder glances at Ding Qingyu, raises his head, and folds his hands behind his back, remaining silent. Understanding the situation, Ding Qingyu promptly interjects, "This is Master Han Wei, whom I mentioned before. He is an S-rank mecha master here to assist our club members in modifying their mechas." Fang Yu exclaims in delight, "You are Master Han Wei? We welcome your presence." The prospect of a master who specializes in mecha modifications excites Zhuang Yueza, who immediately leaps up, his face lighting up with a smile brighter than flowers in bloom. Shen Zhaoyun suddenly comprehends Ding Qingyu's attitude. For the past 2 months, the members of the X-Flame Mecha Club have prioritized securing this master's assistance. Fang Yu, a repair technician, hopes to glean knowledge from the master while he works on the modifications. The others are more straightforward in their desires. They seek enhancements to their mecha's combat capabilities to secure greater rewards in various competitions. Han Wei nods in acknowledgement, his gaze first sweeping over the exterior of the original Zero Mecha, then towards the control panel being tinkered with by Shen Zhaoyun and her companions. He turns to Fang Yu. "You are modifying a D-rank original Zero Mecha? Your captain provided me with your personal profiles. All of you possess at least A-rank physical capabilities. Is it truly necessary to modify this D-rank mecha?" Chapter 24. Such modifications are utterly meaningless. Fang Yu quickly clarifies, "This mecha is not being modified by me. It is Shen Zhaoyun's design. She is undertaking the modifications herself, and I am merely assisting her. Aren't you a student of the mecha combat specialization? You can design and modify a mecha on your own?" Han Wei looks at Shen Zhaoyun in surprise. Shen Zhaoyun crosses her arms and raises an eyebrow. "Is that so difficult?" Han Wei remains silent, picking up the scattered design sketches nearby to examine them. Fang Yu quietly reminds him, "Master Han, these are Shen Zhaoyun's design sketches." Upon saying this, he casts an apologetic glance at Shen Zhaoyun. Most mecha designers prefer that unfamiliar individuals do not scrutinize their designs. While assisting Shen Zhaoyun in disassembling the mecha, he needed to follow her design specifications carefully. After finishing his earlier tasks, he had set the sketches aside, unaware that Han Wei would directly inspect them. "It's fine. Take a look." Shen Zhaoyun shakes her head. The design sketch merely serves as a conceptual outline, lacking critical details, and the mecha will require further adjustments based on circumstances. Therefore, there is no issue with the master reviewing it. Han Wei set down the design blueprint and shook his head, stating, "Your modifications are utterly meaningless. You intend to disrupt the conventional operational habits of mechs with your control panel. Moreover, your mech is merely a D-class. Why on earth would you install a drive system that is only compatible with A-class mechs? You've also altered the cockpit, seemingly modeled after an A-class mech. Would it not be simpler for you to purchase an A-class mech outright? Are you not concerned that this original Zero Series mech may ultimately fail to even start?" Shen Zhaoyun immediately countered, "The original Zero Series mech is not as obsolete as you presume. From its inception, it was designed with upgrade and modification ports. Both the materials and systems allow for replacement. My aim with these modifications is to enable individuals with D-class physical capabilities to pilot mechs boasting A-class combat prowess." Upon hearing this, Han Wei could not suppress a laugh, dismissively waving his hand. "Do you understand mechs better than I do? No wonder you can utter such nonsense about creating psychic mechs. You lack even the most basic knowledge. Allow me to enlighten you. Manufacturing mechs is not a trivial pastime for wealthy young lords and ladies who can simply throw some money around. A D-class mech will forever remain a D-class mech, and individuals with D-class physical abilities should content themselves with piloting D-class mechs. Even if you transform it into an A-class mech, a D-class pilot will ultimately be unable to operate it." It was evident that Han Wei regarded Shen Zhaoyun's actions as mere capricious spending by a bored heiress. Shen Zhaoyun took a deep breath. That familiar feeling was returning. She recalled the moment she proposed the creation of mechs and the multitude of experts and professors surrounding her, chattering incessantly about what was infeasible. No, she would not succumb to pressure. Her aura surged, elevating her presence as she slammed her hand on the control panel. "You declare it impossible simply because you haven't fully comprehended my design nor examined the complete data? How can you be so certain?" Fang Yu and the others were taken aback by her sudden assertiveness. Typically, Shen Zhaoyun exuded an air of calm maturity, yet here she was, striking the table in defiance. Han Wei straightened, casting a sidelong glance at her, thinking, "A child is a child. I suppose I was merely indulging my boredom by engaging with you." Shen Zhaoyun's eyes widened in indignation. Not only did he dismiss her mech modifications, but he also referred to her as a child, implying her immaturity. She lifted her chin defiantly. "Just wait. Once my mech modifications are complete, you will see whether they are effective. When dealing with such obstinate individuals, mere words are futile." One must demonstrate competence through tangible results. Han Wei, with his hands clasped behind his back, nonchalantly replied, "Very well, I shall await the outcome. If you genuinely wish to learn mech manufacturing, you ought to transfer to the mech manufacturing program and start from scratch. Your ability to create design blueprints through trial and error shows some talent, but continuing down this path could lead to a complete misunderstanding of the subject." As his words settled, Fang Yu and the others nodded in agreement. They had all witnessed Shun Jiayan's self-taught aptitude for mech manufacturing in recent times. Given her rather feeble D-class physical capabilities, it would indeed be more prudent for Shun Jiayan to pursue studies in mech manufacturing rather than attempting to create an A-class mech that anyone with D-class capabilities could pilot. However, this individual proclaimed that merely constructing mechs lacked challenge, asserting that pushing their feeble physical capabilities to the limit was far more demanding. He further mentioned that the students on their academy's forum derided her as a mere blowhard, eagerly anticipating a confrontation with her. Presently, she was in a phase of perseverance and self-reflection. Should she truly change her major, she would undeniably earn the title of a lightweight. You wouldn't understand. Shun Jiayan sighed skyward, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of solitude. Meanwhile, Han Wei had lost interest in the original Zero Series mech, turning instead to Ding Qingyu and the others. Let us focus on the task at hand. Which of you intends to modify a mech? Please present the mech you wish to alter so I may assess the modifications required. Master Han, I no longer wish to modify an A-class mech. I aspire to upgrade to an S-class mech. My physical capabilities need to enhance, and I believe directly modifying an S-class mech is more appropriate. Zhuang Yueza was the first to exclaim. At that moment, Zhu Yuanyao, who had been merely an observer, eagerly interjected, "Master, I have documented my requirements for the mech modifications. Should you require further information, I am ready to supplement. Master, may I serve as your assistant during the modifications? I am well acquainted with everyone's circumstances, and my presence could alleviate some of your burdens." Fang Yu seized the opportunity to express his desires. Shun Jiayan watched as they casually shifted the topic, lowering her gaze to tighten a screw on the control panel with determination. Just wait until her mech was completed. It would surely astonish them. Yet, it was still insufficient. Zhuang Yueza aimed to modify an S-class mech, and her goal should be to surpass it. What, then, was the internal structure of an S-class mech? At that moment, Han Wei pointed toward Shun Jiayan, questioning, "Are you three the only ones intending to modify mechs? Isn't she also studying mech combat?" Ding Qingyu felt a surge of joy. His earlier proposal was indeed to assist the three in modifying their mechs. The master was clearly aware of this, yet still inquired, implying a desire to help Shun Jiayan with her own modifications. Just as he was about to speak in support of Shun Jiayan, she preemptively responded, "No need. I will modify my own mech. I am not a member of the club." Shun Jiayan stubbornly shook her head. Ding Qingyu shot her an exasperated glance. "Master, she is merely a reserve member of our club. It is my fault for forgetting to send Shun Jiayan the club invitation earlier." At that moment, Ding Qingyu lied without hesitation. To have a mech modified by the master was an opportunity that many would yearn for. How could Shun Jiayan be so foolish at this juncture? Did she not notice that foolish Zhuang Yueza, who, despite not reaching S-class, sought to modify his mech to that level to avoid missing the master's expertise? Chapter 25. I provide the funds. You provide the opportunity. Han Wei cast a glance at Ding Qingyu, fully aware of the club captain's intelligence, adept at navigating challenges with remarkable speed. Recently, he had found himself with ample free time, and modifying an additional mech posed no significant issue. Han Wei sighed, reflecting on matters concerning the research institute. Due to certain disagreements, he had fallen out of favor with a leader at the institute. Otherwise, he would not have ventured to such a remote star to seek private work. Zhuang Yueza also grasped the captain's intent, exchanging knowing glances with Shun Jiayan, subtly urging her to acquiesce. Shun Jiayan gently patted her pocket, acknowledging the goodwill of her peers in her heart. However, she found herself in a position where she could only afford to purchase second-hand mechs for modification. She had witnessed the lengths to which Zhuang Yueza had gone to save money, skipping classes to participate in mech competitions and selling off everything he could. Shun Jiayan certainly lacked the means to assemble another mech. Moreover, she held no belief that her own creations would be inferior to those of others. She clapped her hands on the control panel and, with a smile, turned to Ding Qingyu, expressing her willingness to join the club but declining his offer for mech modifications. "My mech is already undergoing transformation," she declared. "I am curious to see what kind of mech you can create." Before Ding Qingyu could respond, Han Wei interjected with a stern expression. He was accustomed to others soliciting his assistance for mech modifications. It was rare for him to extend a helping hand only to be turned down. Feeling disgruntled, he waved his hand dismissively and strode forward, stating, "Do not disturb her. Anyone needing mech modifications, follow me. I will assist you." Ding Qingyu hesitated, casting a glance at Shun Jiayan, but ultimately shook his head and followed Master Han. Zhu Yuanyao, shaking her head in disappointment, quickly joined them. Only Zhuang Yueza leaned closer to Shun Jiayan, whispering, "You are truly foolish. Even if you do not need it, you should agree. You could later sell it at a high price on a second-hand platform, custom made by a master. It could fetch an 80% markup." Recently, Zhuang Yueza had discovered a new avenue for profit, relishing the joy of earning money. He found that items with customization, limited editions, or signed by celebrities sold exceptionally well. For instance, he had sold a flying vehicle that was purportedly once owned by a certain mech star at 3 times its original price. Although he received a sound thrashing from his father afterward, his mother was delighted and rewarded him with several thousand star coins. That beating was worth it. Coughing, Fang Yu was caught off guard by his own saliva. Isn't the Shao family quite wealthy? They used to spend extravagantly. Why would they suggest such a morally questionable idea to Shen Jiayan? Shen Jiayan touched her light brain and murmured, I have no money left. This sum cannot be earned. Why didn't you say so earlier? I can help you out. My father still has a few flying vehicles that I haven't sold. My mother has been complaining about them taking up space. She also has a collection of signed memorabilia from celebrities that is about to fall apart. Originally, I would fund the purchase, and you would provide the opportunity. We could split the mech sale profits 50-50. Zhuang Yueza lamented, slapping his thigh for missing the chance to profit. Shen Jiayan gazed at him in admiration, impressed by his quick thinking. I always said Zhuang Yueza is a talent. She mused, unable to suppress a sigh. But it's too late now. Isn't that precisely what you just said? You just mentioned that you didn't want it. Zhuang Yueza replied, his tone steeped in regret. Shen Jiayan shook her head. He did not understand. When she spoke of being late, she meant it had been more than 300 years. Wasn't she just as famous as Master Han 3 centuries ago? How had she not thought to leverage her fame to sell mechs? How had she not met Zhuang Yueza sooner? Had she possessed such acumen back then? Who knows how much she could have earned? She would not be in a position now where she couldn't even afford a brand new, first-generation Zero mech. Alas, the opportunity for wealth had slipped through her fingers. It was truly too late now. Fang Yu could no longer endure the nefarious schemes of these two individuals, plotting to profit from dubious means. Was it appropriate to exploit the Master S opportunity to enhance a mech in such a manner? Unable to restrain himself, he delivered a firm slap to Zhuang Yueza's head, admonishing him, do you still wish to upgrade your mech? If you don't approach the Master soon, he may refuse to take on your project. This mischievous lad was becoming increasingly rebellious. No wonder his parents felt the need to monitor his spending. Zhuang Yueza scratched his head and hurriedly made his way towards a group not far away. Once the others had departed, Fang Yu spoke earnestly, Xiao Yun, the mech you have modified on your own is quite commendable. Once your physical capabilities improve, there will be opportunities to seek the Master S assistance in upgrading it further. I understand. Shen Jiayan discerned Fang Yu's concern. He fell silent, lowering his head to assist her with the mech modifications. Shen Jiayan prepared the control panel and busied herself with other tasks. First, she picked up her holographic computer and took photographs of the second-hand control panel she had just disassembled, posting it online for sale. Next, she scoured the Star Network to contact a manufacturer who had already been hounded for the third time, intending to place an order for a customized damping system. Due to financial constraints, she had yet to acquire the damping system, and this particular vendor offered the most reasonable price. If saving money meant investing a little more time, she was willing to wait. Boss, I can add an additional 5,000 star coins for the damping system, making a total of 537,000 star coins. Can you accept that? The proprietor, known as Xiao Wang from AAA Mech Component Customization, promptly replied, no way. It would be a loss for me to undertake your order. Only selling you this one would require me to reopen the mold and make repeated adjustments. I'd incur significant losses. I need at least an additional 100,000 star coins. Just the material costs alone would set me back 60,000. Shen Jiayan typed skillfully. Who said I was only selling one? I am a master mech designer, and this damping system is my exclusive design for which I am applying for patent rights. Recently, many individuals have been queuing up to purchase my design. Once I complete this mech, they will place their orders. At that point, I could grant your factory exclusive rights to this damping system. Shen Jiayan reflected on the art of negotiation she had learned from Zhuang Yueza. Indeed, after a lengthy pause, Xiao Wang responded, is this design truly your own invention? Do you have a patent? Can you provide our factory with exclusive authorization? In truth, Xiao Wang was able to tolerate the persistent inquiries because he had shown the preliminary sketches of the damping system to his master, who had praised the designer as a genius with visionary intelligence. Unbeknownst to him, the master, unable to resist the temptation, had already prepared the mold without payment. Furthermore, the master had been urging him to expedite the contract signing, insisting that the detailed design and data be sent over. He claimed it had been nearly 50 years since he had encountered such a creative design. Even if it meant incurring losses, he felt compelled to proceed. As a second-generation heir to his father's factory, Xiao Wang was overwhelmed by the master's words. However, the master was over 200 years old and had watched him grow up. As a junior, he felt it inappropriate to refuse the master's wishes. Thus, even when faced with an account that audaciously proclaimed, I am your ancestor, and engaged in insincere negotiations, he begrudgingly continued the conversation. However now, if the other party is willing to grant them exclusive operation rights, the master has expressed that fine craftsmanship indeed seems feasible. Upon seeing this reply, Shen Jiayan's eyes instantly sparkled. The other party showed interest in her design drawings, and it appeared that the price could be negotiated. Shen Jiayan tentatively inquired, are you interested in my design drawings? To which the reply came, if I weren't interested in your drawings, I would have blocked you long ago. Just look at the price you proposed. It's one thing to have people work for free, but you expect them to provide materials as well. The tone of Xiao Wang from the AAA components could not conceal the deep resentment within. Chapter 26. Knowledge is wealth. Shen Jiayan, feeling somewhat guilty, touched her nose. She was well aware that the price she offered was low. However, Zhuang Yueza had informed her that after selling a multitude of items on a second-hand platform, he finally understood. Everyone who purchases is inclined to initially propose half the price, gradually raising it thereafter. Thus, Shen Jiayan made her offer with a low starting point. Shen Jiayan retrieved the copyright application for the damping system from the copyright website, which still indicated that it was pending review. She took a screenshot and sent it to the other party. The response came promptly. Instead of sending your design drawings, I will send you the cooperation proposal. Our factory intends to purchase your copyright. If you are unwilling to sell the patent rights, we can proceed with a profit-sharing arrangement. Send over your design drawings. And this time I will not charge you. We will do it for free. Ha ha ha. As Shen Jian read the phrase "we will do it for free," she covered her mouth and laughed. Fang Yu, startled by her sudden laughter, looked at her with concern. Xiaoyun, are you alright? He feared that seeing everyone else obtaining the master-modified mechas, while she could not, might be weighing heavily on her mind. It's nothing, haha. Indeed, knowledge is power. Knowledge is wealth. I have always said that for Shen Jian to earn money, it is merely a matter of minutes. There are still discerning individuals in this world. Shen Jian beamed as she leaned against the mecha's leg, her light brain in hand. Fang Yu observed her expression, increasingly grave. What was this child saying? Had she truly lost her mind? Everyone in the club knew how financially strapped Xiaoyun was. She subsisted on those nutritionally deficient solutions, her body frail and slight. If Xiaoyun could earn money, would she still be in such dire straits? The captain had been urging him recently to expedite the assembly of Xiaoyun's mecha, so they could take her to participate in the mecha competition and earn some extra living expenses. Yet, Shen Jiayun was too engrossed in the collaboration to pay any heed to Fang Yu. She quickly replied, I will send you the design drawings. You must expedite the completion of the damping system for me. Kindly send me the cooperation proposal as well. I believe I will opt for the profit-sharing arrangement. A single cooperation proposal could save her over 500,000 star coins. Xiao Wang was a good person, and even if this damping system did not generate revenue, she would design new items to help Xiao Wang recoup the costs. From that point onward, Shen Jiayun immersed herself in the collaboration, neglecting to assemble the mecha. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Zhuang Yueza returned after discussing the direction of the mecha modifications with Master Han, only to find her still glowing with joy, holding a light brain. Zhuang Yueza exclaimed, Xiaoyun, don't you have a class today? Why are you still here? Does Xiaoyun have a class? You should hurry to attend. Fang Yu urged in tandem. Oh no, not just one, but 2 classes this afternoon. My first class begins at 2:15. Shen Jiayun glanced at the time displayed on her holographic device. Zhuang Yueza pushed her gently. Then why are you still lingering? It's already 2:05. What class do you have? The newly introduced weapons training class. By this time, Shen Jiayun was already sprinting toward the elevator. You're doomed. The instructor for that class is the hardest to deal with. He has many ways to torment students, Zhuang Yueza shouted after her. Upon uttering those words, he couldn't help but touch his backside. It was here that the eccentric instructor Yu Yong had once punished him, subjecting him to various forms of humiliation. None of the students who had taken that class managed to escape such torment. Shen Jiayun was now acutely aware that she was about to be late for her first class. She dreaded to imagine the multitude of punishments Yu Yong would devise for her. Are the instructors at your academy truly that cruel? Fang Yu inquired, intrigued by Zhuang Yueza's fearful demeanor. Cruel is an understatement. They are righteous in their brutality. Yu Yong's catchphrase is, if I don't discipline you today, your enemies will do so tomorrow. Consequently, the instructor would rather bear all your curses than allow you to forget these lessons, Zhuang Yueza said, exhaling deeply as he recalled an incident where a classmate had been mercilessly punished by Yu Yong due to lack of skill. The poor fellow's backside had been swollen for 3 days, prompting him to inform his parents. To his surprise, after conversing with Yu Yong, the parents advised their son to accept the punishment without resistance, asserting that fighting back was futile. I see now, Fang Yu understood. By the time Shen Jiayun arrived at the training ground, it was already 2:18. She was 3 minutes late. Meanwhile, the first-year students specializing in mecha combat stood in neat formation. At the forefront was a stern-faced instructor in crisp military attire, delivering a lecture to the assembled students. I am your instructor for the practical training, Yu Yong. I have been on the battlefield and have slain alien beasts. There will be no nonsense or jokes in my class. I will teach you only what is necessary for survival, and I will not show mercy in my methods. Remember, if I do not discipline you today, your enemies will do so in the future. Therefore, I would rather bear your curses than let you forget. Upon witnessing this scene, Shen Jiayun skillfully aimed for an empty spot in the formation and stealthily slipped in. Once, she too had been known as a rebellious spirit within the ranks, and she was well acquainted with the art of tardiness. Typically, instructors like Yu Yong, with their meticulous nature, would impose severe penalties for lateness. However, if she could navigate through the chaos and evade detection, that would be her true skill. She was confident in her abilities and assured herself that Yu Yong had not noticed her actions. However, before Shen Jiayun could firmly establish her stance, Lu Wenzhong, who had developed a rivalry with her during the assessment, gleefully exclaimed, Teacher, Shen Jiayun is late. She slipped into the ranks without your permission. Lu Wenzhong was utterly delighted. For the past 2 months, he had been eagerly awaiting an opportunity for Shen Jiayun to err, seeking to seize upon her mistakes as retribution for the embarrassment she had caused him in the previous evaluation. Yet, since that last assessment, Shen Jiayun seemed transformed. Apart from her lack of physical prowess, her performance in class had been exemplary. He had found no chance for revenge. Today, after patiently waiting, he finally caught her tardiness. Upon hearing the snitching, Shen Jiayun's expression darkened. It was over. Things were likely to become difficult for her. She had once been a rebellious spirit and was well aware of the consequences of being caught. Indeed, still reveling in his authority. Yu Yong cast a stern gaze over the assembled crowd and bellowed, Who is it? Step forward. Chapter 27. This fellow is relentless. Instantly, the students in the back turned in unison towards Shen Jiayun's position. With a sigh, she resigned herself to her fate. Based on past experiences, she anticipated a physical punishment. With her current stamina, she was uncertain whether she could endure the entire ordeal. Mentally preparing herself, she was about to step forward when Lu Wenzhong, in a fit of excitement, waved his hand and shouted, Teacher, she is in the 3rd position from the back. Shen Jiayun's brow furrowed. How audacious. She quickly emerged from the crowd, standing tall and resolute. Then she called out, Report, Teacher, I am late, and I acknowledge my mistake. I did not intend to disturb your lecture and planned to seek your forgiveness after class. Yu Yong, who had initially maintained a stern demeanor, softened slightly upon observing Shen Jiayan's proper stance and hearing her explanation. He was indeed averse to interruptions during his lectures. Nodding slightly, he acknowledged, "You are indeed at fault for being late. But, teacher, she is lying. She had no intention of apologizing after class. She simply wants to get away with it." Lu Wenzhong interjected, noticing the teacher's expression was inclined toward leniency and seizing the moment to undermine her. Shen Jiayan felt an urge to berate that boy. However, meeting Yu Yong's gaze, she widened her eyes and returned his look with an expression of pure innocence. In such moments, it was wise to feign humility. Yu Yong sensed the righteousness radiating from Shen Jiayan. Furthermore, seeing her slender frame, a girl at that, she hardly resembled the typical rebellious troublemaker. Shen Jiayan pressed her lips together, adopting an even more demure expression. Yu Yong nodded, but reiterated, "Being late is still being late. You shall be punished later." Without rules, order cannot be maintained. After he had finished delivering the new student's introductory speech he had memorized for 3 hours the previous night, he would address this issue. Otherwise, he might forget his lines. He stepped forward 2 paces and continued, "You must remember this lesson. Inform your parents as well." "Teacher, does being late mean no punishment?" Lu Wenzhong interjected urgently, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Yu Yong's expression tightened once more as he extended his hand, pointing directly at Lu Wenzhong's position. "You, step forward. Am I the teacher, or are you the teacher?" Shen Jiayan stifled a laugh, but recalling her current predicament, she firmly pressed her lips together. Lu Wenzhong, with a mournful expression, approached the opposite side of the formation. He was perplexed, having excelled academically since childhood and coming from a privileged background. He had always been favored by both teachers and peers. Why, upon entering university, did his usual tactics seem ineffective? As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but cast a glare at Shen Jiayan, who stood steadfast, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks, remaining utterly composed. Yu Yong surveyed the 2 lined-up students and then glanced at the human-shaped blocks below, reopening his mouth. Where had he left off? What was he supposed to say next? He had forgotten his lines. He had meticulously prepared a 5,000-word discourse on class rules and academic expectations, yet he had barely managed to articulate 1,000 words. The students watched their teacher's lips moving, ultimately sealing shut, their gazes filled with a mix of disappointment and concern. The tension among them was palpable. They had only just begun the class and hadn't yet aired, so why was the teacher already upset? "Forget it, I'll address this later. You 2 students, step forward." Yu Yong pointed at Shen Jiayan and Lu Wenzhong. Shen Jiayan advanced with several firm steps, while Lu Wenzhong, brimming with resentment, defiantly exclaimed, "Teacher, I did nothing wrong. Why must I step out of line? I must inform you that arriving late to my class is an error, and interrupting me while I speak is an even greater mistake." Yu Yong's hands, tucked behind his back, flicked irritably. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenzhong finally wised up, reluctantly closing his mouth despite his inner discontent. Yu Yong continued, "According to my usual practice, anyone who dares to violate my classroom rules will be sentenced to a 10-kilometer run." Lu Wenzhong's lips curled into a smirk at the prospect of punishment. He was physically fit and could endure the run, but Shen Jiayan, with her weaker stamina, might struggle. Her lips tightened once more. She had anticipated this outcome. Yu Yong raised his chin, disregarding the reactions of the 2 students, and continued, "However, today marks my first day teaching you. And since I have not previously communicated my rules, and you are both first-time offenders, I shall grant you an opportunity. Typically, I have to actively seek out students to cooperate with me, which is rather tedious. You 2 are conveniently paired. Today's weapon training involves long-range rifles. You shall engage in a contest. The one who performs poorly will have to run 10 kilometers." The gazes of Lu Wenzhong and Shen Jiayan met. "I'm certain to win." Lu Wenzhong silently mouthed, relishing the chance not only to triumph over his opponent, but also to see her face the consequences of defeat. Shen Jiayan scoffed softly, her eyes darting to the row of sleek black rifles leaning against the right wall of the training ground. If it came to running, she might not withstand the punishment, but weapon training was certainly manageable. She resolved to tackle the challenge head-on, aiming for a swift resolution. The students below exhaled in relief, grateful that the teacher was not seeking them out. "Do not rush," he instructed. "First, allow me to elucidate the purpose of the spear. Throughout history, the spear has served as a formidable weapon in battles and sieges, even in the era of interstellar travel, despite the advent of advanced firearms. The limitations of energy capacity necessitate the inclusion of cold weapons on our mechs. Thus, the mastery of cold weapons is an essential component of our weapons training course." The instructor demonstrated the various techniques of spear combat, thrusting, prodding, while effortlessly lifting a spear and showcasing its might to the students. After 10 minutes of imparting foundational knowledge, he clapped his hands and declared, "You have 20 minutes to retrieve your spears and practice." His gaze fell on Shen Jiayan and Lu Wenzhong. "You 2 must take this seriously. I will evaluate your progress in 20 minutes. Now disperse." The students immediately scattered. Lu Wenzhong was the first to dash to the right wall, seizing a spear and fervently practicing. He thrust, he jabbed, intent on delivering a sound beating to Shen Jiayan. Observing his fierce demeanor, the other students cautiously steered clear. Shen Jiayan languidly picked up a spear, swinging it slowly to reacquaint herself with its feel. Chapter 28. Solo endurance training. Lu Wenzhong kept a close watch on Shen Jiayan, reveling in her apparent struggle. Indeed, the weakling was living up to her reputation. After a few minutes of practice, she would pause for 5, swinging the spear a few times to regain her rhythm. The spear was familiar to her. Her priority was to conserve energy for the imminent confrontation with Lu Wenzhong. During her breaks, she observed his training habits from a distance. He exhibited considerable strength, yet his footwork was sluggish. He favored his left leg when moving, and his assaults were impetuous. A strike to the first acupoint on his back would render his arm numb, while targeting his lower back would sap his strength. Shun Xiaoyun mentally strategized her approach to counter Lu Wenzhong, but he merely perceived her as inexperienced. After more than 10 minutes of practice, she still struggled to keep the spear off the ground after a few swings. He felt confident that victory was assured. Yu Yong, keeping a keen eye on the time, called out, "Time's up. Return the spears to their places and assemble in 3 minutes. Anyone tardy will be penalized." As his words echoed, all students rushed to return their spears and hurried back to form a line at their designated spot. Yu Yong surveyed the neatly arranged ranks with satisfaction. "I have just observed your performance, and I am pleased. Next, it was time for the 2 students selected earlier to demonstrate their skills. Shun Xiaoyun, Lu Wenzhong, are you prepared?" "I am ready," Lu Wenzhong shouted with vigor. "Then let us see which of you will emerge victorious. The winner shall be exempted from the 10-kilometer penalty. Step forward." Yu Yong kicked 2 spears into the front of the formation and continued, "Do not worry about bleeding or injuries. I have advanced medical pods at my disposal. As long as it is not a severed limb, I can restore you. You must remember to hone your true skills. The battlefield will show no mercy." Upon hearing these words, Shun Xiaoyun's lips involuntarily twitched. If it weren't for the silicone tip replacing the sharp point of the long spear, she might have believed Yu Yong's words. They had just practiced with proper firearms, and it was a mystery where Yu Yong had procured these 2 soft-tipped guns. She picked up the long spear and swung it a couple of times, the silicone tip bouncing playfully. Thus, this contraption would not draw blood, but it could certainly leave Lu Wenzhong covered in red marks. On the other side, Lu Wenzhong also grasped the long spear, swinging it a few times. It lacked power. However, it was sufficient to deal with Shun Xiaoyun. In an instant, the glances Lu Wenzhong cast upon Shun Xiaoyun sparked with electric intensity. The students below, witnessing this, could not suppress their laughter. A bold classmate shouted, "Teacher, where did you get such a gun? It can't hurt anyone." Yu Yong shot him a glare. "Is it your turn to speak? Do you wish to join them in battle? Does he truly believe I wouldn't want to use real firearms? It's just that after being reprimanded by the principal twice last semester and attending 3 consecutive safety education classes, the guns I provide for the student sparring have become soft." Yu Yong's gaze shifted back to Shun Xiaoyun and Lu Wenzhong, who had taken their positions. "All right, you may begin. I will call it off when necessary." Shun Xiaoyun held her long spear in her right hand, resting it behind her back. Upon hearing Yu Yong's command, she tightened her wrist and stepped to the side with her right leg. Observing Shun Xiaoyun's stance, Yu Yong felt a twinge of doubt. This was a complete defensive posture. He had been monitoring her practice, and several times he noticed her slacking off, lazily moving the spear, unlike the current display of vigor. At that moment, Lu Wenzhong charged toward her, brandishing his spear while shouting, "Let me show you my prowess." He lunged the spear directly at Shun Xiaoyun's chest. A smile tugged at her lips. Indeed, he stepped forward with his left leg. That made it easy to counter. Her strategy was to strike decisively and swiftly. Shun Xiaoyun did not hastily evade. Instead, she raised her right arm with the long spear to her chest, twisting her wrist to deflect Lu Wenzhong's spear. Seizing the opportunity, her body darted to the side, her right leg stepping forward, while her other foot aimed a direct kick at Lu Wenzhong's knee. Her movements were swift. And after the kick, she continued to maneuver behind Lu Wenzhong. Feeling a sharp pain in his knee, Lu Wenzhong found himself uncontrollably kneeling. He roared, "You cheated." The teacher said to use the spear. The students below were left dumbfounded. How could the previously fierce Lu Wenzhong suddenly be on one knee? Had he simply cramped up? "All right, I will use the spear." Shun Xiaoyun smirked, now positioned behind Lu Wenzhong, and with her right hand, she swung the long spear horizontally, striking him squarely in the back. With a swift motion, the spear was raised once more, producing a sound as it cut through the air, landing again on Lu Wenzhong's back. Lu Wenzhong struggled to rise, but Shun Xiaoyun struck at the back of his other knee. Consequently, Lu Wenzhong switched to kneeling on the other leg, cursing, "You ambushed me. If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight. Do you take me for a fool? I could just use a gun." Shun Xiaoyun mocked him, knowing full well that her physical strength was insufficient to confront him directly. As she spoke, she delivered several sharp slaps to Lu Wenzhong's back. Yu Yong couldn't help but shake his head at the sight. Why didn't Lu Wenzhong simply roll away from Shun Xiaoyun's strikes and retaliate? Why was he so insistent on standing up to evade her? It was Shun Xiaoyun who was foolish enough to allow him to stand. Lu Wenzhong had never considered rolling to evade. His pride forbade him from such a humiliating act. Yet, like a cunning fox, Shun Xiaoyun continued to attack him from behind, denying him any opportunity for a frontal counterattack. Whether it was kicking his legs or striking his arms and back, her assaults were relentless and rapid, leaving him no time to recover. This entire exercise had devolved into a singular training session for him to endure punishment. Shun Xiaoyun, however, was unconcerned, relishing the opportunity to strike back at the brat who had reported her. "Please, stop hitting my legs," Lu Wenzhong cried out, desperately seeking to confront her face to face. Even as she continued to strike him, with her weaker stamina, she would certainly struggle in a direct confrontation. He turned around, his face marked by a blow. Yet he was finally facing Shun Xiaoyun, ready to exact his revenge. But at that moment, Yu Yong could no longer bear to watch and stood up, exclaiming, "That's enough. You two stop." Lu Wenzhong, caught off guard, stared blankly. Shun Xiaoyun retreated, complying with, "All right, teacher." Yu Yong turned to Lu Wenzhong. "Are you really just going to let her beat you without putting up a fight?" "Teacher, she is despicable. She ambushed me. I said from the beginning we should use long guns." Lu Wenzhong protested. Yu Yong retorted, "But I never said you couldn't use your legs. And why didn't you resist?" Lu Wenzhong replied, "I did resist. I was almost able to overpower her." Just as he was about to gain the upper hand against Shun Xiaoyun, the teacher intervened. Chapter 29. Waiting in line to jump into the beast's mouth, the onlooking classmates couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Wasn't Lu Wenzhong supposed to be physically strong? How was he being overpowered by Shun Xiaoyun this time? My brother Lu is fit, but he can't withstand Shun Xiaoyun's ambush. One remarked. The teacher said it was a long gun duel, but she resorted to kicking. Another added. Lu's misfortune lies in his naivety. That is not entirely fair. Shun Xiaoyun must possess some skill to hold her own against Lu Wenzhong. Nonsense. With her pathetic stamina, if she had faced Lu directly from the start, she would have been begging for mercy. You don't understand. Even in defeat, Lu Wenzhong retains his honor. A mech soldier must have his spirit, preferring to be beaten than to yield. As the conversation continued, the voices grew louder, primarily fueled by those who had a closer relationship with Lu Wenzhong. Unwilling to see him criticized, Yu Yong stood with arms crossed, initially fixated on Lu Wenzhong. However, as he overheard the students' discussions nearby, his expression grew increasingly tense. Shun Xiaoyun paid little heed to their remarks. She returned her long spear to its rightful place and brushed off the dust from her palms, reminding Yu Yong. I won't be participating in the upcoming 10-kilometer run, right? Yu Yong snapped back to reality, poised to nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Lu Wenzhong, filled with indignation, retorted, Teacher. Her physical abilities are only at a D level. She cannot possibly defeat me. I request a rematch. Yu Yong raised an eyebrow and replied gruffly. And what is your physical level? Mine is an A level, Lu Wenzhong declared. If she hadn't launched a sneak attack at the beginning, how could her D-level abilities have overpowered me? Furthermore, had you not called for a stop, I would have almost turned the tide. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He could hear his classmates' discussions, all siding with him, reinforcing that Shun Xiaoyun was in the wrong. With that thought, he shot an exasperated glare at her. Shun Xiaoyun shrugged, acknowledging her physical disadvantage, yet she had not anticipated Lu Wenzhong's foolishness in kneeling to strike at her. It could only be said that, after 3 centuries, the younger generation had become increasingly naive and easy to manipulate. Lu Wenzhong, rendered speechless, sought to continue his argument. Yu Yong raised a hand to interrupt him, turning his gaze toward the observing students. Do you all believe that Shun Xiaoyun's victory was unfair? That a lower physical level guarantees a loss? Faced with the teacher's imposing stare, most students lowered their heads to evade the question. Yu Yong, with a powerful voice, pressed on, speak up. I am offering you the opportunity to express your opinions. One of Lu Wenzhong's supporters boldly asserted, rank is everything. Those with lower physical levels find it exceedingly difficult to triumph over those of higher rank. A lower physical level means limited stamina. Moreover, we are in the mecha combat specialty, where operation of the mech emphasizes rank. Lu Wenzhong could operate an A-level mech, while Shun Xiaoyun's D-level abilities would not even allow her to manage an A-level mech. Once the mech was in motion, her inadequate stamina would render her unable to withstand the A-level mech's pressure, leading to her collapse. If you hadn't called a halt, Shun Xiaoyun wouldn't have lasted long at all. This assertion resonated with the consensus among the students, prompting several to echo his sentiments. Yu Yong, upon hearing this, could only laugh in disbelief. Is that all you can think of, physical abilities? According to your reasoning, our academy's students should simply surrender when facing those from the Imperial Academy in joint competitions. Indeed, our academy has consistently ranked last for 3 years. They chimed in. It's simply because the students from our academy are not as strong as those from other schools. Given the current trend, it seemed they would continue to be outmatched. The students were not discouraged, simply stating the facts. Who was unaware that the Imperial Academy was the strongest institution in the Alliance, boasting formidable faculty and receiving annual educational resources from the Alliance? When applying to schools, the Imperial Academy was his first choice, but alas, he lacked the requisite abilities and ultimately ended up at the Alliance Academy. Though the other students remained silent, their expressions indicated agreement with this student's assertions. Shun Xiaoyun could not help but shake her head. Is this truly the prestigious first academy established by Lin Jingguang? Images of Lin Jingguang, with clenched fists, passionately sketching grand blueprints in her mind flashed before her. That fellow, in his attempt to deceive her regarding her mecha, had eyes gleaming with fervor as he proclaimed, I shall become the principal, and I will tell my students that a nation's strength lies in the strength of its youth. Unwavering perseverance will reveal their brilliance. The youthful spirit, soaring aspirations, reaching for the skies. Yet, at this moment, she saw no lofty aspirations in sight. Yu Yong could not contain his outrage. Nonsense. Who taught you such absurdities? You possess no valor whatsoever. By your logic, should the weak not have the right to exist? If humanity shared your mindset 3 centuries ago during the beast invasion, we should have all surrendered and lined up to be devoured by the beasts, leading to our own extinction. So spare me your talk of rank. Victory is the true measure of rank. A novice is simply a novice, so do not seek excuses. After berating the student, he turned his ire towards Lu Wenzhong. And you, do not presume to be above this. According to your steadfast belief in the hierarchy, your physical prowess level surpasses Shun Xiaoyun's. You should reflect on your failure against someone of lesser ability rather than whining about unfairness. Lu Wenzhong's face turned pale with indignation as he protested. That was because you, teacher, called for a halt. Utter nonsense. If I hadn't called for a stop, you would not have lost. Were it not for the competition, you would have perished 1,000 times over. When she was attacking you, could you not have stood up and fled? Rolling on the ground to evade would have sufficed. Look at your behavior. You cling to your non-existent pride. With barely any experience, you have learned many faults. Yu Yong did not care whether he would be summoned by the principal later to account for his words. He unleashed his frustration without restraint. He wondered where today's students had acquired such faults, elevated ideals coupled with an inflated sense of self-worth. Shun Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. recognizing the validity of Yu Yong's words. If her classmates were transported back 3 centuries, they would scarcely survive 2 years. In the past, as long as one survived, who cared about appearances? To evade the beasts, everyone had resorted to using their excrement for disguise. Rolling in the dirt was nothing in comparison. Chapter 30. The Iron Will Tenant. Lu Wenzhong's face flushed with humiliation as he defended himself. This is the Iron Will Tenant of mecha soldiers: justice, transparency, and unyielding spirit. The Iron Will Tenant, which he referenced, was a belief system originating over a century ago from the Central Star, representing the faith of certain mecha soldiers. Initially, it was the Central Star's nobility who emphasized superiority and personal spirit during mecha competitions. Eventually, as the number of mecha competitions in the Alliance proliferated, this tenet gained popularity, particularly among the youth. Yu Yong, exasperated, pointed towards the distant track. Run 10 kilometers for me. You learn all the bad habits while ignoring the good. Do you dare emulate the foolish antics of those Central Star nobles? Mechas are instruments of war, intended for slaying beasts. You think you can advocate for justice and transparency with them? With this ridiculous Iron Will tenet, my newly crafted syllabus is rendered obsolete. The principal's emphasis on scientific and quality education is futile. He still had to resort to corporal punishment, forcibly extracting the misguided doctrine of the Iron Heart from the minds of his students. Lu Wenzhong's eyes widened in defiance. He believed the Iron Heart principle was undeniably correct. He opened his mouth to retort, but Yu Yong swiftly retaliated with a kick, barking, "Hold your tongue. 10 kilometers, run it. If you dare speak again, I'll add another 10. Terrified, Lu Wenzhong quickly clenched his fists and sprinted away. Yu Yong turned his gaze, scanning from left to right. Upon catching Yu Yong's eye, Shen Zhaoyun immediately lowered her head in silence. The teacher resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment, and she certainly did not wish to be reprimanded into running 10 kilometers. However, Shen Zhaoyun was overly cautious. Yu Yong's attention had already shifted to another student. Initially, he had hoped to alter his typically brusque demeanor for this first encounter with the students, especially after receiving counsel from the principal to temper his harsh teaching methods. Thus, he had intended to refrain from physical intervention today. Yet, now it seemed that such restraint was no longer an option. He focused on the student who had been most vocal earlier, kicking up a long spear and pointing it at him. You come here. Pick up that spear from the ground. I shall teach you what the true Iron Heart principle entails. The student, wearing a pained expression, approached hesitantly, grasping the spear tightly while keeping a wary eye on Yu Yong. Without further ado, Yu Yong struck, the spear landing squarely on the student's leg. Shen Zhaoyun shuddered. Was this not her own technique from earlier? This teacher had shamelessly replicated her methods to punish that student. However, the student proved more astute, managing to evade by a meter. Yu Yong nodded, acknowledging the instinct to flee. Yet, his movements quickened, and soon the student found himself kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. Despite his efforts to stand, the teacher's spear repeatedly struck him in uncomfortable places, rendering him powerless. This was intolerable. Shen Zhaoyun could hardly bear to watch. Yu Yong had indeed mirrored her every action, targeting the same areas he had previously attacked Lu Wenzhong. The onlooking students were still naive, lacking the perceptiveness to understand. They believed her success against Lu Wenzhong was merely due to a surprise attack. In truth, her strikes were meticulously calculated, as she possessed a profound understanding of human anatomy and force application, enabling her to incapacitate Lu Wenzhong entirely. At this moment, some students began to discern the similarities. They noted how the teacher's strikes on Wang Fan mirrored Shen Zhaoyun's earlier assault on Lu Wenzhong. Look, Wang Fan is just as unable to rise as Lu Wenzhong was. It became clear that Wang Fan was the unfortunate student currently receiving the brunt of the punishment. Indeed, the frequency of the teacher's strikes is just as intense as Shen Zhaoyun's, exclaimed one student in awe. Yu Yong glanced at the observing students before declaring, "If you can't run, then you must roll." Upon hearing this, Wang Fan, disregarding his dignity, immediately began to roll forward like a worm, stirring up clouds of dust in the process. Yu Yong continued to strike several more times until the student was solely focused on escaping, completely oblivious to everything else, before finally halting his actions. Do you understand? What I just conveyed is the creed of the Iron Heart. You must remember, the first tenet I imparted. If you cannot withstand, then flee. If you cannot run, then roll. Should anyone dare utter the words of fairness and justice again, I shall deliver a blow. Yu Yong declared proudly, brandishing his long spear. Coughing, Shen Zhaoyun choked slightly. Surely, this teacher's pedagogical methods were inherited from 3 centuries past. Upon hearing her voice, Yu Yong cast a meaningful glance in her direction. This student is quite remarkable, he mused. He had just noted her actions and realized that her technique indeed held a certain cunning. Yet what of it? She is still one of his students. With a dismissive grunt, he announced, 5 kilometers. Shen Zhaoyun immediately lowered her head. Must I also run 5 kilometers for a mere cough? That is utterly tyrannical. But Yu Yong merely pointed to Wang Fan, who was covered in dirt and in disarray after rolling about. Your 5 kilometers begin now. You shall accompany Lu Wenzhong on his run. Your reflexes were far too sluggish. I had to repeat myself for you to evade. Sighing, Wang Fan brushed the dust from his face. Unlike Lu Wenzhong, he understood the situation and refrained from arguing, promptly turning to sprint towards the track. His pivot and dash were as if a ghost were pursuing him. Yu Yong then proceeded to call out more students, ensuring that the remaining class time was filled with the rigors of his merciless teaching methods. By the end of the lesson, apart from Shen Zhaoyun, everyone else had either faced several stinging strikes or was penalized with a 5 or 10 kilometer run. Upon returning from their exertions, the students were not granted respite. They were required to stand at attention. Exhausted and covered in dirt, they lamented their plight. As the class concluded and Yu Yong departed, Half of the students collapsed onto the ground. One of them complained, "Woe is me, Lu Wenzhong. Why did you mention the Creed of the Iron Heart to the teacher?" The Creed of the Iron Heart is indeed correct. Lu Wenzhong retorted defiantly, even as his legs wobbled. He stood firm. For the Creed also states that one must not show weakness, nor bend, but remain resolute and unyielding. A fellow student could not help but roll his eyes, believing that Shun Zhaoyun had been too lenient. Another student, whose back and behind ached painfully, lay on the ground moaning, "My back hurts, my behind hurts." I don't understand how the teacher struck me. When he did, I could barely stand, and ultimately, I had no choice but to roll on the ground. Others chimed in, "You are all foolish. When the teacher strikes, you should immediately roll to avoid further punishment. The faster you roll, the less you will have to run." I received 2 strikes and rolled right away, so I only had to run a kilometer. Observing her classmates' miserable state, Shun Zhaoyun could not suppress a shake of her head. She kindly warned, "In 8 minutes, we have another class with Yan Ziguan. He is not an easy teacher to deal with. I hope my dear classmates can endure today. Quickly, we must not miss Yan Ziguan's class." Someone exclaimed, staggering to their feet. Another shouted, "Drat, I forgot to borrow the medical pod from Yu Yong. He has one, and my behind is in agony. How can I attend class? I suppose we will have to stand and endure the lecture. Who possesses an aircraft to offer me a ride? I find myself unable to move. Fellow classmates, lend me your support. I shall assist you in return." As I pitifully make my way outside, Shun Zhaoyun, with her hands tucked into her pockets, sauntered effortlessly through the throng. Alas, she was devoid of any means of swift transportation and thus had to hasten her pace. Yet, her immaculate appearance and leisurely demeanor evoked a complex mix of emotions among the onlookers. Despite her physical limitations, this lesson was undeniably her most enjoyable. Not only was she not penalized for arriving late, but the instructor also refrained from uttering a single reprimand. Chapter 31. A reunion with Yan Ziguan A14 classroom. The forthcoming lecture was once again on the history of mecha development, presented by Yan Ziguan. This time, Shun Zhaoyun made sure not to arrive late. She took her usual seat, and the unfortunate Xia Xingyu, who was retaking the course, comfortably settled beside her. Observing the disheveled state of the underclassmen in the classroom, Xia Xingyu leaned closer to Shun Zhaoyun and inquired, "Did you have a class just now?" "Indeed. We just finished Professor Yu Yang's weapons training class." Shun Zhaoyun gently raised a book to shield her face from Xia Xingyu's eager gaze. After 2 months of classes, she had discerned that this sophomore sister was inexplicably exuberant, often expressing her emotions through exaggerated gestures. As anticipated, Xia Xingyu skillfully embraced both Shun Zhaoyun and her book, exclaiming dramatically, "Ah, Yu Yang's class, no wonder. He is a dreadful teacher, but in terms of incompetence, the worst of them all is Yan Ziguan." Shun Zhaoyun's expression shifted as she caught sight of a familiar face outside the glass window. Her countenance changed, and she quickly shook her head at Xia Xingyu, signaling her to cease speaking and look outside. Unfortunately, Xia Xingyu did not comprehend and continued her animated gestures, proclaiming, "Yan Ziguan ranks first. Thus Yu Yong must come in second. Last time, I was even kicked to a limp by Yu Yong, but at least he manages both discipline and evaluation. Yan Ziguan, however, is excessive. His lectures are so poorly delivered that I find myself drowsy and restless. Consequently, I performed poorly on my exams, which resulted in countless retakes, ultimately leading me to attend classes alongside you underclassmen." Shun Zhaoyun blinked rapidly, her eyes nearly twitching, while Yan Ziguan, seated nearby, wore a stern expression, glaring intently at Xia Xingyu. Xia Xingyu seized Shun Zhaoyun's book and tossed it onto the desk, nodding vigorously as she concluded, "Thus, I assert that the most wretched teacher is indeed Yan Ziguan." Alas, Shun Zhaoyun withdrew her hand, helplessly covering her face. There was no saving them. As expected, Yan Ziguan's thunderous voice echoed through the room. "Xia Xingyu." Xia Xingyu froze in place, then slowly turned her head to gaze out the window, where she observed Yan Ziguan's furious silhouette disappearing from view. She then lamented, "It's over. I shall never pass this course. Even if you answer every question correctly during the exam, he'll still fail you." Shun Zhaoyun's words deepened the gloom on Xia Xingyu's face. If she could answer correctly, would she need to retake the course? Just as Yan Ziguan, who had vanished from the window, now stood at the podium. He entered with a stern visage, immediately noticing the disarray and lackadaisical demeanor of the students. The words of Xia Xingyu echoed in my mind once more, as she expressed her disdain for the most inept teacher, Yan Ziguan, who ranked first in delivering uninspired lectures that rendered me drowsy and restless. His visage darkened as he banged the table, admonishing us, "Look at your demeanor. What do you resemble? Do you truly despise attending my class this much? Each of you sits there in complete disarray, unwilling and disinterested." At that moment, Xia Xingyu shielded her eyes with her hand, only to withdraw it in puzzlement upon hearing Yan Ziguan's remarks. "Huh, he is not coming after me?" Shun Zhaoyun couldn't suppress a smirk, casting a sympathetic glance at her classmates on the right. They had just endured a painful reprimand from teacher Yu Yong, their posteriors sore, having just run 5 kilometers. They were indeed a picture of disarray, both physically and mentally. In her case, there would have been no need to even reach the classroom. She might have fainted halfway there. Upon hearing Yan Ziguan's words, the students below grinned and sat up straight. Xia Xingyu, sensing the storm had passed, turned to observe the younger students in the classroom, exclaiming, "No wonder Yan Ziguan isn't scolding me. Your classmates are just too weak." After attending teacher Yu's class, each of you appears as though your souls have departed. However, Zhaoyun, you seem completely unfazed. Shun Zhaoyun sighed. They've been punished to run, but I have not. And with you speaking, the teacher's gaze is drawn over here. Shun Zhaoyun was perplexed. Why did this senior always exude an air of fearless nonchalance? Xia Xingyu. Stand up, Yin Ziguan commanded, his chest heaving with exertion. Upon entering the room, he had resolved not to engage in disputes with the students. He deliberately averted his gaze from the desk in the far right of the front row, wondering why some individuals exhibited such a lack of awareness. Here, Xia Xingyu stood rigidly, her legs straightened. Yin Ziguan scrutinized her for several moments before stating, in the last class, I discussed the history of the discovery of mecha materials. I ask you, do you recall how many types of materials suitable for manufacturing sensors are distributed in the fringe star systems? Name 2 sources of these materials. As soon as Yin Ziguan's voice fell, the students below frantically flipped through their books. Here it came, yet another impromptu quiz from Yin Ziguan. Characterized by his penchant for obscure and seemingly trivial knowledge, Shen Jiayan mentally processed the information while maintaining her previous posture. There are 5 types in total. 3 mineral materials identified through elemental analysis, and the remaining 2 biological materials extracted from the bodies of alien beasts. Xia Xingyu's brows knitted together, her focus wavering. Yin Ziguan's expression darkened further. Shen Jiayan discreetly displayed 5 fingers, swiftly typing on her holographic screen. Star or thousand-eyed stone moth compound eyes. Xia Xingyu's eyes brightened instantly as she declared, there are indeed 5 types. Star or is a product of high-energy bombardment of sandy soil. Discovered through comparative experiments involving hundreds of minerals. The thousand-eyed stone moth compound eyes, Yin Ziguan, satisfied with Xia Xingyu's ability to answer the first part correctly, was about to let her off the hook when she suddenly slapped her forehead in excitement, exclaiming, the thousand-eyed stone moth compound eyes are related to Shun Jiayun's late mother. It is said that Shun Jiayun met with a tragic end through murder, as investigators later discovered the peculiar thousand-eyed stone moth at the site where she fell into a turbulent current. In their quest to ascertain the cause of Shun Jiayun's demise, researchers commenced studies on this seemingly ordinary creature and subsequently found its potential application in mecha sensors. The revelation of the thousand-eyed stone moth significantly reduced the costs of mecha manufacturing. Shun Jiayun was left in utter disbelief. Did Xia Xingyu attend the same lecture as her? Furthermore, how was she unaware that her previous life had ended at the hands of another? Yin Ziguan slammed his hand on the table, demanding silence. The thousand-eyed stone moth indeed had a connection to Shen Jiayan. However, who informed you that she was murdered? Have you forgotten the personal account I previously shared regarding Shen Jiayan? If you do not comprehend, it is permissible to refrain from responding. Do not fabricate history based on hearsay. What irked him most about Xia Xingyu was her tendency to concoct stories during discussions, devoid of any adherence to factual accuracy. Everyone asserts that Shun Jiayan was indeed murdered. Is the official history infallible? I have perused our campus's early forums, where many claim that Principal Lin's untimely death was due to his discovery of the hidden truths surrounding Shun Jiayan's demise. Subsequently, he could not vindicate her and succumb to depression. Xia Xingyu retorted defiantly. Yin Ziguan raised the book in his hand, emphasizing, that is merely the result of reckless speculation. Folklore is folklore. Our studies should be grounded in official history. What recklessness? If it were mere fabrication, why did our college face oppression following Principal Lin's death, leading to its decline? Once, our institution boasted skilled mecha engineers, yet now they have all departed. Xia Xingyu continued, her neck held high. The students below began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, our college was ranked first 2 centuries ago. Surely, a change in principle could not account for such rapid decline. I too have seen the post Xia Xingyu mentioned. Although it was anonymous, its analysis was quite compelling. Yet it is Xia Xingyu's courage that stands out. Folklore can serve as a legitimate historical account. I have read Principal Lin's personal biography in the library, which vaguely suggested that he might have suffered from depression. Was Lin Jingwang's death truly natural? Hearing the discussions around her, Shen Jiayan's expression grew serious. She did not take the whispers of her supposed murder to heart. After all, she was the most aware of the circumstances surrounding her own death. It was nothing more than misfortune. While visiting a friend, she had encountered a temporal turbulence, which led to her rebirth. However, Lin Jingwang was a cheerful and optimistic individual. How could such a person succumb to depression? It would be more believable to claim that a boar could give birth than to accept that Lin Jingwang suffered from melancholy. Reflecting on the myriad of untruths she had encountered about herself during this time, Shun Jiayan found it increasingly difficult to believe the tales spun by these students. Yin Ziguan furrowed his brow. As an educator, he could not impart excessively negative ideologies. The topics being discussed were ill-suited for the classroom. He swiftly redirected the conversation, stating, let us cease this discussion here. Xia Xingyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Had she truly intimidated Yin Ziguan? At this moment, the junior student stood firmly by Xia Xingyu's side, causing her to straighten her back even more, unwilling to let Yin Ziguan off the hook so easily. Fearlessly, she declared, Teacher, you are undeniably biased. What? I am biased. What biases could I possibly have? Yin Ziguan, convinced of his integrity throughout his life, could not fathom Xia Xingyu's accusations. Xia Xingyu raised her chin and spoke of the illustrious deeds of Shun Jiayan, claiming that regardless of whether they were historical accounts or mere folklore, he accepted them as truth. Yet, when it came to the tragic demise of Shun Jiayan or the depression-induced death of her friend, he dismissed such narratives as fabrications unworthy of belief. Isn't that blatant favoritism? Yin Ziguang, a staunch admirer of Shun Jiayan, found this assertion intolerable. He slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, how could Shun Jiayan possibly be harmed? She is a hero. Without the mech she designed, humanity could not have stood against the beasts 3 centuries ago. The research materials she left behind still hold invaluable significance today. Had she not died prematurely, our mechs would have achieved even greater advancements. Though her life spanned merely 30 years, it was radiant and remarkable. The Alliance only expresses gratitude for such a figure. Not the nonsense you speak of, do you understand? Xia Xingyu blinked and shook her head, countering. However, there is a new theory in the field of mech manufacturing. If not for certain erroneous data left by Shun Xiaoyun, innovative technologies would have emerged in mechs long ago. She had heard this new perspective from her cousin, who studied at the prestigious Angolo Academy, renowned for its mech manufacturing program. Shun Xiaoyun, who was eavesdropping, could not help but furrow her brow, thinking, goodness. How can the next generation shift the blame onto me, their ancestor? Nonsense. A bunch of inept individuals. Yan Ziguang's eyes burned with indignation. Yet he was met with Xia Xingyu's smirking face. Choosing to remain composed, he realized he was in a classroom, and that continuing this debate with Xia Xingyu would mean forfeiting the lesson altogether. He shot her a glare and relented. Fine. Take your seat. We shan't discuss this any further. Xia Xingyu promptly sat down, relieved to avoid punishment. She mumbled to herself. Indeed, keeping up with gossip proves beneficial. Another crisis averted. Shin Xiaoyun chuckled softly. Did mere gossip assist you? If memory serves, it was I who prompted your earlier answer. Right. And you too. Xia Xingyu exclaimed, shaking her fists playfully. Shin Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow. If you wish to express your gratitude, send me those posts you've been reading. And if you have any information on our first principal, Lin Jingguang, do share that as well. While Shun Xiaoyun trusted her past experiences more than the accounts of future generations, she was nonetheless curious to learn about the events that followed. Sure, I'll send you everything tonight, Xia Xingyu readily agreed. As the clock struck 8, Shun Xiaoyun examined the package of Dao that Xia Xingyu had sent her. Unable to suppress a smirk, not only did she send 5 posts from various academies, but she had also included a dozen personal biographies, alongside the information on Lin Jingguang. There was even a biography of Shun Xiaoyun herself. Shun Xiaoyun casually opened a book titled Shun Xiaoyun Amidst the Flames of War, which appeared rather ordinary. Was it penned by that rascal, Qian Liqing? Having taken so much from him, would he dare to tarnish my image in his writing? Shun Xiaoyun's curiosity piqued as she began to read. Her birth was marked by the extraordinary, the delivery room lights inexplicably illuminated, and the signal strength within a 10-mile radius intensified. At the age of 2, a monstrous beast suddenly attacked her locality, yet her cries were enough to frighten it away. By the age of 7, finding elementary school mathematics too simplistic, she eagerly endeavored to derive a new solution to the Maclaurin conjecture. Cough, how embarrassing. Who taught Qian Liqing to write such things? Shin Xiaoyun could no longer bear it. Indeed, one should not harbor excessive expectations from that fellow. It would be better to directly malign her in the book. A well-crafted biography had morphed into a legendary tale, transforming her from a normal individual into a monstrous entity. Shun Xiaoyun closed Shin Xiaoyun Amidst the Flames of War, intending to peruse a book about Lin Jingguang, only to be captivated by another titled The Inexpressible Shun Xiaoyun, authored by Qian Sanxiang. If her memory served her right, Sanxiang was indeed a nickname for that rascal, Qian Liqing. Could this also be his work? Was one book insufficient, necessitating a second to further embarrass her? Chapter 33. Events from 3 centuries ago. Skeptical, Shun Xiaoyun once again opened this book. Many claimed that Shun Xiaoyun was selfless and brave. In truth, she feared death more than anyone else. From a young age, she faced an abundance of mortality. At 5, she witnessed her parents devoured by a flying scaled serpent, leaving only a pool of blood behind. The serpent, having gorged itself, departed, leaving her alone. By 13, she enlisted in the military, showcasing her intelligence and a penchant for studying incomprehensible subjects. She was capable of crafting exoskeletal armor, even creating a mechanical arm for her commanding officer. A year later, during a mission against a horde of monstrous beasts, it was this very arm that allowed her to recognize the skeletal remains of her commander. Shin Xiaoyun had an insatiable appetite. She was the most gluttonous person I had ever encountered. My mother sent me numerous brown sugar cakes, all of which she cunningly swindled from me. Damn it. I always lost when playing cards against her. Her intellect was too sharp, calculating everyone's hand with ease. Lin Jingguang's almond cakes and jerky also fell victim to her schemes. That fool Lin Jingguang even attempted to let her win. Did he believe she needed his mercy? Well, she wasn't merely greedy. She was simply terrified of hunger. She had recounted to us that she wandered the streets from the ages of 7 to 8. At 13, during her growth spurts, she needed to eat more. The commander had perished, along with Lao San and Fat Tiger. We had lost far too many to the monstrous beasts. Shun Xiaoyun vowed to create mechas, insisting they would prove invaluable. Hey, I was unsure of the utility of mechas. But we all recognized that the collective intellect of the 4th Legion paled in comparison to Shun Xiaoyun's. If she claimed the mechas would be useful, they undoubtedly would be. Whatever materials she desired from the beasts, our squad would procure for her. Lin Jingguang even dedicated his jerky funds to Shun Xiaoyun for that wretched ore. For heaven's sake. A mere piece of rock cost us a month's wages. She better manage to create those mechas. If not, we'll be spending her future pension on her behalf. Xiao Longquan, that wealthy tomboy, is quite affluent. When Shun Xiaoyun expressed her intention to purchase a certain piece of equipment, without uttering a word, she produced 50,000 star coins and tossed them before Shun Xiaoyun. How astonishing. We caught a glimpse of Xia's substantial account balance. The combined wealth of all of us could scarcely amount to a fraction of what Xia possesses. Then, to our amazement, Shun Xiaoyun shamelessly called out to her, as if she were her own mother. It was utterly unfair. She had indulged in so much food at our expense and had never once referred to us as father. Our team found itself encircled by the bone-eating peak, having exhausted all our provisions and ammunition, with death looming over us. Ha, we took refuge in a building and began to share our dreams for the future. Xiao Wangquan expressed her desire to start a company. When asked what kind, She revealed her ambition to establish a mining enterprise, citing the high value of ores and the potential for wealth. As for me, I aspire to become a general, after slaying numerous alien beasts. I believe that with another 20 years of service on the frontier, I might attain that rank. Alas, it seems I am destined to perish. I long for my mother's sweet brown sugar cake, yet soon I shall reunite with her. Shen Zhaoyan remains preoccupied with her mecha. She mentioned that she had submitted a feasibility report to the higher-ups, and she anticipates receiving results in about a month. I reassured her that by then, our comrades would bring her the response to her grave. In retaliation, she delivered a punch to my left eye. Such ferocity. I then jested about how Xia Wangquan was fulfilling her motherly role, prompting Xia to retaliate with a punch to my right eye. Oh dear. Symmetry achieved. What a purely physical transformation. Lin Jingguang's dreams were the least plausible. He declared his ambition to become a principal and establish a university. Aptly named the Alliance's first academy. He envisioned a school dedicated to the education of how to combat alien beasts in the frontier systems. We laughed at his whimsical aspirations. Yet we awarded him a perfect score of 10 out of 10 for his idealism. Indeed, a quality university is sorely needed in our frontier. And we encouraged him to admit more orphans, who are often the brightest. After all, our very own Shen Zhaoyan is an orphan, showcasing remarkable intelligence. Shen Zhaoyan proclaimed that once she successfully constructs her mecha, she will introduce a pioneering course on mecha manufacturing at Lin's school, educating all of the Alliance on the art of mecha creation. Her research materials would be donated to the institution. Yet, Lin Jingguang, with his audacity, proposed that Shen Zhaoyan donate the first mecha she creates to his academy, to be displayed at the training grounds for all his affluent and less affluent students to utilize. Even more outrageous was Shen Zhaoyan's unexpected agreement. Well, here we are, facing death, now competing to see who can boast the most impressive tales. Shen Zhaoyan has achieved remarkable progress. She has been reassigned to a research institute dedicated to her mecha, with a smile gracing her lips. Shen Zhaoyan meticulously read each word of the text pinned by Qian Liqing, whose writing remains as unrefined as ever. Yet, as she perused these words, she felt transported back 300 years to those days of struggle, camaraderie, and playful banter. They were a group of optimists, resolute in spirit. How could she ever believe that Lin Jingguang would succumb to depression and take his own life in his later years? Shen Zhaoyan closed the book. This was not the moment for such readings. She yearned to discover what ultimately transpired with Lin Jingguang. She found the information that Xia Xingyu had sent regarding Lin Jingguang and began to read it attentively. In the decade following Shen Zhaoyan's death, Lin Jingguang retired from military service and arrived on Luoshenzing, a planet located on the southern edge of the Alliance. There, he established the Alliance's first academy. Backed by the 4th Legion and situated in the Frontier Star system, students at the Alliance's first academy were not lacking in practical opportunities. Within just 10 years, the Mecha Combat Major ranked 3rd among numerous academies in the Alliance. The Mecha Manufacturing Major, benefiting from the connections Shen Zhaoyan had cultivated during her time at the Research Institute, invited many of her former students right from the start. Within less than 30 years, the Mecha Manufacturing Major indeed became the Academy's flagship program. Lin Jingguang's institution thrived as he had envisioned, with many of the first graduating class leaving their mark in the annals of history. True to his earlier words, Lin Jingguang established numerous aid policies to ensure that more orphans could receive an education. These included openings for admissions, additional points for orphans, financial assistance, tuition waivers, and more. Such policies have been upheld since the Academy's inception, remaining unchanged even during times of financial strain. As Shen Zhaoyan observed these aid descriptions, her lips unconsciously moved. The original owner was able to study at the Alliance's first academy largely due to these aid policies. With a D-level physique, she would not have been admitted to other schools, but the additional points granted by the Alliance's first academy allowed her to enroll. The efforts of those who came before her provided her with a measure of comfort. Shen Zhaoyan took a deep breath and continued reading. Over a century after its establishment, the Alliance's first academy had become one of the premier institutions in the Alliance, but Lin Jingguang, who had tirelessly dedicated himself to its progress, tragically passed away from overexertion. Shen Zhaoyan furrowed her brow upon reading this. Lin Jingguang could not have been much older than 200 at the time of his death, while the average lifespan in the Alliance is 290 years. Shen Zhaoyan then opened a post on an academy forum. The post revealed that the official cause of death was cited as health-related. Yet Lin Jingguang's relatives claimed that he had always been in good health and had suddenly begun gathering extensive personal information about Shen Zhaoyan just a month before his passing. Subsequently, the Alliance initiated a multi-school joint competition to optimize resource allocation and encourage talent cultivation. The schools that ranked higher in these competitions would receive greater educational resource distribution. In the first 5 competitions, the Alliance's first academy consistently secured first place, but thereafter, its performance declined, ultimately falling to the bottom. The academy began to face suppression, resulting in a loss of high-level educational talent and a decline in the quality of incoming students. Lin Jingguang's lifelong efforts seemed to have been diminished by half. Shen Zhaoyan sighed. This aligned perfectly with what had been discussed in class. She felt a deep sense of unease. How exactly did Lin Jingguang die? And was there truly something amiss surrounding her own demise? How many of the individuals she had known 3 centuries ago were still alive? If they were, perhaps she could glean some information from them. However, given her current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that she would even have the opportunity to meet those individuals. And even if she did, who would be willing to believe her? What can she do now? Shen Zhaoyan leaned her head against the wall, her heart increasingly heavy with sorrow. She had believed that after her demise, everyone would fare well. Her death was inconsequential. She felt she should have perished alongside her parents at the tender age of 5. She often expressed to those around her that any years she lived beyond 5 were merely a bonus. Having lived to the age of 35 in her previous life, she felt she had unwittingly gained 30 additional years. During her time in the military, whenever they were besieged by alien beasts and there were opportunities for evacuation, they always reserved the first slot for her. The squad leader, Fat Hu, and even Xia Fuper all insisted she was still young, that her intellect was more valuable than theirs. Now that she was gone, she wished for Lin Jingguang not to sacrifice himself for her. Leaning against the wall, the screen of her light brain gradually dimmed. Lin Jingguang had fulfilled all his promises to her. However, she had failed to deliver on her commitment to establish a premier course at the Alliance's first academy. Would it still be feasible 300 years from now? Presently, devoid of wealth and power, her only asset was her intellect. All she could do was continue creating mechas, striving to catch up with the technological advancements of the past 3 centuries, and then ascend to her former position. Another month passed, and Shun Xiaoyan remained steadfast at the X-Flame Mecha Club. Since her enrollment, Ding Qingyu had added her to the training roster. At that moment, within the physical training area on the first floor of the X-Flame Mecha Club, Shun Xiaoyan was running under a gravity field while burdened with weights. After completing just 2 laps, Zhu Yuanyao had already zipped past her for the 6th time. Next, Zhuang Yuezha rushed ahead like a gust of wind. Xiaoyan, this won't do. The final assessments are next week, and despite a month of continuous practice, your physical abilities haven't improved significantly. At this rate, you won't be able to advance. Zhuang Yuezha slowed his pace and turned back to address Shin Xiaoyan. The final exam focuses on mechas. There's no way you can fail. Shin Xiaoyan's steps felt heavy, her head weighed down by the gravity. However, Zhuang Yuezha continued, it's precisely because the exam involves mechas that I'm worried for you. In terms of weapon competitions and marksmanship displays, we cannot compete with you. Zhuang Yuezha recalled their previous sparring match, where he bore marks across his back from her shots. He knew that even against the captain, he could only be hit 5 times at most, having already run 400 meters. Zhu Yuanyao overheard their conversation and turned back to reassure. Actually, Xiaoyan's physical capabilities have improved quite a bit. Previously, when I completed 7 laps, she had only managed 1. Today, she has already reached her 2nd lap. Upon hearing this, Shin Xiaoyan could not help but roll her eyes. Zhu Yuanyao's words only made her feel even more inadequate. She exhaled deeply, struggling to lift her leg again before speaking. My mecha will be assembled today? What? Your mecha will be ready today? Zhu Yuanyao exclaimed in astonishment. Coming to a halt. A month prior, Shin Xiaoyan had begun assembling the control platform for the mecha, and they had eagerly inquired daily about its progress. Little did they know that each day Shin Xiaoyan would assert it was nearly complete, only to dismantle components and revise the blueprints the following day. As a result, they gradually ceased to pay attention to her mech modifications. Zhuang Yuezha wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but scoff. Master Han informed me that he completed the assembly of my mech last week. After a few days of data adjustments, I will be able to retrieve it. Your mech has been under construction for 3 months. That is quite an excessive duration. Shin Xiaoyan cast a sidelong glance at him, then lowered her head to continue running. Could her mech possibly compare to the one modified by Master Han? Although Shin Xiaoyan was not well versed in S Class Mechs, she had gleaned from Feng Yu, who was assisting Master Han, that Han Wei's modifications were based on a top-tier S Class Mech blueprint, with only minor adjustments. In contrast, what she referred to as a modification was, in truth, a complete redesign. As for the extra month spent, it was because every time she felt it was nearly complete, she would sell off her old parts to earn some money, only to be unable to resist disassembling the mech once more to upgrade to superior materials. However, with the final assessments approaching next week, she vowed that no matter how much money she made, she would not alter the blueprints again. Otherwise, she might genuinely face expulsion. Moreover, she was set to utilize the mech tomorrow. Zhuang Yuezha, noticing Shun Xiaoyan's silence, smugly remarked, "Hey, why the silence? I knew you were just trying to pull our leg." Shun Xiaoyan flicked the sweat from her palms, feeling droplets of perspiration sliding down her abdominal muscles. The gravitational field training was indeed beneficial for enhancing physical fitness, yet it was undeniably exhausting. After catching her breath, she said, I asked the captain to register me for tomorrow's Qingyu Cup Mech Rookie Battle. The Qingyu Cup was a highly popular grassroots mech competition on Luotian Star, where countless mech stars initially emerged through this tournament. Of course, Shin Xiaoyan's willingness to participate stemmed from her desire to secure substantial rewards. Chapter 34. The indomitable dawn of the new mech. As soon as Shun Xiaoyan finished speaking, Zhuang Yuezha halted in his tracks, exclaiming, My lady, you still have the leisure to run? Your mech isn't even assembled yet for tomorrow's competition. The captain devised a training regimen for me. It would be rather inappropriate to skip out. I cannot be lazy after receiving their financial support. Shin Xiaoyan maintained her steady pace, moving back and forth. Since joining the club, Ding Qingyu had been providing her with a monthly stipend of 4,000 star coins. With little else to occupy her time, she felt it was somewhat unfair to not participate in training when the captain was so generous. Beside them, Zhu Yuanyao couldn't help but roll her eyes. Training is important, but your mech is even more crucial. What if there are issues with the modifications? Will you still compete tomorrow? Shin Xiaoyan took a few deep breaths before asserting. There won't be any problems. After disassembling that mech so many times, I am intimately familiar with every component. Issues are simply not possible. Originally, she could have finished the assembly the day before, but the newly purchased silver spray paint was rather inexpensive and dried slowly. Thus, she had to take her time. Stop arguing with her. Take her to the repair room, and summon Master Fong to check the mech. Zhuang Yuezha moved beside Shin Xiaoyan, grabbing her arm and pulling her along. The captain wants me to run 20 laps every day. Shin Xiaoyan protested, attempting to resist. 20 laps. Yet you only completed 15 yesterday. Do you think I am unaware? Zhu Yuanyao remarked as she grasped Shen Jiayan's other arm, pulling her along. Zhuang Yueze added, if you were to truly run 20 laps, it would consume another 2 hours. Shen Jiayan lowered her head, lamenting her laziness being discovered. Training is one thing, but completing it is another. They are distinct matters. Shen Jiayan was dragged to the maintenance room on the first basement floor. In truth, the assembly was nearly complete. She expertly operated the mechanical arm, inspecting whether the paint on each section of the chassis had dried. Zhuang Yueze, observing the scattered mechanical parts strewn across the floor, grew increasingly skeptical of Shen Jiayan's words. He turned to Zhu Yuanyao, inquiring, has the technician mentioned how soon they will arrive? Soon. Shen Jiayan, hurry and finish assembling the mech. Zhu Yuanyao responded, only to find Shen Jiayan had paused her work to engage in their conversation. Oh, after disassembling and reassembling so many times, the equipment's data is already set. I just need to activate it. Shen Jiayan replied with a raised brow and a smile, promptly pressing several familiar buttons. Zhu Yuanyao couldn't help but sigh, observing Shen Jiayan's pride in having disassembled the mech so many times. Shen Jiayan began to work diligently, eager to finish quickly to ease her workload. A dozen mechanical arms alternated in their tasks, the maintenance room filled with various ticking and clanking sounds. The giant, stripped of its shell, was slowly reclad. 3 hours passed, and as the mech neared completion, Zhu Yuanyao and Zhuang Yueze found their gazes irresistibly drawn to it. The overall form of the mech remained largely unchanged, adhering to the original design of the first-generation Zero mech. However, the arms and chest were adorned with several protruding geometric facets, and the angles were designed with sharp edges. The once all-black exterior transformed into a striking black and silver combination. The streamlined body split along the central axis into equal halves of black and silver. Under the white light, the mercury-like sheen of the silver half reflected a ghostly glow. Viewed solely from this angle, it exuded a sense of coldness, focus, and a chilling detachment that transcended time. In contrast, the black half embodied the weightiness unique to the first-generation Zero mech, its matte black shell absorbing light and creating a profound sense of oppression. Zhuang Yueze's eyes sparkled with excitement. I never imagined that altering the color of the first-generation Zero mech could result in such a transformation. If it were entirely silver, it might appear rather ordinary. But this silver-black combination gives it an air of sophistication. Shen Jiayan, your taste is quite admirable. How did you conceive of this color change? Shen Jiayan, noticing his admiring expression, couldn't resist teasing him. Because I could only afford half the paint. That's why I altered the color. Zhuang Yueze's expression froze, his mouth twitching involuntarily. He found it hard to accept such a reason. It felt too undignified. The mech's sophistication nearly diminished because of Shen Jiayan's remark. With a chuckle, Shen Jiayan clarified. I was just joking. If I truly wished to save on paint, I could have simply restored the original color by adding black paint. Zhuang Yueze could no longer suppress his eye roll. Beside her, Zhu Yuanyao chuckled, and at that moment, Fang Yu's voice echoed, what are you all laughing at? Xiao Yun. Master Han happens to be free and wishes to come and inspect your mech. Han Wei has come as well. Shen Jiayan turned to see Han Wei striding towards them, his demeanor radiating arrogance. Master Han, you actually came. She exclaimed. You should have informed us sooner. We would have come to greet you. Zhu Yuanyao and Zhuang Yueze promptly rose to meet him with reverence. For the past month, Master Han had been tirelessly modifying their mechs. And in their quest to secure superior machines, neither dared to neglect him. Fang Yu glanced at Shen Jiayan, clarifying, when I received Yuan Yao's message, I was at Master Han's assisting Xiao Zhe with the mech adjustments. I took a leave from Master Han, and upon learning that your mech was ready, he decided to come over. Han Wei regarded Shen Jiayan leisurely, remarking, well, it seems your mech has finally been completed after such a prolonged period of modification. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the nearly finished silver-black mech. He recalled how, a month prior, Shen Jiayan had been boasting about her formidable machine, claiming that once it was modified, a D-grade mech could easily overpower an A-grade one. He had even offered to assist her in modifying a mech, only to be turned down. Today, he was eager to witness the prowess of her creation. Not too shabby. If you wish to see it, then by all means. Shen Jiayan replied with an air of tranquility, casting a glance at Han Wei. While this gentleman exhibited a certain pride typical of advanced technicians, he was nonetheless quite amiable. Fang Yu often spoke of consulting Han Wei for advice, and on occasions when Han Wei was in good spirits, he would share valuable insights. Compared to the masters from Fang Yu's previous school, Han Wei's demeanor was exceedingly more pleasant. For this reason alone, Shen Jiayan contemplated refraining from disparaging this gentleman in the future. Upon hearing Shen Jiayan's words, Fang Yu expressed gratitude through his expression. Master Han may possess a somewhat haughty character and speak rather brusquely, but thankfully, Jiayan does not hold it against him. Han Wei circled around Shen Jiayan's mech, inspecting it closely, yet he discerned no significant alterations. Aside from the change in color and minor adjustments to the arms, the rest of the machine retained the characteristics of the original Zero Series mech. He recalled Fang Yu mentioning that Shen Jiayan had disassembled and reassembled her mech several times. He surmised that her repeated modifications were likely due to flaws in her initial design, which had hindered her success. Observing the current state of the mech, he suspected that she had inadvertently reverted to the original Zero Series configuration. By now, Shen Jiayan must have realized that a D-grade mech could not feasibly overpower an A-grade one. Since the advent of mechs, there had been no reports of individuals with D-grade physical capabilities successfully operating A-grade mechs. Otherwise, what significance would the classification of mechs hold? The categorization is based on the operator's abilities. Those with superior physical attributes can endure and wield higher-grade, more powerful mechs. If everyone could become a high-grade mech operator, What would be the point? With this thought in mind, he remarked, for a student not specializing in mech manufacturing, it's quite impressive that you managed to modify a mech to this extent. Shen Jiayan looked at Han Wei in surprise. Has this gentleman undergone a change in temperament? Was it because she witnessed her mech becoming more humble? Nonetheless, when someone praised her, she happily nodded in acknowledgement. Not too bad. Han Wei continued. Fang Yu mentioned that your physical capabilities are lacking. In truth, there's no need for you to be fixated on becoming a mech solo operator. I believe you possess a remarkable talent for mech manufacturing, and you could consider switching your major to mech fabrication. Although your earlier concept of a D-class mech defeating an A-class mech was ambitious, the physical demands of a D-class are insufficient to operate an A-class mech. Your notion is somewhat laughable and exceedingly difficult to realize. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayan immediately straightened her posture. Stop. Why is it impossible? Haven't I already built it? She gestured towards her mech. Han Wei patted the silver thigh of the mech and remarked. Fang Yu said that your mech was disassembled multiple times after assembly due to issues with the design blueprint, requiring numerous revisions, did it not? Ultimately, you reverted to the original zero-class mech. Zhuang Yuezha and Zhu Yuanyao remained silent, yet their expressions conveyed their trust in Master Han's words. It is not merely the original zero-class mech. Zhao Yun's modifications have been quite successful. Fang Yu interjected, scratching his head in an attempt to clarify for Zhao Yun. After all, it was Zhao Yun's design, and when Master Han inquired, he could only provide a vague overview of the modifications. Moreover, some key technologies were still under patent application, and he certainly could not disclose any confidential techniques that Zhao Yun had developed. However, he did not anticipate that his evasiveness would lead to a misunderstanding with Master Han. Shen Jiayan shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly, stating, fine, just wait another half hour, and this mech will be fully assembled. Soon, you shall witness the results of my modifications. Half an hour later, Shen Jiayan's mech was completely assembled, and the group followed her to the mech operation area on the first floor. Go ahead and test your mech. If there are any issues, make adjustments as soon as possible, Zhu Yuanyao encouraged Shen Jiayan. As she spoke, Zhu Yuanyao cast a subtle glance at Master Han. She hesitated to voice part of her thought. If the mech encountered any problems, today would be an opportune moment to seek Master Han's guidance. Surely, this would be more effective than Zhao Yun toiling away in isolation. Furthermore, with the Qingyu Cup preliminaries tomorrow, having a well-functioning mech would enhance her chances of success. Without further ado, Shen Jiayan rolled up her sleeves and climbed onto the mech. Once inside the cockpit, she cracked her knuckles and called out, Zizha, bring out your A-class mech. Let's have a competition. Zhuang Yuezha, tossing a mech button in his hand, replied, don't call me Zizha. You should call me Brother Zay. You want me to operate an A-class mech against you? Are you certain? Rest assured, I won't let you lose too badly. Seated in the pilot's chair, Shen Jiayan was so exhilarated that her back tingled with excitement. After 3 months, she finally possessed a mech that was truly suited for her. Huh. Your confidence is quite impressive, Zhuang Yuezha remarked, shaking his head. The mech he held was a B-class, one he had previously used and had not been willing to sell. However, it was time to teach Xiaoyan a lesson about hierarchy. She was indeed a stubborn one, persistently calling him Zizha despite repeated corrections. Resolutely determined, Zhuang Yuezha produced another green mech badge and seized the opportunity to declare, switch to an A-class mech if you wish, but should I defeat you this time? You must call me brother without hesitation. Upon finishing his statement, he summoned a green A-class mech. Shen Jiayan slapped the armrest of her chair, brimming with confidence, and proclaimed, very well. I shall grant all of you an opportunity. If anyone can bring me down using an A-class or lower mech, I will address you as brother or sister. However, should you lose, you must call me sister. Ordinarily, these individuals would be compelled to refer to her as ancestor, but today her spirits were high. She decided to be magnanimous and elevate their status a notch. With the stakes raised, Zhu Yuanyao could no longer remain seated. Typically, Xiaoyan would casually refer to her as Xiaoyan. Today, she too was determined to bring Xiaoyan down. Zhu Yuanyao shouted, I shall join in as well. Xiaoyan, I need to teach you how you ought to address me. Master Han urged, hurry and test your mechs. Shen Jiayan swiped her hand across the control panel, initiating the mech startup sequence. System initializing, beep. System activated, ancestor privileges detected, beep. Please name this series of mechs. A mechanical voice resonated as the mech underwent reconfiguration, entering the familiar naming phase of the founder. Without hesitation, Shen Jiayan declared, your serial number shall be Eternal Dawn, a luminous beacon traversing the darkness until the break of day. Like herself, it has journeyed through 3 centuries of profound obscurity to witness the brilliance of the Alliance 300 years hence. She yearns for such radiance to be everlasting. Thank you for your bestowed name. Eternal Dawn is at your service. Shen Jiayan nodded, her fingers gliding across the keys, causing a cascade of lights to illuminate. She closed her eyes, swiftly recalling the previously set module key commands. A series of consecutive key operations would enable her to efficiently execute multiple actions. With her eyes open again, she gazed at the silver egg-shaped casing enveloping the control panel and main cockpit. This was the damping system that had consumed a significant portion of her finances and had undergone numerous modifications before its final form was achieved. After this transformation, she was left with merely 100,000 star coins, the majority of which had been spent on this damping system. This was also the reason she was so eager to enroll in the Qingyu Cup. Following the final assessments, the summer break would commence, and she would need to secure a summer job. While Shen Jiayan lamented her dwindling finances, Zhuang Yuezha outside had evidently grown impatient. He urged, Xiaoyan, your mech 1T failed to start, will it? He had already waited 5 minutes, making it hard not to suspect that something was amiss with Xiaoyan's mech. Chapter 35. You will call me sister sitting up straight, Shen Jiayan replied. Since you are so eager, let me demonstrate the prowess of Eternal Dawn. Hey, don't call me little Ziyu indiscriminately. If you must, call me Brother Zay. I'll let you take the first move. Just make sure you don't run out of stamina mid-battle and cease operating the mech. As soon as Zhuang Yuez's words fell, the geometric patterns on the left arm of the silver-black mech began to spin rapidly and shrink, swiftly revealing 5 or 6 cannon laser ports. As beams of white light shot towards his head, arms, and thighs, Zhuang Yueza exclaimed in dismay, "Please, refrain from using lethal weapons." In a flurry of panic, he pressed the controls repeatedly. The green mech swiftly extended to a height of 7 meters, narrowly evading Shun Jiayun's assault. Exhaling deeply, Zhuang Yueza grumbled through gritted teeth. "I almost have to shell out money to repair the mech again. When I asked you to make the first move, I didn't mean for you to turn me into a target. And who taught you that a mech needs 6 laser ports? Aren't lower-tier mechs typically equipped with only 4? Wrong. It's 18. Shun Jiayun corrected him. In truth, she had aspired to equip it with 24, yet financial constraints compelled her to settle for 18. Which reputable individual outfits their mech with 18 laser ports? I've only encountered mechs with 10 at most. How am I supposed to fight? Zhuang Yueza leaned back helplessly against the pilot's seat. Despite his complaints, he began strategizing on how to confront Shun Jiayun. A mech fitted with 18 weapon ports indicated that her mech was a heavy-duty model. Heavy mechs boasted fierce firepower, formidable offense, and robust defense. Yet they were relatively cumbersome and slow in mobility. To counter Shun Jiayun, he merely needed to close the distance and breach her defenses. Zhu Yuanyao shook her head in disbelief. "You fool. By allowing Shun Jiayun to initiate, she will undoubtedly unleash her firepower against you. You're well aware of her shooting proficiency. You intend to engage her in close combat?" Han Wei, fixated on Shun Jiayun's mech, was similarly analyzing the characteristics of her machine. He nodded in agreement. Transforming the original Zero Series mech to accommodate 18 weapon ports is indeed a remarkable modification. Heavy mech. What on earth is that? Shun Jiayun chuckled lightly. "Little Yun, let us continue." Zhuang Yuez's eyes sparkled with determination as his hands danced across the controls, prompting the green mech to maneuver swiftly through the air. He aimed to gauge the firing frequency and accuracy Shun Jiayun could achieve with her mech. Shun Jiayun's gaze was intensely focused on the large screen, where a dot representing the green mech darted erratically. Target expected to leap to N14 bang. N140 position. Before the system's announcement could finish, the laser shot fired by Shun Jiayun struck first. A smile graced her lips as she slightly adjusted the mech's arm. Once more, her skills remained sharp. Simultaneously, Zhuang Yuez's cry of distress echoed. "I can't believe it. I've been hit." He maneuvered the mech again, continuing to leap, aiming for S3 bang. Bang. 2 shots locked onto positions S36 and S68. Shun Jiayun's lips curled into a smirk. The game of whack-a-mole, while childish, was undeniably entertaining. She relished it. How did I get hit again?" Zhuang Yueza cried out in agony. Observing, Zhu Yuanyao couldn't help but shiver. Zhuang Yueza had never fared so poorly even when battling the captain. Before he could reach Shun Jiayun, he had already been struck 3 times. Fang Yu shook his head. 3 hits means repair cost will amount to 900 star coins. Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, Zhu Yuanyao felt a deeper sympathy for Zhuang Yueza. Regardless of the consequences, he was determined to draw nearer to Shun Jiayun, even at the risk of being hit. Heavy mechs are vulnerable to close-range attacks. Zhuang Yueza gritted his teeth and declared. He was so preoccupied with Shun Jiayun's offensive maneuvers that he had no time to calculate her shooting frequency. He was certain that during their training, Shun Jiayun had never unleashed her full potential. Every move he made seemed to fall within the predictive range of her calculations. Just moments ago, he had prepared to retreat, only to find that Shun Jiayun had anticipated that as well. A sharp pain shot through his jaw. Clenching his teeth, he adjusted the control stick, propelling his mech forward. He was determined to get closer, unwilling to concede defeat just yet. "No way. I haven't had enough fun." As Shun Jiayun witnessed the green mech drawing near, she deftly tapped the control panel with her right hand. The silver and black mech raised its right arm, revealing several gun ports embedded at the joints. "Please aim at S134, silence. I do not require your announcements. You are distracting me." Shun Jiayun commanded the system to cease its notifications. 3 centuries had passed, yet the tactical systems of mechs still failed to keep pace with her. Bang, bang, bang. 6 laser beams relentlessly pursued the joint of Zhuang Yuez's right arm. Each strike was impeccably precise, with the predicted points overlapping in rapid succession. The accuracy was astounding. Should the green mech persist in its stubborn approach without evasion, it would undoubtedly suffer 6 direct hits. "Stop pushing it. If you keep this up, your right arm will be dismantled," Zhu Yuanyao shouted. Beads of sweat began to form on Zhuang Yuez's forehead. Gritting his teeth, he decided against any further advances. He couldn't afford repairs for his mech. He narrowly retreated, dodging the last 2 laser beams. "Haha, classmate Zayo, you may not be aware, but I once held the title of sharpshooter. I could take down dozens of those bone-eating wasps in one go." Shun Jiayun exclaimed gleefully while tapping the control panel. Zhuang Yueza couldn't help but roll his eyes. Little Yun was boasting without any pretense. Bone-eating wasps? On Luodian Star, where would she find such abundant creatures to hone her skills? Moreover, if she ever encountered one, her physical abilities would surely prove inadequate. He inhaled sharply and wiped the sweat from his brow. With such skills, it was no wonder Shun Jiayun had outfitted her mech with 18 gun ports. If it were him, he would have opted for 30. "Zayo, your mech repair costs have just increased by 1,200, came the soft voice of Fong, the mechanic. Zhuang Yueza slammed his hand on the seat in frustration. "I'm done. How can I continue? I can't afford to fight you." His funds had already been depleted on upgrading his mech. If the battle continued, He would find himself borrowing money for meals from the captain. Outgunned and unable to close the distance, he felt like a target. This competition was utterly maddening. Have you conceded? Then you must call me sister. Shen Zhaoyun reminded him cheerfully. No way. I am clearly older than you. Why should I call you sister? Zhuang Yueza's hands froze on the control panel as he cried out loudly. He had initially intended to win and earn her respect, prompting her to call him brother. Who would have thought he would be unable to triumph? This was too embarrassing. With a bright smile, Shen Zhaoyun replied. Then let us continue the battle. It must be due to my lack of skill that Xiao Zhe refuses to address me as sister. She continued to operate the mech. The silver arm of the undying dawn gently lifting, a row of cannons aimed directly at Zhuang Yueza. Zhuang Yueza was taken aback. This was undoubtedly a threat. He clutched his chest, feigning innocence. Xiao Yun, I have always treated you well, haven't I? Your actions truly leave me heartbroken. Just look at my current plight. The mech you damaged requires costly repairs. If I were to continue calling you sister, my losses would be too great. Fang Yu couldn't help but sigh. What a disgrace. Just moments ago, he had insisted that Xiao Yun call him brother, and now he was lamenting his misfortune. TSK, Shen Zhaoyun waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. I shall spare you. You need not call me sister, but do not expect me to address you as Xiao Zhe in return. Given that Xiao Zhe had indeed treated her well in the past, foregoing the title of sister seemed a fair compromise. Upon hearing Shen Zhaoyun's words, Zhuang Yueza's dejected expression brightened once more. He opened the mech hatch and swiftly leapt to the ground. Zhu Yuanyao couldn't help but roll her eyes. He was far too timid. If the captain were to learn of his humiliating defeat, his future training would surely be intensified, with his dignity already in tatters. He felt it was best to preserve whatever semblance of face he had left. Zhuang Yueza retracted his green mech and hurriedly exited the training grounds, accepting his defeat. Han Wei, who had been observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow. Wasn't this supposed to be a mech assessment? This machine hardly moved. What performance could possibly be evaluated? All eyes turned towards Zhuang Yueza once again, not because of his inadequacy, but because he was unable to approach Shen Zhaoyun's mech. Simply standing still. Shen Zhaoyun had compelled him to beg for mercy. Zhu Yuanyao bluntly remarked, you truly are useless. I must insist the captain intensify your training. Humph. It's easy for you to say. If you have the capability, why not step up yourself? Zhuang Yueza retorted defiantly. Seated within her mech, Shen Zhaoyun felt a lingering thrill. It had been months since she had engaged in such a vigorous battle, and she hadn't quite satisfied her craving for competition. So, she decided to add fuel to the fire. Yuan Yao, I mentioned earlier that whoever wins, I shall call her sister. Indeed. What are you afraid of? Eventually, you will have to face Xiao Yun in training. It would be perfect to take advantage of Master Han's presence to showcase your combat style, Zhuang Yueza chimed in. Relishing the unfolding drama, Zhu Yuanyao shot him an exasperated glance, deep in thought. A fight was inevitable. The focus was on strategy. Xiao Yun's marksmanship was indeed formidable, and she did not wish to suffer the same humiliation as Zhuang Yueza. Zhuang Yueza's mech was a medium-class model, striking a balance between firepower, protection, and mobility, offering better speed than a heavy mech. However, compared to a light mech, its velocity was considerably slower. Her own mech was a light model, excelling in speed and evasive maneuvers. If she were to engage Shen Zhaoyun, although she might sustain some hits, she certainly wouldn't fare as poorly as Zhuang Yueza. Given Shen Zhaoyun's relatively weaker stamina, as long as she could close the distance to Shen Zhaoyun's mech, the advantage would be hers. Why should she be apprehensive? All of this was due to Zhuang Yueza's incompetence affecting her mindset. If a fight was to occur, then let it be. Xiao Yun, observe closely. I shall certainly unveil the true capabilities of the mech. Zhu Yuanyao rose and strode towards the arena. My sister Yao is magnificent. Zhuang Yueza applauded enthusiastically, then promptly occupied the space vacated by Zhu Yuanyao. 2 minutes later, Zhu Yuanyao was ensconced within her crimson A-class mech, her gaze fixed intently on the opposing silver-black mech. All she needed to do was reach Shen Zhaoyun's mech with utmost swiftness, and victory would be hers. Shen Zhaoyun's expression grew serious. Her hands poised on the control panel, the mech's weaponry already targeted at the adversary. Zhu Yuanyao, now a junior, had dedicated herself to her training, and she held a deep respect for those who were earnest and diligent. Xiao Yun, let us commence. Zhu Yuanyao's voice echoed from across the field, and the crimson mech surged into motion, seizing the initiative to fire a laser projectile. What astonishing speed! Shen Zhaoyun sat upright, her eyes fixated on the large screen, tracking the darting light that oscillated closer. With a deft flick of her right hand on the control panel, her mech shifted 2 meters to the right, evading the attack. Remarkable agility for a heavy mech, Han Wei noted with a slight nod. Shen Zhaoyun registered his comment, but her focus was solely on the unfolding battle. Zhu Yuanyao's mech outpaced Zhuang Yueza's by more than double, making it increasingly challenging for her to aim accurately. E-243. That was the next landing spot for her opponent. Shen Zhaoyun squinted, unleashing 2 precise beams of laser fire. Just as the red mech completed its leap, it was struck in the abdomen, forcing it to bend low to evade another assault. Seizing the moment, Shen Zhaoyun advanced another 2 meters towards the silver-black mech, furrowing her brow. She wondered if she had missed her mark. Such reflexes were commendable, yet she had squandered a precious laser shot, an expense she could ill afford. Displeased, Shen Zhaoyun pursed her lips and fired 3 more shots. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 laser beams darted expertly towards the energy core of the red mech. Damn, this is intense. Zhu Yuanyao swore. Shen Zhaoyun's objective was to cripple her energy source. If the core was breached, she would inevitably lose. However, she could only evade one of the 3 shots, forcing Zhu Yuanyao to absorb the impact in a less critical area. Zhu Yuanyao maneuvered her mech downward, successfully dodging 2 laser beams that struck the left shoulder of her mech, while the third went astray. Yet, in the next instant, 2 more laser beams hurtled towards her. Damn it! Zhu Yuanyao exclaimed, her eyes widening as she rapidly manipulated the control panel, only to be struck again. Even the captain's accuracy did not rival this. Was the advantage not mine? If this continued, the repairs would be exorbitant. I must close the distance to Shen Zhaoyun. Zhuang Yueza pounded his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, "You understand now, right? You surely comprehend the immense pressure I was under. It's truly not a matter of skill." Fang Yu, watching the relentless stream of laser fire, held his breath in nervous anticipation. While he lacked knowledge of mech operation, it was evident how fiercely Shen Zhaoyun was pressing her advantage. I cannot sustain such losses. Shen Zhaoyun echoed his sentiments, equally distressed over the potential cost. The accuracy rate has plummeted below 90%. Every missed shot equates to a financial loss, rendering the endeavor rather uninteresting. Perhaps it is time to alter the combat strategy. She fixed her gaze on the approaching mecha, a glimmer of determination flickering in her eyes. Very well, if the mecha wishes to draw closer, then let it come. It would serve as an opportunity to assess the data from her mecha modifications. Resolute in her decision, Shen Zhaoyun eased her firepower. Chapter 36. The advantage lies with her. Zhu Yuanyao's right hand danced quickly over the control panel, while her left gripped the joystick, maneuvering it left and right. Another shot found its mark, but she pressed on, inching closer to Shen Zhaoyun. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters. Sister Yao, impressive. Hurry, charge in and take down Xiaoyan. Let her know who is superior. Zhuang Yuezha exclaimed, leaping with excitement and waving his arms in encouragement for Zhu Yuanyao. Fang Yu clenched his fists tightly, unable to restrain himself from shouting towards Shen Zhaoyun, "Zhaoyun, retreat quickly." Han Wei, at some point, had already grasped his light brain, glancing at Zhu Yuanyao's mecha while jotting down notes. Finally, Zhu Yuanyao soared within 1 meter of the silver-black mecha. This distance had breached the mecha's defenses, allowing for close combat. The movement speed of the heavy mecha was notoriously sluggish. Once in close quarters, it was bound to be thoroughly overwhelmed. The advantage indeed lay with her. She slowly drew forth a gleaming greatsword, grinning widely. "Xiaoyan, prepare to witness your sister Yao's prowess. Rest assured, I shall be gentle." With a fierce swing, she aimed the greatsword at the silver-black mecha. At long last, the moment had arrived. Shen Zhaoyun's eyes were fixed on the screen, filled with enemy targeting frames and incessantly flashing warning symbols. At that moment, exhilaration coursed through her, and her right hand struck 2 buttons with the swiftness of lightning. The preheating program for the leg and arm thrusters of the mecha was activated, emitting a faint, ominous hiss. The geometric shapes that had previously served as gun barrels rotated and accelerated, releasing 2 brief jets of white vapor, before the mecha suddenly lunged forward 2 meters. Zhu Yuanyao's determined strike missed entirely. Her pupils constricted, and the excitement on her face froze. No, Shen Zhaoyun nodded in satisfaction. At this speed, she felt no impact within the mecha. She was pleased with the costly damping system she had installed. At this moment, Zhu Yuanyao's incredulous voice broke through. "Isn't your mecha a heavy model? How can it possibly achieve such speed?" The mecha defied conventional logic, transcending the constraints of thought. "As long as it is effective, my eternal dawn can embody the qualities of both a light and a heavy mecha," Shen Zhaoyun replied confidently. Outside, Han Wei furrowed his brow, his attention now fixed on the silver-black mecha. A D-class mecha simply cannot attain this speed. This machine is peculiar, Fang Yu murmured, besides the damping system. Could there be some other modifications at play? Zhu Yuanyao exhaled sharply, gritting her teeth. Forget it. Let us continue fighting. Even if it's not a heavy mecha, what does it matter? Shen Zhaoyun's physical stamina is limited. She cannot endure for long. The advantage still lies with her. Onward. I still have some data to record. After Shen Zhaoyun finished speaking, her fingers lightly tapped the floating control panel a few times. Instantly, a silver-black mech drew forth a long spear of the same hue from its back. With the spear in hand, the silver-black mech leaped forward, appearing beside the red mech in a flash. The spear, swift as lightning, slashed diagonally toward the red mech's neck. The red mech hesitated momentarily, but quickly regained its composure, using its blade to block the attack. Without any warning, the 2 mechs became entangled in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows while occasionally dodging and leaping. Who truly embodies the prowess of a D-class mech and D-class physical capabilities? Zhu Yuanyao frantically pressed the control panel, her hands moving so swiftly that they appeared to blur. As the mechs soared through the air, the pressure on her intensified. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. It was at this moment that the advantages of A-class physical capabilities became apparent. Stamina, resilience, and hand speed were realms far beyond what lower-tier abilities could compare to. Yet, at this juncture, Shen Zhaoyun seemed to maintain a slight edge. She calmly tapped a few buttons, and her mech executed a series of intricate maneuvers in response. Though sweat began to bead on her brow, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She recalled the modular operation keys she had previously input. Her gaze fixed intently on the external visuals reflected on the large screen. The red mech thrust its blade downward from above her head. Shen Zhaoyun pressed her lips together, pushing the control stick to its limit while her right hand moved swiftly. L2, B5 key combination, the Wu-style leap. The silver-black mech responded instantaneously. Utilizing the thrust of its boosters, it transitioned from a standing position to a low crouch, gliding seamlessly across the ground. Simultaneously, the spear shifted to an upward stance, evading the red mech's long blade and piercing into its shoulder. The spear slid down the shoulder, trailing diagonally to the hip before finally scraping against the ground, emitting a sharp electric spark. Hiss! The repair cost would surely exceed 10,000 star coins. Zhuang Yuezha, who was captivated by the display, gasped in astonishment. The deep, lengthy mark on Zhu Yuanyao's mech was far more extensive than the few bullet holes on his own. However, Zhu Yuanyao was too exhilarated to concern herself with the damage to her mech. Her eyes blazed with fervor as she fixated on the silver-black mech before her. She had encountered a worthy opponent, and her adrenaline surged. She had but one thought. She must bring the silver-black mech down. She muttered, I haven't even mastered the Wu-style leap yet, and you've already employed it. Wu-style leap, is it? Let us see how you fare against me. The red mech pivoted, pursuing the silver-black one with relentless strikes. Yet, Shen Jiayan shook her head, deeming it too reckless. The combat style was rather impulsive. One must also consider the retreat while attacking. In the series of exchanges that had just transpired, she had discerned Zhu Yuanyao's offensive strategy. Although the mech operated by Zhu Yuanyao was undeniably swift, she only applied this speed to her attacks. The potential for speed in evasion, flanking, and retreating was equally significant. Yet Zhu Yuanyao seemed to have overlooked it. Shen Jiayan had already devised several tactics in her mind to conclude this duel. However, she harbored another purpose today. She aimed to meticulously document the various performance metrics of the mech. Thus, she decided to engage in further experimentation. As Shen Jiayan maneuvered the mech, she deftly parried with Zhu Yuanyao while continuously testing the systems aboard the mech. The leg propulsion system could accommodate an additional cooling unit. The damping system required no modifications at present. However, she felt insufficiently adept with the manual control system, having sustained 2 blows, indicating a need for enhancement. The power system of the mech appeared somewhat deficient, a forgivable flaw considering it was a modified D-class mech. A problem arose. The propulsion system was excessively energy-consuming. My physical stamina remains inadequate. I could surely accelerate further. Han Wei, who had been seated, found himself unconsciously straightening his back, his eyes reflecting a blend of confusion and astonishment as he fixated on the silver-black mech. Something was amiss. It was all too peculiar. Chapter 37. The game of cat and mouse. Zhuang Yuezha observed the two mechs clashing, increasingly perplexed. The crimson mech was relentlessly attacking, executing various slicing and slashing maneuvers against the silver-black mech. It appeared ferocious and formidable, yet he could not shake the feeling of mounting frustration. Suddenly, he smacked the arm of his chair, realization dawning upon him. The situation was unmistakably akin to a mouse teasing a cat. It's over. Zhu Yuanyao is destined to lose. He shook his head, unable to bear watching the crimson mech any longer. In truth, Zhu Yuanyao had long sensed the same vexation that Zhuang Yuezha was experiencing. It felt as though she were battling an elusive fish. The silver-black mech, while slightly inferior in speed compared to her A-class mech, consistently exploited the gaps in her offense. Slipping away effortlessly, she could land strikes upon her opponent, yet they only grazed inconsequential areas. However, each time she struck, there was a cost. For instance, the connection system of her mech's left arm had been dismantled. One of her arms was rendered useless. The advantage was ostensibly hers. This ignited a fire within her, intensifying her offensive. At this juncture, Shen Jiayan had nearly completed her documentation. She called out, Yuanyao, I offer you a chance for a draw. Let us cease for a moment. Without hesitation, Zhu Yuanyao retorted, no, I can still fight. She directed her mech once more towards her opponent's right arm, intent on retaliating. Moreover, Shen Jiayan's stamina was evidently inferior to hers. Her inquiry suggested she was on the verge of exhaustion. Thus, the advantage remained with her. Shen Jiayan sighed, pondering why one would refuse an opportunity. As she beheld the charging crimson mech, she maneuvered her mech skyward, leaping twice to position herself behind it. With a swift motion, she aimed her lance at the connection joint of the crimson mech's lower back. Bang! With a single strike, the charging crimson mech lost control of its lower half and collapsed to the ground, the debris from their earlier collision scattering and dust rising in the air. Incredible! How magnificent! Zhuang Yuezha marveled at the scene unfolding before him. Zhu Yuanyao slammed her hand against the control panel, yet the mech remained unresponsive. I have lost. With a heavy heart, she relinquished her grip on the control sticks, her hands pale, and gradually reclined against the chair's backrest. Shen Jiayan also leaned back, taking a moment to rest. She gasped for breath, her clothes soaked in sweat. Despite having engaged in 2 battles, and her mecha being exquisitely modified, her physical stamina remained a hindrance. Yet, she had proclaimed that below S rank, she was invincible. Han Wei stowed away his holographic device and swiftly approached the silver-black mecha. Ignoring the choking dust on the ground, he rose onto his toes to peel back the geometric panels covering the knees of the silver-black mecha. After inspecting the front, he circled to the back to continue his examination. After a while, he exclaimed, your thrusters are unlike traditional ones. No wonder your mecha's speed rivals that of A-rank mechas. Indeed, the original Zero Series mecha's thrusters were rather outdated and certainly required modifications. Shen Jiayan wiped the sweat from her forehead. So, is your mecha classified as heavy or light? Inquired Zhuang Yuezha, who had followed closely behind. He recalled the close combat tactics he had devised when dueling Shen Jiayan. What a farce those tactics had been. He felt grateful that she had initially suppressed him with firepower, preventing him from closing the distance. Otherwise, his mecha would have fared even worse than Zhu Yuanyao's. Shen Jiayan opened the mecha's hatch and leaped down, responding, I've told you, mechas are devoid of fixed rules. One must transcend the confines of conventional thought. In my view, mechas are not categorized. My mecha is simply mine. Han Wei nodded in agreement. Indeed, you possess remarkable talent in mecha manufacturing. However, could you enlighten me on how your D-rank stamina has endured for so long? Feeling dejected, Zhu Yuanyao immediately opened her hatch, leaping down to ask loudly, yes. Your mecha's speed nearly matches mine. Yet why do you appear to be in better condition than I? This prompted the others to take note of Shun Jiayun's physical state. Her complexion remained unpale, her legs steady. Apart from her hair being drenched in sweat, she appeared more invigorated than after 5 laps in a weighted gravity field. This defied logic. Shun Jiayun was holding a cartoon-themed towel, dabbing her face. Hearing the inquiries, she looked back innocently. Did I not mention that my mecha is equipped with a reaction damping system? That system alleviates a significant portion of the pressure. Wait, why do I need to alleviate that pressure? I could easily convert this force into energy. Can that replenish my energy supply? If I must convert it to energy, what formula should I use? Let me think. As she spoke, Shun Jiayun tucked the cartoon towel into her waist and retrieved her holographic device to document her thoughts. Zhu Yuanyao, bewildered, scratched her head in frustration, muttering, "Look at your way of communicating. Who can understand any of that? You start talking, and then whip out your holographic device." Zhuang Yueza nodded emphatically, "Exactly. Why have Shun Jiayun's mechas undergone so many modifications while we remain ignorant of her design? It is simply due to the vast chasm in communication between the academic achievers and the underperformers." Previously, he thought as an elder brother. He had earnestly listened to Shun Jiayun's talk of systems and plans, but once he lost track of the conversation, he dared not speak further. Upon witnessing Shun Jiayun working on the mech, he made an effort to keep his distance. Beside him, Han Wei subtly shifted his position, inching closer to Shun Jiayun, and then cautiously leaned in to see what she was documenting. What exactly is this damping system? What purpose does it serve? However, upon glancing at Shun Jiayun's holographic computer, he was met with a dizzying array of data calculations that left him utterly bewildered. It was evident that Shun Jiayun had conceived a new approach. As a researcher, she understood the importance of not interrupting her at this juncture. Han Wei's curiosity was piqued, yet he had to restrain himself. By chance, he lifted his gaze and spotted Feng Yu meticulously assessing the shattered mech of Zhu Yuanyao. Indeed, while others might not comprehend, Feng Yu certainly would. He gestured to Feng Yu from a distance, beckoning him to come over. Upon noticing Han Wei calling him, Feng Yu hurriedly approached. Han Wei raised his chin, adjusted his sleeves, and cleared his throat before quietly inquiring, "Are you familiar with that damping system?" Zhuang Yuezha and Zhu Yuanyao also leaned in, eager to hear about Shun Jiayun's damping system, even if they didn't fully grasp it. They were keen to understand what peculiar system had led them to be outperformed by Shun Jiayun, who possessed merely D-class physical capabilities. Chapter 38. Design Beyond Physical Limitations. Feng Yu scratched his head, pondering the damping system. Right, the damping system. Han Wei nodded affirmatively. Feng Yu continued. While I can't articulate the precise structure of the damper, I do have a basic understanding of its principle. Xiaoyun mentioned that the primary function of the damping system is to alleviate the pressure exerted on the human body while piloting a mech, enabling individuals with lower physical capabilities to pilot more advanced mechs. Zhuang Yuezha's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Piloting beyond one's capabilities? I want that. I absolutely desire it. Even Han Wei could no longer contain himself. His hands, which had been adjusting his sleeves, now gripping his garment tightly, leaving creases in the fabric without a second thought. Unperturbed by their enthusiasm, Feng Yu continued to explain the damping system with admiration. Once Shun Jiayun had recorded her inspiration, she snapped back to reality. Feeling 3 intense gazes piercing her back, their presence palpable, she retracted her holographic computer and turned, puzzled. "Why are you all looking at me?" Suddenly, it dawned on her, and she exclaimed, "Oh, I apologize. I was just explaining why my physical condition seems quite decent, wasn't I? Let me continue, no? You need not explain further. I already understand." Han Wei interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Zhuang Yuezha. Eagerly, Zhuang Yuezha asked, "Xiaoyun, could you design a damping system for my mech?" Zhu Yuanyao also gazed at Shun Jiayun with anticipation. Shun Jiayun cautiously glanced at Han Wei, and upon seeing no displeasure on his face, she replied to Zhuang Yuezha, "Wasn't your mech modified by Master Han? Didn't you mention it was nearly complete just a few days ago?" From her previous interactions with Han Wei, she had discerned that he was a rather proud individual. In fact, it seemed that not only Han Wei but also other renowned mech designers of the future possessed a certain arrogance, disinclined to accept criticism or suggestions regarding their modification plans. Zhuang Yuezha's recent remarks could potentially offend Han Wei. Han Wei, usually poised, fidgeted awkwardly, clearing his throat, admitting that the modifications were still lacking, with ample room for improvement. "Your mech has been quite well modified," he conceded, immediately tilting his head away. Although he yearned to consult Shun Jiayun directly, the memory of his previous harsh criticism of her mech design rendered him speechless. Feng Yu, taken aback, gaped in disbelief. During his time as Han Wei's assistant, he had frequently heard the master proclaim, "Only I can dictate the modifications to my mechs. My designs are flawless." The individual before him was not the Han Wei he recognized. Shun Jiayun raised an eyebrow, responding with a meaningful tone, "Is that so?" Han Wei's face flushed slightly in embarrassment. Zhuang Yuezha, oblivious to Han Wei's discomfort, hastily redirected the conversation back to his own mech. "Xiaoyun, my physical fitness is only at grade A, yet I managed to persuade Master Han to upgrade my mech to grade S. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be able to pilot that mech. I wish to inquire whether the added damping system could alleviate my physical burden, enabling me to pilot the grade S mech. The opportunity to have a master modify a mech is rare." Zhuang Yuezha did not lack an A-grade mech. Thus, merely requesting an upgrade to an A-grade would feel like a loss. Despite his inadequate physical fitness, he resolved to directly ask the master for an S-grade mech modification. He hoped that with the damping system designed by Shun Jiayun, he might even be able to pilot the S-grade mech immediately. Zhu Yuanyao chimed in. "If it allows someone with A-grade fitness to pilot an S-grade mech, I too would like to install a damping system." Shen Jiayan pondered for a moment, then shook her head regretfully, indicating that it might not be feasible. Zhuang Yueza quickly interjected, I can pay you. Simultaneously, Han Wei queried, do you resent my previous attitude towards you? No, not at all, Shen Jiayan replied, hastily waving her hands in denial. I am simply not well-versed in S-grade mechs. As you all know, one can only acquire knowledge of mechs above grade S by joining a research institute. I have searched extensively, but have yet to find core materials on S-grade mechs. My current understanding of mech manufacturing is limited to grade A. So this damping system is only applicable to mechs below grade S. Fang Yu should be the most understanding of this. Fang Yu nodded in agreement. He had been providing Shen Jiayan with relevant study materials on mech manufacturing. She had previously inquired about knowledge beyond grade S. But as he was unable to learn it himself, he certainly could not supply her with it. I have long asserted that the talent development system in the mech manufacturing industry needs reform. Han Wei exclaimed, his fists clenched in frustration. As a master in mech manufacturing affiliated with the Shu Family Research Institute, he had found his relationships within the institute strained since joining. Many within the institute were apprehensive that their research would be appropriated by others, leading to an unhealthy academic atmosphere. He had ventured to the Edge Star this time due to a conflict with a colleague at the research institute, seeking a respite for his troubled mind. After all, he had merely borrowed a concept from the colleague's research, and had even promised to exchange insights. Yet, the colleague seemed petty, holding a grudge against him. Consequently, the entire institute viewed him unfavorably, compelling him to retreat to the Edge Star temporarily. Indeed, change was necessary, albeit challenging. Shen Jiayan remarked casually, reflecting that relying on others was less effective than innovating her own advanced mecha. 3 centuries prior, she had created mecha from scratch, and 3 centuries later, she was equally capable of developing superior mecha independently. Zhuang Yueza and Zhu Yuanyao, overhearing their conversation, wore expressions of disappointment. With no alternative, they resigned themselves to waiting until their physical capabilities reached the S-grade before piloting S-grade mecha. Han Wei, fidgeting with his fingers, suddenly turned to Shen Jiayan. Jiayan, are you considering taking a break? If so, would you be interested in assisting me? I could offer you a remuneration of 20,000 star coins each month. Shen Jiayan and Han Wei exchanged glances, contemplating the implications of his proposal. Han Wei, meeting Shen Jiayan's serious gaze, felt a flush on his cheeks. Gritting his teeth, he declared, let me be frank. Your captain and Zhu Yuanyao's mecha are still under repair. During your time as my assistant, I can impart some knowledge about S-grade mecha. In return, I would like you to collaborate with me on developing a damper suitable for S-grade mecha. The patent for the final outcome will belong solely to you. Fang Yu vigorously nodded at Shen Jiayan, suggesting her agreement. Master Han, being from the Shu Family Research Institute, could provide invaluable insights, making this opportunity a boon for her. Chapter 39. Paid learning. Shen Jiayan narrowed her eyes, suppressing a smile that threatened to break forth. She had long coveted the chance that Fang Yu had to learn from Han Wei. He was her sole conduit to S-grade mecha at present. Now that Han Wei was inviting her to assist him, imparting knowledge about S-grade mecha and collaborating on the damper project, while also offering a monthly salary of 20,000 star coins, it was hardly a mere job. It was an opportunity to learn without incurring tuition fees, and he was even paying her for it. It was worth noting that in her previous life, her research endeavors often left her digging into her own pockets, and those of her companions. Such favorable terms as Han Wei proposed were beyond her wildest dreams. Upon re-evaluating Han Wei, she perceived that his demeanor was less imposing than before. His typically calculating gaze now revealed an earnest, albeit naive, sincerity. Han Wei, noticing Shen Jiayan's hesitation to agree, assumed she was reluctant to share her research findings. With renewed determination, he added, I will not take advantage of you. If we successfully develop this damping system, I will also provide you with my notes from my graduate studies. His notes contain the principles of S-grade mecha construction, the culmination of 4 years of dedicated effort. If it were someone else, Han Wei might have been reluctant to reveal such information. However, when it comes to Shen Jiayan, a student specializing in mecha combat, no matter how intelligent she is, without proper guidance, she would struggle to fully comprehend the intricate concepts, even if provided with study notes. In this regard, he would not be violating the rules of the Research Institute. Fang Yu, standing behind Han Wei, nodded vigorously, nearly straining his neck. Even Zhuang Yueza, beside him, could sense the cool breeze generated by Fang Yu's fervent gestures. Shen Jiayan looked up. Are you covering all the research expenses? Can you provide all the materials I need? Han Wei dismissed her concerns casually. Expenses? You need not worry about such trivial matters. We are assisting clients in modifying mechas, and any resultant costs are borne by them. As for the materials you require, I will endeavor to provide whatever I can procure. With his current reputation and status, countless individuals were offering him substantial sums of money, seeking his assistance. It would be foolish for him to pay out of pocket to help others modify their mechas. Additionally, I cannot spend every day conducting experiments at your place. I have other commitments during the holidays, Shen Jiayan added. She needed time for physical training and had promised Ding Qingyu that she would participate in mecha competitions as a club member during the break. Thus, she could not afford to linger solely in Han Wei's company. Han Wei nodded. That is acceptable. However, during critical moments of experimentation, it would be best if you remain focused. Absolutely. Shen Jiayan understood his concerns. With his objectives accomplished, Han Wei wasted no time at the club and departed. Once Han Wei left, Shen Jiayan began inspecting her mecha. Xiaoyan, you must assist me diligently. This time, I genuinely believe you are invincible below S class, Zhuang Yueza said, eagerly handing her a cup of water. If he could transcend his physical limitations and pilot an S class mecha with A class abilities, his parents would undoubtedly reward him generously. With various mecha competitions during the holidays, the potential winnings would be substantial. The more he pondered, the more fervently he gazed at Shen Xiaoyun. She was not merely a little sister. She was a veritable harbinger of fortune. Zhu Yuanyao, though less overtly flattering than Zhuang Yueze, followed closely in Shen Xiaoyun's wake. She had completely disregarded the training regimen set by the team leader, fixated solely on the hope that Shen Xiaoyun would promptly install dampers on her future mecha. As Shen Xiaoyun noted a damaged area on her mecha, she recalled Han Wei's earlier words. She turned to Zhuang Yueze. Han Wei mentioned he assists clients in modifying mechas, with costs borne by them. Hadn't your mecha been modified already? If it is to be modified again, do you have the funds? Zhuang Yueze's hand trembled, spilling water onto his trousers. Zhu Yuanyao slowly turned to him as well. Oh no, I'm out of money. What was I thinking? Urging Master Han to modify it so urgently? Zhuang Yueze lamented in despair. Then perhaps you need not modify it anymore. Shen Xiaoyun shook her head. Poor Xiaoze. Zhu Yuanyao regarded him with a sympathetic glance. Zhuang Yueze gritted his teeth. I will modify it. My father surely has other collectibles. I will ask my mother for assistance. It's an S Class Mecha. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. He added another remark, urging, you should first help Yuanyao spend her money. You dare to challenge me. Zhu Yuanyao clenched her fist and struck his shoulder with considerable force. Zhuang Yueze quickly dodged and ran away. Shen Xiaoyun shook her head, continuing to attend to her mech. Fang Yu called after them. Yuanyao, Yueze, hold on. I will send you the repair bill for the mech. That evening, Shen Xiaoyun, in high spirits, packed a sumptuous barbecue to take back to her dormitory. Today was truly more exhilarating than stumbling upon a fortune, justifying her expenditure of 500 star coins in celebration. As she relished her meal, her holographic device suddenly vibrated several times. Upon retrieving it, she discovered a stranger by the name of Dai Ning Ning had added her to her contacts. Her social interactions were quite simple. Apart from her own efforts to add people, it had been a long time since anyone had sought to connect with her. After she accepted the friend request, the individual promptly sent her a message. Hello, Shen Xiaoyun. I apologize for the intrusion. I am a second-year student in the mech manufacturing program at the academy. Previously, I posted a request for assistance in modifying my brother's mech. You left several suggestions on my post, one of which was a modification plan costing 100,000 star coins that reconfigured the operator's combo skills into macro keys, thereby customizing the control panel. This plan reduces the operator's physical movements and alleviates bodily strain. May I inquire about the specifics of this proposal? After sending the message, Dai Ningning anxiously awaited a response. A month had elapsed since she posted her request for help. She had reached out to everyone who replied to her post, hoping to find a viable solution for her brother. Today, however, she had exhausted all her contacts, each of whom proved unhelpful. When she reached out to Shen Xiaoyun, she harbored little hope, knowing the other was merely a student of mech combat. Yet, driven by a flicker of hope, she decided to make contact. Chapter 40. Another talent. After reading the lengthy message, Shen Xiaoyun slowed her chewing of the barbecued meat. So this was the advertisement she had previously posted on the Academy forum. Upon opening her Academy account, she found a multitude of individuals berating her. To her surprise, amidst such circumstances, someone had recognized her potential. Dai Ning Ning, indeed, had a discerning eye. She was a true talent. Moreover, she was someone who could potentially bring financial gain to Shen Xiaoyun. At the time, she had offered her assistance. Motivated by the fact that Dai Ning Ning's brother had been injured by a beast, she had not been overly concerned with the profit aspect then. However, now that she had acquainted herself with the second-generation AAA factory, she had managed to drive down the cost of components. After deducting the production expenses, she could now earn 10,000 star coins. Since completing the mech modification, her account had dwindled to only 100,000 star coins. She had now gained new inspiration for further modifications, yet it was clear that 100,000 star coins would not suffice. Thus, she needed to find ways to generate more funds, realizing the benefits of executing this proposal for both her and others. Shen Xiaoyun calculated her options and promptly replied to Dai Ning Ning. Please let me know when it's convenient for you to meet, and bring your brother along. We can discuss matters at the X-Blaze Mecha Club near the Academy. Although the damping system she designed is effective for physical abilities rated below S, she is unaware of the exact extent of her brother's decline in capabilities due to the beast's bite. Thus, she must first ascertain his current condition to appropriately adjust her plans. Dai Ning Ning replied promptly. Is tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon suitable? My brother is currently at Luotian Star. Shen Xiaoyun glanced at her schedule for the following day. Saturday brings no classes, but she is registered for the Qingyu Cup preliminary match, which is scheduled for 7 in the evening. Meeting in the afternoon would not impede her plans. Alright, any time in the afternoon works for me. The following afternoon at the X-Blaze Mecha Club, Shen Xiaoyun was repairing the damage to her mecha inflicted during yesterday's encounter with Zhu Yuanyao. Beside her, Zhuang Yueze wore a pained expression as he attempted to avoid training by pleading with the captain. After losing to Shen Xiaoyun, Zhuang Yueze's defeat was brought to Ding Qingyu's attention. Consequently, Ding Qingyu was adjusting Zhuang Yueze's training regimen. Captain, it's truly not my fault. It was Xiaoyun's mecha that was far too formidable, which is why I couldn't defeat her. I wagered my dignity against her, and since I lost, I must call her sister. Surely, I wouldn't intentionally lose just to address her as such. It's not that I'm lacking in effort. It's that my opponent is simply too strong. Therefore, could we possibly refrain from altering the training plan? Zhuang Yueze leaned against the back of Ding Qingyu's chair, persistently imploring. Ding Qingyu was away on a mission, thus missing Shen Xiaoyun's mecha test. However, while he may have missed the testing, he would not neglect to enforce discipline among his team. As Zhuang Yueze's clamor grew increasingly unbearable, Ding Qingyu succumbed to the temptation of adding 10 more laps to his running regimen. Zhuang Yueze gasped in shock. Captain, 40 laps with a weighted vest is already excruciating. Now you've added 10 more. Am I to perish? Then have Xiaoyun assist you in modifying your current mecha. This way, you can secure a commendable rank in the upcoming Qingyu Cup individual competition, Ding Qingyu suggested, layering additional training tasks upon him. He aspired for the club's members to achieve notable placements in various competitions, as success would yield greater team points for the club. What is the significance of team points? Registered clubs in the Alliance can undertake missions related to new star exploration, mineral searches, and beast hunts, as issued by military forces and planetary governments. The caliber of tasks available varies according to the team's level. Certain lucrative missions can yield millions of star coins simply by acquiring a rare mineral and selling it to mecha manufacturers. However, Ding Qingyu's fledgling club can currently only access lower-tier tasks. Alas, as a captain, he had to rely on others for opportunities to earn. Nevertheless, Ding Qingyu is an enterprising leader, brimming with confidence in his teammates, for he possesses the means to train them effectively. Certainly, if Zhuang Yueza were to compete and triumph, it would not only benefit the team immensely, but also serve him well. Even if Zhuang Yueza chooses not to pursue a path of undertaking missions in the future, he could still ascend to the status of a mecha celebrity. Should he decide against such a lofty aspiration, his 4 years of experience, surpassing that of his peers, would still enable him to secure a respectable position as a security officer. This expectation is not solely directed towards Zhuang Yueza, but extends to others as well. Ding Qingyu pondered this while extending Zhuang Yueza's training session by an additional half-hour on the climbing project. With a serious expression, he looked at Zhuang Yueza and urged, "You cannot lag behind Xiaoyun too much. After all, you joined the club a year earlier than she did." Meanwhile, Shen Xiaoyun, who was busy spray painting a mecha, heard her name mentioned by Ding Qingyu and lifted her gaze towards Zhuang Yueza. "I can assist you in refurbishing yesterday's A Class Mecha. I'll charge you only 3 million star coins, and I'll even give you a discount of 1,000 star coins, ensuring you won't fall too far behind me." Zhuang Yueza could not help but roll his eyes in response. "Go on, focus on your own mecha. Are you unaware that I hardly have any money left? I just borrowed 300,000 star coins from the captain," he lamented, feeling the weight of debt as he had to redo the modifications on his already completed S Class Mecha. Ding Qingyu patted Zhuang Yueza on the shoulder. "So now your creditors are urging you to earn money swiftly to repay me. Train diligently. There are rewards for winning in the Qingyu Cup." After encouraging Zhuang Yueza, Ding Qingyu approached Shen Xiaoyun once more. He circled her mecha a few times, expressing his disappointment. "I didn't get to witness your battle yesterday, which left me without sufficient data to devise a new training plan for you." Shen Xiaoyun turned her head away, hiding her face from Ding Qingyu, and remarked, "Captain, I believe your current arrangement is already excellent. Under your guidance, I am confident I will secure 3 consecutive victories in tonight's Qingyu Cup competition." Ding Qingyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He could tell from her posture that she was harboring some thoughts of evasion regarding training, having learned such tendencies from Zhuang Yueza. However, he had his own strategies to address them. Clearing his throat, Ding Qingyu casually patted the leg of the mecha and said, "Although you are a newcomer, each victory earns you 500 star coins. Win 3 matches, and you'll accumulate 1,500 star coins." Shen Xiaoyun's ears perked up at this, and she circled back, attentively listening to Ding Qingyu's elaboration. Chapter 41. The aroma of delicious pastries. Ding Qingyu secretly chuckled to himself, maintaining his steady pace. "If your matches are captivating and your fighting style is unique, you will attract numerous fans. I know someone who gained over 1 million followers by mastering various renowned techniques from mecha combat masters. The more fans you have, the greater the benefits you can reap. For a lone mecha combatant, fame serves as a business card, broadening our connections. Our club consistently manages accounts for team members, and if the account management proves successful, you could later sell fan merchandise or, as I do, engage in corporate performances, thus earning a substantial income. My initial opportunity to enlist Master Han Wei for the enhancement of our mechas was secured through participation in exclusive performances organized by various enterprises. Beyond these modest incentives of commercial performances, one may also receive invitations from exploration teams to embark on missions alongside them. Even if one harbors no desire to partake in such endeavors, the exploration teams one befriends occasionally offer rare mecha materials for sale." Shen Xiaoyun, drooling with anticipation, eagerly proclaimed, "Captain, I am committed to diligently participating in the training you are aware of. Not only do I aim for a 3-game winning streak, but I aspire to achieve 5 consecutive victories." Shen Xiaoyun felt no twinge of realism in her aspirations. The matters mentioned by Ding Qingyu resonated deeply within her, luring her with promises of wealth and rare mecha materials. Who could resist such temptations? Even Zhuang Yueza had unknowingly leaned against Shen Xiaoyun's mecha, listening intently to Ding Qingyu's grand visions. He chimed in, "Captain, I believe my training regimen requires adjustments." Ding Qingyu, momentarily distracted by him, replied without contemplation, "I cannot reduce the intensity of your training." Zhuang Yueza scratched his head and clarified, "No, I mean the weight for resistance is too light. I feel it should be increased by 30%. I too wish to become a star and gain followers. I want to build muscle. I currently possess a 4-pack. And I've heard that adding gravity to push-ups can help achieve an 8-pack. An 8-pack will surely attract followers more rapidly. Haha." Ding Qingyu regarded Zhuang Yueza with an exasperated glance, sighing heavily. Today he was less inclined to converse with Zhuang Yueza and preferred engaging with Xiaoyun instead. He turned to Shen Xiaoyun and continued, "Xiaoyun, tonight marks your debut match. Though your mecha has been upgraded, your physical stamina still falls short compared to an ordinary mecha soldier. Therefore, my expectations for you are not excessively high. Winning 1 match will suffice. A 3-game winning streak is overly ambitious. Very well, I shall win 3 matches. I intend to earn 1,500 star coins tonight," Shen Xiaoyun declared with determination. Her fist clenched resolutely. She was intent on fully stocking her mecha's ammunition and replenishing its energy reserves. Ding Qingyu's lips twitched. Perhaps it was his communication method that was amiss, as the outcomes often seemed to elude his control. Captain, let us go? We need to revisit and revise my training plan. Zhuang Yuza, noticing the captain's disinterest, took it upon himself to drag him back to their previous position, forcibly guiding Ding Qingyu back to his seat. Shen Zhaoyun, unperturbed by their antics, retrieved her optical brain and placed an order for ammunition. She also resolved to purchase the long-coveted soft whip priced at 3,888. Initially, she had intended to conserve energy and ammunition for the night, merely coasting through. However, she realized that one cannot capture wolves without letting go of the cubs. Not engaging would yield lesser rewards, thus compromising her potential gains. In the pursuit of life, one must maintain a long-term perspective. How could one thrive without sufficient funds? Shen Zhaoyun feverishly added items to her shopping cart, fully aware that her expenditures would be substantial. She murmured to herself, the only flaw of the newly upgraded mecha is its limited energy storage. While the enhanced mecha consumes energy at a greater rate, during the competition, I cannot afford to stalemate with my opponents for too long. If I intend to participate in multiple matches, I shall need to purchase several more energy blocks. Just then, a message popped up on her optical brain. Yesterday, she had made plans with Dai Ningning, who surprisingly was already waiting outside the club with her brother. Shen Zhaoyun glanced at the time. It was only 3 o'clock. She rose and approached Ding Qingyu, who was entangled in a conversation with Zhuang Yuezha, saying, Captain, I have a client who needs to borrow our equipment. What client? Ding Qingyu looked at Shen Zhaoyun with confusion. Shen Zhaoyun straightened her back and humbly replied, Oh, I've been spending too much lately, and someone offered to pay for a customized mech transformation plan, so I agreed. Zhuang Yuezha looked at Shen Zhaoyun in disbelief, exclaiming, What? You already have a client? Didn't you just finish your mech? Who would be so easily deceived? What are you talking about? Anyway, I need to go pick someone up. Shen Zhaoyun shot him a glance, thinking that she must not have intimidated Zhuang Yuezha enough yesterday. Oblivious to her thoughts, Zhuang Yuezha curiously said, I want to see how you con people. Go ahead. Ding Qingyu's curiosity was piqued as well. As Shen Zhaoyun stepped outside the club, she immediately spotted 2 individuals waiting. The girl with a single ponytail and a rosy, apple-like face was undoubtedly Dai Ningning. Beside her stood a tall young man, approximately 6 feet tall, but with a rather pale complexion. Shen Zhaoyun guessed this young man was Dai Ningning's brother. Dai Ningning was scanning the surroundings, observing every passerby. The moment Shen Zhaoyun appeared, Dai Ningning waved at her first. Zhaoyun, I'm Dai Ningning. This is my brother, Dai Ning, she exclaimed, recognizing Shen Zhaoyun instantly. Shen Zhaoyun's prowess on the academy forum was well known, and many classmates had attempted to approach her, with some even posting her photos online. Thus, her face was familiar to Dai Ningning. Shen Zhaoyun nodded at them. Hello, I am Shen Zhaoyun. Please follow me. After speaking, she led them into the club. Dai Ning studied Shen Zhaoyun with a discerning eye, noticing that she appeared even younger than his sister. He cast a doubtful glance at his sister. Dai Ningning understood her brother's unspoken thoughts and tugged at his sleeve, urging him to just follow along. With a sigh, Dai Ning said nothing further. He was an A-class mech soldier and the pillar of his family, which had relied on him for income from capturing low-level alien beasts. However, 2 months ago, he had been poisoned by a green shadow scorpion, reducing his A-class physical abilities to merely D-class. Although the doctor had assured him that his physical condition would gradually improve in a year and a half, the extent and duration of the recovery remained uncertain. Since his poisoning, the family's income had dwindled. His sister's studies in mech manufacturing required significant expenditure, with constant purchases of materials and parts draining their savings rapidly. Thus, the entire family had been seeking solutions to their predicament. Chapter 42. Decline in physical ability. Shen Zhaoyun led Dai Ningning and Dai Ning to the underground lower level, directly guiding them to a 5-meter-wide physical fitness testing device, a newly acquired asset of the club. Since her induction into the club, the captain, in a bid to better understand the physical condition of the team members and to continually refine their training regimens, invested heavily in a sophisticated testing apparatus. Shen Zhaoyun gently tapped on the glass door of the device, encouraging, You should step inside and assess your current physical condition. Thank you for your cooperation. Dai Ning and when he exchanged smiles before entering the glass enclosure. Idly standing by, Ding Qingyu assisted in operating the machinery. A-level fitness. No, wait. It's B-level fitness. Ding Qingyu observed the screen, his brow furrowing with concern. Dai Ning explained, My brother used to have A-level fitness, but after being injured by a green shadow scorpion, his physical condition deteriorated, rendering it quite unstable. We've tested him multiple times, and his explosive power could potentially drop to D-level. Ding Qingyu suddenly understood, that must be the result of being poisoned by a beast. No wonder. I encountered a teammate who suffered the same fate during a previous mission. His fitness indeed declined and became erratic. He has yet to regain his peak condition. Dai Ning's expression turned somber. Shen Zhaoyun remained silent, diligently recording the data from the fitness tester. Then, she immersed herself in calculations using her holographic computer. After Dai Ning completed the test and exited the device, he glanced at the screen, noting little change. Seeing his sister's dejected face, he mustered a reassuring smile, saying, I'm not the only one who has been poisoned by a beast. Out of our team of 12, 8 of us were injured during that mission. Zhuang Yuezha inquired with curiosity, You face such dangers while undertaking missions? Are beasts truly that terrifying? A flicker of fear crossed Dai Ning's eyes as he replied. Engaging with beasts, while fruitful, comes at a perilous cost. Without mechs, humanity stands no chance against these creatures. I can hardly fathom how our ancestors endured such trials 3 centuries ago. Ding Qingyu patted Zhuang Yuezha on the shoulder, suggesting, if you wish to avoid confronting beasts. Pursuing the path of mech combat is also a viable option. At that moment, Shun Xiaoyan's calculations yielded results. She set aside her holographic computer and addressed Dai Ning. Your brother is relatively fortunate. Dai Ning looked at Shun Xiaoyan with confusion, struggling to grasp her implication. Shun Xiaoyan pointed to a string of data on the device, explaining, his greatest fortune lies in retaining his original A-level resilience. Thus, he does not require a damping system. The current issues he faces are instability in fitness and endurance. Exactly. My situation mirrors this. My fitness is unstable, and consequently, my abilities are also inconsistent. Thus, I am entirely unprepared to undertake missions. Dai Ning nodded emphatically. Shun Xiaoyan clapped her hands, stating, therefore, the proposal I am offering is highly applicable. By modifying your control console and modularizing your operational habits, you can conserve several times your physical energy. Dai Ning blinked, inquiring, how can the control console be modified? Just watch. Shun Xiaoyan promptly pulled up a video to demonstrate. Fortunately, she had the foresight to record her operational process during the mech test drive yesterday, which she now shared to save time. What is this? Zhuang Yueza leaned in. His curiosity piqued. You recorded your operational process? Ding Xingyu also approached, eager to see the demonstration. After merely a minute of observation, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. No wonder you can overpower Yuan Yao. Your control panel is remarkably effortless. The maneuvers we execute with a dozen keystrokes, you accomplish with merely 2. However, Ding Xingyu shook his head, asserting that it wasn't just Xiaoyun's keen judgment. Did you not notice how she consistently anticipated Xiaoyao's landing points? This need not be articulated. I experienced it firsthand yesterday. What we are currently observing is the control panel. Zhuang Yueza recalled the frustrating battle experience he had with Shun Xiaoyan yesterday and instinctively touched his chest. He had no desire to endure that feeling of suppression a second time. Dai Ningyi observed intently, the dimness in his eyes gradually brightening. If he were to utilize such a control panel, it would indeed conserve his stamina. As the video concluded, however, Dai Ningyi's brow furrowed. Altering the control panel would necessitate adjustments to the piloting habits of the mecha soldier. I wonder if my brother will be able to adapt to such changes. Shun Xiaoyan retracted her holographic device, stating, you should be aware that my physical abilities are only at the D level. While the mecha soldier I faced in the video boasts an A level, the method is as I described. Whether you accept it is entirely up to you. Dai Ningyi hesitated, but Shun Xiaoyan raised her hand, interrupting her. You have already sought assistance from numerous individuals, haven to you? Have any of their proposals been as effective as this? Although my approach may appear cumbersome at the outset, it can enable your brother to reclaim his peak prowess. The only costs involved are 100,000 star coins and the time required for your brother to undergo retraining. Your brother is more fortunate. His foundation of A-level abilities still remains. My own abilities are merely at the D level, and the challenges I face initially are significantly greater than those encountered by your brother. Upon hearing her words, the crowd's gaze shifted to one of admiration. Shun Xiaoyun's achievements were remarkable. They had previously overlooked this aspect. To pursue an A-level opponent with D-level abilities is, in itself, a groundbreaking realization. Such news would undoubtedly stir considerable excitement. I want it. What could be more arduous than lacking financial resources? It merely requires adapting to a new operational method. I can practice. Dai Ningyi declared, clenching her fist. Chapter 43. Qingyu Cup biting her lip. Dai Ningyi inquired, may I ask which engineer we should seek for assistance in modifying the mecha? Is it feasible to engage a mecha master with merely 100,000 star coins? Dai Ningyi herself was a student specializing in mecha manufacturing. She observed that not only the control panel but also the damping system surrounding Shun Xiaoyan was unlike anything she had learned. The internal structure of this mecha diverged significantly from her studies. Only a master of mecha engineering could innovatively transform a mecha in such a manner. To enlist a mecha master for modifications with a budget of 100,000 star coins seemed utterly fantastical. Ding Qingyu and Zhuang Yueza exchanged glances, directing their attention toward Shun Xiaoyan. Has Shun Xiaoyan truly become a mecha master? Shun Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. Did I not advertise that I was the one who modified it? Did I fail to mention it? The mecha I altered. I stated that 100,000 star coins is the price. If you have surplus funds, offering me 500,000 star coins is also acceptable. You? Aren't you a student of mecha combat? Dai Ningning parted her lips, her eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and confusion. No, I need to gather my thoughts. If this is true, have the books I've read over the past 2 years been for naught? Not only is she a year ahead of me, but she is also a student specializing in mecha manufacturing. And now, someone is telling me that a junior from a non-mecha major has already managed to modify a mecha? Are all individuals named Shun Xiaoyan so exceptionally talented? Should I consider changing my name as well? Forget it. Just take a moment for yourself. Shun Xiaoyan shook her head and turned her attention to another individual. Dai Ningyi, I will send you the contract. There are no issues with it. However, you must make the payment first. I should be able to complete the modifications for you within a week. Upon receiving the contract, Dai Ningyi added, if my mecha modifications are successful, my teammates may also require your assistance. Really? Excellent. I will even waive 1,000 star coins for you. Shun Xiaoyan recalled that Dai Ningyi mentioned their team had a total of 8 injured members. She had inadvertently unearthed a treasure trove. Dai Ningyi's eyes sparkled as she continued. In addition to my teammates, I know many others who have been injured by the Green Shadow Scorpions. I've joined several support groups for the afflicted. And on the planet where we were on mission, the Green Shadow Scorpions have proliferated. Shun Xiaoyan gasped, then excitedly exclaimed, classmate Xiao Zhe, bring the tea. Hurry and serve this unexpected benefactor. This was not merely a handful of peanuts. It was an entire field of them. Each peanut could earn 10,000 star coins. And an entire cluster would yield 80,000 star coins. Imagine the bounty from a vast expanse. Zhuang Yueza, who had been a silent witness to the unfolding events, was left utterly speechless. What was this unexpected turn of events? Shen Jiayun was already too engrossed in her enthusiasm to pay him any mind, eagerly leading Dai Ningyi toward the sofa. Come, let us discuss how we can assist those heroes who are suffering. We must ensure that every hero in need, your teammates, fellow patients, and friends, stands tall once more. Dai Ningyi nodded fervently. That sounds wonderful. I deeply understand their pain. They need our help. An hour later, Shen Jiayun, brimming with enthusiasm, escorted the Dai siblings out of the club, humming a cheerful tune as she returned to the basement floor. Zhuang Yueza couldn't help but approach her. How much can you earn by modifying a mecha? He had been serving tea and had not missed a single detail. She was acquainted with a kind and passionate second-generation factory heir and had long established a long-term partnership with them. As long as Dai Ningyi brought someone in need of her assistance, she could take on modification requests not just from a single team, but from multiple planets. All these individuals needed to invest a mere fraction of star coins to reclaim their lives. He was eager to discover how much Shen Jiayun could pocket from that mere investment. Shen Jiayun beckoned him closer. I charge a minimum of 100,000 star coins for each mecha modification, with a minimum profit of 10,000 star coins. This pricing allowed her to assist those in need, while also earning a fair profit. Zhuang Yueza's eyes widened once more. Could Shen Jiayun truly earn such a substantial amount for each mecha modification? Moreover, the most significant aspect was that she would not have to handle the modifications herself. She could simply send the work to her partnered factory. Was this not pure profit? He could not help but ask, Xiaoyun, do you think it's too late for me to change careers and learn to modify mechas from you? Shen Jiayun glanced at him, teasingly replying, change careers? What career would that be? I am currently engaged in mecha combat, which makes us colleagues. Modifying mechas is merely my side pursuit. However, if you learn mecha combat techniques from me, you might earn quite a bit. Zhuang Yueza scratched his head, feeling envious. Mecha combat was exceedingly arduous. Unlike mecha manufacturing, where devising a brilliant design could yield a continuous stream of income. In no time, you might even save enough to purchase an S Class Mecha. Shen Jiayun shook her head, remaining silent. What need did she have for an S Class Mecha? She planned to seek wisdom from Uncle Han, and then personally modify an S Class Mecha. Ding Qingyu, returning from the third floor, just happened to overhear Zhuang Yueza's words and promptly doused him with cold water. If you don't possess Xiao Yun's intellect, it's best not to join in. Indeed, Xiao Yun's intellect was unparalleled. Zhuang Yueza could still recall the fervent admiration in Dai Ningning's gaze as she looked at Xiao Yun. That look was more intense than Xiao Yun's reaction upon seeing star coins. He patted his stomach and sighed. Perhaps cultivating abs to gain followers was a more reliable pursuit. Ding Qingyu, disinterested in further banter with Zhuang Yueza, turned to Shun Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, how is your mecha repair coming along? If it's ready, we must depart soon to participate in the competition. The nearest venue for the Qingyu Cup is only half an hour away by airship, but since this is your first competition, I believe you should arrive early to acclimatize to the environment. The ammunition and weapon accessories I purchased earlier should have arrived. I will just need to install them. Shen Jiayun recalled the large box she had seen at the elevator on the first floor, which must have contained her previous orders. She had ordered relatively standard items, readily available, and quick to arrive. All right, let us get it packed and leave. Ding Qingyu declared, heading towards the elevator. I'm coming too. I need to check with Yuan Yao to see if she wants to join. Zhuang Yueza exclaimed, pulling out his holographic device to contact Zhu Yuanyao. This was Xiao Yun's debut. They could not afford to miss it. An hour later, Shen Jiayun and her companions arrived at the competition venue located in Xinghuan City. Shen Jiayun curiously observed the vast circular arena, bustling with activity and excitement. The most striking feature of the venue was the massive projection screen suspended in midair, divided into dozens of smaller screens, each showcasing ongoing matches. Observing all of this, Shen Jiayun couldn't help but smile. Such fresh spectacles were non-existent 300 years ago. Just as she was about to express her thoughts, Zhu Yuanyao suddenly pointed at one of the screens, exclaiming excitedly, wow, we're so lucky. Bloodwolf has a match today. Let us go watch his fight first. However, Zhuang Yueza tugged at Shen Jiayun, pointing at another screen. What is so special about Bloodwolf? He has just a pretty face, and the match lacks any technical substance. If we're going to watch something, let us see the heavy mecha match of the Hammer Giant that embodies true power and masculinity. Xiaoyun, trust me, I'll cover your entry fee. Zhu Yuanyao chimed in, also grasping Shen Jiayun's sleeve. Shen Jiayun expressed her confusion, inquiring whether an entrance fee was indeed required to gain access. Naturally, there will be an admission charge, Zhu Yuanyao clarified, while the majority of the ticket revenue is allocated to the organizers. The victors still receive 10% of the total ticket sales. Chapter 44. This is quite fair. Doesn't that imply that the greater the audience, the more the winners stand to earn? Shen Jiayun's mind raced, swiftly arriving at the crux of the matter. More spectators equate to more funds. It is no wonder that Xiao Zhe contemplated the lucrative path of selling meat. The younger generation is not devoid of capability, at the very least. They possess more avenues for profit than I, an old relic. Indeed, otherwise, why would the captain manage a personal account? The more victories secured, the greater the fan base. The larger the fan base, the more wealth the mech pilots can amass. Xuelong boasts over 1 million followers, and it is said that his monthly income exceeds 1 million star coins, Zhu Yuanyao remarked, her face inadvertently reflecting envy. Nodding in agreement, Shen Jiayun continued. If that is the case, is there a possibility of someone staging a performance, perhaps engaging in match fixing? What would the repercussions be? Without hesitation, Zhu Yuanyao waved her hand dismissively. How could anyone resort to match fixing? Winning a single contest would be futile, and should the opponent expose such acts, they would be vilified. The Qingyu Cup is, in fact, rather equitable. Those with true skill ascend the ranks without the need for deceit. Ding Qingyu concurred. Is that truly the case? What then is this? Shen Jiayan slowly retrieved her light brain and presented it to Zhu Yuanyao. Zhuang Yuezha and Ding Qingyu leaned in to examine it as well. Wang Baziki, in the upcoming match, if you concede, I shall give you all the winnings. Wang Baziki, in the upcoming match, if you concede, I shall not only give you all the winnings, but also an additional 1,000 star coins. Wang Baziki, in the upcoming match, if you concede, I shall give you all the winnings and an additional 1,500 star coins. Wang Baziki, an extra 300 star coins. Wang Baziki, an extra 500 star coins. Wang Baziki, I see you have read my messages. Are you dissatisfied with my offer? The maximum I can provide is 3,000 star coins, no more. Wang Baziki, fine, would 5,000 star coins suffice? Is this Wang Baziki your opponent in the forthcoming match? Zhuang Yuezha stared blankly at Shen Jiayan. She nodded. Midway, her match opponent had been matched, and she had received this message along the way. Initially, she presumed it to be a scam, as her savings had reached 110,000 star coins, exceeding Zhuang Yuezha's by 50,000. Thus, she had chosen to ignore it until Zhu Yuanyao's earlier explanation enlightened her. Zhu Yuanyao expressed her disbelief. This is inconceivable. How can there still be such foolish individuals? Ding Qingyu's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of confusion. This was far from the Qingyu Cup he had come to know. At that moment, Shen Jiayan's light brain vibrated again. Wang Baziki, would an additional 6,000 star coins be acceptable? This is unjust. Why does fortune smile upon you so? In the past, no one ever approached me for match fixing. Zhuang Yuezha's voice trembled. In the preliminary arena, the competitors are rather inexperienced. Even if one were to win a match, the total earnings would scarcely reach 1,000 star coins. Yet, this individual is willing to offer Shen Jiayan 6,000 star coins merely to secure a victory. If approached by someone else, he would have readily agreed for just 3,000. Ding Qingyu rubbed his temples, pondering how he managed to get in touch with her. Oh, I added my personal contact number on the contestant profile page. Shen Jiayan opened the registration system for the Qingyu Cup. AAA Mecha Modification Xiaoshen. Professional low-cost mecha modifications. Personalized mechas. If you wish to win more and earn more, please add me. It turns out the Qingyu Cup is not as fair as I had imagined. Zhu Yuanyao murmured. Ding Qingyu sighed. No one else would be so brazen as to display their personal account on their profile page. Others participate in mecha competitions solely for the sake of competition. Just look at her introduction. Does it seem like she is a serious competitor? His head was truly throbbing. Shen Jiayan smiled subtly. She was merely emulating AAA Xiao Wang. If she truly becomes popular, she would effectively become a living advertisement, attracting a steady stream of clients. Who would ever despise an abundance of wealth? I see. Zhuang Yuezha exclaimed, enlightened. He learned something new. He took out his light brain and began to tinker with it. Ding Qingyu quickly interjected. You mustn't do this. Xiao Yun, you should promptly change your competition name. Just think, once you gain fame, being called Xiao Shun is quite embarrassing. Look at your opponents. All of them have names like kingly presence. When your fans cheer for you, calling you Xiao Shun lacks any grandeur. Shen Jiayan hesitated. Being called Xiao Shun wasn't so bad, primarily because she could sell goods. Perhaps I was indeed short-sighted before. She suddenly understood. It was all Xiao Wang's influence that led her astray. She should revert to her previous specialized name. However, she decided against changing her personal contact account. What if someone noticed her exceptional performance and became interested in her mecha? Ding Qingyu exhaled slowly. This child is too clever, with too many tricks up her sleeve. Fortunately, she can still be easily persuaded for now. Otherwise, when people mention the X-Luyan Mecha Club, they would only think of it as a sales entity. Suddenly, Shen Jiayan's light brain vibrated again. Zhuang Yuezha leaned in to take a look. Kingly presence, 10,000 star coins. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed. 10,000 star coins? You could upgrade your mecha with a wear-resistant coating. Since you're bound to lose one match, take me along to see what this fool looks like. Ding Qingyu couldn't help but give Zhuang Yuezha a light smack on the head, pulling Shen Jiayan aside. Don't listen to him. Xiao Yun, I have high hopes for you. Do not tarnish your professional career. Winning a match not only earns you money but also points, which can be exchanged for items later on. Shen Jiayan patted her light brain, regretfully putting it away. Is this a test from the ancestors? Never mind. All for the sake of earning more money in the future and creating better mechas. Yes, don't listen to Zhuang Yuezha. He has been impoverished lately. Come on. Let me take you to watch the Blood Wolves match, Zhu Yuanyao said, pulling Shen Jiayan's arm, not forgetting about her idol. Ding Qingyu pried Zhu Yuanyao's hand away. You shouldn't meddle. Her match is about to begin. It was her first visit, and the mech had yet to be registered for inspection at the competition center. Let us go. Shen Jiayan was eager to complete the competition as soon as possible. At the inspection center, Shen Jiayan had submitted her mech for evaluation half an hour prior, yet the staff member had yet to appear. Unable to hold back, she inquired. Do you typically take this long to register mech information? Not at all. My mech usually passes inspection within 10 minutes, replied Zhuang Yuezha, scratching his head. Equally perplexed by the situation, Zhu Yuanyao expressed her relief, saying, fortunately, the captain had Xiao Yun come for the mech inspection in advance. Otherwise, given this delay, she might have missed her competition time. At that moment, a staff member in uniform, Xiao Tao, approached. She apologized to Shen Jiayan, saying, I sincerely apologize for the wait. After inspection at our center, your mech, Eternal Dawn, has been classified as a D-class medium mech, which does not align with the A-class designation on your registration form. Chapter 45. Refund. All eyes turned to Shen Jiayan. Ding Qingyu sighed. Did you register for an A-class mech? Indeed. My mech is undoubtedly an A-class. Shen Jiayan affirmed without hesitation. She could easily outperform Zhu Yuanyao and Zhuang Yuezha. Surely, it was an A-class mech. Xiao Tao's expression faltered momentarily before she quickly restored her gentle smile. Our center employs the most professional mech experts. We assessed your mech's power source, structure, equipment configuration, and technical applications, ultimately classifying it as D-class. What? Shen Jiayan pondered for a moment, looking at Ding Qingyu and the others. Did she imply that her technology was rather outdated, and her mech's armament configuration was rudimentary? Yes, you have understood correctly. Your mind is quite sharp. Zhu Yuanyao praised her comprehension, patting her shoulder. Zhuang Yueza chuckled mischievously. Fine. If it's D-class, then so be it. You should proceed to the competition. Ding Qingyu sighed again. Alright, I'll head to the competition first. Shen Jiayan nodded. Her mech was a modified version of the original Zero model. Given that it was her own creation, it was not surprising that the evaluator had not encountered it before. However, Xiao Tao added, when initially registering for opponents. We will refer more closely to the information you provided. Your opponent might be significantly stronger than you. Would you like to cancel your first match? Canceling will result in a deduction of 5 points from your score. Although you will lose points by canceling, your mech will remain undamaged. Points will be deducted? Shen Jiayan had just reacquainted herself with the promotional materials for the Qingyu Cup, now understanding the importance of competition points. Each victory in the competition awarded 5 points. Competitors with higher scores would be selected as representatives for the Qingyu Cup regional finals, ultimately participating in the league-wide grand finals. Regular competitors could also exchange their accrued points for various rare minerals available in the Qingyu marketplace, opportunities to have their mechs modified by collaborating masters, and chances to purchase high-grade mechs, among other rewards. Additionally, distinct point tiers would grant titles such as New Star, Elite, Ace, and Legend. The personal points of the top 3 competitors in a club can be converted into additional prestige points for the Alliance Club. Ding Qingyu's primary aspiration is to enhance the club's prestige. I will not withdraw. I wish to continue participating. Shun Zhaoyun resolutely declined. She was fully capable of defeating her opponent. Why should she forfeit 5 points unnecessarily? Ding Qingyu nodded in agreement. If you can win, then keep fighting. The staff, accustomed to such scenarios, maintained a polite smile and said, very well, please proceed to the Y12 competition stage. Your match will commence in 10 minutes. At the Y12 competition stage, only around 20 spectators were seated. On this weekend evening, the turnout for the matches was substantial, making it challenging to acquire tickets for the more popular competitors. Hence, when I noticed that tickets for this particular stage were discounted, I seized the opportunity. The reason for the discount was evident. This match featured newcomers in their preliminary rounds. I had just overheard the staff mention that the newcomers would be piloting D-class mechas, which explained why the ticket prices were reduced and the seats were not filled. Such rookie matches likely prompted the Qingyu organization to forego live streaming altogether. Zhuang Yueza and his companions were no strangers to the murmurs surrounding them. Indeed, newcomer matches lacked allure. Among the audience, perhaps half were relatives of the competitors. However, if they were unaware of Xiao Yun's true capabilities, purchasing such tickets could be quite disappointing. Just then, a line of text suddenly appeared on the screen behind the competition stage. Y12 competition stage. Kingly Aura, A-class medium mecha, versus I am your ancestor, D-class medium mecha. Has the matching system encountered a bug again? This match is between a D-class mecha and an A-class mecha? No wonder the tickets were discounted. What is the point of watching? With such a disparity in strength, this match will surely conclude in less than 3 minutes. Refund, refund, refund. A match between A and B classes seems reasonable, but A and D classes is utterly outrageous. The Qingyu Cup is just a money-making scheme. I must record this live and post it online to express my outrage. To pilot a D-class mecha and name it I am your ancestor is simply asking for trouble. Why not cancel the match if the system has malfunctioned? Amidst the surrounding audience's commotion, the 2 mechas on the competition stage slowly ascended. Shen Jiayan sat in the familiar cockpit, intently observing the visuals displayed on the large screen. Not far from her stood a black mecha adorned with various peculiar patterns. Her opponent, Kingly Aura. Hey, I am your ancestor. I am truly grateful to you. Rest assured, I won't let your mecha sustain too much damage. Wang Xing beamed as he sat in his mecha, a grin stretched from ear to ear. He never anticipated such fortuitous luck. Needing points desperately to purchase a certain mineral from the shop, he had previously bombarded the information system, hoping to exchange money for points. However, upon taking the stage, he realized his opponent was merely a D-class mecha pilot. There was no need to buy points. He could easily defeat his opponent in 3 minutes. Thus, he was particularly thankful for the lack of a surrender, saving him 1,000 star coins. The aura of dominance shall not be diluted. You dare to explode me? I shall be your ancestor. I will follow you, become your fan. How dare you treat me like this? Why, as a D-ranked contestant? Are you matched against an A-ranked opponent without canceling this match? Destroy his mech. You conspired with the Qingyu Cup to rob my money. I am your ancestor. Take your shabby mech and leave the arena. Shen Zhaoyun, upon hearing the audience's jeers about her mech, could not contain herself and defiantly gestured with a middle finger towards the spectators below. This act incited an even louder uproar from those who felt they had spent their money in vain. Ding Qingyu covered his face, lamenting, it's over. I forgot to teach little Yun the principles of personal branding. How will she gain followers and manage her account now? Surely, she must have seen the code of conduct of Steelheart. Has she forgotten it? Zhuang Yuezhou was equally astonished. Zhu Yuanyao could only shake her head in resignation. Forget it. Little Yun doesn't rely on fans. She thrives on her skills. It's fine. There aren't many spectators watching. We can teach her later. Ding Qingyu could only find solace in his own thoughts. Chapter 46. One move to annihilation. I shall not tolerate disrespect towards my fans. I will uphold justice and obliterate you. The aura of dominance proclaimed fervently. He was merely an obscure contestant, akin to a failed novelist in a lackluster competition. He had lost countless matches through various means, and thus had never garnered attention. However, today, if he could triumph over his weak D-ranked opponent, the audience below would become his fans. If he could conclude the match within 5 minutes, using only one move, and vanquish his opponent with overwhelming force, then more than 20 spectators would surely follow him. A full 20 fans. His excitement was palpable. He must win. He maneuvered his mech flamboyantly, blowing a kiss to the audience below, urging them to follow him and witness his single move that would avenge them. The audience responded with fervor. Defeat your opponent, and we shall follow you. Obliterate the foe S mech. Yes, it shall be one move to annihilation. The match between the aura of dominance and I am your ancestor commences. The announcer's voice resonated in the arena as the aura of dominance, filled with enthusiasm, charged towards his opponent. Below, Zhu Yuanyao observed the scene and could not help but curse. This aura of dominance is utterly shameless. His mech is superior to Little Yun's, yet he charges in without a word. Indeed, despicable and shameless. He should be called the aura of shame, Zhuang Yuezha concurred. Xin Jiayun remained focused on the screen within her mech, and upon seeing her opponent rush in without warning, her reflexes kicked in. One hand swiftly glided over the control panel while the other maneuvered the joystick. The silver-black mech executed a graceful sidestep to the left, narrowly evading the black mech's blade, which struck the gray arena floor with a resounding thud. The ground cracked, dust billowing into the air. Xin Jiayun shook her head, realizing the severity of the attack. Had that blade struck her mech, it could have sustained considerable damage. Thankfully, she was skilled. Is it possible? Have I truly become so incompetent that I cannot even defeat a D-ranked mech? With a fierce aura, Wang Baji drew his long blade. His expression filled with confusion as he gazed at the cracked floor beneath him. Was his thunderous plan thwarted so easily? No, he could not accept such a fate. That was merely a concession on my part. Now I shall fight earnestly. Wang Baji roared, lifting his blade anew and charging at the opposing silver-black mech. Xin Jiayun, amused, teased. All right, you let me have one move. Then I shall grant you two in return. Her fingers danced across the control panel. The silver-black mech moved swiftly. You are doomed. Even if Wang Baji was a failure, he was an A-class failure. Could he truly endure such mockery from a D-class contender? Yet again, his second strike missed its mark. Xin Jiayun sparkled with delight, jesting. That was your first move. Oh, this infuriates me. Behold my self-created earth-shattering blade. Wang Baji, unwilling to yield, executed flamboyant movements on the control panel, and the black mech suddenly soared into the air, charging toward the silver-black mech with a death-defying momentum. Xin Jiayun tilted her head, noting that while the momentum was impressive, the tactical acumen was lacking. Anticipating the landing point, she declared, then I shall be 5 centimeters ahead of you. As she spoke, her hands moved tirelessly, maneuvering the mech forward. The calculations were impeccable, narrowly grazing the blade in front of her, precisely 5 centimeters as claimed. A smidgen of energy was conserved. Once more, the opponent's attack fell short, carving another pit into the ground. This pit was twice the size of the previous two, truly embodying the spirit of earth-shattering force. That was your second move, Xin Jiayun said with a cheerful smile. This is not right. The furious Wang Baji murmured, increasingly doubting himself. The opponent was not particularly skilled, merely adept at evasion. Why did they always seem to leap beyond his range of attack? He reassured himself. Humph, I was so close to hitting. You won't last much longer. In the audience, anticipation transformed into disappointment as they witnessed Wang Baji's boastful declarations fall flat. Finally, the spectators realized they had been toyed with. Boo. Refunds. The Qingyu Cup is fixed. Wang Baji, are you an actor summoned by my ancestors? I will report you. I will report. After so many attempts, an A-class mech cannot land a hit on a D-class mech? Is this a joke? Are we being played with? Get off the stage. Get off. The audience, incensed, waved their hands in protest. Zhuang Yuezha could not help but retract his neck, having never seen such fervent ire from the crowd before. Xiaoyun certainly knows how to provoke animosity. Zhu Yuanyao lamented alongside him. She wished to cheer for Xiaoyun, but given the current situation, she feared that a single shout could draw the crowd's wrath upon her as well. Ding Qingyu, however, remarked, it's not Xiaoyun's fault. We can only blame the opponent for being so weak that they fall prey to her tactics. Captain, you've lost your mind. Captain, something is off. The two exchanged astonished glances at Ding Qingyu, who, had they been in his shoes, would have been berated long ago. Previously, the captain had educated them on the importance of respecting fans, honoring opponents, and striving for swift resolutions, urging them not to underestimate their adversaries. Ding Qingyu felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly diverted the conversation, encouraging everyone to observe and learn from Xiaoyun's combat style during the match. On the competition stage, Xin Jiayun found herself exhilarated by the increasingly vitriolic jeers from the audience. She could not quite comprehend why. Perhaps she harbored a slight inclination towards masochism. No. How could she berate herself in such a manner? She simply relished the sensation of her enemies wishing to defeat her, yet finding themselves unable to do so. Unable to restrain herself, she allowed her opponent, the formidable Wang Baziki, to execute 7, 8, or even 9 strikes. Oh dear, so close. You nearly grazed my mech's outer shell. Not quite right. Your blade is askew. Were you not aiming for me? Perhaps it's time to concede? Are you not feeling exhausted? Impressive. You've shown some progress, forcing me to leap thrice. Ah, I shall slay you. I shall slay you. Wang Baziki's eyes were nearly bloodshot, and his grip on the control stick trembled slightly. He had never encountered an opponent as audacious as Xin Jiayun. Even more vexing was the audience below, who continued to deride him, accusing him of throwing the match and deliberately allowing the opposing player an advantage. Little did they know the arduous battle he faced. The opponent was elusive, consistently evading his strikes by mere margins. He acknowledged that the other's combat skills exceeded his own. However, the inferiority of the D-Class Mech compared to an A-Class Mech was evident. Otherwise, why did every encounter come so perilously close? Why did the opponent hesitate to engage him directly? This was also why he had not conceded but persisted in wearing down his adversary. The D-Class Mech could not endure for long, and he would wait just a little longer. Bolstering his resolve, Wang Baziki continued to pursue the silver-black mech with renewed vigor. The ground was now littered with the marks of his relentless strikes. Chapter 47. I surrender. I admit defeat. Shun Jiaoyun deftly maneuvered her mech, evading yet another of Wang Baziki's attacks. The audience's jeers persisted, though they had begun to dwindle. Shun Jiaoyun felt her enthusiasm waning slightly. She called out to her opponent. Do you have any other techniques? You're on the brink of collapse, aren't you? Can you hold on much longer? Wang Baziki, invigorated by her words, shouted back in excitement. Shun Jiaoyun shook her head with a smile. No, I merely wish to suggest that if you lack other strategies, perhaps you should return for further practice? With that, she raised her right arm, and a long, thick whip swiftly emerged from the wrist of her mech. She swung the whip forcefully towards the ground, leaving a 2-meter-long scar upon the surface. Nodding with satisfaction, she mused, this whip seems quite effective. Wang Baziki stood frozen in place, taken aback. You can wield a whip? Why did you not retaliate earlier? He had initially surmised that she was merely a gifted mech pilot without much weaponry experience, which explained her earlier inaction. Shun Jiaoyun glanced at the audience below, now exhausted from their taunts, reclining in their seats for a moment of respite. She lamented, it was simply that I had not yet fully enjoyed myself. Now, I have. With a swift motion, she tapped the control panel, and her mech soared 5 meters into the air, charging towards the opposing black mech, which hastily raised its blade in a desperate attempt to counterattack. However, at a distance of merely 1 meter from the black mech, the silver-black mech's arms swiftly pivoted. The whip, propelled by this motion, broke through at an astute angle, coiling around the opposing mech's long blade like a serpent. What do you intend to do? The imposing aura of Wang Bazi attempted to reclaim the long blade with force. Yet, the blade was ensnared tightly by the whip, rendering his efforts futile. Subsequently, the silver-black mech lifted its silvery leg and charged directly toward his mech's energy core. Wang Bazi hastily relinquished the blade and retreated at breakneck speed. This was precisely the moment Shun Jiaoyun had been anticipating. The whip released the long blade and pursued the black mech's leg. Wang Bazi ascended swiftly, but midway through his ascent, he found himself ensnared by the whip, dragged back down. Astonished, he wondered how his opponent had anticipated his upward maneuver. A cold sweat broke out as he turned to see the cannon slowly rising from the opponent's mech arm. I cannot afford to lose any more money, he shouted urgently. I surrender. I concede. Oh, you are rather clever. Shun Jiaoyun replied with some reluctance, retracting the cannon from her mech arm. This time, Wang Baji finally grasped the situation. His mind raced, and he exclaimed, you are truly formidable. I stand no chance against you. Did you, by any chance, let me win earlier? Not at all. You still have much to practice. Shun Jiaoyun shook her head. It is simply that you are too remarkable. You have discerned my thoughts completely. No wonder I cannot defeat a D-Class mech. Wang Baji resolutely refused to acknowledge his own incompetence, insisting that it was indeed his opponent's extraordinary prowess. Yes, it must be. It is not my inadequacy, but rather the strength of my opponent. The audience, who had initially exhausted their energy in cursing, now found their ire rekindled. This time on behalf of Wang Baji, someone pointed at him, exclaiming, if you are going to throw a fixed match, at least don't insult our intelligence. A girl nearby slammed her thigh in agreement. An A-Class mech unable to defeat a D-Class mech, and you still dare to claim the other is too strong. How shameless can you be? You should be called Wang Batzi instead, quick to concede when defeated. Indeed, Wang Batzi is more fitting. You spouted grandiose words and were easily defeated. All I witnessed was your frantic leaps. Did you only concede when your energy reserves were depleted? Someone chimed in. Wang Baji, feeling wronged, protested. I have given it my all. I simply cannot win. Even if there are no achievements, there is still effort. You should follow me on my media account, and later I shall share my reflections on this match. Bah. You engage in fixed matches and still have the audacity to boast. The audience erupted in derision. Shun Jiaoyun, observing the agitated crowd, could not refrain from speaking. You have been cursing throughout the match. How can you still find the energy to berate after it has concluded? Her words drew the audience's attention back to her. Recalling the moments during the match when she had defiantly extended her middle finger towards them, a voice rang out. Don't think that just because no one is cursing you, you have been forgiven. You pay for people to engage in fixed matches. I will report you. I have recorded the entire match. Just wait. Such a farce. I have never witnessed a D-Class mech triumph over an A-Class one. Indeed, we shall remember you, report you, and revoke your eligibility to compete. Someone exclaimed, hurling a water bottle upwards. Shun Jiaoyun watched the bottle spin in midair, mere half a meter away, taking a deep breath. The temperament of future generations is truly explosive. It seems I must refine my skills further. She shook her head and sincerely remarked, is it not possible that I am indeed that formidable? That I can vanquish an A-Class mech? Once again, 2 bottles were tossed in her direction. The onlookers, including Zhuang Yueza and his companions, instinctively recoiled. They had witnessed competitors being pelted with bottles after a loss, but never after a victory. Believe it or not, I am set to compete again, and I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Shun Jiaoyun rolled her eyes and returned to the platform, preparing to exit. Initially, she intended to leap out of the mech chamber and make her way down the side steps. However, she now feared that if she appeared below, she might truly face retribution. Beside her, the imposing Wang Baji had already adeptly maneuvered to the platform, accustomed to being scolded and having bottles thrown at him. He had endured countless similar experiences. The audience relishes live competitions precisely because they can hurl bottles at the competitors. He had long since lost track of how many matches he had lost. This was merely another bout of adversity. Yet, the audience remained seated. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Was that person just now, claiming to be your ancestor, stating she intends to continue competing? Another, irate, took a sip of water and nodded, yes. She aims to persist in the competition. The first individual thumped their thigh emphatically, declaring, then I must continue watching her matches. Does she truly believe that winning this round guarantees her future victories will be equally effortless? Having won this match, under the Qingyu matching mechanism, it was entirely plausible that she would face an A-class opponent next. The crowd grasped the implication of his words. The Qingyu Cup's matchups are not solely based on rank. They also consider the opponent's competitive strength. If I claim to be your ancestor and conquer this A-class match, the system will assess that I possess A-class capability, thereby significantly increasing the likelihood of being matched against A-class opponents compared to an ordinary D-class mech. Thus, this so-called ancestor might find herself in a precarious position, ultimately failing in her deceitful endeavor. Chapter 48. The next contender, Shilin Qingfeng, A-class light mech. Instantly, someone declared, I shall not watch my idol's match any longer. I want to see how that so-called ancestor gets beaten to a pulp. Let us go. I wish to witness this. I have never seen such a provocative competitor. Others joined in, shouting with fervor. Some waved their hands, suggesting, let us purchase 2 more cups of water, and we shall send her 2 more bottles later. Zhuang Yueza and his companions turned to observe the majority of the audience, brimming with righteous indignation, before silently redirecting their gaze. After a moment, Zhu Yuanyao suddenly proposed. What if we suggest to Xiaoyan that she refrain from competing today? Look at how many people are waiting to berate her during her match. Zhuang Yueza shook his light brain, stating, I just informed her that there are spectators eager to criticize her. I suggested she take a breather and forego today's match. She remarked that it was better for some to crouch down, allowing the audience to hurl insults as they pleased, asserting that pain from blows is suffering, while scorn is affection. Those who berated her were, in fact, her admirers. Zhu Yuanyao and Ding Qingyu couldn't help but wince at this. One must admit, Shen Xiaoyan possesses quite a resilient heart. Most individuals dread offending their audience, striving to appease them, yet she treats it all as trivial. Zhuang Yueza had not finished his thought and continued, stating that she claimed the harsher the insult she received, the more exhilarated she became. She relished the sensation of being targeted with disdain, yet remaining untouchable, especially since she receives 10% from the ticket sales of those very audience members. Zhu Yuanyao inhaled sharply, glancing at Ding Qingyu. Captain, isn't this rather inappropriate? Perhaps you should first discuss with Xiaoyan the etiquette and manners you often preach to us? Ding Qingyu supported his forehead with one hand, shaking his head. Forget it. It's different. Let her revel in her joy as she pleases. That is unfair. If I were to provoke the audience on stage, you would have reprimanded me long ago. Why is it different for Xiaoyan? Zhuang Yueza protested defiantly. Ding Qingyu cast a disdainful glance at Zhuang Yueza, replying bluntly, how can you be compared? Xiaoyan thrives on her skills. Even if she struggles in the Qingyu Cup, she can still earn a handsome sum by modifying mechas for others. You'll have to send her money yourself. Zhuang Yueza slumped back, clutching his chest, feeling as if he had been stabbed by his own kin. Zhu Yuanyao also reflected, indeed, it is different. Xiaoyan has already garnered an audience willing to follow her matches from her very first competition, which is a talent in itself. She just mentioned to me that she won the match and received 800 star coins from ticket revenue. Zhuang Yueza interjected once more, she is incredibly lucky. When I first participated, I was always at a loss. Just in repair costs, I had to shell out 2,000 to 3,000 star coins. Zhu Yuanyao could no longer maintain her composure. Zhuang Yueza nodded, who isn't. When I was a newcomer, my tickets were all free, even when I won. There was no share, and losing meant I had to cover repair costs. The newcomer matches in the Qingyu Cup lacked appeal. Thus the organizers set them as free entry events. Shen Xiaoyan's match, pitting D-class mechas against A-class mechas, although risky, allowed her to bypass the complimentary matches typically afforded to newcomers. Naturally, this was also a point of contention for the audience, as they were initially able to view the match for free but ended up paying for it instead. At this moment, Shen Xiaoyan, the subject of their discussion, had already registered for the next match, with 5 minutes remaining before she was matched with her next opponent. Seizing this time, she began to analyze the previous match. Her fingers swiftly glided over the left lower button of the control panel, as various data flashed across the mecha's screen. Simultaneously, the central control system of the Immortal Dawn was vocally summarizing the mecha's condition. Power system intact, defense system intact, energy system in red alert, consuming 40%. Requires urgent energy replenishment. N43 area overheating, needs inspection. Shen Xiaoyan casually tapped on the control panel, then silenced the system report. She had grasped the general situation. After the match, the most glaring issue for Immortal Dawn remained its persistent energy problem. The energy capacity of the mecha itself is inherently less than that of a standard A-class mecha. Moreover, the addition of other systems during its modification has further intensified its energy consumption. She has long devised a solution to redesign the damping system and incorporate an energy conversion scheme. However, her current funds are insufficient, and she estimates she needs to save an additional 300,000 star coins. Shen Xiaoyan sighed as she patted her pocket, lamenting that maintaining a mecha feels akin to nurturing a golden goose. She wished she had not indulged in yesterday's early barbecue. More accurately, she is merely lacking a benefactor like the wealthy Xia. Had Xia been present, she would only need to call her mom. And there would be no need for her to painstakingly save money from nutrient solutions. Fortunately, her participation in the Qingyu Cup provides an avenue for income. She had just won the previous match, earning not only 5 points, but also a share of 800 star coins from ticket sales. A few more matches like that, and she would nearly match the monthly salary bestowed upon her by the team captain. Competing truly is a lucrative endeavor. At that moment, Shen Xiaoyun's optical brain vibrated, signaling the arrival of information regarding her next match's venue and opponent. In 10 minutes, the Y34 arena would witness the clash of Shilin Qingfeng, A Class Light Mecha, versus I Am Your Ancestor, D Class Media Mecha. Shen Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow and promptly forwarded the complimentary tickets for the match to Zhuang Yueza. She then leaped down from her mecha, eager to replace its energy source. Meanwhile, as the system's matching information was released, the waiting spectators received the alert. Let us head to the Y34 arena. The opponent for I Am Your Ancestor has emerged, Shilin Qingfeng, known as the King of Assassins. It seemed that Shilin Qingfeng also piloted an A-class mecha. I told you, I Am Your Ancestor wouldn't stand a chance. Shilin Qingfeng's prowess far surpassed that of the previous lackluster competitor. Wow, I've been trying to snag tickets for Shilin Qingfeng for days and never succeeded. But here I am with tickets for his rival. How fortunate. My younger brother is a fan of Shilin Qingfeng. He claims that his speed is unparalleled among light mechas. His elusive and unpredictable style is adored by many. Isn't this perfect? I refuse to believe that the D-class mecha I Am Your Ancestor can outpace Shilin Qingfeng. Let us hurry and buy tickets. Bring a few extra water bottles. Indeed, this time, I will not believe that I Am Your Ancestor can bribe opponents or engage in match fixing. Shilin Qingfeng is known for his dedication to his fans and would never tarnish his reputation. If Shilin Qingfeng were to obliterate the mecha I Am Your Ancestor, I would gladly become his fan from this day forth. Chapter 49. My fans appreciate me this way. Zhuang Yueza also received the complimentary tickets from Shen Xiaoyun. He turned to Zhu Yuanyao and said, let us go to the Y34 arena. Xiaoyun has sent me tickets too. Zhu Yuanyao looked at him and asked, aren't you still supposed to compete? If you go to watch Xiaoyun's match, will you have time to participate in your own? Zhuang Yueza hesitated, gazing at the enthusiastic crowd surging towards the exit. Each person filled with determination, raising their fists in spirited fervor. He did not wish to miss out. Scratching his head, he declared resolutely, I can compete at any time. But today is Xiaoyun's first match. If I miss it, there may not be another chance. Thus, I have resolved not to attend the competition today, dedicating my efforts instead to cheer for Xiaoyun, acting as her loyal cheerleader. Zhu Yuanyao then turned to Ding Qingyu, and you, Captain? Do you also plan to forego the competition today? Ding Qingyu, with an earnest expression, replied, the match featuring Shilin Qingfeng is indeed captivating, and with complimentary tickets available today, it would be a pity to miss it. More importantly, I wish to observe Xiaoyun's combat techniques. There remains room for enhancement in her training regimen. Zhu Yuanyao could not help but roll her eyes at this. At the Y34 competition venue, Zhu Yuanyao and her companions struggled through the throngs of spectators. Within a mere 5 minutes, the arena was already filled to 70% capacity. It was evident that renowned competitors attracted a significantly greater following compared to lesser-known ones. Goodness, I only managed to secure tickets for Qingfeng's match 3 days in advance. Tickets for Qingfeng are notoriously difficult to obtain. My classmate is fortunate to have acquired tickets for Qingfeng's rival. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to enter today. However, it is rather peculiar that the system matched Qingfeng with a D-level competitor. What a tremendous disadvantage. I hope that D-level contestant can endure long enough for me to witness more of Qingfeng's performance. Rest assured, Qingfeng is very attentive to his fans and prioritizes audience experience. We, Qingfeng supporters, have consistently competed at a high level, and it is indeed a cause for celebration that the system has granted him such an easy opponent. Zhuang Yuezha and his companions made their way to the right side, where the supporters of Shen Xiaoyun were seated. To their surprise, not only were the earlier 20-odd detractors present, but they were also surrounded by supporters of Shilin Qingfeng. Hearing the discussions about Shilin Qingfeng around them, Zhuang Yuezha could not help but feel envious. Such is the allure of a competitor who has garnered fame. He resolved to strive harder himself. Ding Qingyu added, if Xiaoyun wins this match, the ticket revenue from the audience drawn by Shilin Qingfeng will undoubtedly enrich her coffers. She will surely be grinning from ear to ear today. Zhuang Yuezha patted his pocket, thinking that if it were him, he would not only be grinning but might even lose a tooth in the process. At that moment, 2 mechas slowly ascended to the competition platform. The audience below erupted in cheers for the azure-hued mecha on the far left. Qingfeng, Qingfeng, you are the best. Qingfeng, Qingfeng, you are number 1. Upon seeing the vast crowd below, Shen Xiaoyun's heart raced. Just moments ago, there were only about 20 people. How had the number swelled so dramatically with a mere change of venue? She contemplated whether to acknowledge the audience below. So many people were there to support her. Surely, a wave or even a cheeky gesture would not require much effort. Just then, a handsome young man in his 20s with short hair leaped from the azure mecha. This was Shilin Qingfeng. He enthusiastically waved to the audience, expressing his gratitude for their support, stating, I will continue to give my all in the upcoming match. As soon as his words fell, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers and screams. Some unfurled banners adorned with Shilin Qingfeng's likeness, waving them in excitement. The charismatic Qingfeng on stage playfully formed a heart shape with his hands, exclaiming, love you all moi. Qingfeng, Qingfeng. Ah, the gentle breeze. Shen Xiaoyun stared in astonishment. How could her colossal mech, for which she had expended so many star coins, be reduced to mere background scenery? No, it seemed she had just heard her name. The breeze, the breeze. Blast me to pieces. I am your ancestor. I am your ancestor. You are finished. The breeze, cripple me, for I am your ancestor's lackey. I am your ancestor, and you are doomed. Amidst the repetitive chants of I love you, breeze, she discerned the mocking taunts directed at her. This would have been better left unheard. Following the jeers, Shen Jiayan spotted her two loyal fans, the timid Xiao Zhe and Captain Ding Qingyu. How pitiful they appeared. Never mind, she earned her living through skill. Fame would forever remain an unattainable banquet for her. Resolutely, Shen Jiayan raised her middle finger towards the cacophony of insults below. The calls from the crowd were instantly silenced. Moments later, the audience that had pursued her began hurling water bottles in her direction. How infuriating. I am your ancestor. Just wait. She must be doing this on purpose. Fortunately, as the competition had not yet concluded, all the bottles were intercepted by the protective shield surrounding the arena. Shilin Qingfeng was taken aback. He could not help but exclaim, how can you treat your fans this way? Oh, so these are her fans? Shen Jiayan blinked innocently and fibbed, my fans enjoy it when I treat them like this. Without hesitation, Shilin Qingfeng retorted, that is impossible. Look, Shen Jiayan waved amicably. Yet the audience averted their gazes, refusing to respond. However, when she raised her middle finger again, another wave of insults and flying water bottles ensued. Shen Jiayan confidently asserted, right? I am not mistaken. They prefer me this way. Shilin Qingfeng was momentarily speechless. These were not fans at all. They were clearly anti-fans. Only anti-fans would react in such a manner. Nevertheless, the opposing mech pilot was indeed quite brave, directly confronting her detractors in the arena without fear of jeopardizing their future competitive career. Yet, recalling that she was piloting a D-class mech, he surmised she must be a novice. He disliked bullying newcomers. Thoughts swirling in his mind, he spoke kindly, you pilot a D-class mech, while I pilot an A-class mech. Your strength is vastly inferior to mine. However, since I had previously announced the competition time and fans purchased tickets in advance, I cannot cancel the match. I do not enjoy taking advantage of the weak, so during the match, I will strive not to damage your mech. If you find yourself unable to continue, you may surrender. Compete as you usually do, there is no need to hold back. Rest assured, I will not concede either. Shen Jiayan casually replied. Surrender is out of the question. I still wish to collect my share of the ticket revenue from the audience below. Chapter 50. Let me give you a few more moves. Meanwhile, the manager of Shilin Qingfeng's club sat in the VIP box, casually sipping coffee while observing Shilin Qingfeng's performance. Today, the audience was nearly at full capacity, and he was already calculating the earnings post-match in his mind. The agent sipped his coffee and remarked to the assistant. Qingfeng's charm is increasingly captivating. I have utmost confidence in his abilities, yet there are certain flaws in his image management. I have reiterated more than once that Qingfeng's attire must exude refinement from head to toe. Just look at the soles of his shoes when he walks down. They are utterly mundane, far too ordinary. Next time, they must be replaced with exquisite red-soled shoes, and remember, they must be red, no white, gray, or black soles. I desire an air of elegance, nobility, and depth. The assistant promptly pulled out a holographic device and ordered 188 pairs of red-soled leather boots. The club's agent continued, moreover, the mech design across from us is rather impressive. See if you can get in touch with their mech designer. We have two newcomers preparing for their preliminary match and should select some visually striking mechs for them. The assistant quickly accessed the profile of I Am Your Ancestor, noting the name of the opposing club to establish contact post-match. Additionally, arrange for the newcomers to receive extra lessons in etiquette and fan management. I do not wish for our club members to resemble that opponent of Qingfeng, who, before the match even commenced, was pelted with water bottles. We aim to cultivate idle competitors throughout the league, so image management is paramount. Fans are drawn to polite and graceful competitors. The agent took another sip of coffee. The assistant nodded, taking meticulous notes. Meanwhile, on stage, Shilin Qingfeng flamboyantly charmed the crowd, witnessing the fans below erupting with fervor as if invigorated by an elixir. Before gracefully returning to his mech, Shen Jiayan observed him, marveling at how he mesmerized the audience, feeling grateful once more for his persuasive prowess. Without his remarkable ability to captivate, it would have been improbable for her to earn such a substantial amount of star coins from this match. Shilin Qingfeng excelled not only in image management, but also in time management. As soon as he returned to his mech, the announcement for the match commenced. Shilin Qingfeng vs. I Am Your Ancestor. The match begins. Shilin Qingfeng's dark green mech wielded a long spear of the same hue, declaring, I shall allow you 2 moves. Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Shen Jiayan couldn't help but glance towards her entourage. However, to secure victory, she reined in her wandering thoughts. Using a spear, one might assume, who cannot wield a spear? Her left hand swiftly tapped the control panel, and a long spear rapidly emerged from the right arm of her silver-black mech. With a deft twist of her left wrist, she executed a clever maneuver on the joystick, causing the spear's tip to angle upward from a downward position in an instant. She focused intently on the opposing mech while her mind rapidly analyzed its structural diagram. Lightweight mechs are renowned for their speed, reigning as the sovereign of velocity. Their offensive strategies are characterized by ingenuity, swiftness, and unpredictability. The force must be clever, the speed swift, and the angle surprising. While their advantages are pronounced, their shortcomings are equally evident. In pursuit of speed, many structural components are sacrificed in the construction of lightweight mechs. Having analyzed numerous schematics for lightweight mechs, she noted that most possess substantial defensive systems. The sensors and thrusters exhibit a vulnerability at the joints, rendering them susceptible to attacks in those areas. However, any adept lightweight mech pilot is acutely aware of their weaknesses and would never permit an adversary to approach too closely. Thus, she must first discern the opponent's combat tendencies. After careful consideration, she deftly maneuvers her mech towards the dark green machine, the tip of her gun sparking against the ground as she advances. Within less than half a meter of her opponent, the silver-black mech swiftly draws its weapon, targeting the adversary's left leg. Although her speed surpasses that of an average D-class mech, it still pales in comparison to that of an A-class lightweight mech. Shirlin Qingfeng elegantly evades to the right, a light laugh escaping her lips. The dark green mech, in an ostentatious display during its flight, performs a series of intricate movements, intentionally skirting close to Shun Xiaoyan's long gun as it retreats. The audience below erupts in exhilaration. Shirlin Qingfeng gracefully acknowledges her spectators before addressing Shun Xiaoyan. It seems my fans are quite fond of you. Allow me to grant you a few more chances. Her voice resonates throughout the audience. The detractors pursuing Shun Xiaoyan cheer with fervor, urging Shirlin Qingfeng to decisively defeat her opponent. This is typical of Shirlin Qingfeng, as she relentlessly dampens the resolve of her adversaries, delivering a final blow that forces them off the stage. From this day forth, I too shall be a fan of Shirlin Qingfeng. Zhuang Yueza could not suppress his admiration. How elegant, how exquisite. No wonder this A-class match has drawn such a large crowd for Shirlin Qingfeng. This young lady is not only striking in appearance, but also remarkably courteous. Our Xiaoyan pales in comparison. Zhu Yuanyao recalled the moment when Xiaoyan had bottles thrown at her by the audience. Shirlin Qingfeng's speed far eclipsed that of Xiaoyan's mech, making it unlikely for her to close in despite receiving a couple of chances. Xiaoyan was in a precarious position. Ding Qingyu furrowed his brow. Indeed, mere superficial charm could not attract such a throng without substantial skill. Shun Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed. The speed of the A-class mech exceeded her expectations. With the dampers not properly calibrated, her mech could not compete. However, from their previous exchanges, she had begun to analyze her opponent's operational habits. The adversary favored a theatrical, somewhat exaggerated style of movement, leaving many openings. Yet, the data was insufficient for her to fully anticipate the opponent's attack trajectory. With 2 opportunities remaining, she resolved to try again. Shun Xiaoyan launched another offensive, her fingers gliding swiftly across the control panel, altering her long gun's thrust to a slash. The silver-gray mech advanced relentlessly towards the dark green machine, which, perhaps in pursuit of a more exhilarating outcome, chose not to evade but allowed Shun Xiaoyan's mech to draw closer. A slight smile crept onto Shun Xiaoyan's lips, her gaze chillingly composed. Suddenly, her right hand moved decisively on the control panel. Flames erupted from between the mech's legs, propelling it forward with a surge of speed. Simultaneously, the silver mech's wrist twirled in the air, the weapon poised to strike the right arm joint of the dark green mech. Shirlin Qingfeng felt a jolt surge through her body as her hands raced across the antiquated control panel. Retreat. She urged herself urgently, needing to distance herself swiftly. The dark green mech stumbled slightly, urgently retreating. Shun Xiaoyan furrowed her brows, realizing that attacking the joints was futile and she had to aim for the energy chamber instead. Unfortunately, her opponent's speed proved formidable. The muzzle only penetrated a few centimeters before the adversary retreated 2 meters away. Chapter 51, Tactical Fusion Sighing. Shun Xiaoyan recognized that relying solely on the mech's performance would not suffice against her opponent. It was no wonder that future developments led to the emergence of lightweight mechs, whose speed advantage was indeed remarkable. The spectators were left in disbelief as the shot was fired. It was inconceivable. Qingfeng had been struck by a D-grade mech. Shirlin Qingfeng's manager stood frozen, coffee spilling onto the carpet, oblivious to the mess. The assistant hurriedly flipped through notes. Page 130, Strategies for Addressing Backlash from Fans. Page 200, Handling Crises Upon Revealing a Romantic Relationship. And finally, page 399, Public Relations for Dealing with Defeat. But wait, Manager Chun. You never taught me how to handle a situation where Qingfeng is defeated by a D-grade mech. The manager, exasperated, grabbed a nearby cushion and hurled it, exclaiming, "Where do you see Qingfeng losing?" However, Qingfeng had always said that if his elegance ever faltered, it would be during a battle. Just moments ago, he had nearly failed to escape. The assistant, puzzled, remarked, "But..." The manager pounded the table, roaring, "Get out." Meanwhile, fans of Shirlin Qingfeng in the audience expressed their anguish, shouting, "Qingfeng, strike her. Hurry, don't let her win. My heart aches. That dashing MOMO is injured." MOMO was the affectionate nickname fans used for Shirlin Qingfeng's mech. "We cannot let that I am your ancestor get away with this. How dare she?" In stark contrast, the haters who had accompanied Shun Xiaoyan began to quiet down. The first female spectator to throw a water bottle at Shun Xiaoyan scratched her head and muttered, "A D-grade medium mech is actually able to keep up with an A-grade lightweight mech. That I am your ancestor is quite formidable." Cough, to be honest. Aside from the questionable ethics of I am your ancestor, her operational skills are quite impressive, a cautious voice chimed in. Although Shirlin Qingfeng had allowed I am your ancestor to gain a couple of advantages, the fact remained that he piloted an A-grade mech. And for I am your ancestor to inflict damage on him was no small feat. Nods of agreement followed. She merely got lucky. She certainly cannot defeat Shirlin Qingfeng. If she does, I will swallow the 2 water bottles I prepared for her. One dissenting voice declared. Indeed, she cannot win. She cannot win. On the competition platform. After the initial shock, Shirlin Qingfeng became aware of a trickle of sweat running down his back. He had underestimated his opponent. He had nearly lost an arm to a D-grade mech. If that had happened, how many fans would he have lost tonight? Yet, Shun Xiaoyan had another trick up her sleeve. Ignoring Shirlin Qingfeng's thoughts, she maneuvered her mech closer. The silver-black mech leaped several strides beside the dark green one, wielding its long spear with rapid precision, seemingly aiming once again for Shirlin Qingfeng's joints. Using the same tactic once was sufficient. maintaining his vigilance. Lin Qingfeng swiftly elevated his mech to the left to evade. Was it truly so? Shen Jiayan chuckled lightly, her right hand deftly maneuvering the control stick while her left hand danced as if playing an exquisite instrument. The thrusters on the legs and feet of her silver-black mech were reactivated once more. The silver-black mech executed a low slide, gliding to the rear of the dark green mech at a velocity exceeding twice that of before. Simultaneously, the mech ascended rapidly, exuding an overwhelming aura as it lunged upward toward the posterior of the dark green mech. Lin Qingfeng felt a chill at his rear and, disregarding grace, maneuvered his mech to roll and evade the impending strike. Nevertheless, a gash was still inflicted upon his back. Shen Jiayan observed the wound with a shake of her head. Clearly, the sensors were not positioned at the rear, but rather at the front. The front was much easier to target. Returning to his senses, Lin Qingfeng could no longer afford to lament the damage to his mech, exclaiming, "Who taught you to attack mechs like that? Is there no decorum? Where are you aiming?" "I aim for your back," Shen Jiayan replied languidly, her mind still analyzing the various attack points of the A-grade mech. Frustrated, Lin Qingfeng retorted, "Then why stab my mech in the groin? No, that is not right, the lower regions. I've participated in countless matches. Yet I have never encountered an opponent with such despicable tactics, specifically targeting the lower body." He even felt a sudden chill in his nether regions. Had he not realized that this was his mech and not his own body, he might have fainted from shock. Considering that her opponent had allowed her 3 initial moves, Shen Jiayan patiently explained, "Oh, this is a fusion tactic of the monkey stealing peaches and the feint technique. The monkey stealing peaches is an ancient maneuver taught to me by the wealthy matriarch of Xia, effective against beasts like wolves, bulls, and elephants. I merely attempted it on a whim, never anticipating it would be so effective against a male controlling a mech. Very well, you have successfully incensed me." The self-proclaimed embodiment of elegance, Lin Qingfeng, charged toward Shen Jiayan, brandishing his long spear with fervor. The dark green spear lunged toward her energy core with the swiftness of a venomous serpent. Shen Jiayan's eyes sparkled with excitement as her left hand glided swiftly over the control panel. Custom-designed Wu-style leap, activate. The mech executed a series of gliding steps and consecutive leaps, completing the maneuver in mere seconds. Renowned for its speed and judgment, the Wu-style leap, which Shen Jiayan had previously mastered, could even create afterimages of the mech. Now, aided by the enhanced control panel, her speed and form materialized like a specter. "Hit!" Lin Qingfeng exclaimed, astonished. "Is that so? Look closely." Accompanied by the afterimage, the silver-black mech spun a full 180 degrees, positioning itself behind the dark green mech. In the next heartbeat, Lin Qingfeng gasped, "No, it's an afterimage. How can you maneuver your mech to create afterimages? Can your mech withstand the rapid force generated?" "Because my mech is not an ordinary one," Shen Jiayan retorted with a cold smirk, brandishing her spear as she relentlessly thrust it toward the left rear joint of the dark green mech. With a crack, she finally landed a blow. Sparks erupted from the raised left arm of the dark green mech. The stone forest Qingfeng quickly retreated. Note: the diligent author has been tirelessly writing. Yet the data is not favorable, and the volume is lacking. It is quite disheartening. Many readers are nurturing the book, but the data remains stagnant, threatening its survival. Dear readers, if you enjoy it, please add it to your bookshelf and leave a 5-star review. If you have the time, I kindly request your assistance in promoting this work to alleviate the author's plight. Chapter 52. Heartfelt and sincere after the sparks flew. The emerald green mech's left arm hung limply at its side. Indeed, having guessed correctly, the lightweight mech proved to be quite fragile. Shen Jiayan's lips curled into a smile as her left hand caressed the control stick. Below, a throng of female fans of Qingfeng stood up, hurling insults. How despicable. What underhanded tactics is she employing? Lamented one. My Qingfeng, how long has it been since you've been harmed? I will obliterate that I am your ancestor. How dare you injure my idol? I have never even touched Mo's private area, yet I am your ancestor has. Is my idol shameless? Another voice erupted. Grabbing my idol's private area while Mo's arm has been disarmed. This infuriates me. I am your ancestor. I will make you pay. You have betrayed the creed of a steadfast heart. Zhu Yuanyao watched as a majority of the audience stood up in outrage, gasping for breath. Zhuang Yuezha could not help but remark, the audience at this competition stage is even less composed than the last. Let me check if Xiao Yun has set her profile picture to private. I genuinely fear being recognized if I walk with her afterward and being chased down. Ding Qingyu hurriedly pulled out his holographic device to retrieve Xin Zhaoyun's submitted information. Zhu Yuanyao interjected. It seems the photo hasn't been uploaded, but her personal contact account is still visible. Ha ha ha, Captain, look. The audience on our side is surprisingly quiet and not hurling insults, Zhuang Yuezha noted, poking Ding Qingyu's arm. Ding Qingyu looked up and observed. Indeed, amidst a sea of shouting and cursing, the audience that had followed Xin Zhaoyun from the previous match remained still as mountains. Some even grinning broadly. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Those fans of Qingfeng, who previously criticized others for being ungraceful, are now incessantly whining. I am your ancestor is truly infuriating. As long as she doesn't provoke me, it's quite amusing to see her anger others. I am your ancestor is genuinely unscrupulous. I have rarely seen anyone sneakily attack another's private area in past competitions. No wonder Stone Forest Qingfeng's fans are outraged. The focus of their ire was the theft of Stone Forest Qingfeng's dignity. The most elegant and cultured competitor faltered before I am your ancestor. Perhaps fans of other competitors were not as easily provoked. What a spectacle. Do not merely laugh at I am your ancestor. The D Class Mech has disarmed the joints of an A Class Mech. Is this not the crux of the matter? Goodness. Indeed. The D Class Mech has pushed the A Class Mech to such an extent I am your ancestor possesses some skill. Shen Jiayan, witnessing yet another audience member hurling insults at her, could not resist offering a friendly gesture of greeting to the crowd below. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Qingfeng was entirely preoccupied, neglecting to console her agitated fans. He concealed himself in the skies, anxiously pressing various buttons on the control panel, hoping to revive the completely drooping left arm of his mech. The left thruster remained unresponsive. The activation button yielded no results, and the wrist rotation was futile. The joints of the mech were not so easily damaged, under normal circumstances. Even if struck 5 or 6 times, the arm would still react, despite any damage to the outer shell. The current outcome could only indicate that the most crucial sensor had been utterly destroyed. In disbelief, he exclaimed towards his opponent, "This is impossible. How did you manage to disable my mech's joints with a single strike? Moreover, how could a D-class mech pilot like you master the Wu-style leap?" In light of the audience she had gathered, Shen Jiayan responded warmly, "Behold my personal ID. Am I your ancestor?" Shi Linqingfeng recited foolishly. Shen Jiayan clapped in agreement. "Indeed. Because I am your ancestor." Ancestors are well-versed in everything. Given her profound understanding of mechs and extensive combat experience, if she had not discerned the weak points in Shi Linqingfeng's mech, she might as well abandon mech construction altogether and sell sweet potatoes instead. "Hey, you're taking advantage of me." Without allowing Shen Jiayan to elaborate further, the elegant Shi Linqingfeng erupted in expletives. Even with just one usable arm, he valiantly charged at the silver-black mech. "Oh, don't be angry." Shen Jiayan laughed. Just then, the mech system emitted a sudden alarm. Beep. Warning. Energy reserves at 20%. Shen Jiayan widened her eyes, staring at the energy bar alert on the large screen. Having utilized the Wu-style leap a mere few times, she was astonished at the energy expenditure. She wished her opponent would adopt a different approach to combat. However, the enraged Shi Linqingfeng unleashed a flurry of stabbing and slashing attacks on the silver-black mech. Although it was a light mech, it was being used as if it were a heavy one. Nevertheless, given that his adversary was an A-class mech, it still maintained impressive speed. In an effort to conserve energy, Shen Jiayan was compelled to amalgamate various tactics she had previously learned. She ran, jumped, crouched, and rolled, dodging attacks while retaliating with surprise strikes. 20 minutes later, the system of the Undying Dawn once again sounded an urgent alarm. Beep. Warning. Energy reserves at 5%. During combat, please prepare for contingencies. This was untenable. She needed to conclude the match swiftly, Shen Jiayan murmured to herself. In the ensuing skirmish, amidst Shi Linqingfeng's torrential offensive, she finally seized an opportunity. She located his left visual sensor. "I'm going for your eyes," she exclaimed with excitement, and without hesitation, she aimed her gun at that precise spot. Shi Linqingfeng then witnessed his mech's screen diminish significantly, revealing numerous blind spots in his external view. Undoubtedly, just moments ago, she had disabled yet another critical component of his mech, leaving him unable to perceive the environmental visuals on his left side. Observing the large screen indicating a mere 2% energy remaining, Shen Jiayan inquired, "Would you like to surrender?" Shi Linqingfeng stubbornly refused. He could still see half of the field. Even though he is physically impaired, his indomitable spirit remains unbroken. As long as his opponent does not incapacitate him, he will never surrender, even if he can only stand on one leg. How stubborn. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Shen Jiayan holstered her gun and instead wielded her whip. Yet, she could no longer afford to play games with her adversary. As the opponent approached once more, she swung her whip, tripping the opposing mech. The silver mech's arm pierced directly into the opponent's lower chest, and amidst a cacophony of sounds, she located the energy compartment and extracted the opponent's energy block. In an instant, the dark green mech collapsed to the ground, immobilized. Shen Jiayan glanced at the big screen displaying a mere 1% of the energy bar and could not help but exclaim, "Look how good I am to you. Tell me, apart from me, how many others have treated you with such sincerity?" Chapter 53. To be elegant, Shi Linqingfeng gazed at the completely extinguished big screen. Drenched in sweat, slumped in the pilot's seat. He had lost. He no longer had the strength to respond with any retorts. He had never faced such a grueling match before. Although his opponent's mech performance exceeded the boundaries of a D-class mech, it was comparable to an ordinary A-class mech. His own mech had been modified at great expense by a master craftsman, and he should have been able to crush his opponent solely based on the mech's capabilities. Yet, every attack from the opponent inflicted significant damage upon him, as if they had accessed the schematics of his mech and knew precisely where to strike. More importantly, the opponent's tactics were exceedingly unscrupulous, mirroring her vile character. In light of such a humiliating defeat, he was at a loss as to how to explain it to his fans. Shi Linqingfeng's manager slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, "He lost. He lost to a D-class mech." Shi Linqingfeng actually fell to defeat. His fanbase is going to dwindle. Manager, should we invoke the 399th article to manage the public relations crisis following this defeat? The diligent assistant inquired while holding a light brain. Are you insane? The manager, incensed, hurled the cushion he had just retrieved at the assistant. The assistant lowered his head, cautiously asking, "What should I do then?" The manager looked up, his gaze fixed on the dazzling silver-black D-class mech on the competition stage. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "First, you must contact that I am your ancestor. Find a way to reach her. I want to sign her. I can already envision a rising star. She has the potential to shine. She will undoubtedly become a sensation. Her fighting style is unique, and she will propel my club from Luotian star to the entire alliance. Yes. First, we must make I am your ancestor famous." The assistant fervently nodded, taking notes. "Nonsense. The first priority is to sign her. No, wait, it is to get in touch with her." After the manager's furious outburst, he inhaled deeply and continued. "Second, we We need to assess the fans' reactions. Although Shi Linqingfeng lost the match, he maintained his integrity. Even when pushed to curse by I am your ancestor, he lost with grace. As long as he remains elegant, it is not a significant issue. Fans may prefer victories, but they cherish his elegance even more. Yes, you must contact him now, and later, he should descend the stage with a smile, showing grace towards I am your ancestor. Be elegant. Secondly, let Feng Gu embody elegance. Even in defeat, he must smile with grace. The assistant nodded incessantly, then excitedly slapped his forehead. Realizing why the manager insisted on Feng Gu wearing red-soled leather shoes. Indeed, it was for the sake of elegance. Foolish one, hurry and contact him. The agent cast a sidelong glance, indicating that he needed to review the audience's reaction. Meanwhile, the spectators, engrossed in the intense confrontation below, had long forgotten their curses and anger. They held their breath, intently watching the match. The one-armed Shi Linqingfeng launched a formidable assault, complemented by the cunning retorts of I am your ancestor, leaving the audience breathless. Witnessing Shi Linqingfeng, despite his injuries, persistently attacking without conceding, inspired admiration and moved the crowd. Even as he lost a censor, he remained unbowed, and the audience genuinely recognized his graceful integrity. He is Shi Linqingfeng, their idol. Some fans even pulled out tissues to wipe away their tears. Shi Linqingfeng's tenacity earned respect, but it was the sight of I am your ancestor, a D-Class Mecha compelling an A-Class Mecha to this extent, that left everyone astounded. Though she acted shamelessly, rolling and diving without restraint, she nonetheless managed to disarm an A-Class Mecha. While her methods grossly violated the creed of the Iron Heart, she undeniably triumphed through a captivatingly unconventional fighting style. Despite her unfriendly demeanor towards the audience, doing precisely what they condemned, she effectively rendered their insults powerless. At that moment, the multitude struggled to pinpoint a singular flaw to criticize her for, as her many shortcomings overwhelmed their judgment. Thus, all eyes were fixed upon the silver-black mecha, still rummaging through the energy blocks extracted from Shi Linqingfeng's mecha. No, she was not merely retrieving energy blocks. She audaciously began to extract half of his mecha's energy chamber while it lay unresponsive. Wait. That silver mecha's hand was now reaching for the left arm of the previously green mecha. What was she doing? What was Shen Jiayan up to? She was scavenging. 300 years ago, after defeating the alien beasts, the next task was to collect the defeated bodies, meticulously gathering various parts to exchange for star coins. Of course, 3 centuries later, the alliance and civilization have advanced. Thus, Shen Jiayan believed the term scavenging should be updated to inspecting. Yes, she was inspecting the structure of the opponent's mecha. Feeling embarrassed to dismantle the mechas of Zhuang Yueza and his companions, she seized the opportunity to examine a damaged mecha before her, comparing its construction with her prior assumptions. I said that light mechas are fragile. The energy chamber was indeed merely encased in a thin layer, explaining why it was so easily stripped of its energy block. Shen Jiayan carefully enlarged the hole in the opponent's mecha, exposing its defensive structure. If it were up to me to modify it, I would suggest designing a smaller energy chamber. A smaller energy chamber would reduce the energy capacity, and since light mechas are constantly flying, consuming energy rapidly, what if we added my envisioned energy conversion system? As Shen Jiayan muttered to herself, she couldn't resist rummaging through the opponent's previously drooping left arm. It seems that the left arm structure cannot be installed here either. Perhaps it requires a complete redesign. However, the design philosophy of lightweight mechas has indeed imparted a great deal of knowledge to me. As she spoke, she inadvertently tore off the entire left arm, leading to an awkward situation. Meanwhile, within the mecha, Shi Linqingfeng, deprived of any means to observe the outside world, remained oblivious to the predicament of his mecha. He was preoccupied with communicating with his assistant. Shi Linqingfeng sniffed and inquired, "Will she mock me later? Must I laugh too?" The manager insists on elegance. The assistant reiterated dutifully. Shi Linqingfeng lamented, "But I want to scold her. Elegance is paramount." The assistant insisted once more. Shi Linqingfeng lowered his head, wringing his hands. "My Mimi has been so badly treated by her. How can I maintain elegance?" The manager asserted, "Even if she desires anything of yours, you must smile, be graceful, and acquiesce. She may very well become a member of our club in the future." The assistant added embellishments to the manager's words. P.S. Alas. Interstellar mecha is indeed a niche genre, rather challenging to write, often leading to writer's block and revisions. However, the backend data is quite poor, perhaps indicative of my inadequacies as a writer. There is little recourse left but to seek reviews and recommendations, hoping this book still bears potential for redemption. Chapter 54, Hers. All hers. Shi Linqingfeng replied, feeling constrained, "I cannot bring myself to smile. You still have fans. Do you not wish to keep them?" The manager chimed in. Shi Linqingfeng looked up to the heavens and sighed, "Very well. You must leave immediately. The staff at the competition venue are about to remove your mecha." The manager continued to direct. The energy source of Shi Linqingfeng's mecha had been depleted. The backup energy was only sufficient for an emergency hatch opening. What the manager did not mention was that if Shi Linqingfeng remained inside the mecha, brooding, he would not only lose fans, but his mecha might also be dismantled by the entity known as I am your ancestor. Nevertheless, the manager was quite supportive of the dismantling. The more, the better. Listen, the fans, who had previously quieted down, began to hurl insults at I am your ancestor once more. Shen Jiayan, unfazed by the enthusiastic taunts from the audience below, operated her mecha, attempting to nudge Shi Linqingfeng's mecha back into its original position. However, after several attempts, she realized it was impossible. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the mecha was integrated as a single unit. This was rather embarrassing. Her curiosity piqued. She couldn't help but manipulate the mecha to grasp the dark green mecha's broad hips, eager to ascertain if the leg design was similarly structured. Consequently, when Shilin Qingfeng emerged from the mecha cabin, he was met with the sight of "I am your ancestor" disassembling his beloved Mimi. He was astonished, furious, yet utterly powerless. For he recalled the manager's earlier admonition. He still had to maintain a graceful demeanor, smiling as he waved to the fans below. The audience responded with tears of emotion. Shilin Qingfeng, disregarding interaction with the fans, smiled through gritted teeth and addressed "I am your ancestor. What are you doing?" "I am merely tidying up. Conducting repairs on the mecha." Shun Jiayan hastily corrected herself. To substantiate her claims, she maneuvered the mech, raising the dark green mechanical arm only to return it to its original position. Yet, it remained unyielding. Shilin Qingfeng's complexion turned a shade of green. Shun Jiayan elucidated. "There is a flaw in the design of your mech, whether intentional or not. The arm's components have been welded together. No wonder I could disable it with a single shot." As she spoke, she could not resist pinching the mech's hip, wondering if this area had also been fused together. Her curiosity was insatiable. Shilin Qingfeng's face grew even greener. Was this a humiliation? It undoubtedly was. To mock him for being unable to contend with a D-class mech. To have his arm dismantled right from the start. He was infuriated, yet he managed to maintain a smile. "What you have acquired is yours. You need not return it to me. I no longer want it," he retorted, holding back his frustration. He was affluent. He had no need for this mech. "Wait, you don't want it?" Shin Jiayan asked, her eyes lighting up with surprise. "I do not," replied the elegant Shilin Qingfeng with a smile. Yet inwardly, he cursed the venue staff for their tardiness. "What about the energy cores?" Shin Jiayan quietly retrieved the energy cores she had just extracted. Shilin Qingfeng's hand trembled as he concealed it behind his back. He continued smiling. "I do not lack energy cores. What you have is yours." Shin Jiayan's pupils dilated. There were 6 energy cores within, each priced at 30,000 star coins. "Are you truly not taking them?" She noticed Shilin Qingfeng's smile almost falter. But he was a seasoned competitor, adept at maintaining his composure, and replied with an even more charming smile. "It's merely 6 energy cores. I have plenty." Taking a deep breath, Shin Jiayan produced the energy chamber she had previously retrieved. "What about this? I can help you reinstall it, free of charge. Given those energy cores, I could genuinely assist in repairing your mech. Of course, this would entail disassembling the mech once again." Ahem, how fortuitous. It would satisfy her curiosity. This time, Shilin Qingfeng's pupils dilated in astonishment. "There's more? I distinctly remember this part was not disassembled." No wonder the assistant had said that even if he were an ancestor wanting his mech, he would remain gracious and elegant. The source of his composure lay in this. Shilin Qingfeng wavered slightly, gripping his trembling hand. He must remain elegant, must smile. He would not be angered. With a smile, albeit through clenched teeth, he replied, "It's all yours. Your spoils." At this point, the audience could no longer contain their admiration. "Qingfeng is so generous. Truly our Qingfeng. Qingfeng, I love you. Give it to her. We will swipe our cards. We'll purchase merchandise from your club. How graceful, so graceful. Qingfeng, you lost, but it's all right. We will always support you. Qingfeng, I love you even more." The manager observed everything from the VIP box, swallowing hard, and turned to the assistant, saying, "Did you see? As long as he remains elegant, he has not lost." "Indeed, manager, the Qingfeng-style shirts in our mall are sold out," the assistant replied with admiration. The manager sighed. "The fans love him even more." "Indeed, elegance is timeless," exclaimed the assistant, his excitement palpable as he pounded his thigh. The manager placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, affirming, "At last, you've grasped the essence. Once you bring your ancestor to the club, I shall appoint you as her agent." Naturally, amidst the praise for Shilin Qingfeng, there would be no shortage of jests regarding the ancestral claim. However, Shun Jiayan was entirely absorbed in the joy of her newfound fortune. Even if she could not integrate the mech arm and energy core into her own machine, selling them on a second-hand platform would surely yield a handsome profit. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "Is it true that all the spoils from the Qingyu Cup belong to the victors?" Yet, to Shilin Qingfeng, her words felt like a humiliation. He silently berated himself for being bested by a D-class mech. Though he remained composed, a crack in his demeanor appeared as he retorted, "If you say so." With that, he turned to the audience below and bowed deeply, apologizing, "Due to damage sustained, my mech requires repairs, and I must withdraw from tonight's competition." Ignoring the audience's pleas for him to stay, he did not wait for the staff to assist with the malfunctioning mech. Each step was deliberate, heavy yet graceful as he descended from the stage. Until his figure vanished from sight, he maintained an air of elegance. Shin Jiayan watched him depart with the reverence one might bestow upon a deity, unable to suppress her admiration. How generous. What a good person. She felt genuinely grateful to Shilin Qingfeng for illuminating a path to wealth. Having triumphed in the competition, all disassembled mech components were now hers. With deftness, she maneuvered her mech to retrieve the dark green arm, energy modules, and a power core, dragging them toward the lift. All of it was hers. She reveled in the spoils. No, it was more about the meticulous collection. Below, the audience, though resigned to the reality, could not help but voice their disdain. "She really dares to take it all. How shameless," they exclaimed. Shilin Qingfeng's ability to maintain his composure in her presence was truly commendable. "You are utterly shameless." Turning back, Shin Jiayan queried, "Why are you still cursing? Haven't you shouted enough? Is your throat not hoarse yet?" Chapter 55. Even haters are fans. A chorus of coughs erupted from the crowd below. Shin Jiayan raised an eyebrow, realizing they were not as resilient as they claimed. Considering that the audience had contributed to her ticket revenue, she decided to extend them a touch of kindness. She intended to wave at them, but her hands were occupied, so she merely raised her chin and called out. Your idol has left. You should hurry along too. Feeling her explanation might not suffice, she added loudly. He cannot compete tonight. His mech is broken. As her words echoed, Zhuang Yueza and others below immediately bowed their heads in dismay. This is it. Little Yun truly knows how to incite hatred. Zhu Yuanyao could not help but exclaim. The surrounding spectators surely perceived her words as provocation. Zhuang Yueza affirmed. The reason Shilin Qingfeng cannot compete today is because Little Yun directly obliterated his mech. At this moment, the words uttered by Xiao Yun have undoubtedly provoked her fans. Ding Qingyu quietly took out his holographic device. Feeling the need to inquire whether Xiao Yun wished to compete today, should she choose not to engage in battle, he suggested she take a detour to the street 1 kilometer away before regrouping with them. Otherwise, the entire club would be besieged by the surrounding spectators. Meanwhile, the audience, belonging to Shi Linqingfeng, was seething with anger, hurling water bottles onto the stage. What grounds do you have to refuse the match? They shouted. Why can't she compete? I refuse to accept this. Who does she think she is to act so arrogantly? Is there truly no one capable of defeating her mech? If you dare, continue the match. What is the point of boasting with a D-class mech? The spectators who had accompanied Shun Xiaoyun observed this scene with sympathy for Shi Linqingfeng's fans. Some attempted to reason. I am your ancestor, and I possess some skill. After all, Shi Linqingfeng was the second A-class mech she had bested. Others chimed in. If you take a moment to reflect, while I am your ancestor may have a rather dubious character, her mech operation skills are undeniably impressive. Are you familiar with the Wu-style leap? She, piloting a D-class mech, can execute such advanced maneuvers. Some continued. In truth, she possesses a certain charm. If you were to view the situation from her perspective, her actions are justified, save for her audacious speech. Nearby, Shi Linqingfeng's fans retorted vehemently. You are her fans, naturally. You will defend her. Such is the nature of idols and their supporters. The earlier persuader, now infuriated, snapped back. Where do you see me as her fan? I simply wish to witness someone demolish your ancestor's mech, but your Shi Linqingfeng failed to deliver. Another bystander lamented. Indeed, I consider myself a black fan of your ancestor. I had prepared 5 or 6 bottles, yet your Shi Linqingfeng has left me too embarrassed to throw them. Yes, your Shi Linqingfeng is utterly useless. Despite piloting an A-class mech, she could not best your ancestor, leaving me disappointed. The previously conciliatory individual now openly berated them. The spectators who had followed Shin Xiaoyun could just as easily retaliate against any provocations they faced. You are delusional. You are her diehard fans. Friends, retaliate against them. If you cannot hit your ancestor, then target her fans. After calling for support, Shi Linqingfeng's fans launched a flurry of water bottles towards Ding Qingyu. Zhuang Yueza, taken aback by the scene, quickly shouted, Run, run, run. I can't believe I've stumbled into such an intense fan confrontation. Xiaoyun has no fans. This is merely infighting among the audience. Ding Qingyu, still biased in favor of his teammate, defended her. Even black fans are still fans. Their fighting spirit is even stronger. We must leave quickly. Ouch, something hit the back of my head, and it's going to leave a mark. The unfortunate Zhuang Yueza covered his head in pain. I still wanted to watch. Previously, I had only heard of famous competitors whose fans would brawl. I never imagined that after just 2 matches, our Xiao Yun would already inspire such fervent support. Zhu Yuanyao quickly covered the back of her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement, embodying a spirit of revelry amidst the chaos. The audience on her side swiftly produced a multitude of water bottles and hurled them toward the opposing faction. If her memory served her well, these bottles had initially been prepared for Xiao Yun, now repurposed as projectiles. So what if you outnumber us? We have plenty of bottles. Someone exclaimed, producing a sack filled with bottles and passing it to Zhu Yuanyao and her companions, urging them to retaliate. Your idol is mediocre. And you dare to insult my lineage? While I may have my faults, it is not for the fans of Shilin Qingfeng to cast aspersions. The individual swung their arm, launching bottle after bottle. Zhu Yuanyao, momentarily taken aback by the bottle in her hand, pondered her participation. She glanced up at the stage, realizing that the instigator of this uproar, Shin Xiaoyun, had long since slipped away. Ding Qingyu, nursing a bump on his forehead, urged, let us hurry and find out if Xiaoyun still wants to compete. Tensions escalated as both sides continued to hurl their projectiles, with the fans of Shilin Qingfeng dumbfounded by the sheer volume of bottles being thrown. We can't match their numbers. They lamented. The spectators who had accompanied Shun Xiaoyun reveled in their triumph. Just wait, I'm eager to witness your defeat, shouted a fan of Shilin Qingfeng. A bystander next to Zhuang Yuezha, hands on hips, retorted, well, just watch. Your Shilin Qingfeng 1T be able to compete. We'll see if I am your ancestor will lose tonight. Call the staff, we need assistance. The Shilin Qingfeng supporters called out, exasperated. The arriving staff observed the scene with calmness. As long as the altercation did not escalate into physical violence, this verbal dispute and bottle throwing could go unaddressed. Some staff even activated a live broadcast, creating a new room on the Qingyu Cup Star Network, titling it provocatively, A-Class Mech Soldier Shilin Qingfeng outmatched by D-Class Mech Soldier I Am Your Ancestor. Fans engage in bottle throwing and insults. Meanwhile, the architect of this commotion, Shin Xiaoyun, was backstage tallying her earnings from the match. The ticket sales amounted to an astounding 20,000 star coins. Goodness, just from one match. I've made 20,000 star coins. She marveled. It was no wonder that Shilin Qingfeng had such ardent fans. If he were to compete a few more times that evening, he could easily earn 100,000 star coins. Chapter 56. Profits galore. Shin Xiaoyun crossed her legs and began to calculate her total earnings, with 6 energy blocks generating 180,000 star coins. plus the 20,000 from ticket sales, not to mention the energy pods and an arm she had collected, she realized her financial windfall was considerable. Previously, she had 110,000 star coins, combined with her recent haul. She was on the verge of accumulating the 300,000 star coins needed for the modification of her damping system. This Qingyu Cup certainly proved to be a lucrative venture. However, having battled Shilin Qingfeng for so long, her mech was not without its damages. The front cabin protection cover has cracked in 2 places, and the shoulder section has been punctured 3 times. If entrusted to Fengyu for repairs, it may necessitate the replacement of these components, likely costing over 20,000 star coins. After this battle, although there were considerable gains, there were also significant losses. However, Shen Jiaoyun is determined to undertake the repairs herself. With some modifications and patching, she estimates her expenses will not exceed 10,000 star coins. As Shen Jiaoyun ponders this, her holographic communicator vibrates a few times. It is a communication invitation from the captain. Upon connecting, Shen Jiaoyun beams with pride as she gazes into the camera. Captain, you saw that I won, right? Ha ha ha, I just made a fortune. You were right to bring me to this Qingyu Cup. If I had known there was such an easy way to make money, you should have brought me here sooner. Her exuberant remarks leave the group on the other end, still recovering from the audience's relentless scrutiny, momentarily speechless. Zhuang Yueza pushes the captain aside and steps into the frame, wearing a pained expression. Did you notice the bump on the captain's forehead? And I have one on the back of my head too. Oh indeed. Shen Jiaoyun follows Zhuang Yueza's lead, noticing a bright red bump on Ding Qingyu's forehead. Did the captain just bump into something? Thanks to you, the audience got into a frenzy over you. We 3 failed to escape in time and were caught in the crossfire. Zhuang Yueza cannot resist rubbing the bump on the back of his head again. But wait. I was already running away. Who was fighting whom? If they wanted to hit someone, wouldn't it be me they targeted? Shen Jiaoyun is quite aware of her knack for drawing animosity. Your anti-fans clashed with the fans of Shilin Qingfeng. Zhu Yuanyao interjects, casting a peculiar glance at Shen Jiaoyun. Then adds, your anti-fans threw water bottles at Shilin Qingfeng's fans to defend you. Huh, I have fans now. Am I that popular? Are there any who want a mecha crafted in the likeness of their idol? Surely, no one has messaged me privately about it yet. How much should I charge for a mecha? Shen Jiaoyun's ability to extract information astounds Zhu Yuanyao, while also leaving her speechless. You truly are a talent. They are called anti-fans for a reason. Shouldn't your focus be on why they are defending you? Do you even know what anti-fans mean? Zhuang Yueza endeavors to redirect Shen Jiaoyun's misguided thoughts. Ding Qingyu sighs, intervening between the two. Have you forgotten the reason for contacting Shen Jiaoyun? Do you still intend to compete? The mecha is damaged. I'm contemplating whether to return and repair it. Shen Jiaoyun hesitates, as the novelty of her newly crafted mecha has not yet worn off. Look at these people. Ding Qingyu turns the holographic camera to the left, revealing a throng of ticket purchasers waiting nearby. Isn't that just the ticket booth? There are quite a few people, similar to the audience from my earlier match. Shen Jiaoyun blinks, not fully grasping Ding Qingyu's implication. Indeed, your eyesight is quite sharp. These individuals are the audience who just came from the Y34 competition stage. They are all waiting for your next match. Ding Qingyu compliments Shen Jiaoyun and continues. Therefore, I suggest that if you still have the energy, compete once more. If not, then that's fine. I will immediately match you with an opponent. Without waiting for Zhuang Yueza to finish, Shen Jiaoyun interjected. Winning a match grants a share of 20,000 star coins from ticket sales. That amount could cover several months' salary for the captain. If we lose, I can concede early and prevent others from dismantling my mech. It's a gamble worth taking. A bicycle could become a motorcycle. She was so quick to claim her share that Zhuang Yueza couldn't help but inquire. Did you just earn a significant sum? Shen Jiaoyun, with an air of nonchalance, held up 2 fingers while swiftly submitting her application for the match. I must act quickly. I cannot let my earnings slip away. Winning a match yields 20,000 star coins. My highest previous earnings in the arena were 8,000 star coins, and here you are as a newcomer, already amassing 20,000. Zhuang Yueza's face was etched with envy. It's utterly unfair. I've suffered 2 hefty bumps on my head, while Shen Jiaoyun casually earns 20,000 star coins. No, it's 200,000 star coins. Shen Jiaoyun corrected Zhuang Yueza, waving her 2 fingers. Wow. You owe us a late-night snack. Zhuang Yueza pinched his withered wallet. He had been too broke to indulge in late-night snacks for an entire month. Shen Jiaoyun nodded, confident in her ability to treat them. At that moment, Zhu Yuanyao announced, the match results are in. I am your ancestor versus Blazing Phoenix. The Blazing Phoenix is also an A-grade mech pilot. Ding Qingyu and Zhuang Yueza simultaneously turned their attention to the large screen displaying the match details. X12 Arena, Blazing Phoenix, A-grade medium mech, versus I am your ancestor, D-grade medium mech. The audience waiting on the left quickly spotted the match pairing. Fans of Shilin Qingfeng expressed their excitement. They actually matched with the Phoenix. It seems even the organizers disapprove of I am your ancestor's arrogance and chose the Phoenix as her opponent. The Phoenix boasts formidable firepower. She might truly obliterate I am your ancestor's mech. Some nodded enthusiastically, recalling the amicable interactions between the Phoenix and Shilin Qingfeng on StarNet. I believe the Phoenix will not go easy on I am your ancestor for her friend. One of Shilin Qingfeng's fans pointed at someone who had just tossed a water bottle at him, declaring, just wait and see your idol reduced to a soaking mess. Rubbish. I am your ancestor is not my idol. I am her anti-fan. Another retorted. If you misunderstand, I'll throw a water bottle at you. The spectator, having evolved from a mere bystander to an anti-fan, rolled up his sleeves and began to shout. Whether I am your ancestor wins or loses is irrelevant. What truly matters is that Shilin Qingfeng will rely on her friends to reclaim her honor, mocked another self-proclaimed anti-fan of I am your ancestor. The Blazing Phoenix prefers to employ hot weaponry in combat, and her mech has considerable defensive capabilities. Isn't it only natural for I Am Your Ancestor to lose? I genuinely don't understand what you Shilin Qingfeng fans find to celebrate. If you're so capable, why don't you have Shilin Qingfeng stand up and face I Am Your Ancestor again? Chimed in another anti-fan. Having witnessed this familiar scene and learning from past experiences, Ding Qingyu and Zhuang Yueza wasted no time in pulling Zhu Yuanyao away, hastily retreating 5 meters. We can't let these folks start a ruckus again. We don't want any bottles raining down on our heads. Xin Zhaoyun was unaware of the thoughts of those around her. She addressed the silent group. I shall distribute the complimentary tickets to you. I need to repair my mecha in preparation for the next competition. Chapter 57, Fiery Phoenix. We shall continue to watch your match shortly. Zhuang Yueza was about to disconnect from the holographic interface when he recalled something and added, however, you must avoid showing your face and revealing your true name. Just now, that crowd was eager to hurl water bottles at you. Look at the disheveled state of us. If hundreds or thousands of bottles were to rain down upon you, could you withstand it? Indeed, if you dare to flaunt yourself like that Shilin Qingfeng, do not expect to board our aircraft again. Should we encounter each other in Xingyu City, we shall be strangers. Zhu Yuanyao added with trepidation. Oh, although your income is substantial, the risks are equally high. Ding Qingyu could not help but exclaim. Xiao Yun is far too adept at inciting animosity. I fear someone might confront her at the club. Surely, it cannot reach such extremes. Xin Zhaoyun scratched her head, oblivious to the extent of her influence. Indeed, it can. The others chimed in unison. Xin Zhaoyun's lips twitched involuntarily, and she nodded in resignation. At that very moment, Xia Xingyu, who had adopted the moniker Fiery Phoenix, was reveling in the mockery of Shilin Qingfeng. Ha ha, Lin Qing, you actually lost to a D-class mecha. Weren't you the top performer in the mecha operations course of your third-year class? Shilin Qingfeng, whose real name was Lin Qing, was also a student of the Alliance's foremost academy, and he happened to be Xia Xingyu's cousin. As the arena for the competition in Xinghuan City was the closest venue to the Alliance Academy, many students from the academy had signed with clubs to participate in matches there. Upon hearing his cousin's words, Lin Qing lowered his head, his gaze dimming as he stared at his newly acquired red-soled leather shoes. The derision from his cousin only deepened his sorrow. Seeing her cousin's melancholic demeanor, Xia Xingyu was even more delighted. Cousin, I have long advised you to ignore your agent's advice. Your insistence on maintaining an air of elegance has led you astray. Look at yourself, unable to defeat even a single D-class mecha soldier. Shouldn't we be elegant in our mecha battles? We must unleash our full firepower, swift, fierce, and relentless. No matter who stands in our way, we shall fight to the end. I am not your ancestor. It is not that simple. Lin Qing looked up, feeling a sense of clarity amidst the chaos. Why does everyone only see my defeat without recognizing my strength? Has anyone ever forced him to lose while smiling as they handed over their energy cores? That had never happened, regardless of whether it is simple or not. I am perfectly matched against her. Just watch how I avenge you, Xia Xingyu declared, thumping her chest with conviction. Had she not been matched against I Am Your Ancestor earlier and habitually searched for her opponent's information online, she might have missed the opportunity to mock her cousin. However, she could not have missed it, for a video of fans brawling had garnered considerable attention online. With her insatiable curiosity, she would eventually come across the footage of her cousin being thoroughly bested by I Am Your Ancestor. Just hang up. I do not wish for you to lose and then shift the blame onto me. As your cousin, I kindly offer you a word of caution. I am rather adept at dismantling mechas. Be wary of your mecha being taken apart by her. I am heading home now. Lin Qing gazed melancholically at the ceiling. As an elegant young man, he had generally traversed life smoothly, rarely experiencing such vexations. His academically challenged cousin would never resonate with him on the same frequency. Hence, he longed to return home and lie in bed, savoring this peculiar feeling in solitude. Xia Xingyu tilted her chin, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. If she could touch my mecha, I would gift her every piece she managed to dismantle. Don't go home just yet. I'll give you a complimentary ticket. And you can remain in the private box to witness how I reclaim my honor. Lin Qing, with a melancholic expression, looked at his holographic screen. You simply do not understand me. After watching my match, I comprehend you perfectly. Do not leave, if you dare to go. I shall share the video of your defeat in the family group chat. Xia Xingyu did not forget to issue her threat. At that moment, Lin Qing's demeanor grew even more refined. After a brief interval, the X-12 competition stage was filled to capacity. Astonishingly, the number of spectators on the left side, supporting I Am Your Ancestor, surpassed that of the right side, which rallied around the blazing fire phoenix. Xin Zhaoyun sat within her mecha, awaiting the arrival of her opponent. However, with the audience below keeping her company while they waited, she felt no loneliness. A smile of contentment spread across her face as she observed the crowd. Regardless of whether they were detractors or fervent supporters, her side was undeniably full. Of course, the supporters of the blazing fire phoenix were numerous as well, with many waving red banners adorned with phoenix engravings in enthusiastic fervor. In stark contrast, the audience on Shun Zhaoyun's side appeared lackluster, heads bowed like parched flowers wilting in the sun. Unperturbed, Shun Zhaoyun cheerfully waved to the family members below who were tossing star coins her way, exclaiming, "It's wonderful to see you again. Thank you for your support." Her words instantly revitalized the seemingly disheartened spectators. Dozens of water bottles flew towards her, striking the protective shield and rebounding to the ground. Heavenly, is this my unique welcome? Shun Zhaoyun laughed merrily, then, in a familiar gesture, raised her middle finger. I return the sentiment in kind, as you prefer. Another wave of water bottles surged forth. Just then, from the right side, a mecha, resplendent in a fiery red hue, slowly ascended. Upon its appearance, the left side erupted into fervent cheers. flowing flames and wings. The Fire Phoenix strikes, destined for victory. The goddess strikes, destined for victory. Fire Phoenix, the best in the world. Although the fans of the blazing Fire Phoenix were fewer than those of Shi Linqing, their passion and fervor remained undiminished. Even those seated on Shun Jiayun's side joined in the chant. Fire Phoenix reigns supreme. Obliterate, I am your ancestor. Obliterate, I am your ancestor. The contrasting cheers for the two mechas were stark, causing those seated below, including Ding Qingyu and others, to cover their faces in amusement. Xia Xingyu. This path seems rather rugged. Is obliterate, I am your ancestor truly the rallying cry that belongs to Xia Xingyu? Chapter 58. The flames of battle roar, dare you? Xia Xingyu also discovered, for the first time, how immensely popular she had become. The audience was filled to 80% capacity, almost all of them cheering her on. She had only witnessed such scenes through her cousin before. Now, she finally comprehended why her cousin could maintain such grace. With so many admirers, she too could embody elegance. In a moment of excitement, Xia Xingyu bowed and waved her hand, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage. The audience urged her to obliterate the opposing mech, and she, of course, would not disappoint their enthusiasm. She glanced at the silver-black mech across from her and exclaimed, "Do you see how popular I am? The entire arena is cheering for me." Indeed, Shun Jiayun nodded in acknowledgement, albeit finding the other person's demeanor rather exuberant. They want me to destroy your mech. So don't hold it against me later. I simply cannot refuse the requests of others. Xia Xingyu's loquacity flared up again. Even though her opponent was standing right in front of her, she carried on the conversation with remarkable ease. Shun Jiayun nodded in understanding. No worries. I also intend to dismantle your mech. It appears quite valuable. No, it seems to possess significant research implications. Let us see who is more formidable. I am not like Lin Qing. I will not go easy on you. Xia Xingyu dismissed her words lightly. Although her mech development history course had consistently yielded poor grades, her practical combat course was exceptional. She straightened her back, her fingers swiftly tapping on the control panel, and several gun ports emerged on the front, back, and wrists of her mech. With a provocative flick of her wrist, she glanced at the silver-black mech opposite her, the air brimming with anticipation. Dare you? Shun Jiayun raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the prospect of engaging in a match with live weaponry. What was there to fear? Yet, she hoped the opponent would exercise caution and not damage the components she had her eye on. With a light laugh and an uplifted chin, she challenged, "Come on." The audience erupted in excitement. A match with live weapons? How fortunate to witness this today. The Flame Phoenix's debut match had featured a live weapon contest, and now, she was set to reignite the battleground. The Flame Phoenix clearly sought vengeance for Shi Linqing Feng, diving straight into live weaponry. Who would have thought that I am your ancestor would dare to accept the challenge? The excitement was palpable. Ah, Flame Phoenix, you must obliterate me. For I am your ancestor. In the VIP box, Lin Qing and her manager straightened their postures in anticipation. Lin Qing, unable to maintain her elegant facade, scolded. That reckless girl. I warned her last time not to resort to live weaponry so easily. Why can't she temper that fiery temper? Sign her, and also sign her. The manager enthusiastically pointed toward the Flame Phoenix, and then quickly shifted to I am your ancestor. Turning to Lin Qing, he insisted, give me your cousin's contact information. I will mold her into the most exquisite phoenix. Huh, she doesn't wish to become a beautiful phoenix, Lin Qing replied with a forced smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhuang Yueze stared at the competition stage with wide eyes. Xiao Yun had just earned over 200,000 star coins. Did she dare to take such a risk? If she lost this round, the earnings from the previous match would barely cover her losses. Damn it, I forgot to remind her not to accept her opponent's challenge with live weaponry. Ding Qingyu pressed his forehead in despair, a mask of anguish contorting his features. Having participated in numerous battles, I have yet to engage in a single match featuring firearms. Xiao Yun truly embodies the fearless spirit of a novice. Although Zhu Yuanyao is aware of Shun Jiayun's exceptional marksmanship, she cannot help but express her astonishment. In the preliminary rounds of the Qingyu Cup, matches utilizing firearms are quite rare. The exorbitant costs associated with various energy cannons and laser projectiles deter many participants. The destructive nature of firearm competitions leads to extensive damage to mechs, and the repair expenses can be substantial for both sides. Consequently, contenders for the Qingyu Cup tend to favor cold weaponry for their duels. This often results in audiences watching 20 matches without witnessing even one that employs firearms. However, today, fortune smiles upon us as we witness a firearms match in a showdown between a D-class and an A-class competitor. The Qingyu Cup organizers have prominently featured the X12 competition stage in the Star Network live broadcast, titling it Inferno of Artillery, the Fiery Phoenix of A-Class versus the Ancestor of D-Class. The Star Network's holographic simulation capabilities can replicate real-world scenarios with nearly 90% accuracy, and its secure virtual environment makes firearms competitions exceedingly popular among viewers. Moreover, audiences on the Star Network can select their viewing distance based on their payment tier. For a sufficient fee, one could even position themselves atop the matches, directly facing the onslaught of artillery, all without the risk of harm. However, this requires viewers to possess considerable courage and to adjust their sensory sensitivity settings on the Star Network in advance. Thus, due to this advantage, firearms competitions rank among the most favored events on the Star Network. Hence, when the familiar title Inferno of Artillery appeared, the audience, well-versed in the naming patterns of the Qingyu Cup, eagerly clicked in. Within moments, thousands of viewers flooded the Star Network. It has been nearly 2 hours since the opening of today's Luotian Qingyu Cup, and finally, a firearms match is upon us. Luotian is rather impoverished. Participants are often reluctant to employ such extravagant tactics. Just the repair costs for a single match can reach hundreds of thousands. The victorious contender may offset their mech repair expenses through ticket revenue, while the defeated suffer considerable financial loss. Competitors without substantial funds dare not choose this event. While awaiting the match, let me peruse the competitor's information. A-Class Fiery Phoenix. Oh, I have witnessed one of her previous matches. She is quite an impressive newcomer. As for I am your ancestor. Such an audacious name, yet she pilots merely a D-Class mech. What? She has only participated in 2 matches and dares to select this combat style. It appears she is a wealthy, second-generation heir. I too suspect this is some affluent scion attempting to buy their way to fame. Her club is quite adept at marketing. A D-Class facing off against an A-Class, regardless of the outcome, will certainly generate enough discussion. Damn it. I harbor a disdain for the affluent and also dislike those who manipulate the scene, turning the once pure Qingyu Cup into a murky affair. As the few minutes of preparation elapsed, a sweet feminine voice announced, the match between Fiery Phoenix and I am your ancestor commences. Prepare to experience the searing flames of the Phoenix. Xia Xingyu grinned broadly, heedless of decorum, and unleashed a radiant energy cannon towards the opposing silver-black mech. The purplish-red beam hurtled towards Shen Xiaoyun, who promptly maneuvered the control stick. The silver-black mech swiftly darted to the right, deftly evading the radiant energy cannon shot. In the spot where the mech had just vanished, the purplish-red beam struck the protective shield, creating ripples that danced across its surface. At the center of these ripples, a translucent purple crystal began to form. Subsequently, the crystal plummeted to the ground, and upon contact, a plume of white smoke erupted from the surface. As the smoke dissipated, a charred, gaping hole remained. Shen Jiyun's gaze sharpened. Fortunately, the shield had absorbed the impact of the cannon, or else the entire arena would have been breached. The advanced weaponry of the present far surpassed that of 3 centuries prior. It was no wonder that regulations like the Titan's chains existed to dynamically restrain mech firepower. Chapter 59. Let it bask in pride. Let it revel in arrogance. Let it flaunt its might. Ah, it is she. Although Shen Xiaoyun had familiarized herself with various weapons and munitions, theoretical knowledge paled in comparison to first-hand experience. The sheer force of Xia Xingyu's cannon ignited a fervor throughout the arena. The audience below erupted in ecstatic frenzy. Blow me up, I dare you. Come on, obliterate her. Another shot, fire another shot. The blazing fire phoenix truly lived up to its name. Humanity may tremble before lethal weaponry, yet when presented in an entertaining and safe manner. Adrenaline surges through the crowd. Some thrill-seekers on StarNet had chosen to perch atop the silver-black mech's shoulder from the outset. The mech maneuvered through the energy blasts, evading them gracefully. However, the spectators expressed their dissatisfaction through a barrage of comments. How did they survive that? Pathetic. The opposing A-Class mech seems a bit weak. Come on. Fire again. This is exhilarating. I've set my pain receptors to full realism. I both dread being obliterated by this D-Class mech and yearn for that near-death sensation. My goodness. This is exhilarating. Is the D-Class mech's defensive capability sufficient? I wager she can withstand only 2 more energy blasts. Explode like fireworks. Just one blast should create a huge hole in the chest of that silver-black mech, forcing the cockpit to activate emergency ejection protocols. Surely the D-Class mech should retaliate with an energy shot now, right? Unbeknownst to Shen Xiaoyun, the fervor of StarNet was beyond her awareness. She believed her audience consisted solely of those below. With her left hand deftly maneuvering the control panel, the black cannon barrels on the mech's arm began to whirl with great speed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 laser projectiles locked onto the fiery red mech's flanks and sped forth. As Xia Xingyu piloted her mech upwards, she scoffed. Is that all you've got? I can't believe you managed to defeat Lin Qing. The laws of physics dictate that a skilled pilot of melee weapons may not necessarily excel with ranged weaponry. Shen Xiaoyun's shots went astray, inciting a chorus of mockery from the audience below. Undeterred, she focused intently. The speed had yet to reach its maximum, and the lack of reference samples for piloting habits necessitated further practice. Her eyes remained fixed on the red dot on the large screen. Images of Xia Wanqin's words echoed in her mind. Every extraordinary beast possesses its own unique patterns of movement and flight. We must probe and observe its trajectory. Until we have uncovered all, we must safeguard ourselves and lure it in. Let it become complacent, let it revel in its arrogance, for we are the hunters. We must remain calm and restrained, waiting for that fleeting moment of vulnerability. With a resounding bang, we can send it to its final resting place. Is that not exhilarating? Wasn't the same true for the mech soldiers? A smile involuntarily graced Shen Xiaoyun's lips. To entice, to provoke, to take the shot. Across from her, Xia Xingyu reveled in the audience's cheers, especially when they urged her to unleash another burst from her radiant cannon. Without hesitation, she fired once more. As Shen Xiaoyun maneuvered her mech, she deftly launched 3 laser projectiles. You possess some skill, she taunted, to evade my attacks while still finding the time to provoke me. Let's see if you can dodge another 2 rounds. Xia Xingyu's voice rang out, commanding and fierce. Instantly, 2 violet-hued radiant cannons surged forward, enveloped in searing light. Aimed directly at the silver-black mech. Adjust left by 5 centimeters. Let us send her into a frenzy. Shen Xiaoyun's mind raced with calculations before she deftly tapped a command. Haha, you can't keep up, can you? You're bound to lose. Xia Xingyu laughed, convinced that the 2 radiant shots would obliterate the silver-black mech, avenging Lin Qing in the process. Yet, Shen Xiaoyun fixated on the incoming projectiles. Her fingers moved with deliberate precision on the controls. Under her deft handling, the silver-black mech merely swayed slightly, providing her an opportunity to launch additional laser shots in return. This extreme evasion was a testament to her unwavering confidence in her computational skills. Indeed, her judgment proved correct. The laser projectiles were unleashed, one narrowly grazing the mech's neck, while the other passed just 3 centimeters from her arm. Shun Zhaoyun exhaled lightly. Your marksmanship requires further refinement. Xia Xingyu, taken aback by the opponent's audacity to counterattack amidst such an onslaught, barely managed to evade 2 laser shots, yet one struck the mech's groin. The radiant cannon, skimming past the silver-black mech's neck, instantly claimed the lives of over 100 spectators who had tasted the bitter flavor of death. However, in the next moment, these spectators returned to the fray. Damn it, she didn't T-dodge. I'm dead. It hurts. This is too intense. I'm exhilarated to the point of evaporation. I'm dead, yet the mech remains unscathed. Is it merely luck? I must be the one operating clumsily. It has to be luck. Damn, I seem to have failed to heed Xia Fu's teachings. Shun Zhaoyun lamented, gazing at the bullet hole on the opposing mech's groin. She recalled Xia Fu's mocking words. Little Yun, you possess extraordinary foresight and computational prowess, but do you know why you have not defeated as many beasts as I? It is because your brilliance is too radiant. The moon is forever the moon, and it is inevitable that you will be targeted by extraordinary beasts. As the stars hide behind the moon, they can find protection under its glow. Thus, do not blame me for my preference to undertake missions alongside you. When the beasts chase after you, they will spare me. Shun Zhaoyun inhaled deeply. Xia Fupa was speaking nonsense. She was undoubtedly the most cautious one in the team. Regaining her composure, she addressed the blazing phoenix opposite her. I am grateful for your mercy. I misspoke earlier. Your marksmanship is truly remarkable, rendering me utterly motionless. Had you not let me off the hook, I would have undoubtedly been struck. Xia Xingyu, still reflecting on her thoughts, suddenly contorted her expression. Are you mocking me? Not at all. I am merely extolling your virtues. Shun Zhaoyun seized the opportunity to unleash 2 beams of laser, hastily denying the accusation. Her response was too swift, her tone lacking sincerity, and those seemingly provocative laser beams only served to amplify the satire. You have successfully incited my fury. Xia Xingyu gripped the control stick fiercely with one hand, while frantically manipulating the controls with the other. Shun Zhaoyun observed the 2 laser beams striking the opponent's mech, only managing to penetrate slightly, insufficient lethality. Simultaneously, for streams of light cannon fire launched from Xia Xingyu's mech toward her own. Is she unleashing her full power? Quite well. This will certainly drive the opponent into a frenzy. Shun Zhaoyun smirked, contemplating her own lack of offensive strength. The adversary's weaponry far surpassed her own, and more critically, they possessed vast resources to squander on ammunition. Yet, she could not afford to match the opponent's cannon fire. Her finances could not withstand such extravagance. Moreover, she had previously assessed that the materials of the opponent's mech were of high quality, with only a single laser blast inflicting minimal damage. Thus, it was imperative for her to coax the opponent into revealing more vulnerabilities, to discover a location capable of inflicting significant harm upon their mech. Consequently, Shun Zhaoyun refrained from initiating attacks, instead focusing on evading the incoming strikes. In an effort to conserve energy, she even hesitated to utilize the Wu-style leap frequently. Relying solely on her intellect, she calculated the landing points of each light cannon blast, maneuvering her mech in the most energy-efficient manner possible. She either brushed past the upper left trajectory of the light cannon, evading 2 blasts, or leaped a few steps towards safer ground. In an instant, the massive protective shield above her erupted with ripples, forming crystalline droplets that fell to the ground, leaving increasing numbers of holes beneath. Each time a light cannon was fired, she had already simulated its descent in her mind. However, due to the ferocity of the opponent's assaults, she could not ascertain how long she could maintain her defense before the opponent exposed a flaw. Therefore, she was compelled to conserve energy, daring only small movements to evade. This meant she would inevitably be struck by 1 or 2 light cannon blasts. Although the protective shield had activated, her mech still bore several cracks. As Shun Zhaoyun operated her D-Class mech, now riddled with additional fissures, she analyzed the performance of her opponent's machine. It was a mid-tier main battle mech, designed for strong attacks, equipped with formidable weaponry, and constructed from high defense materials, a costly assault strategy that reminded her of someone equally affluent, yet far more impatient than the wealthy lady, lacking in refinement. Shun Zhaoyun shook her head, her left hand forcefully pushing the control stick as she attempted to close the distance to her opponent. As the duel reached its zenith, the audience below held their breath, gritting their teeth, daring not to exhale. Initially, they marveled at the extravagant display of the Fire Phoenix, launching its luminous projectiles as if they were mere fireworks. However, as the battle progressed, their gaze became increasingly fixated on the silver-black mech deftly maneuvering through the barrage of fire. Its movements were swift and precise, evading multiple luminous blasts with grace. A turn, a leap, even a series of splits, all executed flawlessly to avoid the impact zones of the projectiles. The prowess exhibited by a D-Class mech was utterly astonishing to the onlookers. This silver-black machine resembled a resilient fish, skillfully navigating through turbulent waters, struggling yet determined to leap free. When a luminous blast struck its back, gasps escaped the crowd as they clutched their sleeves in disbelief. How could it not evade that? It was infuriating, so close to escaping. 2 more fractures appeared on the mech, revealing the inadequacies of D-Class materials and defenses. Why not keep the protective shield up? If only she could be given a higher grade mech. With a superior machine, her strength would surely multiply. In that moment, it seemed the spectators had forgotten their initial stance, their desire to witness the destruction of the silver-black mech fading away. In the VIP box, Lin Qing and his manager were equally riveted by the spectacle. The manager clapped, exclaiming, We must sign this. I am your ancestor. Her fighting spirit is truly infectious. Lin Qing, however, paid no heed to his manager's remarks. His focus unwavering on the silver-black mech. He was astounded by the opponent's evasion skills. The manager then remarked, your cousin must be incredibly wealthy. Those luminous projectiles she's unleashed today must be worth nearly 1,000,000 star coins. Lin Qing nodded, his family owned a mine. Oh dear, what conditions must I propose to secure her signing? The manager lamented, though his attention quickly returned to the silver-black mech. Oh, although I am your ancestor is as slippery as a fish, mere evasion isn't enough. She ought to demonstrate some advanced techniques, show off her skills. Is it possible her technique is not yet fully honed? After all, she can only pilot a D-class mech. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing's grip tightened involuntarily. Wasn't this merely a display of skill? It was the epitome of ostentation. Not skilled enough. He felt that her techniques had transcended to a state of sublime simplicity. How many mechs could navigate such relentless bombardment with such ease as she did? If he were in her place, he would have surrendered long ago. He could never dare to dance on the edge of death, as I am your ancestor did. Indeed, it was a dance upon the precipice of the Grim Reaper. Alas, few shared his discerning perspective. Lin Qing gazed skyward. A sense of melancholic reflection washing over him. The feeling of being the sole sober one amidst a sea of intoxicated revelry returned. How disheartening. The masses were entranced, while he remained aware. But no. The audience on the Star Network possessed a deeper understanding of the formidable challenge posed by I am your ancestor. Countless spectators had purchased premium tickets to experience the battle from within Shun Jiayun's mech. The casualties were mounting, and the discussions on the Star Network proliferated among the viewers. Oh heavens, I have perished 20 times. With each rebirth, I choose a different vantage point. I have occupied the head, shoulders, and chest of a sleek black mech, and even hung beneath its hips. Yet inexplicably, I always manage to absorb the brunt of the Flame Phoenix's radiant cannon with my head. Each time I am reborn, I find myself as your ancestor, still thriving. Alas, my pain receptors have been dialed down from 100 to 0. After dying too many times in a single match, I no longer dare to pursue thrills. The Flame Phoenix is indeed a wealthy contender. Initially, I stood with her, eager to experience the exhilaration of bombarding our adversaries. However, the opponent proved too resilient, leaving me feeling frustrated. Thus, I defected to this side, confident that as your ancestor, I could revel in the chaos. Wishing to indulge in her revelry? Such aspirations are misguided. Choosing me as your ancestor means we shall only continue to perish. I cannot fathom why she, capable of evading far away, restricts her movements to mere inches. While she narrowly escapes with her slight adjustments, we are invariably struck. Blast, please do not fire upon me. I am alive again. Shifting to a new position, this time, I find myself dangling from her rear. How is it that I am once more targeted? Ha ha ha, she is merely showing off. Her skills are undeniably impressive. Observing everyone flooding the Star Network, I upgraded from a standard ticket to a competition ticket, eager to join in the revelry. I have also elevated my ticket. What splendid fun. Dying brings me such joy. Chapter 61. If only her mech were a tad superior. On the Star Network, thousands of miniature figures, akin to cats, scurry about the sleek black mech, while radiant cannons rain down, claiming swathes of the crowd. However, some humorous netizens find joy even in death, their exuberant cries only growing louder with each demise, enticing many to purchase competition tickets. Even the Qingyu competition organizers were astonished by the allure of such a common mech match. Within the arena, Shen Jiayun and Xia Xingyu have been locked in a stalemate for some time. Beep beep beep. Warning, energy levels at 18%. Despite Shen Jiayun's careful energy conservation, the mech's system incessantly blares alarms. Her opponent has unleashed 3 radiant cannons, cleverly obstructing her position. Shen Jiayun maneuvers her mech into a 360-degree ascension, evading the 2 lateral cannon blasts. The strike from above, however, necessitated the partial activation of her shield. Beep beep beep. Warning, energy levels at 14%. Indeed, activating the mech's shield depletes energy at an alarming rate. Furrowing her brow, Shen Jiayun contemplates surrender. She glances at the display on her mech, where multiple damage alerts have already appeared. Even with her remarkable skills and frugal nature, repairing the mech's damages would cost her a staggering 150,000 star coins. This cannot continue. If the battle persists, her efforts today will be in vain. Yet the thought of conceding fills her with discontent. She has already disowned a method to breach her opponent's defenses. She merely awaits the opportune moment. Surrender? Or not? She recalls Shurqin's mantra, by big or by small. But never let go. A seasoned gambler must adhere to principles, wagering wealth, and even life itself. I have lost everything, to the point of being stripped bare, lost my life, and cannot return to Blue Star, yet I harbor no regrets. My only lament is that I have not bequeathed my poetry for future generations to admire. This time, I have learned my lesson. I shall first abstain from gambling and pen my verses, ensuring my name endures through the ages in the Alliance. This time, I gamble for fame. Alas, she is not a gambler. She merely cannot part with the 150,000 she has already squandered. Cursed sunk costs. Meanwhile, across from her, Xia Xingyu's eyes were bloodshot from the strain. She could not help but curse. Damn it. I can't hit you. I simply cannot. She needed to constantly evade the laser projectiles fired from her opponent while simultaneously suppressing their firepower. Her hands trembled with fatigue. What kind of interception calculation system had her opponent equipped to predict her movements time and again? She finally understood why Lin Qing had been dispatched so swiftly by this adversary. The opponent did not employ any flamboyant techniques. Merely basic flight and jumping skills sufficed to evade her barrage. As a ranged attacker, she had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Powerless, deeply powerless. No, she must not give up. She had vowed to obliterate the enemy's mech, and she would certainly do so. She could not bear the thought of being mocked by Lin Qing later. She had not forgotten that Lin Qing was still in the box, watching her match. Damn it, it was she who had insisted on dragging Lin Qing to watch her compete. Gritting her teeth, Xia Xingyu relinquished control of the joystick. Placing both hands on the control panel. You run, I shall let you run. I may lack many things, but I do not lack money. She was resolute. She would not believe that after unleashing 10 energy cannons, her opponent could evade them. In an instant, 10 energy projectiles surged forth towards the opponent as if they were free. Shen Xiaoyun observed the immobile crimson mech, momentarily frozen due to the attack, and a smile crept upon her lips. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. Without hesitation, she swiftly clicked the control panel. Instantly, 15 laser projectiles formed a necklace of destruction, shooting forth from the gun barrel on her left arm. The projectile chain carved a crimson arc through the air, targeting the lower right abdomen of the opposing mech. The armor there was sufficiently thick, and having tested her opponent's movements multiple times, she had confirmed that it was the sensor hub. The target lay to the right, yet she deliberately aimed slightly to the left. Simultaneously, Xia Xingyu noticed that the 10 energy projectiles were closing in on her opponent, who, contrary to previous behavior, did not evade in advance. A smile began to form at the corners of her mouth. This time, you cannot escape. But as she beheld the barrage of laser projectiles, her smile froze. One laser merely grazed the surface, but 15 lasers, regardless of the high-grade materials of her mech, would not be withstood. Having focused all her efforts on the attack, she could only instinctively pound the control panel, maneuvering her mech to the left. Yet, as she completed the jump, a cold sweat broke out on her back. It was over. Why had she chosen to evade left? The lower right abdomen would be penetrated. That was the sensor hub, but it was already too late. She could only watch helplessly as 15 laser projectiles struck the abdomen of her mech. With a barrage of 15 consecutive hits, sparks erupted like a torrential downpour. The mech, hit squarely, resembled an iron barrel being mercilessly hammered, revealing a dark, gaping hole. Shen Xiaoyun scarcely had time to admire the results of her assault. She was soon confronted by her own peril, as 10 luminous cannons relentlessly bombarded her from all directions. Evasion was futile. She had no choice but to activate her protective shield. However, with 10 projectiles targeting her, even 10% of her energy reserves seemed insufficient for complete protection. Indeed, with the ongoing operations, her energy levels had dwindled significantly. Gritting her teeth, she decided to safeguard her head, chest, hips, and one arm. The 10 luminous projectiles then collided with her silver-black mech. In an instant, the activated shield crystallized upon impact, forming an icy sphere. While the exposed limbs outside the shield were struck by the cannons, first solidifying, then exploding like a bouquet of fireworks. Many spectators below stood in despair. In the end, she could not escape this fate? Good heavens. My ancestors' limbs have been obliterated, yet the Fire Phoenix's mech remains unscathed. Have I ultimately lost? I regret ever cursing my ancestors' mech to be destroyed. Woe is me. She could have triumphed if only her mech had been slightly better. If she had a bit more energy. Chapter 62. Resilience in Adversity. So moving. Boom. Following a resounding crash, a cacophony of clattering sounds ensued. The silver-black mech, having lost its legs, collapsed onto the arena, scattering remnants of high-grade materials that had not melted into metal screws and nuts. Seated in the cockpit, Shen Xiaoyun felt her body jolt. She was grateful for the damping system she had installed. Otherwise, the force of the impact would have caused her to regurgitate her lunch. This match had concluded, leaving her utterly exhausted. She needed a moment to recuperate before resuming her tasks. She slumped back in her chair. However, to the onlookers below, it appeared as though Shen Xiaoyun had conceded without even a struggle. Zhuang Yueza let out a heavy sigh. Alas, she lost. When she was modifying her mech, I warned her not to skimp on quality and to avoid using inferior materials. Had she heeded my advice and utilized high-grade materials from exotic beasts, she would not have suffered such a devastating loss, with merely a torso remaining. What a pity, fighting so hard only to lose so tragically. She must have incurred great losses. The earnings from today would scarcely cover the repair costs. The mech, recently refurbished, would need to be rebuilt entirely. Zhu Yuanyao shook her head in agreement. The Fire Phoenix's mech appeared to be in pristine condition, leaving little hope for the struggling Xiaoyun to turn the tide. This is bad. Isn't her final assessment approaching in a few days? Didn't she say she built this mech to prepare for the evaluation? What will she do now? Zhuang Yueza glanced at the team leader. Captain, it seems your beloved might need to borrow some funds. As one of the two impoverished souls in the team, Xiao Yun is acutely aware of his financial predicament, just as he is cognizant of her account balance. Ding Xingyu rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He had intended to take a week off, but it now seems inevitable that he must accept the mission invitation from the Rose Club. Otherwise, he simply cannot support his team members. But wait, Xiao Yun has made a move. She has not conceded defeat. And why has the Flame Phoenix remained inactive? Zhu Yuanyao suddenly exclaimed. It was not only Zhu Yuanyao and her companions. The audience below fell silent, their eyes fixated on the movements of the silver-black mech. Behold, the silver-black mech, with only one hand remaining, slowly began to prop itself up with that single arm. It fell, then rose again, stumbled, and once more got back on its feet. Does she still wish to fight? Does she refuse to accept defeat so easily? With just one hand, she astonishingly persists. It is profoundly moving. Truly, it is heartwarming. Even if she ultimately loses, my affection for her will remain unwavering. I declare, I will become your devoted fan. I shall be your most loyal supporter. Concede already. There is no need to persist. We have witnessed your determination. We have seen it. Is this not the spirit of the heroes spoken of in history books, who fought relentlessly until the very end 3 centuries ago? How awe-inspiring. Flame Phoenix, spare me. I implore you. Do not strike her. I forbid you from destroying her mech. The audience, witnessing this scene, was once again moved to tears, with many casual spectators converting to fans, while former detractors transformed into supporters. Even the agents in the private boxes pulled out white silk handkerchiefs to dab at their teary eyes. He looked upwards, overwhelmed with emotion, thinking, I must sign her. I shall procure the most advanced mech for her, constructed entirely from premium materials, capable of withstanding a ray cannon. Lin Qing propped his forehead with one hand and silently took out his light brain, intending to contact his cousin. Spare me, I implore you. He bore no grudge against her for having accessed his energy chamber. He has forgiven her. But is this truly the case? Inside the mech cockpit, Shen Jiayun's fingers flew swiftly over the control panel, mobilizing all emergency energy and converting the dual-hand control module into a single-hand module. No, she fell again. Due to extensive damage to the mech, this module malfunctioned as well, rendering her unable to rise. This feature must be optimized in the future. Time is of the essence. Whether she can recover her losses hinges on her speed. Shen Jiayun's hands moved back and forth across the control panel, her speed surpassing that when she previously operated the mech in combat. It's fixed. A minute later, she exclaimed with excitement. The audience below saw the silver-black mech finally standing upright on the competition stage. The spectators erupted in cheers, thrilled that it had managed to rise. Will it fight? Can it still engage? However, they soon witnessed the silver-black mech using its remaining hand to gather various scattered screws, nuts, and unburned components from around it. Then, relying on that single hand, it pried open the energy chamber and stuffed the collected debris inside. The audience was taken aback. This was not what they had anticipated. Will there be no fighting? Why is it engaged in garbage collection? Could it be that I am your ancestor is an environmentalist? The spectacle is far from over. After stowing away the heap of debris back into the energy chamber, the silver-black mech leaned on one arm, gingerly scraping across the floor, inching forward with deliberate slowness. Its target, the immobile and silent fiery mech, the Phoenix of Flames. A confrontation is imminent. The audience is certain. The resilience in the face of adversity is truly moving. All eyes are fixated on Shen Jiayun, who murmurs within her mech. Every iron nail that drops from beneath my mech is a precious commodity, and I intend to reclaim each one. Were it not for the insufficient energy, I would not have to crawl. I could soar instead. Once she gathered her belongings, she deftly maneuvered the mech towards the direction of the Phoenix of Flames. After a minute of arduous climbing, she finally reached the front of the crimson mech. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew the long gun from her mech's back and, with a decisive click, pierced it into one of the Phoenix's legs. She murmured, mine. All mine. Both legs belong to me. Indeed, Shen Jiayun did not approach merely to engage in battle. She had already secured her victory. Her earlier gamble had paid off. The sensor hub of the fiery Phoenix's mech had been obliterated by her volley of 15 laser rounds. However, due to the overwhelming brilliance of the Phoenix's dazzling cannons, the audience below fixated solely on the spectacle, failing to recognize the lethal damage her laser beams had inflicted on the mech, while the crowd below remained oblivious. The viewers on the Star Network platform witnessed everything with clarity. A ceasefire ensued, as the audience erupted in cheers, chanting 66-66 in homage to her prowess, while darting back and forth between the two mechs. An eye for an eye. You crippled my mech's leg, and I shall do the same to yours. Revenge is best served promptly. I relish it. What is happening with the Phoenix of Flames? Why has it remained unresponsive for so long? I'm going in to investigate. Just moments ago, it was my ancestor's 15 laser rounds that shattered her sensor hub. What is more astonishing is that the sensor hub of the Phoenix's mech was encased in 6 layers of advanced protective material, theoretically capable of withstanding more than 6 laser attacks. Did my ancestor possess prior knowledge of the opponent's mech structure? Was that why she was resolute in unleashing a barrage of 15 laser rounds? Chapter 63. Xia Xingyu's monetary capability unbelievable. A D-class mech has triumphed over an A-class mech. A D-class mech? Do you look down upon D-class mechs? Anyone who dares to belittle them should first question their own skills. Allow me to enlighten you about my ancestor's prowess. She possesses extraordinary evasion abilities. I have tried to strike her countless times without success, yet amidst the chaos of battle, her mech sustained minimal damage. How exhilarating it is to recount. Is it merely the evasive capabilities of the mech? Her offensive skills are equally commendable. Swift, ruthless, and precise. At last, someone has taken notice. 15 laser rounds. She only created a single hole. My ancestor's marksmanship is exceptional. Indeed, without such precise shooting, it would have been impossible to breach the 6 layers of the Phoenix of Flames' advanced defenses. Heavens! The way she dismantles the mech is remarkably stylish, her movements astonishingly swift. Indeed, Shen Jiayun was in a hurry, striving to expedite her endeavors. She surmised that the individuals within were likely in a state of anxious agitation, persistently manipulating the control panel and experimenting with various strategies to salvage their mech. Her objective was to seize the opportunity to meticulously examine the adversary's mech before they regained their composure. Ahem, with the loss of 2 legs. The materials of the opposing mech appeared to be of superior quality. She aspired to upgrade her own capabilities, yearning for a pair of mech legs that would render her impervious to the onslaught of beam weaponry. As for the arms, she decided to dismantle one as well. Although she had previously acquired an arm from Lin Qing Feng, it was prudent to compare their worth. At worst, she could sell the surplus for profit, thus recouping her expenses. She tapped and dismantled with fervor, contemplating the addition of a versatile tool to her mech for future endeavors. Her hands danced swiftly across the control panel, effortlessly removing 2 legs and an arm, and she was elated. Such high-quality materials. They surpassed even those she had extravagantly purchased for her nails. Shun Xiaoyun marveled at the 2 arms in her grasp. Yet, she pondered, why was the fierce fire phoenix unresponsive? Was it not concerned despite its mech being so thoroughly dismantled? Although the mech's sensor hub was compromised, she recalled the emergency protocols taught in school regarding such predicaments. The instructional materials had been hastily compiled by her during her time as a mentor, utilizing her own improvised emergency manual. Surely, it could not be that the mech had been deprived of its visual sensory system for an extended duration, unable to perceive external circumstances? That would be rather inept. Thus, she resolved to exert herself further and dismantle the opponent's weapon storage as well. Curiosity piqued. She desired to investigate the structure of the storage compartment that could accommodate such an abundance of ammunition. Indeed, Xia Xingyu, as Shun Jiayan anticipated, began to recall the knowledge she had acquired in class to facilitate her own rescue after the sensor hub was damaged. Yet, she was not particularly studious. She patted her head in exasperation, frantically trying to remember. When the mech's sensor hub was compromised, the first step was to remain calm, activate the emergency protocol, and press the X key, the L key. Oh no, which key was it? Despair washed over her as she realized she had neglected to pay proper attention during her mech theory courses. Her last-minute cramming had been merely a superficial review, and she had long since cast aside the material after her exams. Regret filled her heart. How foolish she had been in her youth, failing to appreciate the value of diligent study. Now, she lamented her lack of foresight. She owed it to herself and to the dedicated teachers who had imparted their wisdom to her. Hence, she could only learn on the fly, poring over her textbooks while striving to restore some functionality. She was so preoccupied that she neglected to respond to her cousin's communication invitation. Finally, after a flurry of operations, she managed to restore the visual feed of her mech, and she was astounded. How could it be that a disabled mech lay before her? The 2 red legs beside it seemed vaguely familiar, along with an arm and several components she could not comprehend. No, these were her Fire Phoenix legs and arm. How could she not recognize them? And now, her adversary was diligently tinkering with her Fire Phoenix chassis. Xia Xingyu anxiously shouted, "What are you doing? Don't touch my mecha. Don't disassemble my arm." Unfortunately, the external voice system of the mecha was still not functioning properly. Her voice, strained from shouting, went unheard outside. She loathed her lack of academic prowess. Teacher, she was mistaken. She had to learn on the fly. At that moment, her cousin's communication came through. Yes, her cousin was her only hope. Your mecha is already stripped bare, why aren't you fighting back? The holographic interface activated, and Lin Qing looked on with confusion. Xia Xingyu quickly explained, "Brother, the sensory hub is malfunctioning. How do I restore the mecha's voice function?" How embarrassing. Lin Qing covered his face, but slowly guided her nonetheless. Outside, Shun Jiayan was examining the weapon storage compartment and discovered it utilized space folding technology. The current advancements in this technology allowed for a cubic meter to be expanded up to 100-fold. Unfortunately, the cost varied significantly based on the size of the space and the degree of magnification. The weapon storage compartment she had dismantled was 3 cubic meters, magnified 30 times. To her astonishment, it contained around 30 energy cannons, truly terrifying. No wonder it could unleash a relentless barrage of energy firepower. Was this the power of wealth? The word envy had been worn out by her lips today. The price must be in the tens of millions. It was far too expensive to consider. She tapped the rear of the crimson mecha, declaring, "Surrender. Your mecha no longer has legs." No response. She tapped again. After all this time, you still haven't restored your voice function? Shun Jiayan sighed, truly curious about the identity of the pilot within. Her instructor would undoubtedly be infuriated. She tapped once more. "Let me help you fix it." Inside, Xia Xingyu was far too preoccupied with Lin Qing to notice Shun Jiayan, engaged in a futile effort to restore the mecha's capabilities. Unfortunately, the 2 of them were mere amateurs, unable to produce a mastermind. P.S. The data is dismal. The more I write, the less passion I feel. Every day is filled with anxiety and self-doubt. I truly do not know what the problem is. Could it be the title is too mundane? Or perhaps the synopsis is lacking? The title cannot be changed now, and I have altered the synopsis 4 times today, becoming increasingly perplexed. If time allows, I hope everyone can urge for updates, so I can see how many are reading. A little love to fuel my efforts, perhaps a 5-star rating. I hope for reader interaction to stimulate the numbers. The current data is truly abysmal. Chapter 64. Challenging her moral limits. Lin Qing, are you capable? I followed your instructions to press this button and that button. And now the screen that I just managed to restore has gone black again. Xia Xingyu complained to the holographic interface. Lin Qing innocently replied, "You can't blame me. Your movements were too slow, and the mecha was stripped, so it's ineffective. Forget it. Now is not the time for complaints. If we continue arguing, my mecha will be completely dismantled. Hurry up and find the information to continue the repairs." Xia Xingyu shot her unreliable cousin a fierce glare. However, upon seeing Lin Qing respond with an ungraceful eye roll of his own, she wisely changed the subject. After all, no matter how unreliable he was still more dependable than she was. Lin Qing murmured to herself, something is amiss. During teacher Yan Ziguan's class on the 360 essential maintenance skills for mecha pilots, it was clearly stated that in such situations, one must press the brake button. Why then? Did it fail to function when I pressed it just now? Are you capable or not? If you're not, please contact a mechanic from your mecha club. What's this? Xingyu, are you planning to join our club? At that moment, Lin Qing's manager peered over her shoulder, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he regarded Xia Xingyu. Cousin, why are you still associating with her? Never mind, I no longer require your assistance, Xia Xingyu retorted, pushing the holographic interface aside with disdain. Oh, no need to trouble me, nor do you require my help in finding someone. I am your ancestor. Asking whether you will surrender, Lin Qing teased. Addressing the holographic interface with glee, Xia Xingyu clutched her head and shook it vigorously. No. How could the Phoenix of Fire bow down? If I lose, I lose. Must I admit defeat verbally as well? You've had your legs and an arm dismantled. You've lost. Why are you so stubborn? Join my club, and I shall help you amend your obstinate habits, transforming you into the most dazzling Phoenix of Fire on all of Luotian's star. Her manager chattered incessantly. Get away from me. Xia Xingyu shouted in anger. Lin Qing elegantly turned away, clutching the holographic interface to evade her manager. She said she would assist you in repairing your mecha. Lin Qing glanced at the competition platform and continued. It appears she finds you rather incompetent and has already begun the repairs. Her exact words were, you still can't manage this? You haven't even restored your voice function. Xia Xingyu's cheeks puffed up in indignation. Is she mocking me? She must be mocking me. Who is she, this so-called ancestor of yours? After dismantling my mecha, how dare she ridicule me? No, I believe she is merely stating the facts. In fact, she has underestimated you. Not only have you failed to restore your voice broadcast function, but you've also ruined your video reception capability. You are indeed quite lacking. Lin Qing exclaimed with a dramatic sigh, tilting her head at a graceful angle that accentuated her noble and elegant jawline. Seizing the opportunity, her manager snapped a photo and uploaded it to Lin Qing's personal account with the caption, sorrowful and melancholic. The free wind is trapped by a dark world. Suffocating and distressing. How shall I break through this haze? Are you still with me? Xia Xingyu stomped her foot in frustration. Stop rambling. Tell me, who is she? Who exactly is she? At that moment, a loud and enthusiastic voice interjected. Oh, I am the embodiment of wisdom and friendship, your ancestor. You need not know much about me, nor should you become enamored with my warmth and affability. I merely lent you a small favor. In mere moments, Shen Zhaoyan located the emergency brake function installed within the interior of the Fire Phoenix mecha and efficiently restored its functionality. Ha ha. Cough, cough, Lin Qing chuckled, covering her mouth in amusement. Within the mecha, Xia Xingyu watched in astonishment as the screen illuminated, her eyes widening in disbelief. She slammed her hand on the control panel. Oh, no need to rush. I've removed your weapon storage compartment. Your heavy weapon functions can no longer be activated. Shen Zhaoyan pulled out the weapon storage compartment, worth millions, from behind her. Xia Xingyu's eyes widened once more in shock. Her hand reached for the nearby thruster. This individual was even more irritating than Lin Qing. Even if she were to lose, she would not do so without putting up a fight. Oh, I almost forgot to remind you, the thruster won't do either. I took the liberty of examining your mech and made some modifications to the thruster. The designer of your mech must truly be incompetent, with such high-quality materials. How could they produce such a subpar machine? Why is the thruster placed completely independently? As Shen Zhaoyan spoke, she drew forth her long whip, weaving it through the legs of the Fire Phoenix. Xia Xingyu, shaken, retorted, who are you? How dare you critique the work of an S Class Mech manufacturing master? You insolent wretch. Shen Zhaoyan picked up another arm of the Fire Phoenix, entwining it with her whip. You coward, don't let me recognize you. Xia Xingyu's chest heaved in anger. At this moment, she noticed that the opponent was tampering with her mech's legs and arms, and she countered. Do you think that by taking my mech's legs and arms, I would react like Shi Lin Qing and feel humiliated? I assure you, I will not. My grace surpasses his. And I am wealthier. I have plenty of money to hire a master to repair my mech. I am not lacking in that regard. If you wish to take them, then take them. I do not care. You think I won't be angered by what you take? Shen Zhaoyan looked up, her arms draped around the legs, and an arm hanging from her neck. I don't believe it. You cannot humiliate me with such petty tactics. Frustrated and irrational, Xia Xingyu insisted. Lin Qing, who was still using his light brain, advised, no, you will be angered. Hurry, contact the staff to withdraw. He is right. You will be upset. Shen Zhaoyan winked and, without hesitation, reached for the remaining arm of her mech, extending it toward the weapon storage compartment. She gestured for her to observe. Haha, how amusing. My mech was already slated for decommissioning. It's in such disrepair. What do I have to be angry about? You can take this worthless weapon storage compartment. Xia Xingyu crossed her arms dismissively. Shen Zhaoyan's brow furrowed in frustration. Damn it, someone was challenging her moral boundaries. This was akin to a wealthy matron tossing 1,000,000 star coins at Cinderella with the command to leave her son, implying that the money was hers to keep. Oh, but there was a difference. She could actually take it and flee. How infuriating. The struggle between morality and the innate desire for wealth was palpable. Shen Zhaoyan proclaimed with righteous indignation, you misspoke. You should say you cannot give it to me. Quickly, say it is worth 10 million. That it is your most treasured possession, and that it is invaluable. Hurry and express your reluctance to part with it. As she spoke, she carefully pushed the weapon storage compartment back in front of the blazing Fire Phoenix. Chapter 65. AAA sales. Little Shin Xia Xingyu felt even more insulted, dismissing her with a scoff. What is 10 million? That is just my monthly allowance of 50 million. It's merely a weapon storage compartment. Take it if you wish. Do you think I would be as easily provoked as Lin Qing? Shen Zhaoyan clutched her heart. Oh heavens, please don't say any more. If this continues, she might just hang it around her neck too. Her already fragile moral standing was truly on the brink of collapse. Repeatedly ensnared, Lin Qing could not help but defend her honor. I am not angry, she declared, when she acquired one of my mech arms. I did not perceive it as an affront. She triumphed over me, and I accepted my defeat with grace. Yet you lament on your personal account about feeling sorrowful, despondent, dark, and suffocated. Xia Xingyu did not miss the message that had just flashed on her holographic interface. although she merely glanced at it. The words lingered in her mind. What's this? Lin Qing queried, turning her attention towards the timid Zhang, her manager, who was stealthily inching towards the exit. Enraged, he exclaimed, Zhang, what have you done behind my back? I want to withdraw from the club. With that, the holographic interface shut down. Xia Xingyu scoffed disdainfully. And you claim not to be upset. It is merely a weapon storage compartment. I no longer desire it. She resolved to switch to another mech. There was a resounding crash, no doubt the sound of Shun Xiaoyun's moral edifice succumbing to corrosion. Ultimately, she reached for that weapon storage compartment and declared, I owe you a chance to modify a mech. Please contact my personal communicator, my ID is. Trust me, with the same materials. The A-class mech I can create will undoubtedly surpass expectations. She paused, gazing at the audience below, and reiterated, to all the fans present. If you have any requests for mech modifications, please reach out using my ID. Your idol, I, shall craft for you the most advanced, powerful, and suitable mech for your needs. How clever she was. The audience, having witnessed her captivating performance, would surely be intrigued by her mech, and would ultimately desire to own one just like it, leading them to place orders through her. The more she contemplated, the more satisfied she became. And she could not resist repeating her personal ID twice more, anxious that some might not remember it fully. Have you noted it down? For any mech modification requests, my ID is, do not make a mistake. My ID, remember it. Although the competition had concluded, the audience, likely witnessing a contestant as eccentric as I am your ancestor for the first time, remained seated. They intended to discreetly jot down her account and add her. Yet upon hearing her insistence and repetition, it felt akin to watching a grand sales pitch. The contestants who had been eager to invest now resembled those who incessantly peddled products through personal messaging. The aura of her idolism flickered and faded, prompting some to delete the ID they had just noted. Inside the mech cabin, Xia Xingyu's heart seethed with fury, morphing into profound exasperation. Was it truly this individual who had bested her? No, she found it hard to accept. The nobility of a solo mech warrior, the majesty of a single combatant, and that previous formidable assault, where had it all vanished? She pounded the holographic interface in frustration, experiencing an unfamiliar sensation of secondhand embarrassment, feeling ensnared by another's misfortune. She could already envision her mother's posts in the family group chat, as friends and relatives mocked her for losing to such an unremarkable opponent. Through gritted teeth, Xia Xingyu insisted, stop repeating that. I shall give you my weapon storage compartment. Take whatever you fancy from this mech. You accept my offer for a mech modification opportunity in exchange for your weapon storage compartment? Shen Xiaoyun turned back, nearly forgetting this significant client. Change, let's switch. Just don't keep reading. Xia Xingyu exclaimed eagerly. She glanced at the holographic console, exasperated. Where on earth were the staff? If her mecha legs hadn't been disassembled, she would have left the scene immediately. Then tell me your name, so I can note it down and serve you better in the future, Shen Xiaoyun said quickly. Attaching the weapon storage compartment to the whip, Xia Xingyu's expression instantly fell. No way, she absolutely could not reveal her true name under such circumstances. She shook her head, remaining silent. Please tell me your name. You are my second client. I must remember it. Shen Xiaoyun urged. This was a significant client. Not only could she secure orders from her, but perhaps also from her father, mother, sister, and the entire family. I am called Blazing Fire Phoenix. Just contact me directly. No need to rush. Xia Xingyu resolved firmly never to associate with this person again. She didn't know this individual. Indeed, she absolutely couldn't know her. It was too damaging to her reputation. At that moment, her thoughts had completely shifted from her earlier fervent desire to seek retribution. Shen Xiaoyun sighed in disappointment and repeated, all right then, Blazing Fire Phoenix, I've noted your name. Just remember I owe you a chance for mecha modification. You must contact me, I insist. The audience, having watched Shen Xiaoyun in 3 matches, collectively booed without hesitation. Had they not seen her previous and scrupulous behavior, they might have believed her words. Sometimes, one couldn't help but lament how difficult it was to equate strength with personal ethics. Someone even remarked, I truly am astounded by her. What can a mere mecha infantryman modify? She clearly aims to promote mechas for a sales commission. I've seen such tricks before. How could someone so skilled in mecha competitions possess such a cunning personality? Another audience member shook their head. Forget it. I'm switching from a fan to a bystander. Sorry everyone, I was just captivated by this competitor, they said to those nearby. You false fan. If you love her, you should support her regardless of her actions. She has done nothing wrong. Blazing Fire Phoenix agreed to a deal. A former diehard fan of Lin Qing clutched their heart dramatically. P.S. Thank you all for the gifts and comments. They're almost equivalent to my manuscript fees. I've seen all your comments and appreciate the support. So I want to respond individually. This book's statistics are poor, and I doubt there will be any promotional opportunities. However, after reaching 200,000 words, I will have one more chance to test a new title. I've painfully come to realize that I'm terrible at naming. This current title is simply unappealing. So, could I trouble you all to suggest 5 captivating titles that align with this book? Titles so compelling that anyone who sees them would feel they'd miss out on a fortune if they didn't click. Chapter 66. Captain, allow me to lend you $1 million. Upon the competition stage, Shen Xiaoyun's mech was laden with an array of items as she struggled to ascend the platform with one arm. While climbing, she turned to greet a client, Fire Phoenix. Shall we discuss your modifications at the backstage exit A? I'll be in the A11 mech maintenance room. I'll assess your enhancement needs. I want to take your items for nothing. I assure you I will assist in crafting a formidable mech. Before the match, Shen Xiaoyun had been in the A11 maintenance room, and now she was returning to the same place. Upon hearing her words, Xia Xingyu could not help but furrow her brow. Given the circumstances, she would rather circumvent exit A and exit through D instead. She resolutely wished to avoid any dealings with such a person, especially upon noticing the string of red mech components hanging from the back of the sleek silver-black mech. She felt an even stronger urge to maintain her distance. Thus, regardless of how her opponent attempted to engage her, Xia Xingyu chose to remain silent. If you do not respond, I shall take it as your acquiescence, Shun Jiayan remarked, gazing longingly at the mech screen displaying a mere 1% energy reserve. She needed to hurry back. If her emergency energy were to deplete, she might have to contact the captain to forcefully open her mech cockpit from the outside to escape. Shun Jiayan's words compelled Xia Xingyu to falter once more. Do not presume my agreement. We are not acquainted. I will reach out should I require your assistance. Very well. Shun Jiayan retreated with a hint of regret. She sensed that her expertise in mech modifications was not fully trusted by her counterpart. However, she reassured herself that she would frequently participate in the Qingyu Cup, providing ample opportunities to showcase her abilities. As she returned to the A11 maintenance room, she was pleasantly surprised to find the captain and a few others waiting for her outside exit A. With precisely 0.333 seconds left before her mech ran out of energy, she leaped from the cockpit. Just as she landed, the cockpit door slammed shut behind her. Thank goodness. My timing skills remain impeccable, Shun Jiayan thought triumphantly, admiring her damaged mech. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. Ding Qingyu remarked with a hint of melancholy. If only you had spent a few less minutes on stage and read your advertisement a couple fewer times, you wouldn't have to push yourself so hard. Captain, such affluent individuals cannot comprehend the struggles of us less fortunate, she retorted. With each client, I earn at least several thousand star coins. It accumulates over time. Shun Jiayan shook her head in refusal. How much do you need? Ding Qingyu sighed, resigned. Zhu Yuanyao and Zhuang Yueza turned to look at the captain. What do you lack? Shun Jiayan inquired, puzzled. Funds for mech repairs. Ding Qingyu answered, counting on his fingers. He hoped it wasn't too much. He was uncertain if his own account held enough to lend to Shun Jiayan. Captain, I am in need of 5 million star coins. Captain, my needs are modest. 90,000 star coins would suffice. Before Shun Jiayan could respond, the two beside her gazed at their captain with eager eyes. Why didn't you mention that the club offers monetary benefits? Indeed, the captain is quite generous. Ding Qingyu rolled his eyes with slight disdain. Are you both all right? I was hoping to borrow some funds from you. Life is fickle and transient. As the candle flickers, we witness the laughter of the new while the old weep. Zhu Yuanyao dramatically sang, clutching her sleeve. The newcomer is like a mole on the heart, while the old acquaintance is akin to a fly's droppings. What a character Ding Qingyu is. Zhuang Yueza echoed. Ding Qingyu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Look at the condition of her mech. The earnings from today will certainly not suffice. Thus, I intended to advance her some funds. She has her final exams in a few days, and if she saves up to repair the mech, she will have to retake the course next year. If she weren't so anxious, why would she, having just won the competition, lower her pride to market herself in front of a crowd? Adolescents are often concerned about appearances. I won't mention names, but Xiaozhe, before your first competition, you practiced that victory pose countless times in front of the bathroom mirror. Shun Jiayan pointed at herself. She is marketing herself to save repair costs? Not at all. Even without saving for repairs, she would still engage in marketing. Besides, did she incur any losses in the competition? Quite the opposite. She, a teenager overly concerned with her image? Not really. She merely possesses a youthful and optimistic mindset, without being overly vain. It seems the captain has misunderstood her profoundly. Nearby, Zhu Yuanyao couldn't help but chuckle. Ding Qingyu's attention shifted to Zhu Yuanyao. And you? Do you think I am unaware of how many times you check your follower count each day? Constantly editing your vlogs to attract fans online. Zhu Yuanyao's lip twitched. Why was she included? However, what Ding Qingyu did not mention was that both Xiaoyao and Xiaoza, as club members, had received mechs modified by masters, while Xiaoyan, upon joining the club, had received no such benefits. Therefore, advancing her some funds for repairs was the only compensation he could offer. Ding Qingyu, who fancied himself a master of diplomacy, turned once more to Shen Jiayan. You have an exam approaching. Hurry and get your mech repaired. Calculate how much you still need. I will do my utmost to assist. Captain, you are truly too kind to me. I believe I may be short by over 50 million. Shen Jiayun was moved to the brink of tears, nearly reaching out to grasp the philanthropist's warm and noble hand. Ding Qingyu's expression darkened. Shen Jiayan quickly corrected herself. 30 million? Ding Qingyu waved his sleeve in exasperation. 1 million? Shen Jiayan cautiously extended a finger. Ding Qingyu clenched his fist. Do you really require 1,000,000 star coins just to repair 2 legs and an arm? Shen Jiayan blinked innocently. It surely won't cost 1,000,000 star coins to replace some components. However, since someone is finally willing to lend me money, I thought I might also improve the damping system, redesign the energy chamber, and enhance the weapon storage compartment. She did not dare to mention that it had been a long time since anyone had been willing to lend her money. Aside from the wealthy Su, it was evident how rare such kind-hearted individuals were. And today, she once again encountered someone equally dignified, radiating an extraordinary brilliance reminiscent of a grand chandelier. Ding Qingyu gritted his teeth. I only have 1,000,000 star coins. TCH. Captain, that's rather disappointing. Zhu Yuanyao, who had been equally expectant moments earlier, was profoundly let down. Captain, how have you become as poor as I am? Zhuang Yueza bluntly remarked, causing Ding Qingyu's face to flush. Shen Jiayun's neural interface suddenly buzzed to life. She looked down, and her face lit up with excitement. Captain, how about I lend you 1,000,000? Ding Qingyu clenched his fists, regretting his earlier words. What is up? Have you come across some good fortune? Zhuang Yueza hurriedly leaned in to see. Everyone knew that Zhuang Yueza, one of the Club S2 impoverished members, was all too aware that apart from striking it rich, it was nearly impossible to borrow money from Shen Jiayun, who who herself was not wealthy. Cough. I currently have 999 requests to add me as a friend, Shun Xiaoyan said modestly, pressing her lips together. Those eager to add her were undoubtedly her clients. If she could close even one deal, lending 100 star coins to the captain would be more than feasible. Chapter 67. Do not call me little Zongzong. Wow. Remember the rich and forget not the humble. Hurry and approve. Let us see how many need their mechas modified. Zhuang Yueza urged again. Without hesitation, Shun Xiaoyan approved a request from a user with the appealing nickname Daily Prosperity. Hello, may I ask if you are my ancestor? Yes. For mecha modifications, press 1. For major modifications, press 2. For extensive overhauls, press 3. 1 costs 99, 999. 2 costs 999, 999. 3 costs 9, 999, 999. Shun Xiaoyan intended to clarify the direction and pros and cons of each modification option for the client. However, the client abruptly replied, "Damn it, useless marketing account, get lost," and promptly blocked her. The entire exchange flowed seamlessly, taking no more than a minute. Ugh, perhaps my opening line was overly direct. My clients may not appreciate that. Shun Xiaoyan wiped non-existent sweat from her brow. 2 heads had gathered nearby, having not missed her earlier statement. Zhu Yuanyao patted her shoulder and tactfully suggested, "You might as well borrow 1,000,000 star coins from the captain to fix a couple of legs and an arm. Though your previous comment was a bit abrasive. I understand you didn't mean it. That's just how you are. So, I'm still willing to lend you the 1,000,000. Ding Qingyu patted Shun Xiaoyan's other shoulder. Shun Xiaoyan scratched her head, perplexed. That shouldn't be the case. I even asked AAA Xiao Wang, and he said this is how to negotiate with clients. I used to talk to him in the same manner. Be more tactful. First, earn the client's trust, then discuss cooperation. For example, I sold you the mecha because I trusted you, which is why I gave you so many discounts later. And you bought my items because you trusted me, right?" Zhuang Yueza, who had been frequently selling on second-hand platforms lately, fancied himself an outstanding seller. He never reflected on the fact that perhaps he was always selling at a loss, which was why he sold quickly. Shun Xiaoyan nodded. "You're right." She selected another request with a sincere-sounding nickname, "Don't hide from me," and approved it. Is this little Zongzong herself? "Don't hide from me." Indeed sounded very sincere, but the enthusiasm made Shun Xiaoyan feel somewhat uncomfortable. She furrowed her brows and stated firmly, "You may call me ancestor, but do not call me little Zongzong. If that is not feasible, just call me Xiao Shun." How brazenly you speak. It must indeed be you. Among the 89 idols I have added, you are the sole one who has ascended through my ranks. I have made up my mind. I shall elevate your idol status by 1 position, placing you at the 88th spot. It seems she might not be entirely in her right mind. Ding Qingyu remarked rather bluntly. "What do you know? You've already graduated. You are but an antique. You and we exist in different eras," Zhu Yuanyao retorted vehemently. The true relic, Shun Xiaoyan, nodded in agreement. "Indeed. An antique. You have fallen behind the times." She then swiftly edited her message and sent it. "It is an honor to become your 88th idol. May I inquire if you wish to purchase a mech identical to your idol? A mech is powerful, noble, and aloof as your idol." Zhuang Yuezha gave a thumbs up, commending her for being so in tune with the times. Such a fashionable marketing approach. "I cannot pilot a mech. However, I would love your autograph. Might you share various photographs of yourself? If I see your visage, as handsome and beautiful as Shilin Qingfeng, I might even elevate your ranking by 10 spots. A photo of abs would be splendid, but a back photo would suffice." Ding Qingyu chuckled without restraint. Shun Xiaoyan frowned. "No abs photos will be shared with you." And then, she promptly blocked him. Ding Qingyu crossed his arms, declaring disdainfully, "In this era, I hold no interest in such trivialities." Shun Xiaoyan looked up at Zhu Yuanyao in bewilderment. This was not right. Why add me if it was merely to purchase a mech? Perhaps they are genuinely your fans? Zhu Yuanyao expressed her own confusion. But Shun Xiaoyan has only participated in 3 matches. How could she possibly have amassed so many fans? It is indeed peculiar. I recall that today's audience did not seem to fill the stands. Ding Qingyu, awakened to this realization, voiced his thoughts. "I have competed in nearly 70 matches, yet my followers barely reach 10,000. Why do you have so many adding you? I have even shown my face. And I am rather handsome." Zhuang Yuezha added, equally unconvinced. "Furthermore, your advertising has devolved to such a state, you've lost your image. How can anyone still wish to add your personal account? Xiao Zhe, who usually poses quite a bit, is not nearly as popular as you." Ding Qingyu jabbed at Zhuang Yuezha's chest with pointed words. "I seek not fans, but clients." Shun Xiaoyan lamented, her expression sorrowful. "Fans are advantageous. They could pave your way to stardom as a competitor. Do you remember Shilin Qingfeng? The reason he has so many viewers is due to the abundance of supportive fans." Zhuang Yuezha spoke with envy. "No, I intend to thrive on skill alone. I shall not sell myself for money." Shun Xiaoyan shook her head vigorously. Slightly perplexed, "My mech modifications are exceptional. I have even destroyed 3 A-class mechs. Do they not desire to possess a similar mech? Perhaps it is because D-class mechs are too inferior, they may not see the need. Your piloting skills attract far more attention," Zhu Yuanyao speculated, scratching her head. At that moment, Shun Xiaoyan's light brain vibrated once more. The display screen of her light brain remained open, and the message content flickered upon the screen. With keen eyes, Zhuang Yuezha caught a glimpse of vital information, exclaiming, "The ticket revenue from the competition, goodness. The earnings from ticket sales alone amount to 550,000 star coins. Is that even possible? In the S-grade arena, the maximum ticket revenue I have ever earned amounts to merely 300,000 star coins. As for the D-grade arena, that is not quite accurate. One should consider the A-grade arena instead. However, even in the A-grade arena, the highest revenue would not exceed 100,000 star coins. Ding Xingyu is quite well aware of the ticket earnings from the Xingyuan City Xingyu Cup competition. Without hesitation, Shen Jiayan clicked on the information to review the detailed statistics of the ticket revenue. The on-site ticket revenue exceeded 40,000 star coins, while the Qingyu Luotian Star Network live broadcast platform garnered over 500,000 star coins. Goodness, with such a substantial revenue from the Star Network live broadcast. It is astonishing. Zhuang Yuezha was once again taken aback upon seeing this information. Everyone knows that the Qingyu Cup is broadcasted on the Star Network, but the broadcast rooms on their Star Network must compete for traffic with the entire Luotian Star, among a multitude of S-grade and a few 2S grade competitors. Those below S-grade dare not even hope to capture the attention of these elite players. Chapter 68. I will not be a fan. Today, the Stone Forest Breeze, whom you are battling against, might not even earn as much from a Star Network live broadcast as you do. No wonder the number of people adding you as a friend has surpassed the number of on-site viewers. Zhu Yuanyao suddenly realized. Zhuang Yuezha gazed at the constantly flashing friend request notifications from Shen Jiayan, his mouth watering with envy. He could hardly contain his eagerness to climb onto the Luotian Qingyu Cup Star Network Square, locking in on the keyword, I am your ancestor. Buy shares. New users buy shares. Pay attention to an interesting newcomer. I am your ancestor. I am your ancestor. The god of mech prediction. The mech is subpar. My operational skills may not shine, but my predictions are extraordinary. Today's most captivating match, Flame Phoenix vs. I am your ancestor. D-grade mech single-handedly overpowering A-grade mech. Remarkable. Our Xingyuan City is about to unveil a new talent, desperately requesting I am your ancestor to change mechs. The D-grade mech is utterly inadequate. The sky has fallen. I have never seen anyone dismantling their opponent's mech during a match. Is their mech not a mech? Is this the new era of traffic generation? I am your ancestor. You have gained fame. Countering the notion that I am your ancestor is merely seeking traffic. Participating in the Qingyu Cup is a matter of strength determining victory, and mech damage is one's own responsibility. If you feel your mech is precious, then do not step onto the battlefield. Cowards and noobs are unworthy of piloting a mech. A recap of the three opponents faced by I am your ancestor. Stone Forest Breeze, the most graceful, noble, and handsome. Flame Phoenix, with full firepower, exuding dominance. A true heiress among heiresses. Wang Baziki, the weakest, with I am your ancestor even feeling that dismantling his mech is a waste of time. Having watched the match between Flame Phoenix and I am your ancestor, Flame Phoenix is indeed quite formidable. Do not mock her. Zhuang Yuezha continued to scroll down, discovering that there were over 30 topics related to Shen Jiayan. Unwilling to accept this, he searched for his own match name. I am simply surnamed Zhuang. Ex-Flame Club member. Ding dong. You are fragile. Watch closely. I will take your life. I am simply surnamed Zhuang. Who designed the post-match pose for I am simply surnamed Zhuang? It is quite eye-catching. Indeed, despite having participated in so many matches, he only had 2 discussion threads on the Star Network Square, one of which was in collaboration with the club. Zhuang Yuezha tilted his head back, wiped away a non-existent tear, and patted Shen Jiayan's shoulder. Xiaoyan, you are about to become famous. Quickly apply for a personal account to manage. A personal account is of no use. Only those who add my account have the potential to communicate about purchasing mechas. Shen Jiayan remained steadfast in her determination to rely on her technical skills. Your mechas are not selling. Everyone advises you to switch them out. Listen to me. Register for a personal account while your popularity is high and gather some followers. Zhuang Yuezha continued to persuade her. No, I cannot charm fans. I cannot send hearts or kisses. Upon hearing the term gather followers, Shen Jiayan envisioned Sure Linking Feng's various bows and heart gestures. She felt overwhelmed. Just the thought of it made her cringe. Sending hearts is nothing. Everyone does it. You can do it. Zhuang Yuezha lamented, wishing that this wave of popularity were directed at him instead. No, I intend to earn my living through my technical skills. Shen Jiayan shook her head vigorously. 3 centuries ago, she had been earnest, yet there were still those who wrote books and spread unfounded rumors about her, concocting baseless tales. She could not bear to think that, for the sake of a few fans, 300 or 500 years hence, her name would still echo through history, and future generations would fabricate even more stories about her. The more she pondered, a plethora of scandalous headlines flooded her mind. An in-depth investigation into the early black history of Mecha Master Shen Jiayan. To gain attention, did she actually engage in such acts? Hilarious. So Mecha Masters are like this? Early masters selling their bodies, relying on looks. How utterly shameless. Shen Jiayan's video welfare photos, available for just 99 star coins, bundled for a grand giveaway. No, I cannot think any further. She began to tremble. Having experienced public vilification, she truly had a wealth of experience. She did not wish to rise from her grave in anger after her demise. She resolutely reiterated, no. Fine then. Zhuang Yuezha sighed with regret. At that moment, Ding Qingyu spoke up. Xiaoyan's account can indeed be managed. I'll have a word with Feng Yu. He manages everyone's accounts. Xiaoyan, do not feel pressured. Compete as you did before. The captain is the best. Shen Jiayan eagerly agreed, climbing up the ladder while not forgetting to flatter him. As long as she was not required to sell her body or welfare after the competition, she could accept it. After all, her mecha was in such disrepair that competing was out of the question. Come, I've earned a lot today. Let me treat everyone to a late-night snack. Shen Jiayan beamed at everyone. Having earned so many star coins today, she had already gathered enough to modify her mecha. Moreover, with so many people adding her as a friend, she refused to believe that no one desired a mecha akin to that of their idol. Upon returning, she would immediately ask Xiao Wang for his book, The Art of Communication in Billion-Year Salary Sales. The previous 2 failed cases were surely due to improper communication methods. Once she mastered the new skills, her financial resources would surely flourish. Thus, she had the means to treat others. Due to the influx of earnings, Shun Xiaoyun completely forgot about the prior arrangement to meet the major client, Fire Phoenix, at Exit A. This incident highlighted the long and seemingly endless journey of her sales training. Meanwhile, Xia Xingyu lurked stealthily at Exit D. Xiaoyu, let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to head back? What are you afraid of? Lin Qing urged her. My cousin, clearly wishing to return to school, remained rooted to the spot. Motionless. She had been squatting there for 20 minutes, her furtive demeanor reminiscent of a thief lying in wait. I was reluctant to encounter the individual known as I am your ancestor. She claimed she would wait for me, to assist in the transformation of my mech. After uttering her words, Xia Xingyu glanced down at the Qingyu Cup Star Network Plaza. It was due to this I am your ancestor that she had suffered public humiliation on the Star Network. Clicking on any topic revealed accompanying images. Her mech had been dismantled, struck repeatedly by a barrage of laser projectiles. The majority of tactical analysis discussions revolved around how I am your ancestor managed to turn the tide against overwhelming odds. While others reminisced about the numerous fatal blunders of the blazing Fire Phoenix's dazzling artillery, it was akin to being ground into the dirt, with onlookers continuously suggesting they join in the humiliation. Therefore, she truly wished to avoid encountering I am your ancestor. It was simply too embarrassing. You should have spoken sooner. Had I known I would be entangled in this predicament, I would not have returned with you. Lin Qing's expression shifted, lamenting his preoccupation with financial matters alongside his agent, which caused him to miss such crucial information. He could somewhat empathize with his cousin, as his own posts were also present on the Star Network. However, his gentlemanly and graceful demeanor stood in stark contrast to his cousin's fiery temperament, resulting in a more favorable public perception. Most importantly, she had already borne the brunt of the criticism on his behalf. 21 minutes had elapsed. She had likely departed. Cousin, let us return. Xia Xingyu counted down the seconds and rose to her feet. She must have left. Lin Qing nodded in agreement. As they passed the A11 mech maintenance room's entrance, Lin Qing cheerfully remarked, I told you she wouldn't be here. It's been so long. This was partly due to the fact that she had indeed waited for over 20 minutes. To be on the safe side, Xia Xingyu lingered for an additional 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Shun Xiaoyun stood at the entrance of the Qingyu Cup competition hall, snapping photos while awaiting the restroom return of several team members. The captain mentioned that the spectators nearby had consumed an excessive amount of water, resulting in them making 3 trips to the restroom that evening. As Shun Xiaoyun turned, she fortuitously spotted her acquaintance Xia Xingyu, along with the semi-acquainted Lin Qing. Oh, Xia Xingyu, you're here to watch the match too? Shun Xiaoyun greeted enthusiastically, waving her hand. Xiaoyun, what a coincidence. Xia Xingyu replied with equal enthusiasm. As a self-proclaimed underachiever, she had relied on Shun Xiaoyun for assistance with numerous assignments throughout the semester, solidifying their bond. Shun Xiaoyun then turned her gaze to Lin Qing, contemplating how to greet him, when suddenly she slapped her forehead, recalling an important matter. She had stood up her major client. She quickly exclaimed, Lin Qing, right? The blazing Fire Phoenix is your cousin, isn't she? Do you have her contact information? I instructed her to wait at entrance A. But I didn't see her when I came out. Did she leave out of impatience? The radiant smiles on Lin Qing and Xia Xingyu's faces simultaneously faltered. Lin Qing, how dare you break my arm, and then ask for my contact information? Xia Xingyu, the sky is falling. My dear sister is actually my sworn enemy. The internal monologues of the two diverged, yet they exchanged a glance before instinctively stepping away from each other, creating distance. Cousin? Oh, Xiaoyu. Could it be that you are the blazing phoenix? Shun Xiaoyun furrowed her brow. Upon hearing this, Xia Xingyu felt a jolt and rushed to Lin Qing, intimately linking her arm with his and declaring firmly, what blazing phoenix? I don't know her. He is my partner. Lin Qing's already stiff expression became even more rigid as he attempted to withdraw his hand, but not only could he not pull it back, Xia Xingyu pinched him twice. Shun Xiaoyun, unaware of their hidden motives, lamented, what a pity. If you were the blazing phoenix, I would have loved to discuss my mecha modification ideas with you. Yes, I am not the blazing phoenix. Xia Xingyu insisted, pulling Lin Qing closer. Shun Xiaoyun felt a mix of regret and relief, saying, well, if you were the blazing phoenix, I would return that weapon storage chamber to you. Modifying a mecha doesn't require a fortune. I could give you a discount. 6 million star coins would suffice. She understood what money should be earned and what shouldn't. Xia Xingyu lowered her head, the forced smile she had managed to conjure breaking once more. Please stop stabbing daggers into her heart. It hurts so much. Not for the money, but because she felt a deep sorrow while pretending everything was fine. Not only mecha modifications, but I also believe the operational techniques of the blazing phoenix merit discussion. I have already devised improvement plans in my mind. As a privilege for my second client, I shall present them to her. Shun Xiaoyun lamented, slapping her forehead. Darn it. I earned too much today and forgot about my major client. No, the art of communication in billion-dollar sales must be scheduled immediately. What a shame, Xiaoyun. You are truly too kind. Xia Xingyu's expression was a bittersweet mixture of laughter and tears, appearing even more pained. Please, no more daggers in her heart. Shun Xiaoyun's gaze turned back to Lin Qing, saying, but Lin Qing is your boyfriend. I must also extend my gratitude to him. If it weren't for Lin Qing, I wouldn't have earned so many star coins today. Your partner is genuinely elegant, noble, and well-liked by fans. The dignified Lin Qing, with a twitching smile, struggled to maintain his composure. He had thought it unwise to wait for Xia Xingyu today, witnessing the calamity that befell him. Yes, he is dignified, noble, and adored by fans. Xia Xingyu had become a mechanical echo. Shun Xiaoyun, with renewed enthusiasm, exclaimed, I made money today. Lin Qing, wasn't your mecha damaged? How about I help you with repairs? I happen to have your mecha arm here. I can fix it for you. and you just need to cover a small repair fee. She believed that since Lin Qing was Xiaoyu's partner, she needed to find a way to return Lin Qing's mecha arm. More importantly, cultivating a good relationship with Lin Qing would allow his cousin to witness her superb repair skills, leading to future collaboration. She was truly clever. Now it was Lin Qing's turn to clutch his chest. Oh, the pain was unbearable. Why bring up that mechanical arm again? He inhaled deeply, maintaining an elegant smile. No, I have already decided to replace my mech. I possess many mechs. His body involuntarily leaned forward. He preferred to interact with this "I am your ancestor" as a stranger. Yes, he has given it to you, so keep it without returning it. Xia Xingyu tightly gripped Lin Qing's arm, pulling him back forcefully. Lin Qing's smile grew even more refined. At that moment, the few who had gone to the restroom returned. Zhuang Yueza spotted Xia Xingyu from a distance and, with habitual mockery, exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't this the esteemed Miss Xia, who has retaken Yan Ziguan's class?" Xia Xingyu's expression changed abruptly. She wished to retort, but instead clenched her teeth and forced out a stiff smile. "Isn't this Zhuang Yueza? What brings you here? Ah, you two know each other?" Shen Zhaoyan clapped her hands excitedly. "That's wonderful. Let's all go for a late-night snack together. They are classmates, and Lin Qing and I are also classmates." Zhu Yuanyao cast a curious glance at Lin Qing and Xia Xingyu, wondering about the unusual intimacy between the cousin pair. Zhuang Yueza also found Xia Xingyu's reaction peculiar. His intrigue did not stem from the identity of the person beside Xia Xingyu, but rather from her unusually friendly demeanor towards him, though they were in the same class. Their competitive spirits had fostered a relationship of mutual defiance. However, today was oddly different. Xia Xingyu greeted him with unexpected warmth, casting him as the petty one. Chapter 69. The mech needs modifications. Zhuang Yueza scratched his head and turned to Xia Xingyu. "Xiao Yun is inviting you for a late-night snack. Would you like to join?" No. Lin Qing and I have matters to attend to. We must leave." Xia Xingyu did not wait for others' reactions, almost clumsily dragging Lin Qing away. Haha. Who would have thought that Xiao Yu, so carefree, could actually be shy? Shen Zhaoyan placed her hands on her hips, watching the pair hasten away. Nearly breaking into a run, she remained blissfully unaware that others were avoiding her. Zhu Yuanyao questioned, "What is there to be shy about? They must be pressed for time." "Certainly shy. If they were in a hurry, wouldn't they use a flying vehicle?" Shen Zhaoyan asserted decisively. The two who had run off were now far away. "What nonsense about being a couple. Just admit you are the blazing phoenix." Lin Qing was nearly losing his red-soled shoes as he was dragged along. "I've said it. Quickly tell Yuan Yao to keep it a secret. Just say my mother is worried about me falling in love too early. So she asked you to pretend to be my partner at the academy. Emphasize that even Shen Zhaoyan must not be informed. Just say it's because Zhuang Yueza has a crush on me." Xia Xingyu was panting as if being chased by a ghost. "Heavens, today isn't enough. I will have to continue pretending to be your partner in the future?" Lin Qing stumbled, nearly falling. Xia Xingyu chuckled awkwardly. "Cousin, please help me. Why must I be the one to uphold your lie?" Lin Qing looked up to the sky with a sense of grievance. "Because Xiao Yun is a freshman this year, and also my desk mate." Xia Xingyu's expression shifted to one of distress and suffering. Even if she were an underachiever, she still held her pride. She is a freshman? How is it that a sophomore like you has ended up sitting next to someone else as a desk mate? Did you really lose the mech competition against them? No, wait, I lost as well. So, pretending to be your boyfriend makes me look foolish. The air was filled with Lin Qing's increasingly pained voice. Xia Xingyu, indifferent to it all, thought to herself that the final exams were approaching, and once they were over, she would feign a breakup and claim she dumped you. "Haven't you always desired that rock-bone insect from my mother's treasure trove to enhance your mech? If you assist me this time, I will retrieve it from my mother upon my return home." "Fine, you may do as you wish. The untreated rock-bone insect must not come into contact with metallic materials, as it would compromise its efficacy. Remember to store it in a glass container for me." The specifics of the rock-bone insect were inconsequential to Lin Qing. She believed he was merely showing kindness by helping his cousin collect her scattered dignity. Furthermore, given his social circle, he would likely never cross paths with that junior again. Indeed, it's possible they would no longer encounter each other in the academy. Shen Zhaoyan and her teammates were thoroughly enjoying their skewers, an experience that needed no elaboration. After all, it had been several months since Zhuang Yueza had indulged in a feast, and he was now supporting himself against the wall as he exited. The subsequent days marked the examination period at the Alliance Academy's first college. Apart from attending assessments, Shen Zhaoyan spent her time in the club's basement, diligently repairing her mech. After earning some money from the Qingyu Cup, her confidence had returned. Were anyone else to repair the mech, they would have simply adhered to the previous design by replacing 2 legs and an arm, deeming it restored. However, Shen Zhaoyan, a perfectionist, had identified issues with her mech during the Qingyu Cup and was determined to refine her earlier design. She meticulously revised her design plans multiple times, ultimately finalizing a new modification scheme just before the practical exam. This time, she aimed to integrate an energy conversion feature into the damper to address the mech's energy deficiency. She felt confident about this modification, but her peers in the club were concerned for her. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhuang Yueza and Zhu Yuanyao had just completed their exams and hurried to the club. Upon arriving, they were not eager to begin their own exam preparations, but instead rushed to the basement to urge Shen Zhaoyan to expedite the repairs on her mech. The practical assessment for the mech solo specialization was merely 2 days away, and Xiaoyan's mech was nearly reduced to scrap. I suggest that, if she fears wasting money, she should directly borrow the limbs of the captain's Zero mech and attach them to hers. After the assessment, she could redraw the blueprints and modify her mech anew. Zhu Yuanyao recalled that day when Xiaoyan mentioned her pursuit of perfection. Since she had already identified the mech's issues, she should resolve them during the repair process. To settle for merely following the original design and purchasing parts would be wasteful, as she would ultimately dismantle the mech again after the assessment. At that time, the captain had mentioned that he possessed an original Zero mech and would not mind if Xiaoyun borrowed the legs and arms from it for her use. Then, without hesitation, Xiaoyun shook her head, declaring that as a mecha engineer, she could not accept piloting a mecha that was so crude. It was a matter of the mecha being suitable for her. She would not lower herself to accommodate a subpar machine. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyao admitted she felt an overwhelming urge to confront Xiaoyun. No, she recalled the captain rolling his eyes in exasperation at that moment. Not everyone has the privilege of utilizing customized mechas. Most individuals begin their journey with standard models. Thus, unless one is exceptionally affluent, the majority must gradually acclimate to their mechas, forging a bond over time. Hence, it is evident how pretentious and insufferable Xiaoyun's statement was, claiming only mechas befitted her and that she would not compromise. Listening to Zhu Yuanyao, Zhuang Yueza nearby could not help but exclaim, "I share your sentiments. I am equally exasperated with her." With exams approaching, I saw Xiaoyun leisurely tinkering with the legs and arms she salvaged from the Qingyu Cup just last night. The captain had expressed his slight regret about introducing Xiaoyun to the Qingyu Cup so prematurely. Had he known she would utterly dismantle her mecha on the very first day of the competition, he would have waited until after the assessment to bring her along. Zhu Yuanyao chuckled, recalling the new bumps that had appeared on the captain's forehead. As they exchanged banter, they arrived at the basement floor. Upon exiting the elevator, they indeed found Shen Xiaoyun still disassembling one of the legs of the Blaze Phoenix mecha. Zhu Yuanyao cautiously sidestepped the scattered materials and design blueprints. Approaching Shen Xiaoyun to say, "Aren't you supposed to be repairing the body? Why are you dismantling those scraps? Focus on fixing your mecha first." Shen Xiaoyun raised her chin defiantly and retorted, "What scraps? The materials I'm using are far superior to the iron nails on my mecha. I plan to dismantle them, repurpose them, and then install them onto my mecha. This way, my subpar mecha can finally boast 2 superior legs and advanced arms." Indeed, she was referring to 2 advanced mecha arms, one from the Blaze Phoenix and the other salvaged from the Shilin Qingfeng mecha. Chapter 70. Exams without review. Zhu Yuanyao couldn't help but twitch her lips. After seeing Xiaoyun generously treating everyone a few days prior, how had she reverted to being so miserly? Taking a deep breath, she slowly remarked, "Didn't you just say a couple of days ago that you were making money? With exams only a few days away, why not spend some to purchase high-quality materials for reassembly? I've spent it all." Shen Xiaoyun flicked her sleeves and hid her hands behind her back, claiming, "I'm currently as broke as a church mouse." "Spent it all? Nearly 800,000 star coins, right?" Zhuang Yueza interjected, astonished. "Aren't those legs and arms salvaged? How could you have run out of money?" Zhu Yuanyao was equally shocked. Shen Xiaoyun rubbed her stiff neck, explaining, "It's all because of that damper. Didn't I mention that it needed to be completely overhauled? Consequently, other parts of the mecha also required adjustments. All the expenses added up. Otherwise, I would have spent a bit more to upgrade the entirety of this mecha with high-quality materials." Shen Xiaoyun had not forgotten the Blaze Phoenix, crafted entirely from superior materials. The sensory hub that could only be penetrated by 15 laser rounds. There was no need to elaborate on the envy that accompanied such craftsmanship. Especially after she dismantled the fiery mech leg yesterday, she gained a deeper understanding of advanced materials. Advanced materials are truly remarkable. For 3 centuries, although the technology of the mech manufacturers in the Alliance has seen no groundbreaking advancements, the discovery of new materials has been abundant. Just when she had completed the recent modifications and spent a considerable amount, Zhu Yuanyao inhaled sharply. Such extravagant spending. It was her first time witnessing someone spend money so swiftly. Over the past few days, Xiaoyun had been clamoring for further modifications, and she thought that even if they continued, it wouldn't cost so much. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyun's pockets were empty again. Shen Xiaoyun waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Making money is for spending. Only by spending can one earn more. If you don't invest in mechs, what is the point of playing with them?" Although her own lifestyle was frugal, she never hesitated to spend on research. In her previous life, without substantial investment, it would have been impossible to achieve such significant results. In the past, entering the research institute meant having a budget, but that budget was not solely for her. Any research she wished to pursue required project approval. By the time she completed the lengthy approval process, she would be unable to accomplish anything. Thus, in her previous life, it was Summer, the wealthy benefactor, who provided her with funds, while her teammates gathered materials for her. The reason she generously gifted the original Zero mech to Lin Jingguang was that everyone had contributed more to her. In her previous life, she was poor, and so were her companions. Once they earned some money, they found various excuses to transfer it to her. When they found some advanced materials, they would claim they couldn't sell them, that no one wanted them, and only she, the garbage collector, would take them. Of course, Shen Xiaoyun was bold in her spending because she had seen a path to wealth in the Qingyu Cup. The Qingyu Cup thrives on strength for profit. If she didn't invest more to enhance her mech, how could she win the competition and earn money? Therefore, the money she spent was an investment. Zhuang Yueza gave her a thumbs up, declaring, "You are indeed the most generous and extravagant person in our club. Even the captain pales in comparison." "Not at all. I still want to ask the captain later if he'll lend me that 1 million he promised." Shen Xiaoyun replied with a smile. "Don't even think about it. With your current spending habits, the captain will definitely tighten his purse strings." Zhu Yuanyao splashed cold water on Shen Xiaoyun's enthusiasm. She had never seen anyone dare to spend like Shen Xiaoyun. Previously, witnessing Shen Xiaoyun deplete her funds on mech modifications had impressed her. However, at that time, she thought perhaps Shen Xiaoyun would only modify her mech once every few years, so she could understand the lavishness. But after hearing Shen Xiaoyun's words today, She realized this was not a matter of modifying every few years. Shen Jiayan clearly intended to spend like this every day. She was in awe. Well, will you have enough time to repair your mech before the exam? Zhu Yuanyao asked, concerned. There will be enough time. This time, I'm not the only one modifying. I've entrusted the routine parts to Xiao Wang from AAA. From now on, once I sign the orders, I can't be the only one doing all the work, right? So I need to cultivate Xiao Wang's skills from now on. Shen Jiayan sat down, her back lazily leaning against the stone pillar behind her. The thought of the orders made her worry again. Among the fans who added her account, hardly any were genuinely interested in purchasing mech services. One by one, they added her, seeking either photographs or invitations to dinner. She shared the sales phrases meticulously crafted with Xiao Wang, and 80% of them blocked her. She suspected that the sales terminology provided by Xiao Wang was flawed. However, Xiao Wang insisted that it was due to her inadequate performance and that she needed to participate in the Qingyu Cup a few more times to garner greater attention for her mech. Shen Jiayan momentarily accepted his words, thus feeling compelled to invest significantly in the transformation of her mech. Zhuang Yueza interjected, just don't fail the exam, or you'll have to retake it next year alongside Xia Xingyu. Ah, Xia Xingyu. Right, let me check the time. Teacher Yan Ziguang has scheduled an exam for today at 4 o'clock. Shen Jiayan smacked her forehead, recalling that she too had an exam today. Damn, is it the history of mech development that Yan Ziguang is testing? Are you not even reviewing? Upon hearing Yan Ziguang's name, Zhuang Yueza couldn't help but spring up. The history of mech development? I've had to retake that once. But Xiao Yun, the exam is approaching, and I haven't seen you touch your book. Zhu Yuanyao, feeling a headache intensify, quickly chimed in. The history of mech development is different. The teacher's questions are particularly esoteric. Only 50% of the content comes from the textbook, 30% is expanded knowledge from class, and the remaining 20% relies on your extracurricular accumulation. As for the extracurricular part, forget about it. The portion from class that can earn points is merely 80% of what we've covered. It was now 3 o'clock. With the exam at 4. You should ask Xia Xingyu for her class notes. She has failed before and must have kept them. Hurry up and review. Xia Xingyu? Shen Jiayan shook her head and opened her friend's status on her messaging app. Xia Xingyu had been posting continuously for several days. Xia Xingyu. Oh no. The sky is falling. I have to retake the mech mechanics calculations. Xia Xingyu. How many emergency repair methods are there for mech energy cores? ISNT just 2? Why did you all answer 6? Xia Xingyu. I can't memorize it all. It's simply impossible. Why must I? A single mech operator learns so much theoretical knowledge? Xia Xingyu. Does anyone have notes from last semester's history of mech development? I can't afford to fail again. Another failure, and I'll be expelled. Xia Xingyu. I'm losing my hair and coughing up blood. Mom, save me. What a beautiful state of mind. I feel too embarrassed to disturb her. Shen Jiayan couldn't help but reflect. Zhu Yuanyao leaned in, curious, and quickly scanned the messages, her lips twitching slightly. She puzzled. Our mech training instructor often praises Xiaoyu's mech operation skills, so why is she faring so poorly in her other classes? I don't understand. Shen Jiayan shook her head and turned back to focus on her own tasks. She had already disassembled the second-hand mech legs and arms she had acquired and was contemplating how to integrate them into her mech. She endeavors to maintain their original structural form, as this is essential for preserving the inherent properties of the materials. With a clear and focused mindset, she decides to make some modifications to the previously designed schematic. Shen Jiayan lowers her head, making adjustments on her holographic computer, occasionally closing her eyes in contemplation. Zhu Yuanyao and Zhuang Yueza, after much persuasion, realize their efforts are in vain and ultimately relent. Failing a few courses is not a matter of great concern. After all, who among the students of the Alliance Academy has not experienced a few failures, only to retake the exams later? It is those who never fail that are not truly students of the Alliance Academy. With that, they abandon their attempts, each taking a book to review quietly in the corner. Half an hour later, Shen Jiayan's alarm clock rings. Time's up. I must head to the examination. Shen Jiayan rises and stretches leisurely. She has been preoccupied with the mech all day, and it is just the right moment to engage her mind in an exam. The examination is once again at the familiar location, classroom A14. Shen Jiayan arrives 10 minutes early. In the front row, Xia Xingyu is deeply engrossed in her studies. Reciting aloud. In the year 1020, initiated by Shen Jiayan, the Mech Joint Research Center was established to commence research on mechs. By 1031, Shen Jiayan created the first-generation mech, the Zero Series, ushering humanity into the era of mechs. Shen Jiayan shakes her head with a sigh. Incorrect. You have misremembered all the dates. The establishment of the research center occurred in 1025, and the name is also wrong. It is not called the Mech Joint Research Center. Its full title should be the Comprehensive Integrated Armor Joint Research Center. The first appearance of the initial Zero Series mech was not in 1030, but in 1033. Xia Xingyu nods repeatedly. Oh, 1025, Comprehensive Integrated Armor Joint Research Center. Shen Jiayan taps the desk and rubs her forehead, deciding to let it go. You can remember it however you like. In the absence of early mechs, humanity utilized exoskeletal armor, primarily composed of resilient exotic beast hides and various metallic ores. However, exoskeletal armor only protects critical parts of the body, whereas the theory behind comprehensive integrated armor is to envelop and safeguard the entire body. Comprehensive can be understood as full body coverage, while integrated refers to systematic coordination and overall optimization. I've got it. Xia Xingyu wipes the sweat from her brow. Coming back to her senses from the ocean of knowledge, she recalls the Qingyu Cup incident. Subtly, she shifts her position closer to Shen Jiayan. Unbeknownst to Shen Jiayan, who is oblivious to Xia Xingyu's subtle movement, she enthusiastically remarks, what else do you need to memorize? Tell me, and I shall explain it to you. Xia Xingyu blinks. Somewhat wistfully, I can't possibly remember it all. Have you managed to memorize all this information? Sort of, Shen Jiayan replies with a slow nod. Suddenly, Xia Xingyu's eyes sparkle with an idea. How about you help me out during the exam? Help you with what? Shen Jiayan inquires. Her contrasting black and white eyes reflecting her confusion. With the multiple choice questions. During the exam, for each question, just signal me your answer. 1 finger for A, 2 for B, 3 for C, and 4 for D. Xia Xingyu whispers, her excitement palpable. The first major question set by Yan Ziguan typically contains 20 multiple choice questions, which account for 30 points. She only needs to secure 30 points. If she manages to score an additional 20 on the subsequent questions, she will surely pass. She is exceptionally clever. Cheating? Shen Jiayan pondered. Is this the method of academic dishonesty employed by underachievers 300 years hence? So plain and unadorned? How has it regressed so drastically? Back in the day, Xia Fuping sought her assistance for cheating during exams, and even collaborated with her to develop a device that conveyed information through the blinking of pupils. How is it that 3 centuries later, cheating has been reduced to merely using one's fingers? Shen Jiayan regarded Xia Xingyu with a hint of disdain. This was a clear reflection of her contempt for Xia Xingyu's inability to keep pace with the times. What she termed cheating was, in fact, mutual assistance. Xia Xingyu shifted closer to Shen Jiayan, dismissing the awkwardness surrounding the Qingyu Cup. Compared to the prospect of failing, the embarrassment of the Qingyu Cup seemed trivial. It would have been better had you sought my help sooner. Shen Jiayan gently patted her shoulder. Had she approached her earlier, she could have offered a more sophisticated solution. Whether it be methods for memorization or strategies for deceit, she possessed an array of techniques. Seeking your help earlier would have been futile. Xia Xingyu retorted, gritting her teeth. If you assist me this time, I will procure the contact information for Li Yanhor phone from my cousin. As long as I can pass the exam. I can even create a secondary account. She was determined. No need. Li Yanhor phone will reach out to me in due time. Shen Jiayan replied with an air of proud confidence. Xia Xingyu lifted her chin slightly, casting a sidelong glance at her. She won't. I swear. You must take the initiative to contact her. She will. You are not her. Shen Jiayan responded with an even more confident gaze. As long as she shone brilliantly in the Qingyu Cup, she was certain that no one would overlook her mech. Xia Xingyu, infuriated, tugged at her hair. How she despised the fact that she was Li Yanhor phone. Could Shen Jiayan possibly know her better than she knew herself? Taking a deep breath, Xia Xingyu turned her gaze back to Shen Jiayan. Help me this time. She contemplated how to win Shen Jiayan over, but found herself at a loss for suitable incentives. She had wealth, yet money felt so base. Offering mere money to Shen Jiayan would be an affront to her dignity. What about another retake? I could help you review. Shen Jiayan suggested earnestly. Do you want the shell of the spiny turtle? If you assist me this time and I pass the exam, I will give you the shell. Xia Xingyu declared, slamming her hand on the table, her gaze piercing as it met Shen Jiayan's. A retake? I've already failed the course. Yan Ziguan may not even grant me another chance. Chapter 72. Cultural Renaissance. The shell of the spiny turtle? Would it be acceptable for me to purchase it? Shen Jiayan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The shell of the spiny turtle was classified as S-grade material. Its remarkable ability to expand and contract, coupled with its exceptional malleability, made it highly sought after by mech engineers. When melted into liquid form, its plasticity reaches its zenith. Weapons crafted from the molten shell can be reshaped by mere heating, allowing them to reform in under a minute. Shen Jiayan had long desired to equip her mech with a versatile tool akin to a wrench. If she could obtain this spiny turtle shell liquid, she could create a molding template and utilize its shaping capabilities to fabricate various tools. She had considered the spiny turtle shell for her projects before, yet it had always been in short supply. Xia Xingyu raised her chin defiantly. Not for sale. I will only bestow it upon my most kind-hearted friend. Alas, no mech engineer would disdain an abundance of tortoise shells, would they? A touch here on the weapon. A little more in the mech's protective chamber. Shen Jiayan clutched her chest. How reminiscent this mannerism is of the affluent summer. Back then, the affluent summer had similarly tempted her with exquisite materials. Yet, she remained unyielding, as wealth only served to corrupt. She had assisted the affluent summer in cheating her way through the military's theoretical examination. However, the audacity of Summer Xingyu's deceit was a blatant affront to Yan Ziguan. Perhaps a retest would be in order. Shen Jiayan shook her head, resigning herself to the matter. If you fail the exam, I shall be here to tutor you during your retake. With such words spoken, Summer Xingyu resolved to capsize the fragile vessel of their friendship. She turned to conspire with those behind her. It soon became evident that many shared Summer Xingyu's intentions. Shen Jiayan glanced back, observing some furtively scribbling notes, while others exchanged clandestine glances. Summer Xingyu slinked back, her smile radiant. Wait. Shen Jiayan suddenly noticed a hint of red in Summer Xingyu's pupils. She scanned the classroom and quickly spotted another student with similarly reddened eyes. Surely, that was her invention, the pupil blinking device for information transmission? How had it survived? A smirk involuntarily tugged at Shen Jiayan's lips. In a hushed tone, she queried Summer Xingyu. A pupil blinking cheating device? How did you come across this? Summer Xingyu, equally astonished, replied, you too? Shen Jiayan remained silent before pressing on. Are there any others? Indeed, there are. Miniature headphones, wave oscillators, but I find this one the most reassuring. Summer Xingyu nodded vigorously. She had stumbled upon the gateway to a new world. All those previous retakes rendered futile. Indeed, technology progresses, albeit quietly. Shen Jiayan rubbed her temples, muttering to herself. Amid the clamor of the classroom, Yan Ziguan entered, arms laden with paper exams. Why were they printed? Hadn't they previously employed personal display screens for exams? How considerate, even providing pens. The students whispered amongst themselves. Yan Ziguan thumped the desk, proclaiming, "This time, I have decided to initiate a cultural renaissance. We shall conduct a non-electronic examination. I have specially procured 5 information blockers and 5 information transmission detectors from the Star Network. I kindly ask that all electronic devices, including light brains, be put away during the examination. If I catch anyone cheating, they shall fail and have to retake the course." What? How ruthless. We're in university. After all, is this truly necessary? A chorus of lamentations filled the classroom. Yan Ziguan. Truly, he is my nemesis. Shen Jiayun overheard Summer Xingyu muttering in dismay. Turning to look, she saw Summer Xingyu hunching her shoulders, her head nearly buried beneath the desk, while one trembling hand attempted to pry at one eye. How unfortunate. Shen Jiayun consoled her. "I will reserve a spot for you in my tutoring sessions, and I assure you will pass your retake." Summer Xingyu was on the verge of tears. Yan Ziguan raised a signal detector and activated the switch. Instantly, the device emitted a series of beeps, tallying nearly 10. 2 miniature headphones, 1 set of wave oscillators, 5 sets of pinhole projectors, and 3 sets of pupil-blinking cheating devices. Submit them voluntarily. No need for reminders. Yan Ziguan leaned heavily on the desk, vociferously shouting downwards. "It's over. I'm definitely failing. I haven't even studied properly." Someone hung their head. Placing a metallic contraption upon Yan Ziguan's lectern, Xia Xingyu sluggishly rose, handing over the eye-blinking cheat device that she had just received, still warm from her grasp. Yan Ziguan glared at her. "You've already failed this course, yet you still resort to such tricks? And you're getting worse with each attempt? I'm on the verge of failing despite my efforts. If I don't change my approach, there's no hope left." Xia Xingyu's demeanor suggested that she had no intention of facing tomorrow, perhaps not even today. Regardless, Yan Ziguan was left speechless, merely able to glare at her as she slumped back into her seat. Undeterred, Xia Xingyu turned to Shen Jiaoyan. "Will you help me?" Shen Jiaoyan glanced at Yan Ziguan and replied, "It depends on the situation. I think you should just give up the struggle." She had not anticipated Yan Ziguan's relentless pursuit of cheaters. Of course, cheating was unequivocally wrong. That principle must be reiterated. See, she wasn't even swayed by Xia Xingyu's temptations this time. Sighing, Xia Xingyu laid her head on the desk. Yan Ziguan was swift in his actions. Within a minute, the exam papers were distributed to everyone. Shen Jiayun adeptly twirled her pencil with her right hand, while her left rapidly flipped through the pages. Oh, the multiple choice questions are gone. They've been replaced with true or false questions. This significantly lowers the difficulty. Anyone who has studied sincerely, even if they can't recall everything verbatim, should be able to answer. She focused on the second part of the third major question. Beside her, Xia Xingyu's voice trembled with excitement. Shen Jiayun quickly located the question. Briefly recount the development history of the first-generation mecha. No wonder Xia Xingyu was so thrilled. The material they had just reviewed was entirely applicable. Shen Jiayun instinctively glanced at the next question. In the year 1040 of the Starshine calendar, Xu Xing, inspired by Shen Jiayun's manuscripts, created the first generation of the lightweight mecha, the Stealth. In his early years, Xu Xing was influenced by Shen Jiayun's ideas, later further developing the concept of hand-operated giant mechas. Please list the series of mechas he created throughout his life and summarize their impact on mecha development. Upon seeing this name, Shen Jiayun's brows knitted together. She didn't have a strong impression of Xu Xing. He joined the research institute only after the first-generation Zero-type mecha was developed. By then, the institute had already implemented comprehensive training programs for newcomers, and Xu Xing was assigned to learn under other researchers. However, after arriving in this era, she encountered this individual in various documents. The most striking memory she retained was of him dismissing her initial plan for the psychic mecha. Shen Jiayun sighed as she glanced at the next question. Chapter 73. You are on the podium. In the later stages, Shen Jiayun left behind a research plan combining psychic energy with mechas, rather than the currently popular direction of hand-operated giant mechas. Does this reflect her specific limitations or foresight? Upon reading this question, Shen Jiayun involuntarily raised her eyebrows. While the question appeared quite incisive and sharp, it could also be considered a straightforward one, as discussions surrounding psychic energy mechas and the direction of hand-operated giant mechas had persisted for over a century. Those with even a slight interest in mechs can effortlessly engage in conversation about them. The question posed by Yan Ziguan is rather lenient, devoid of a standard answer. For the majority, the progression of reality serves as the definitive response. Many extol the might and grandeur of contemporary mechs, praising the advent of colossal machines that have enabled humanity to safeguard our planet and empowered us to contend with monstrous beasts for 3 centuries. They commend Shen Jiayun for her invention of the mech, yet lament the lack of progress in the research of psychic mechs, asserting that humans are not omnipotent. Even Shen Jiayun, the creator of the mech, harbors some fanciful notions, reminiscent of how numerous physicists, in their twilight years, become engrossed in theology or metaphysics. With a sigh, Shen Jiayun anticipates the responses of others. Nevertheless, she resolutely records the answer she has long been passionate about. The emergence of monstrous beasts compelled humanity to resist for survival, constructing mechs from the blood we shed. She recalls the compatriots from 3 centuries past who, after being torn apart by these beasts, donned exoskeletons crafted from the very creatures that had ravaged them, returning to the battlefield. When she first entered the military, she encountered individuals of various grotesque forms. They urged her not to fear death, asserting that if one were to lose a leg or an arm, they would merely reclaim the limbs of the beasts and fight back. Their large, calloused hands tussled with her hair as they reassured her, stating that 50 men could not contend with a single beast, for the bones of these creatures were far sturdier than those of humans. Only the brave could wield the elite spoils of the beasts, which served as a badge of heroism. Yet, It was not the case that the bones of the beasts surpassed human durability. Rather, it illustrated humanity's fragility, forced to erect a wall of flesh and blood in their defense. The exoskeletons originated from the beasts, and the discovery of psychic power stemmed from them as well. 3 centuries have passed, but have we ever sought to understand the monsters? Where did they come from? Have the planets overtaken by these beasts been reclaimed? Are we forever destined to be confined to a corner of the universe by them? While psychic mechs may seem impractical, is solely relying on oversized manual operations indeed the correct course? Do not mock me. Shen Jiayan struck through the word me, rewriting her thoughts. She recalled a phrase often uttered by Shurqin, a sentiment surprisingly agreeable to her. Do not mock Shen Jiayan. I celebrate those who are mad, nonconformist, troublemakers, and misfits. Those who perceive the world from novel perspectives and disdain convention. You may praise or vilify them, but one thing remains certain, you cannot disregard them. For they are the ones who change the world. It is those who are audacious enough to believe they can transform the world that indeed do so. A pirated quote from Steve Jobs, as relayed by Shurqin. The direction of oversized manual operations in mechs may hold merit, yet after 3 centuries, our mechs should not be limited to this singular approach. Humanity's world ought to encompass the vastness of the cosmos. We should have long since retraced the paths of our ancestors and embarked on a new journey. Remember, the raucous celebrations of a group of the weak are merely the antics of jesters. A throng of cornered beasts, no matter how self-satisfied, cannot escape their fated demise. Shen Jiayan answered the questions with a lively spirit, while Xia Xingyu beside her was so excited that she seemed ready to leap from her seat. These were all easy questions, simply gifts. What could possibly be wrong with Yin Ziguan? He was truly exceptional. No teacher had ever crafted questions that resonated so deeply with her. This time, not only was she determined to surpass the passing mark of 60, but she felt she would be remiss not to achieve at least 61 points, given Yin Ziguan's rare and gentle consideration. In her joy, she couldn't help but shake her leg. Shen Jiayan observed the wavering line she had drawn in her excitement, and slowly turned her gaze to Xia Xingyu. Perhaps Shen Jiayan's intense gaze was too piercing, as Xia Xingyu perceptively caught on this time. She met Shun's eyes, her lips curling into a triumphant smirk, silently declaring, I can do it too. Your little turtle shell won't be a part of my success. With an air of pride, she turned slightly and continued to shake. Not only did she tremble with glee, but she also couldn't restrain her enthusiastic vocalizations. Shen Jiayan rubbed her forehead. Well, not disturbing others' enjoyment was also one of her virtues. However, unbeknownst to her, a mischievous student in the back decided to join in with some strange sounds. On stage, Yin Ziguan was quite unyielding. After distributing the exam papers, he focused intently on the few students who had submitted items for cheating. Clearly, Xia Xingyu was at the top of his watch list. He fixed his gaze and approached her desk, tapping it lightly. You sit at the podium and write. I will keep a close watch on you. Don't even think about signaling others to cheat. Cheat? Do I even need to? I've never been as clever as I am today. Xia Xingyu retorted confidently. Looking up with conviction, Yin Ziguan retrieved the pupil cheat sheet that Xia Xingyu had submitted, implying that she had a history of such behavior, and in his eyes, her trustworthiness was at a resounding -100. He knocked on her desk again, reiterating, go sit up front. You belong at the podium. Fine. I'll go up. This time, I'll prove to you that I can score 61. Xia Xingyu was both self-assured and self-aware. While she wouldn't dare to dream of 65, 61 was within her grasp. She would never set herself impossible goals. Yin Ziguan paused, feeling a twitch at his temple. He wanted to speak, but words eluded him. 1,000 sentiments condensed into a single sigh. 61 it would be. At least it was progress, wasn't it? In any case, he didn't want to see Xia Xingyu in this course again. Thus, during this semester's history of mecha development, Xia Xingyu single-handedly elevated herself from the front row to the podium. Shen Jiayan silently applauded her. The senioress spirit was indeed as unwavering as ever, and her abilities were on the rise. The exam lasted an hour, and at 5 in the afternoon, the papers were submitted amidst cheers of jubilation. Before Yin Ziguan could exit the classroom, the students shouted their relief, expressing their joy at no longer having to face him. As Xia Xingyu packed her belongings, she sighed. You fools, do you think Yin Ziguan only teaches this one course? Next semester, you'll have plenty to lament. No. It would be a few years of tears at the first academy of the Alliance. Just as Shen Jiayan had risen and was about to return to the club, she stopped and looked back at her. Xingyu, do you know when the most effective time for tutoring is? When? Xia Xingyu gazed earnestly at Shen Jiayan. Shen Jiayan replied with utmost sincerity. Before you fail your courses. Chapter 74. They are a perfect match, huh? Xia Xingyu was both angry and amused. Is she really cursing her to fail? Do you wish to score at least 60 in every subject? Would you like every teacher to greet you with a smile? For joyful learning and resilient growth, choose Shen's pre-exam tutoring class, a specially crafted benefit package for friends. Shen Jiayan's lips curled into a charming smile, her voice sweet. Almost syrupy. I'm in my 2nd year, and you're in your 1st. How could you possibly help me? Xia Xingyu was skeptical. To be honest, Zhuang Yueza wanted to tutor me, but I'm not interested in him. I only have eyes for you. Shen Jiayan leaned closer and added, I aspire to be your most devoted friend. Xia Xingyu suddenly understood. So, she is after her protective shell. She scratched her head and confessed that she had sought help from Lin Qing, who finally agreed to tutor her. Lin Qing provided her with a plethora of notes. Yet somehow, their energies did not align, and the more Lin Qing taught, the more confused she became. Now, she was left alone, poring over her notes. She recalled a snippet that Shen Jiayan had casually explained, which she had managed to remember. This was proof that she and Shen Jiayan had a connection. The only concern was whether Shen Jiayan had the knowledge of a 2nd-year student. Biting her lip, Xia Xingyu took out her holographic device and opened the notes Lin Qing had given her, randomly selecting a question. If you solve this, I will seek your tutoring. Teach me, help me pass, and there will be great rewards. She looked at Shun Xiaoyan, thumping her chest in assurance. Shun Xiaoyan glanced at the device. The question was, what technology does the light mecha stealth, F-34W3, primarily employ to enhance its agility? Please calculate the optimal initial velocity for a 90-degree takeoff. Ah, simple. A gift of points. Shun Xiaoyun's smile broadened, her grin resembling that of a mischievous dragon. She similarly thumped her chest in promise, disregarding any mention of rewards, simply wanting to convey that she was your most devoted friend. Half an hour later, Shun Xiaoyan, with the successfully persuaded Xia Xingyu, arrived at the entrance of the X-Flame Mecha Club. Xia Xingyu gazed at the club's sign, the striking characters of flame catching her eye. What a coincidence. At the Qingyu Cup, she had named her Mecha Flame Phoenix, and this club was called the X-Flame Mecha Club. Those unaware of the truth might easily assume she belonged to this club. Shun Xiaoyan, oblivious to Xia Xingyu's inner thoughts, noticed her lingering at the entrance and assumed she was reluctant to enter the club. Shun Xiaoyan quickly encouraged her. Don't be misled by the flamboyant name of this club. The atmosphere inside is quite pleasant, with sofas, refreshments, and a great learning environment. If you stay for 2 or 3 days, I guarantee you'll pass all your courses. Furthermore, having your tutoring sessions here means you won't neglect your mecha construction. She had calculated it all by explaining 1 or 2 key concepts to Xia Xingyu and assigning her 3 problems. They would have more than enough time for a thorough hour of study. Seizing the opportunity of a brief respite, she adeptly operated the machine to modify the mech. Observe. She skillfully gathered materials while simultaneously enhancing the mech. Truly a master of time management. Is her name ostentatious? Not at all. The name X-Blazing Flame Club is splendidly chosen. Xia Xingyu held her head high and stepped inside. Come, follow me to the basement level. The atmosphere for learning is most profound there. Shun Xiaoyan continued to persuade, guiding her directly below. Upon exiting the elevator, Xia Xingyu surveyed her surroundings and halted. Wasn't this merely a repair room? Where was the so-called vibrant learning environment? She would be better off studying in a private box at a tea house. Here, we can disassemble mechs. We can engage in hands-on practice. My mech is already dismantled and awaiting your assistance. Having arrived, there was no way Shun Xiaoyan would let her escape, pulling her toward her work area. Then, Xia Xingyu beheld her beloved phoenix legs and arms, now in disarray. Oh, but that was not all. There was also an arm from Lin Qing's mech. Xia Xingyu's expression froze in disbelief. Shun Xiaoyan, undeterred by her reaction, tugged her closer, pointing to the partially disassembled phoenix leg. Didn't you mention a knowledge point regarding the differences in takeoff speeds between lightweight and medium-weight mechs? This mech's leg can provide the answer. Let us disassemble it. I shall explain as we proceed. Xia Xingyu stumbled slightly, incredulous. You want me to dismantle it? Shun Xiaoyan was relentless, having taken her mech's leg and now expecting her to assist in the disassembly. Indeed, do not underestimate it simply because it has but one leg. It is derived from the A Class Blazing Phoenix mech, Shun Xiaoyan proclaimed proudly. Xia Xingyu nodded in resignation. She understood her own mech well. The entire leg was crafted from premium materials, impervious to a dozen laser shots. A high-quality, exceptionally advanced teaching tool. Shun Xiaoyan, in rapture, caressed the smooth lacquered surface. Xia Xingyu took a step back. Regardless of its former grandeur, it was now merely scrap. Why do you still keep it? You could sell it as junk. With a wave of her hand, Shun Xiaoyan declared proudly, sell junk? I intend to dismantle it and integrate it into my mech. Soon, my mech shall possess superior legs and arms. Can that also be fitted? Xia Xingyu asked incredulously, pointing to Lin Qing's mech arm, which appeared to be from a lightweight model. Whether it is heavy, medium, or lightweight is irrelevant. Here, it only matters if it is useful and how to utilize it. Shun Xiaoyan replied confidently. Xia Xingyu was at a loss for words. Never had she encountered someone so unconcerned, dismantling others' mech components to incorporate them into her own. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Her phoenix leg bore intricate engravings. If Shun Xiaoyan were to parade around with her mech leg in competitions, would that not expose the fact that her mech had been disassembled by Shun Xiaoyan? Each time Shun Xiaoyan competed, it would serve as a grim reminder of the Blazing Phoenix's failures. The thought was more horrifying than a mere mockery. She hastily exclaimed, a pre-shaped mech leg would not fit well. It would look unsightly, wouldn't it? In fact, high-end mechs are not overly expensive. They merely cost several million each. Why not simply purchase a new one? Fit or not, they are perfectly compatible. Shun Xiaoyan asserted with unwavering conviction. As Summer Xingyu inhaled, she exclaimed, it's not appealing. Is beauty more important, or is strength? Shun Xiaoyan turned to look at Summer Xingyu. Beauty is paramount. Summer Xingyu replied without hesitation. Shun Xiaoyan shook her head, gazing at Summer Xingyu with disapproval. Chapter 75. I fancy this kind of individual. How can a successful mecha soldier be so superficial? She pulled Summer Xingyu closer and earnestly stated, strength holds greater significance. The flamboyant embellishments of Lin Qing foam are nothing compared to my stripped-down mecha limbs. Aren't the Fire Phoenix legs and arms stunning? The original mecha was more exquisite, yet it remains incomplete. Summer Xingyu swallowed hard, pondering what to do with her clenched fists. Noticing this, Shun Xiaoyan patted her shoulder and continued, have you ever been to the Qingyu Cup? Summer Xingyu shook her head vigorously. Even if I had, I couldn't say I had been. The Qingyu Cup is a splendid place. Everyone there is exceptionally talented, and their conversations are delightful. They are all wealthy and generous. I absolutely adore it. Once the exams are over, join me at the Qingyu Cup, and I will take you to have a blast. For now, I will dismantle the Fire Phoenix legs while teaching you. Shun Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled at the mention of the Qingyu Cup. Summer Xingyu gazed at her Fire Phoenix legs. Recalling the generosity of those present, regret washed over her. She shouldn't have been so dismissive about letting Shun Xiaoyun reclaim her Fire Phoenix legs. She even ceased to care about the hierarchy of seniority. As Shun Xiaoyun began to dismantle the mecha, she elaborated on its intricacies. Having established her project group from the ground up, she had mentored her early researchers herself. Upon returning to this era, she had already gathered a wealth of information. A quick glance at Summer Xingyu's textbook contents provided her a clear understanding of her learning scope and exam focal points. Her explanations flowed effortlessly, clear and concise. Summer Xingyu listened intently, jotting down notes while following Shun Xiaoyun in calculations. She realized that the light of wisdom had finally illuminated her once lackluster academic path. Her eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. So that is how it works. Why didn't the teachers explain it this way before? Shun Xiaoyun, with a touch of pride, thought to herself that not everyone could be so fortunate as to receive such guidance from her esteemed ancestor. While Summer Xingyu aspired for a perfect score, Shun Xiaoyun mused that she couldn't be of much help. However, Summer Xingyu's goal of merely achieving 61 points was within reach, and following closely behind her. There remained hope. In this urgent academic atmosphere, time flew by swiftly. Summer Xingyu had already completed several exams. After validating her performance in a test, she confirmed that Shun Xiaoyun's supportive friend package was indeed beneficial. Before the exam week concluded, she affectionately bestowed upon Shun Xiaoyun the title of most caring friend. In a gesture of generosity, she gifted her the spiked turtle armor. Upon receiving the armor, Shun Xiaoyun immediately resolved to integrate it into her mecha. Zhuang Yuezha and the others were left speechless. With the assessment looming, how could she still be so carefree? Fortunately, on the eve of the mecha combat assessment, Shun Xiaoyun's indestructible Morning Dawn version 20 was unveiled. In the X-Flame Club, a rare gathering of individuals took place. Among them was Xia Xingyu, who frequented this venue for supplementary lessons. The practical assessment for the mecha infantry at the Alliance's first academy was scheduled for the following day, compelling the candidates to immerse themselves in mecha training at the arena. As the group surveyed the peculiar sight of a green arm, a red arm, and two red legs attached to a silver-black mecha, disdainful expressions emerged among them. Is this what they call a repaired mecha? Can it truly be utilized? Zhuang Yuezha, ever candid, voiced his thoughts. Xia Xingyu, an external member, couldn't suppress her discomfort. After several days of observation, she still struggled to accept that her Fire Phoenix legs adorned another's mecha. As she contemplated how Shun Xiaoyun would soon pilot this mecha, she quickly suggested, why not apply some paint and change its color? It truly lacks aesthetic appeal. At the very least, it shouldn't reveal the Fire Phoenix components within. Shun Xiaoyun patted her empty pockets, realizing she couldn't disclose that her mecha's last-minute use of the tortoise shell had exhausted her funds for paint. With a decisive wave of her hand, she proclaimed, whether it looks good or not is irrelevant. These legs and arms are undeniably my badge of victory. Few could assemble such a combination. I cherish this, so let it be. Hearing her rationale, Zhuang Yuezha's perception of the mecha transformed. It no longer seemed shabby. A badge of victory. Indeed, what a proud declaration it was to showcase an opponent's components on one's own mecha. He applauded, admiring her ingenuity in such a brilliant idea. Look at this mecha. It exudes power and ferocity. Any challenger lacking strength must reconsider. Nearby, Zhu Yuanyao and Ding Qingyu exchanged eye rolls in unison. Fang Yu scratched his head and turned to Shun Xiaoyun, saying, I was going to offer you some leftover silver paint I have, but since you treasure this, I won't bother. Shun Xiaoyun's lips twitched. She shot a reproachful glance at Fang Yu, silently lamenting that she also cherished the silver hue. The others couldn't contain their laughter. Shun Xiaoyun glared at the captain, who was laughing the loudest. All right then, when you tire of your current mecha, you can come to me. Fang Yu responded with understanding. Ding Qingyu added with a grin. I also have a few buckets of black paint. Are you interested? Yes. Shun Xiaoyun nodded eagerly. However, acquiring the paint posed a dilemma, as she would be unable to utilize it immediately. With the assessment looming tomorrow, applying paint today would be futile. She still needed to calibrate the mecha's data. Would you like me to help test your mecha? Ding Qingyu inquired. No, not for now. We have the exam tomorrow, and I'm worried that if I spar with you, my mecha will sustain damage. Shun Xiaoyun felt a twinge of excitement. The captain was of S-rank strength, and she had always yearned for a match against him. Yet, considering her finances, she realized she couldn't afford even minor repairs at this time. Everything would have to wait until after her exam, when she could earn some money at the Qingyu Cup. Zhu Yuanyao nodded in agreement. Shun Xiaoyun is indiscriminate when it comes to fighting. With the examination looming tomorrow, one must hope she doesn't damage her mech again. Why don't you inspect your mech yourself? Let us depart. Everyone has an exam tomorrow. Perhaps a bit more practice is in order. Zhuang Yuezha, having lost interest in the commotion, was keen to avoid wasting time. By the way, what did your previous mech final assessments entail? Is the difficulty comparable to that of the midterm assessments? Shun Xiaoyun suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety about potentially harming her mech during the assessment. Typically indifferent to the exam content, she found herself unusually curious this time. Not quite the same. The final exam focuses on teamwork. I'm in the same class as Xia Xingyu, and since we've been training together these past few days, we've already agreed to form a team. Zhuang Yuezha turned to Xia Xingyu, who, despite her abysmal theoretical exam performance, exhibited commendable practical skills. Shun Xiaoyun was taken aback. Free team formation? Wasn't it assigned by the school? Chapter 76, Assessment, Treasure Hunt. It has always been free team formation, typically consisting of small teams of 4 to 5 members, depending on how individuals choose to group, Zhuang Yuezha clarified. Oh no. Suddenly, Shun Xiaoyun realized she might be unable to find teammates. She cast a somewhat forlorn glance at Xia Xingyu. Why wasn't this course a practical mech course? Xia Xingyu had spent the last 6 months retaking courses. Surely, it wasn't in vain. Upon receiving Shen Jiayan's gaze, Xia Xingyu recalled that this girl seemed rather unsociable in class. It seemed, perhaps, that no one had approached her for team formation thus far. Why would you ask such a question? You haven't found anyone to team up with yet, have you? Zhu Yuanyao's words struck Shen Jiayan like a dagger to the heart. Surely not. Some individuals had already formed teams after the midterm assessments and have been training together for months. You mean to say no one has chosen you yet? Zhuang Yuezha added, delivering another blow. Shen Jiayan felt as though her heart were bleeding. What nonsense. It's merely that I am too exceptional and forgot to consider my teammates. She shot Zhuang Yuezha an exasperated glance. Indeed, with your prowess, even if you end up with 4 simpletons, your strength alone would carry the team. Zhuang Yuezha nodded in agreement. What will the assessments cover? Shen Jiayan pressed on. It should still involve material gathering. However, the assessment location is uncertain. The site may change, and we might even cross paths again. Xia Xingyu elucidated. Material gathering? Shen Jiayan immediately felt more at ease. That's splendid. The Academy designates collection planets that host materials unavailable elsewhere. Moreover, the materials collected belong to the individual. I exchanged the items I gathered last year for 5,000 star coins. That was modest. I recall a classmate who, by sheer luck, tripped over a mineral. Frustrated, he picked it up only to discover it was an S-grade material. He sold it for a staggering 1 million star coins. Zhuang Yuezha gazed upon her with envy. Yet consoled himself, I may lack luck, but I can still rely on my abilities. Teaming up with Xia Xingyu this year should yield more. Otherwise, why would everyone toil so hard to train together? Aside from passing the assessment, there's also the allure of treasure hunting. If we fail to gather high-grade materials this year, it will surely be your fault. Xia Xingyu deftly distanced herself from the responsibility. It was impossible for them to fail in gathering high-grade materials. Their combined strengths would undoubtedly dominate the examination arena. Zhuang Yuezha proclaimed with confidence. Shen Jiayan realized her grave mistake. She had underestimated the assessment, and missing out on treasures was the universe's most profound punishment for her. Without hesitation, Shen Jiayan retrieved her holographic communicator and scrolled through numerous pages of communication channels before locating the class group that had notifications muted in a secluded corner. She swiftly composed a message and dispatched it. My dearest classmates, this is Shen Jiayan. I am proficient in both military and personal training, capable of defeating an A-grade mecha combatant, and I estimate I could also overcome an S-grade mecha soldier. I earnestly invite 4 fortunate individuals who may stumble upon S-grade materials with a mere gesture to join me in forming the most formidable and prosperous team to participate in tomorrow's mecha final assessment. Within a minute, replies flooded the group chat. Zhang Bing. Haha, can you believe there are still fools who haven't found a team? Li Jihua. My team and I have been training for over 3 months. Are you certain that teaming up with you won't lead to failure in the assessment? Lu Wenzhong. Heh, allow me to add a few words. Shen Jiayan has a D-grade physique. She barely passed the midterm assessment. I wonder what audacity she possesses to invite others in this group. Su Wei. Luck is a fickle thing. Everyone focuses solely on strength. If your physique is only D-grade, just wait and see which team will accept you or which teacher will mercifully place you in a team. Lu Wenzhong. Which team would dare take her? The assessment requires piloting a mecha. A D-grade physique could hardly last half an hour behind the controls. Accepting her would only be a burden. Zhang Bing. With a D-grade physique, how dare you claim you could defeat an A-grade mecha soldier? I was considering adding you to my team, but that is no longer an option. Lu Wenzhong. She is just trying to deceive. Do not pay her any mind. Li Jihua. A D-grade physique is unworthy of consideration. Su Wei. Our team does not harbor the inept. Frowning, Shen Jiayan typed a few words and sent them. Thank you for your warnings. I have confirmed that the teams with the most vocal participants here are unlikely to have good fortune. They probably won't encounter any valuable materials. What she lacked was merely a touch of luck. She possessed strength, able to contend with exotic beasts. She was knowledgeable about many materials. And as long as she encountered treasures, she would not let them slip by. Her only concern was the possibility of misfortune preventing her from discovering these treasures. Therefore, she sought luck. However, the individuals who had overlooked such an exceptional person like her were indicative of their own poor fortune, weren't they? It was a reverse selection process for teams. With this thought, Shen Jiayan suddenly felt a sense of relief. Yet, her words incited frustration among the group members. Li Jihua. Who are you calling unlucky? I'll draw circles to curse you. Su Wei. Pomelo leaves, pomelo leaves, pomelo leaves. Lu Wenzhong. Damn. You curse me with bad luck. Curse me to fail in gathering valuable items. I hereby declare that anyone who dares to team up with Shen Jiayan during the assessment will have to contend with me. Lu Wenzhong. Do not say I did not warn you when the time comes. Lu Wenzhong's name was not unfamiliar to Shen Jiayan. She had had her fair share of friction with this individual, who often reared his head to vex her. Shen Jiayan had previously chosen to ignore him, but today he was standing right in front of her. If she let him go unchallenged, he would only continue to be a nuisance in the future. Shen Jiayan turned her gaze toward Zhuang Yuezha, inquiring whether internal strife and competition among teams were permissible during the assessment. While not encouraged, it is not prohibited. As long as no one is harmed, it is all about strength, Zhuang Yuezha replied with a smile. Shen Jiayan nodded and composed her message. Lu Wenzhong, I wish you better luck. I look forward to your good fortune. I hope all the classmates who find me displeasing have good luck. Having sent her message, Shen Jiayan allowed herself a smile. She felt a twinge of anticipation for the upcoming final assessment. P.S. A reader friend's rating was high. And then the platform took notice. I kindly ask those who have not yet left a review to grant a 5-star rating. The author is struggling to continue. Lastly, I am grateful to all the supporters for the book title suggestions, gifts, and reviews. Chapter 77, Extreme Collection the following day. All students from the Mecha Combat Department of the 1st Academy of the Alliance were packed and dispatched to the S-11 Frontier Star for their final assessment. Upon arrival, students from various grades were separated and informed of the assessment tasks and rules. The first-year students stood in 4 orderly lines, attentively listening as the assessment officer announced the tasks. The head of the assessment, Li Yuntao, stood with his hands clasped behind his back and spoke loudly. This assessment involves Team Extreme Collection. You will be divided into teams of 4 to collaboratively collect blazing crystals in the scorching crystal rift zone of S11 for a duration of 24 hours. Your final score will be determined by both the Team S total score and individual contributions. Resource distribution and tactical coordination within teams are permitted, but malicious harm to teammates is strictly forbidden. Competition among teams is allowed, yet any deliberate endangerment of another's life is prohibited. During this period, any resources you collect on S11 will belong to you personally. The Academy will provide resource packs, including mecha energy, so please plan your energy usage wisely. Additionally, S11 is under military jurisdiction and lacks public signal networks. Most functions of personal light brains have been disabled. This assessment features a live tracking system to ensure fairness. With the Star Network broadcasting live, your supervision is welcome. Wow, that is quite lengthy. The rules this time are rather convoluted. Never mind, I want to read further. The specific rules will be included with the resource packs for you to review yourself. Now, you have 10 minutes to freely form teams. Teams that have finalized their members may come to me to collect their resource packs. If the time elapses without team formation, the system will automatically assign teams. As Li Yuntao's words echoed, the surrounding students erupted into chatter. Oh no, we previously trained in teams of 5, but this assessment only allows for 4 members. Someone will have to be ousted. Who will join me? My team currently consists of only 1 person. You should seek out Shin Jiaoyan. She is but a solitary individual as well. Forget it. I have no intention of finding Shin Jiaoyan. Have you not noticed how stringent the rules of this competition are? Even the energy must be supplied by the Academy. Partnering with her would surely result in our team placing at the very bottom. Come, join me instead. I was previously part of a 5-member team, but they expelled me. My neural interface is now rendered useless. What is this blaze crystal? I cannot find any information. How am I to prepare for the examination? Instructor, our team has been formed. I wish to collect the resource package. What kind of environment is the blaze crystal rift? Does anyone understand? Observing her disheveled classmates, Shen Jiayan ambled over to the group of assessors and leisurely took a seat on a stone. The assessors were momentarily taken aback by her demeanor. Yu Yong, the instructor for the mecha training course, beckoned her. Shen Jiayan, are you not coming to register your team members and collect the resource package? Not yet. I am awaiting the system's automatic matching. Shen Jiayan replied as she leisurely sipped from a bottle of nutrient solution. Upon hearing that the collection target was the blaze crystal, her worries dissipated entirely. The blaze crystal is a material with high fire resistance, commonly utilized as an external coating for mechas. Although it is found in the blaze crystal rift, it is often concealed within crimson rocks, leaving those unversed to rely solely on chance. The more frequent the geothermal activity and the greater the volcanic eruptions, the more blaze crystals can be found in that vicinity. In her previous life, she frequently accompanied teams on missions, and she had deduced the conditions under which these stones form, enabling her to quickly locate blaze crystals. Currently, they fetch a market price of approximately 500 star coins each. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, Shin Jiayan would have eagerly summoned her mecha to extract her versatile tools and immediately begin her treasure hunt upon entering the venue. However, it would not suffice to solely pursue blaze crystals. It appeared that the blaze crystal rift harbored other treasures that should not be overlooked. Yu Yong was unaware of Shen Jiayan's calculated strategies, and upon hearing her words, his brow furrowed in concern. Although Shen Jiayan possessed only a D in physical ability, her combat and piloting skills were commendable. Nevertheless, this assessment task required a full day of team collection, necessitating prolonged piloting of a mecha, and her physical limitations were glaringly apparent. Yet, it was a common understanding that the S-11 border star, governed by the military district, would likely harbor exotic beasts. Surely, these freshmen do not believe that the collection task is merely a straightforward assessment? Yu Yong recalled the mistakes made by last year's second-year students. They had fallen into the same trap. He had heard that this year's cohort had learned their lesson, selecting teammates based solely on capability. This year, the dean had orchestrated an unusual arrangement, placing assessments for various grades in the blaze crystal rift. It seemed that this assessment would yield unforeseen events. With this in mind, he found himself somewhat intrigued by the unfolding drama. At this moment, Bai Jinxiu, the dean of the Mecha Combat Department, was eagerly preparing, instructing the operations department's instructors to ensure the smooth maintenance of the live broadcast on the Star Network. What ill intentions could he harbor? He was merely preparing for next year's recruitment. The 1st Academy of the Alliance had suffered consecutive defeats in multi-school competitions, making recruitment increasingly challenging compared to other institutions. Therefore, this year, someone had advised him to unite with other schools to suppress the Alliance Academy. Even a strong opponent would struggle against a concerted effort. However, the Academy's assessments are free from the interference of other institutions. As long as it allows everyone to witness the remarkable progress the children make at the Academy, there will inevitably be those drawn to it. Therefore, this year, he decided to consolidate students from various grades into a single venue for the evaluations. Whether it be classmates engaging in friendly skirmishes or inter-grade battles, even upperclassmen challenging underclassmen, it was all permissible. As long as no one was gravely harmed and the strength of the Alliance Academy could be showcased, the students were encouraged to display their prowess. If this could further ignite the fighting spirit of the students, all the better. After all, he had assembled a formidable medical team, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to present the talents of the first academy of the Alliance to the entire populace. Shen Jiayun and her fellow students remained oblivious to the fact that they had all been unwittingly drawn into the principal's scheme, believing instead that this was merely a simple assessment. The atmosphere was filled with chatter as they searched for teammates. While having strong allies was undoubtedly important, many preferred those with enduring stamina. Shen Jiayun had already drained 2 bottles. Eating well before entering would save more time for shopping later. At that moment, someone sat beside her. Shen Jiayun turned, eyeing the girl curiously. The girl had a high ponytail, her thick bangs obscuring her eyes. The only other impression was that she was exceedingly slender. Even a short-sleeved t-shirt hung loosely on her frame. Shen Jiayun scratched her head. Was this girl her classmate? Why couldn't she recall her? Shen Jiayun inquired. What is your name? Aren't you going to team up? Li Shuamo. I'm tired of standing. Li Shuamo. As if to validate her words, reclined against a nearby rock. Shen Jiayun, having nothing else to do, continued the conversation. Is it that no one wants you either? This remark drew the attention of several teachers nearby. Using the term no one wants subtly implied that she herself was also unwanted. It was no wonder she was so proactive in waiting for the system to assign teams. The teachers couldn't help but glance at the subject teacher, Yu Yong, eager to inquire how he had produced such a student. Thick-skinned yet self-aware, Yu Yong merely smiled wryly and shook his head upon observing Shen Jiayun and Li Shuama. 2 extremes. Li Shuama closed her eyes, offering no reply. She had shut her eyes, so Shen Jiayun couldn't see her, thanks to the thick bangs. Shen Jiayun pressed on. How has your luck been? Considering that the 2 of them were seemingly fated to share the same stone, she could accept teaming up with Li Shuama if her luck was just a tad less favorable than her own. Li Shuama mumbled, I don't know. Have you ever found any ores or anything? What is the frequency like? Shen Jiayun rephrased her question. Talking is tiring. Li Shuamo opened her eyes, rummaging under the stone for a moment before tossing a bottle to Shen Jiayun. Shen Jiayun caught the bottle with both hands and examined it closely. The luxurious golden liquid looked somewhat familiar. Upon flipping the bottle to read the label, she found it to be a high-end culinary flavor nutritional liquid. Oh, wasn't this the fried skewer-flavored nutritional liquid she had purchased for 80 star coins? She had recently spent all her money and had been reluctant to drink it earlier, intending to save it for a late-night snack. It must have fallen out while she was rummaging for other nutritional liquids. She exclaimed, you can find things just by going out? Isn't this precisely the ideal teammate she has always yearned for? Li Shuama turned over, creating distance between herself and Shen Jiayun. Simultaneously, a series of rumbling sounds erupted from her stomach. Shen Jiayun blinked in realization. Could it be hunger? Even in such a state of deprivation, she still returned the nutritional liquid she found. Such integrity is truly commendable. Shen Jiayun felt a surge of emotion. She urged, you should quickly fill your stomach before it's your turn to compete. The time saved can be spent on treasure hunting together. Li Shuama turned to Shen Jiayun. I have no nutritional liquid. It's with the teacher. Shen Jiayun, puzzled, inquired, with the teacher? Is it in a resource pack? Please tell me you haven't been waiting to eat the nutritional liquid from the resource pack that the teacher will distribute later? Li Shuama nodded, her stomach echoing with a protest. Shen Jiayun exclaimed, goodness, I've encountered someone even more resourceful than myself. No wonder she's so slender. Nearby, several teachers facepalmed in disbelief. Yu Yong, as the subject teacher, turned his head away in embarrassment. How shameful. How did these 2 peculiar students end up together? I've learned from this. Want to team up with me? Shen Jiayun thought of her fortuitous teammate. Lucky, honest, and adept at survival. This was a rare find she would not encounter again. Li Shuamo responded by turning her face away. I'll treat you to some nutritional liquid. Shen Jiayun produced her fried skewer-flavored nutritional liquid. Li Shuamo turned back, nodding eagerly, her sharp eyes fixed intently on Shen Jiayun. Wait a moment. Shen Jiayun picked up an empty bottle she had just used. She poured half of the golden nutritional liquid into the empty bottle. Li Shuamo's expression of anticipation gradually faded. She had thought she would receive a whole bottle. Shen Jiayun, being particularly generous, stated, I've calculated that 1/3 of the nutritional liquid will suffice to fill you up. Drinking more would merely be a taste, which is not economical. Incorrect. 1/3 is insufficient. It requires 2/5. Li Shuamo corrected Shen Jiayun's calculations. Oh, I forgot you've been quite hungry. Nonetheless, I assure you, this half bottle of nutritional liquid will be enough. Shen Jiayun extended the bottle towards her. Yes, that will suffice. Li Shuamo agreed, swiftly taking the bottle and slipping it into her pocket. However, the abruptness of her movement caused her stomach to grumble once more. Shen Jiayun glanced at her stomach. Aren't you going to drink it? Li Shuamo explained. I've calculated that I can hold out for another 10 minutes before my limbs start to weaken. Goodness, you're impressive. I've already given you enough. There's no need for further calculations. Shen Jiayun was exasperated. She directly handed over the other half bottle of nutritional liquid to Li Shuamo. She suppressed her craving, promising herself to buy the fried skewer-flavored nutritional liquid once she earned some money again. No need. I can't talk anymore. I'm too tired. Li Shuamo pushed the bottle back, closing her eyes once again. Shen Jiayun asserted, just make sure you don't starve my teammate. I won't starve. I have experience. Just don't talk. Li Shuamo mumbled. The nearby teachers were left speechless. These 2 students were beyond description. One of the teachers waved at Shen Jiayun. She trotted over, asking, Teacher, what can I do for you? The teacher patted her shoulder and said, your team already has 2 members. Please register your names. When the resource packs are distributed later, I will select a larger one for you. As the teacher spoke, she occasionally glanced at Li Shuamo in the distance. Sigh. He had never encountered a student so pitiable. After all, aside from a few fixed items, the contents of the resource packs were distributed randomly. He would choose a substantial pack to assist these unfortunate students. Shen Jiayun's eyes sparkled. What a delightful surprise. She hurriedly registered the names of the two individuals. Yu Yong looked at the teacher and whispered, when the school admitted Li Xiaoma, they awarded her a scholarship of 3 million star coins. This person isn't pitiable. She's merely frugal and loves to save money. She conserves her energy in class, moving as little as possible. The teacher was taken aback. With 3 million star coins, she surely couldn't be struggling to afford meals, could she? Yu Yong sighed, acknowledging that Shen Jiayun indeed came from an orphan background, so the teacher's assessment wasn't entirely erroneous. The teacher rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat disoriented. Shen Jiayun, however, was unfazed. After registering the names, she resumed her rest beside the rock. Soon, the 10 minutes for team formation elapsed, and the list of all teams was announced. Shen Jiayun nudged Li Xiaoma, exclaiming, "Wow, I wonder which two fortunate souls will join our team." Just as her words fell, a piercing scream echoed through the air. No one informed me that the free matching system was so terrible. Pairing me with a D-grade physical ability like Shen Jiayun is one thing, but adding the peculiar Li Xiaoma? How am I supposed to pass this assessment? After that voice concluded, another voice chimed in, I'm also on the same team as Shen Jiayun. We're doomed with a Li Xiaoma. Li Jihua, we're finished. Shen Jiayun blinked. Li Jihua? The individual who mentioned in the group yesterday that he had trained with a team for 3 months. What was going on? They already had teams. So why stir up trouble? Surely this fellow wasn't he just kicked out by his original teammates? He must be the unluckiest one. As Shen Jiayun pondered, Li Jihua led a male classmate towards them. P.S. There's a bit of a narrative hiccup. I've combined 2 chapters into one. I also mixed up the names Yu Yong and Lu Wenzhong in the earlier chapters. Chapter 78, Team Leader, Laborer. Li Jihua looked down at Shen Jiayun and her companion, proclaiming, my physical ability is about to break into A grade. Shen Jiayun glanced at Li Jihua. He stood around 1.8 meters tall, robust, with a few adolescent acne spots on his face. With such a physique, he was clearly suited for labor. Reflecting on labor, Shen Jiayun nodded and complimented, excellent physique. At that moment, Li Xiaoma lazily opened her eyes but remained silent. Li Jihua paid no heed and simply corrected Shen Jiayun. I know you mean to praise my physical ability. This is innate, you need not envy it. This is Feng Guang beside me. His physical ability is slightly inferior to mine, but still superior to yours. Since Feng Guang and I have reluctantly teamed up with you, I shall be the captain of our team. You want to be the captain? Shen Jiayun's eyes lit up. What a bold move to volunteer for labor. How self-aware. In the memories of Shen Jiayun from both her previous and current lives, the role of a captain entails considerable effort, both mental and physical, as well as financial burden. Within a team, when teammates face financial difficulties, they turn to the captain. When they are hungry, they seek the captain. When confronted by formidable beasts, they call upon the captain, and when conflicts arise, it is the captain who must take the lead. Li Jihua, willing to assume the role of captain, is unconcerned about whether he is deemed unfortunate. Feng Guang, noticing Shen Jiayun's hesitation to agree, mistakenly assumes she is inclined to oppose, interjecting, what? Do you wish to be captain? What can you accomplish with your D-grade physical abilities? Can your piloting skills match the beasts or fend off rival competitors? Since Li Jihua and I have already had our share of misfortune in teaming up with you, it would be prudent for you to recognize your advantages. Captain, are we to battle beasts? Engage in combat. At this moment, Li Xiaoma finally spoke up. Certainly. Did you think we desired to seize the captaincy for its own sake? It is solely due to your unreliability. Feng Guang quickly replied. If we are hungry, we must turn to the captain? Li Xiaoma continued to inquire. The captain must oversee resource allocation. When the team is in need, the captain is expected to devise solutions for issues beyond the members' capabilities. Shen Jiayun proactively answered, seeking Li Jihua's affirmation. Captain, am I not correct? Although Li Jihua was puzzled by Shen Jiayun's inexplicable enthusiasm, she recognized that what Shen articulated was indeed the captain's responsibility. Despite her frail physical strength, she had accepted him as captain, which was a tremendous comfort for Li Jihua, who had just been ousted from another team. Regardless of the skill level of his teammates, he could still lead a team to secure a top 10 ranking in assessments. He was determined to prove to those who had dismissed him that their loss was their greatest regret. With renewed vigor, Li Jihua exclaimed, you are right. If I am captain, I shall be accountable to my teammates. At his declaration, Li Xiaoma could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming, you are the captain. Shen Jiayun then recalled another matter. Captain, will the ores we find later be individually allocated? As captain, I shall ensure fairness and justice. What belongs to someone is theirs. Li Jihua declared proudly. Feng Guang scoffed, glancing at Shen Jiayun. What makes you think you can find anything? It would be a stroke of luck if you even managed to avoid asking us for assistance. By teaming up with us, you are already benefiting. You ought not to be so demanding. Shen Jiayun immediately turned her gaze to Li Jihua. Captain, I request to expel him from the team. He is unfriendly to his teammates and undermines camaraderie. Li Xiaoma also fixed her gaze on him intently. Feng Guang's expression stiffened. At your age, still seeking to blame others. The team has already been established, and changes cannot be made. Li Jihua then turned to Feng Guang. Since we have formed a team, our collective goal must be to secure first place in the assessments. Let us make those who look down upon us regret their judgment. Henceforth, refrain from speaking in ways that undermine our unity. Feng Guang's mouth moved, but ultimately, he shot a glare at Shen Jiayun and fell silent. Ignoring him, Shen Jiayun looked toward the gathering crowd in the distance. Captain, it seems they are lining up to receive resource packs. Our team has yet to collect our supplies. Yes. I must hurry to claim the resource pack. Li Jihua cast aside this remark and energetically pushed his way into the crowd. Shen Jiayun nodded in satisfaction. Look at that. Even if the captain is unlucky, He is certainly putting in the effort. This captain is indeed an excellent choice. Beside her, Li Shuima felt particularly at ease. As long as she was spared from labor, she had no objection to who took on the role of captain. The teachers overseeing the assessment distributed resource packs to the students and then withdrew, leaving behind a group of students who were both excited and somewhat bewildered. Where could the flame crystals be found? The material provided by the teachers only mentioned that they could be located in the magma zone. However, with such a vast area, which direction should we pursue? What's the rush? ISNT gathering tasks meant to be approached gradually? If there weren't any challenges, what would be the purpose of the assessment? Team A1, follow me. We shall set off first. Team A7, come here to collect your supplies. The mecha energy is limited, so I will distribute one piece to everyone, and I will keep the remainder here for safekeeping. The students began to busily prepare, and the A6 group, to which Shun Xiaoyan belonged, gathered together. Li Jihua was perusing the materials in search of information on the flame crystals, while Feng Guang was tallying the supplies from the resource packs. After completing his count, Feng Guang furrowed his brow. They had received a total of 16 energy blocks. I am piloting a B-class heavy mecha. If I conserve my usage of these energy blocks, they should last about an hour. If each person takes 4 blocks, I can operate the mecha for 4 hours. However, given that the assessment lasts 24 hours, everyone must be prudent with their energy consumption. I pilot a B-class light mecha. If I manage my resources well, for energy blocks should sustain me for approximately 5 hours, Li Jihua added. Even with the same specifications of energy blocks, the habits of individual mecha pilots vary, and the classifications of mecha differ, leading to disparities in endurance. 4 blocks of energy would last 2.5 hours. Li Shuima chimed in. The others turned to her and collectively shook their heads. This one is clearly an energy guzzler. It is likely that her piloting habits are poor, and she is operating a mecha that consumes a great deal of energy. Li Jihua scratched his head and glanced at Shun Xiaoyun, who had remained silent. Her mecha is a D class, but unfortunately, her physical stamina does not support prolonged piloting. Let us allocate 2 energy blocks to each person for now, and I will temporarily store the remaining blocks here, redistributing them based on everyone's usage in the future. With this distribution, we still need to conserve energy and walk during non-gathering periods. Shen Xiaoyan cast a glance at Li Jihua. Walk? On foot? Doesn't that waste a lot of time? She remarked lazily. I can manage 2.5 hours. Li Jihua looked at her, surprised. Does your mecha consume energy at such a high rate? 4 blocks can only sustain you for 2.5. No, it's 1 block that lasts at least 2.5 hours, Shen Xiaoyan interjected, raising her hand to cut him off. Chapter 79. No unprofitable bargains. 1 energy block can sustain for 2.5 hours. This is the data Shun Xiaoyan calculated after re-engineering the Mecha-S damping system. Of course, if she refrains from engaging in energy-intensive maneuvers, the duration could potentially be extended. As soon as Shun Xiaoyan finished speaking, several individuals turned their gaze towards her. The more expensive D-class mechas are capable of low energy consumption, allowing for prolonged operation. However, the comfort level of such mechas is rather average. The operator inside may find it quite uncomfortable, and the physical strain could be more challenging to endure. Perhaps I should give it a try later and see if I can pilot your D-class mecha? At this moment, Li Jihua suddenly perceived the advantages of the D-class mecha. Although it is of a lower grade, it consumes significantly less energy than its higher-tier counterparts. Before embarking on our journey, it would be prudent to pilot the mecha to scout the direction. Feng Guang also displayed a look of surprise. This idea is truly remarkable. Who would have thought that the D-class mecha had such utility? The captain's mind works swiftly. Li Shuima nodded in agreement. Shen Xiaoyun, with a head full of stubbornness, intended to convey a different point. Their reactions were entirely misplaced. They should not be asking her how she could endure piloting the D-class mecha for such an extended period, but rather inquiring about the unique modifications of her mecha. Then she could seize the opportunity to showcase how impressive her modified mecha was, and in the end, they would be begging her for assistance in upgrading their mechas. Alas, it was her understated demeanor that led to this misunderstanding. Complemented by Li Jihua, her creativity flourished further. I have another splendid idea. We could rotate and utilize Shun Xiaoyan's mecha throughout the entire journey. Everyone could ride on the mecha, allowing us to travel efficiently. Yes, since the mecha belongs to Shun Xiaoyan, we shall offer her the prime position atop. Li Shuima and I will occupy the sides. Feng Guang nodded vigorously. Shen Xiaoyan rubbed her forehead, exasperated. Who would want to ride alongside them? If anyone were to ride, it would be their own choice. She could not allow their thoughts to wander further. She declared, my mecha has been modified, enabling me to pilot it for extended durations. You may decide amongst yourselves where you wish to position yourselves outside. Now, let us depart immediately. Are you sure you can manage? Li Jihua regarded Shen Xiaoyan with skepticism. You will see for yourself shortly, Shen Xiaoyan replied, unwilling to waste her breath on explanations. Then wait for me. I shall consult my classmates to ascertain where we might find the flame crystal. Li Jihua had just scoured through the resource packs left from the assessment, only to find that the information provided by the instructor was insufficient for deducing the whereabouts of the flame crystal. He lowered his gaze to operate his holographic device, only to discover that most of its functionalities were disabled. After a few more clicks, he found that the only feature available was the assessment system of the First Alliance Academy. At this moment, the only functions open within the assessment system were teammate communication and a real-time leaderboard. Currently, no one had located the flame crystal, and all their scores stood at 0. He searched for more information in vain, thus resolved to inquire with the top students in his class, hoping they had paid attention during lectures and might know the distribution conditions of the flame crystal. Just then, a figure emerged behind Li Jihua. It was Lu Wenzhong, who had been closely monitoring the A6 team. Lu Wenzhong cast a mocking glance at Shen Xiaoyan, sneering, are you all seeking help from others? Who do you think you are? We are all competitors. Why should we share information with you? What good would sharing information do? This area is vast. It is not as if the four of us could unearth everything. Li Jihua retorted, feeling somewhat indignant. Shun Xiaoyan blinked. She had anticipated Lu Wenzhong's reaction. Yes. She recognized him. Especially after she mocked him in the group. She surmised that he would undoubtedly be unable to endure it. However, she initially believed that Lu Wenzhong would wait until the assessment was nearly concluded before making his move, not anticipating that he could not withstand even this little time. Lu Wenzhong sneered, fully aware of what a rival truly is, someone to be suppressed. Where's the flame crystal? The flame crystal resides within the textbook. And those who neglect their studies, of course, would not comprehend it. Lu Wenzhong never concealed his disdain for Shun Xiaoyan. Their animosity had taken root after Shun Xiaoyan was publicly criticized by the assessment instructor during the midterm evaluation. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he always ended up embarrassed in her presence. The teachers supporting her was one thing, but the continuous blunders he made regarding Shun Xiaoyan led even his classmates to mock him. What irked him further was that Shun Xiaoyan regarded him with utter indifference. Indeed, Shun Xiaoyan did not consider him worthy of her attention. On several occasions, she had inquired of others about his name and identity. Reflecting on this, Lu Wenzhong felt a surge of anger. Nevertheless, this time, the final assessment would not be as biased as the midterm had been. For this final evaluation, he had meticulously prepared for several months. He was determined to find a way to ensure Shun Xiaoyan failed her assessment. Li Jihua, upon hearing Lu Wenzhong's words, also felt a surge of anger. Wasn't he expelled from the team due to the collection assessment, with everyone deeming him incompetent? Lu Wenzhong's remarks struck a painful chord within him. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Shun Xiaoyan cheerfully interjected. ISNT the introduction to flame retardant materials on page 89 of Mecha Materials Science. Wow, you actually remembered the content from the textbook? Li Jihua gazed at Shun Xiaoyan in astonishment. If Shun Xiaoyan understood the material, why should he humiliate himself by seeking help from others? Lu Wenzhong's expression darkened further. He had assumed that such elective course knowledge would go unstudied by anyone. Yet, he never anticipated that Shun Xiaoyan had genuinely committed it to memory. He glared at her ominously, his fingers twitching. At that moment, his teammate approached, urging him to leave. Now is not the time for settling scores. But his teammate could not budge Lu Wenzhong. Growing anxious, the teammate reminded him, we agreed not to interfere in your matters. But you must not affect the assessment of the rest of the team. Lu Wenzhong inhaled deeply, muttering, just wait and see. His teammate promptly pulled him away. Just now you were so full of bravado. Why not stay and fight? Li Jihua smirked. Lu Wenzhong shrugged off his teammate's grip and attempted to charge back. His teammate scolded. We agreed that if it was just Shun Xiaoyan, you could confront her. But now her teammates are protecting her, so do not act rashly. Don't jeopardize our team's assessment. Wait until the situation is more favorable for you to act. Shun Xiaoyan suddenly realized. So, he had been lying in wait, intending to strike her down at the outset. Li Jihua rolled up his sleeves, suggesting, why don't I go deal with him first? Feng Guang glanced between the two sides, remaining still. No, he is my cultivated chive. It is not yet time to harvest. Shun Xiaoyan quickly intervened to prevent any conflict. She eagerly anticipated that Lu Wenzhong would unearth more blazing crystals soon and come seeking her assistance. If she dealt with him now, it would render her efforts in vain. Such a loss-making venture was never one she would entertain. Chapter 80. Is this the way to act? Yet, observing your demeanor, it is evident that you have no intention of letting him off lightly. Li Jihua pointed at Lu Wenzhong, who was being desperately pulled back by his teammates, his legs still kicking towards this direction. Hearing your words only fueled his anger further. Li Shuima squinted slightly. Oh, now he is even more incensed. Shun Xiaoyan raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, stating plainly, I speak only the truth. She could hardly be blamed. Her intentions were always straightforward. It finally dawned on me why, among so many in the class, Lu Wenzhong only held a grudge against you. Li Jihua slammed his hand down sharply. Shun Xiaoyan looked at him in confusion. Was it not because he was easily angered? You are quite vexing. Li Shuima rarely shared her thoughts. Indeed. No sooner had Li Shuima spoken than Lu Wenzhong stirred up even more chaos. Shun Xiaoyan, you have some nerve. Lu Wenzhong's eyes turned red with fury, his legs and arms thrashing desperately in Shun Xiaoyan's direction. Don't you dare leave. If I don't give you a good thrashing today, do you think I am an easy target? His teammates held him firmly, warning him that he could not take them all on alone. Now was not the time. Shun Xiaoyan blinked innocently and remarked, oh look, he is angry again. I did say it was his issue. Let me go? He called me a chive. Lu Wenzhong bellowed in frustration. You are mistaken. You are the foolish one. If you go over there now, you will truly be a fool. Stay put. Did you hear me? I said you are a fool. Lu Wenzhong's teammates struggled to restrain him, their neck veins bulging with strain. Shun Xiaoyan found it amusing and added, you see his teammates, stop talking. I believe you are trying to incite us into a brawl. Li Jihua rolled up his sleeves, assuming a stance ready for combat. You are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Feng Guang scrutinized Shun Xiaoyan intently. If I were intentional in saying that, why would I stop our captain? Shun Xiaoyan retorted, pulling Li Jihua closer as if to validate her words. Oh, how infuriating. Li Shuima nodded in agreement. If a fight were to ensue, one must replenish their strength. With that thought, she retrieved the half bottle of nutritional fluid that Shun Xiaoyan had just given her and began to sip. Lu Wenzhong's commotion drew a considerable crowd, and at some point, a throng had gathered around them. Although Lu Wenzhong merely shouted threats, the uproar he created was akin to the sound of a few flatulent noises. The onlookers, still unsatisfied, grew restless as Lu Wenzhong was again being pulled away by his teammates. Some voiced their discontent. A boy shouted at Lu Wenzhong, you are nothing but a coward. You keep saying you will teach Shun Xiaoyan a lesson, yet we have not seen you lift a finger. If you wish to fight, then fight. If not, leave. Your ramblings are wasting everyone's time. Others joined in the ridicule. Lu Wenzhong's teammates, exasperated, turned to the crowd. You should all leave. This is none of your business. You harbor ill intentions. They turned back to Lu Wenzhong, urging, they want to see our two teams suffer mutually. Do not heed them. Lu Wenzhong remained fuming, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at Shen Xiaoyan. Shen Xiaoyan, undaunted, smiled and nodded, affirming, yes. Your teammate is absolutely right. You should leave at once. Lu Wenzhong's companion glared at Shen Xiaoyan. Can't you keep your mouth shut for once? The onlookers erupted in laughter, taunting Lu Wenzhong. Look at you. You listen to everyone else. You are such a coward. Even Shen Xiaoyan is laughing at you. Shen Xiaoyan innocently covered her face, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting? I am not mocking Lu Wenzhong. I simply have a natural inclination to smile. Lu Wenzhong, you keep belittling Shen Xiaoyan's D-grade stamina. Are you truly afraid of someone with D-grade stamina? This was uttered by Zhang Bing, the most loquacious and sharp-tongued student in the class. The volatile Lu Wenzhong was ignited by the provocation. He roared, hurling a gray mech into the fray. I will not let you off lightly. Excellent. This time he directed his ire towards the collective rather than the individual. Shen Xiaoyan widened her eyes and stood upright, incredulous. Is he really so petty? Is he ready to fight now? Quickly, summon the mech. Nearby, Li Shuama smashed an empty bottle against a rock, savoring the lingering taste of fried skewers, and deployed a mech, swiftly mounting it. Li Jihua also reacted promptly, following suit. The onlookers began to shout in chaos. A student closer to Shen Xiaoyan exclaimed, Lu Wenzhong is indeed as irritable as Shen Xiaoyan described. He is summoning his mech. Wow, run. Why are we getting into mechs? Shouldn't we be fighting barehanded? Fearing collateral damage, some shouted as they fled. Those who are clear-headed warned everyone to maintain distance. If we can't escape, we must quickly board our mechs. What if we get injured? One individual, while hastily summoning a mech, cursed Zhang Bing, you blabbermouth. Why did you have to bring up stamina? We haven't even begun the assessment, and everyone is already wasting energy. Here it comes, it's starting. Everyone, get into your mechs, and be careful not to get accidentally hurt. In an instant, the area was filled with the sounds of chaos. Over 20 mechs materialized in the small space. Lu Wenzhong climbed into his mech, eager to settle scores with Shen Xiaoyan. However, in the midst of the melee, there were too many mechs around him. He could not discern which one belonged to Shen Xiaoyan. He shouted, Shen Xiaoyan, come out. If you have the guts, face me in a duel. Hearing this, Shen Xiaoyan arched an eyebrow. Only a fool would accept such a challenge. Engaging him now would result in significant losses for her. Regardless of the outcome, where is Shen Xiaoyan? Which one is her mech? Someone inquired. A voice replied, isn't Shen Xiaoyan without a mech? She always rents one and frequently changes mechs. This individual was correct. Previously, Shen Xiaoyan had not completed the modifications on her mech, relying on borrowed ones for class. In the frenzy, no one had noticed which mech belonged to her. Shen Xiaoyan excitedly slapped her forehead. What a fortuitous turn of events. I can enjoy the benefits of a new mech. This is a divine opportunity to take advantage of the confusion. Without hesitation, she stealthily maneuvered her mech to hide behind another. Lu Wenzhong, in a fit of rage, declared, who is the coward? Look and see who the real coward is. Everyone else, step aside while Shen Xiaoyan remains. Otherwise, I will spare no one. As soon as those words escaped his lips, the surrounding mechs began to retreat in unison. Shen Xiaoyan followed suit, retreating alongside the others. Li Shuema and her companions, still assessing the situation, also withdrew. In an instant, only Lu Wenzhong's mech remained at the center of the vacant space. Lu Wenzhong stared blankly at the mech's large display screen, utterly bewildered. This was not what he had envisioned. His intense fury lodged uncomfortably in his throat, neither rising nor falling. Was Shen Xiaoyan deliberately toying with him? Surely, she intended to humiliate him. The operators of the mechs were equally stunned. Who had provoked the situation moments ago? Now, they needed her to extinguish the flames of chaos. Yet here they were, cowering. Chapter 81. The battle commences. Lu Wenzhong, consumed by impotent rage, shouted, someone tell me, who is Shen Xiaoyan? Hurry and bring her out, or I will blow up your mechs. I can't help it. This has nothing to do with me. I'm merely a bystander. Someone cried out immediately. Lu Wenzhong, do not act impulsively. It was still Lu Wenzhong's unfortunate teammate expressing concern. He could not hold it together any longer. He raised his holographic device, intending to summon their captain, who had already made an early exit. Meanwhile, Bai Jinxiu, the dean of the mech combat department, was seated in the grand conference hall of the academy alongside several leaders, observing the mech combat department's final assessment. Prior to the commencement of the live broadcast, as per the institution's tradition, he took the stage to deliver an address. He had previously detailed the assessment objectives and tasks for several upperclassmen, leaving only the first-year students to discuss. Bai Jinxiu adjusted the bow tie around his neck, his expression beaming with warmth as he proclaimed, this year's freshmen have demonstrated diligence and camaraderie. They have been studying mechs for less than a year, and our department's assessment expectations for them are to navigate adverse environments without recklessness. While accomplishing their collection tasks, they must also recognize their own abilities and effectively plan their energy usage. According to our assessment arrangements, first-year students should apply their learning practically. Initially, they should observe their surroundings before embarking on their collection missions. The teachers and leaders below nodded in agreement. Bai Jinxiu's arrangements aligned perfectly with the academy's long-standing assessment traditions. Each cohort of freshmen typically enters the arena cautiously, taking the time to understand their environment before undertaking their collection tasks. This year's students were expected to behave similarly. Bai Jinxiu continued. However, This assessment introduces two innovative elements. First, to promote our department's recruitment, we have launched interstellar live streaming to showcase the prowess of students at the premier academy of mech combat to citizens across the Alliance. Second, the assessment venue features overlapping areas across multiple grades, which will heighten the difficulty level and enhance the students' adaptability. The teachers below immediately sat up straight, realizing that this assessment would indeed be intriguing. Particularly with the second modification, the varying strengths of different grades and the overlapping assessment locations could lead to even fiercer competition. Bai Jinshu glanced at his holographic device. The live broadcast was set to commence. He addressed the audience. Now, let us together witness the assessment of this year's students. No sooner had he spoken than the large screen connected to the assessment planet illuminated, displaying several split screens. A multitude of smiles illuminated the faces of the onlookers as the third-year students, having solidified their footing, dispersed in search of their objectives. The second-year students, having learned from last year's experiences, approached the task with utmost seriousness. However, what was this? A considerable number of mechs congregated in one spot? One of the teachers rubbed their eyes in disbelief and inquired, "Is the live feed from the first-year students malfunctioning? It appears they are about to engage in combat." Indeed, a confrontation was underway. It seemed to be a case of one against many, as a gray mech boldly challenged all others present. One teacher remarked with certainty. A teacher clad in pink attire expressed confusion. Did the dean not assert that this year's first-year students would exemplify unity and camaraderie? Perhaps the dean's words were mere platitudes. Came the reply. Never mind. Quickly adjust the channel to the first-year assessment site. I must witness what transpires. At that moment, Bai Jinshu found himself utterly bewildered. This was not how he had envisioned the scenario unfolding. Moreover, who was Shen Jiayan? He had overheard the central mech repeatedly searching for a student named Shen Jiayan. Before Bai Jinshu could grasp the situation, another teacher exclaimed with excitement, "They are fighting." Indeed, Shen Jiayan had been lying low, and in a fit of frustration, Lu Wenzhong, fearing ridicule, unleashed a laser shot at the mech directly in front of him. The ever-curious classmates leaned forward in anticipation, taken aback by Lu Wenzhong's audacity to fire. Warning. Energy chamber hit. Should emergency protocols be activated? The cacophony of alarms from the mech's systems jolted classmate aback to reality, prompting him to angrily retort. "You can't find Shen Jiayan, so why attack me?" With that, he furiously activated the cannon on his mech's right arm and retaliated against Lu Wenzhong's machine. "You mocked me earlier. You all mocked me," Lu Wenzhong muttered, relentless in his assault, firing several more laser rounds. Classmate A, now alert, deftly evaded Lu Wenzhong's projectiles. However, misfortune befell the students behind him, as several laser shots struck their mechs. "You think you're the only ones who can fight?" One of the hit students shouted in anger, raising his arm to retaliate. Another, equally incensed, protested, "What does this have to do with me? If you wish to fight, target Shen Jiayan instead. Why attack my mech? My mech. I just had it freshly painted and serviced. Who shot at me?" Lamented yet another unfortunate soul. In the midst of the chaos, someone carelessly exclaimed, "It was Li Qi." "It wasn't me. It came from Qian Lin." Another voice cried in protest. "Fight back. Everyone. Join in." Within a minute, 3 or 4 individuals had entered the fray. Laser shots flew indiscriminately, striking innocent bystanders. Lu Wenzhong's teammates anxiously called out, "Where has Shen Jiayan gone? You need to come out now." Where indeed was Shen Jiayan? She was skillfully maneuvering her mech, launching surprise attacks. Earlier, she had discreetly communicated with Li Jihua and a few others, advising them to remain hidden and stir the pot, encouraging their opponents to deplete their energy reserves. If she could manage to launch a surprise strike and damage Lu Wenzhong's mech, all the better. Sensing the situation escalating, everyone prepared to retreat. Shen Jiayan diligently executed the battle plan that had just been formulated. She aimed at Lu Wenzhong's mech arm and fired a laser projectile. After taking her shot, she swiftly maneuvered to another position, her movements both agile and cautious. However, as soon as Lu Wenzhong turned to retaliate, he mistakenly targeted the wrong individual. A chorus of curses erupted around them, questioning who dared to assault their mech. Naturally, no one responded to this inquiry. Why bother asking when laser projectiles were raining down from all directions? Shen Jiayan activated the mechanical voice of her mech, declaring loudly, "I see it. It's that blue mech on the left. It's even worse than Lu Wenzhong. No one is attacking him, yet he is firing at others." Consequently, the individual who had initially cursed charged furiously towards the blue mech. Chapter 82. Saving resources is inferior to generating them. The blue and yellow mech then targeted the pink one to its right. Shen Jiayan deftly tapped the controls, and under her command, her somewhat battered mech skillfully dodged a stray shot. Meanwhile, not far away, the blue and yellow mech and the pink mech were not only engaged in combat, but were also exchanging rather uncontrolled friendly banter. A roar emanated from within the pink mech. "Ren Liang, I knew it was you causing trouble. You lost to me in the mech battle, and now you dare to shoot at me from behind? You believe what others say?" Caught in the act, Ren Liang attempted to defend himself, but he was met with an even fiercer barrage of attacks. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "I just shot you with a laser projectile, and you retaliate with so many. Do you think I can't take you on? I have teammates." Ren Liang then began to rally his allies, instantly escalating the chaos around them. Shen Jiayan, having performed a good deed while remaining humble, continued to navigate through the crowd of mechs. Upon spotting someone attempting to sneak away, she rushed forward, shouting, "Don't let that blue mech escape. It just fired laser projectiles at all of us. It has already severely damaged that yellow mech's arm. Now it thinks it can just leave after firing?" The yellow mech, poised for revenge, feigned a tragic tone and shouted, "Yes, it's him. I saw him firing at everyone. The bullet hole in Zhang San's mech chest is his doing." If Shen Jiayan weren't so focused on operating her mech, she would have given that yellow mech a thumbs up. She deduced from the bullet hole on Zhang San's chest that it must have been caused by this yellow mech. However, this would suffice. She had others to apprehend. There's greater joy in sharing than in solitary enjoyment. Being part of a class means everyone should engage together. Shen Jiayan transformed into a veritable champion of justice, relentlessly apprehending those attempting to break away from the group. In no time, her path ignited waves of fury. Meanwhile, she glided through the chaos as effortlessly as a fish, remaining untouched amidst the fiery turmoil. Shen Jiayan kept the team's light brain operational, unabashedly showcasing her actions. Li Jihua and Feng Guang were left dumbfounded. Was this truly the D-class physically inept Shen Jiayan that Lu Wenzhong spoke of? If such operations were considered inept, what did that make them? Feng Guang suddenly exclaimed. Shen Jiayan, are you intent on rendering their mechs unusable? If these individuals cannot operate their mechs, they will undoubtedly falter in the assessments against us. Feng Guang was not speaking idly. He had observed that most of those targeted by Shen Jiayan were eager to flee. However, once she singled them out, they would inevitably be detained by the others. Moreover, in their youthful vigor, they were particularly susceptible to provocation. Some, caught up in the heat of battle, not only ceased their retreat, but also summoned their teammates. Am I such a despicable person? I simply cannot bear to see anyone ostracized. My intentions are entirely benevolent. Suddenly, 2 laser shots whizzed towards Shen Jiayan's shoulder. With remarkable speed, she maneuvered her hands across the controls. Wu Shuriwa leaped, the mech gracefully dodging the 2 lethal attacks. Shen Jiayan glanced at the energy display on the mech screen. Since its activation, it had consumed less than 5% of its energy, despite employing Wu Shuriwa's high-energy techniques. The minimal energy expenditure indicated that her energy-conserving damping system had once again been successfully modified. Shen Jiayan's eyebrows shot up in delight. At that moment, she heard her teammate's voice. Zhang Bing, the one you just fought, Su Wei, is trying to escape. Are you truly going to let him get away? If he defeats you, your assessment results will surely be inferior. Are you not ashamed? This was Li Jiwa's voice. Everyone look. Lu Yu's mech is still intact. We cannot let him flee. This came from Feng Guang. Excellent. These 2 had made their intentions too clear, prompting those around them to follow suit. Triple X, you cannot escape. Triple X, he is attempting to flee. XX, quickly intercept him. He just attacked me. Shen Jiayan inhaled, pleased that everyone was now united in purpose. As she maneuvered her mech, she noticed Li Shuama, who had been silent, now appeared even darker. She had blended into a group of 3 mechs, surrounding one to strike. When the targeted mech retaliated, she swiftly ducked behind another. As they incapacitated the targeted mech, she seamlessly switched her focus to another. Shen Jiayan quietly inquired, Li Shuama, have you perhaps joined the wrong team? No, mingling with them conserves energy and provides a shield. Li Shuama's reasoning was so compelling that Shen Jiayan felt a twinge of inadequacy. Conserving energy? Isn't it quicker to generate it? Shen Jiayan smiled as she raised her mech's left arm. A series of electric sparks crackled, accompanied by a growing hum. This modified universal tool is proving invaluable, she thought, positioning herself next to the mech that Li Shuama had rendered inoperative. Then, raising her arm, now transformed into a saw, she reached for the enemy's energy compartment. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Came a panicked voice from within the mech. Shen Jiayan smiled. Your mech is beyond repair anyway. I shall simply borrow some of your energy. Ah, stop. My mech. The student inside cried out in despair. However, his futile outcries were of no consequence, as he was not the only one shouting in the vicinity. Who are you? Goodness, you are even more despicable than Zhang Bin, who struck me earlier. Shen Jiayan remained silent, engrossed in her tasks. After merely a couple of cries from this classmate, she had already seized an energy block and made her escape. Thank you, my fellow student. My craftsmanship is exquisite, and your operation was remarkably successful. The mecha sustains no significant damage. Shen Jiayan cast aside this classmate and dashed towards the direction of Li Shuama. Ah, how infuriating. She has left, leaving behind this classmate's impotent rage. At that moment, Dean Bai and the others watching the live broadcast were somewhat taken aback. With the live commentary feature activated, they had already identified Shen Jiayan. Or rather, it was unnecessary for them to search specifically, as amidst the chaos, her cunning performance stood out distinctly. Her various tactics of sowing discord and feigning misdirection could not escape anyone's notice. Chapter 83. Her mecha is unique. The teacher in pink shouted loudly. Look at that dilapidated mecha. She has found a new target. Her precision was remarkable. Her movements were more agile than those of our mecha engineering students. Indeed, observe the mecha of the classmate she just opened. There is hardly any significant damage to the energy compartment, merely the loss of one energy block. The teacher beside her was equally astonished. The teacher in pink inquired, is she truly benevolent, sparing her classmate's mecha from destruction? Given her urgency, her cutting angle is the most time-efficient and labor-saving, another teacher remarked, unable to speak disingenuously. With her interference, it's likely that the majority of students will not perform well in this assessment, one teacher lamented. A leader sitting next to Bai Jinshu glanced at him. Dean Bai is quite reserved. I had no idea we had such talent among the freshmen in our college. Another leader nearby added. The reports indicate she possesses D-grade physical abilities. I suspect her lack of outstanding physical prowess previously went unnoticed. I believe the selection of candidates for the league should not solely focus on physicality. The potential of students becomes apparent upon their arrival at the academy. Although the philosophy of the dean of the league's premier academy emphasizes inclusivity in education, the institution must participate in intercollegiate competitions, necessitating the selection of a few seed students for development each year. Bai Jinshu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. All of these students are our responsibility. We nurture them diligently. Is this kind of behavior truly talent? Deceitful and shameless, instigating discord among classmates and resorting to underhanded tactics against others' mechas. One wonders what principles the students of the mecha combat specialty are learning. The speaker, leader Zhang Mifeng, was known for his upright and somewhat rigid character, particularly disapproving of opportunistic individuals. I believe her actions are justified. What she has done does not violate the rules of the assessment. In the heat of competition, accumulating strength and seizing opportunities is indeed a clever strategy. By Jinshu countered Zhang Mifeng's assertions. Shen Zhaoyun is his student. Today, leaders from various departments of the academy are present here to watch the live broadcast, hoping to secure funding from them in the future, regardless of the circumstances. He must uphold the reputation of his academy. Such a disgrace. Selecting students of this caliber to participate in a multi-school joint competition. How will outsiders perceive the students nurtured by our academy? Zhang Mifeng vehemently retorted. That is not a disgrace. It should be deemed wisdom. Bai Jinshu also responded without reservation. At that moment, a leader seated on the far right suddenly remarked. The information states she possesses only D-level physical fitness. Yet how is it that a D-level student appears stronger than many B-level students? Until now, her mech has not sustained a single attack. Her mech seems somewhat different. The speaker, a teacher specializing in mech manufacturing, astutely identified the crux of the matter. Let us not argue for now. We shall observe further. The leader on the right decisively declared. In the assessment venue, Shen Zhaoyun, alongside Li Shuama, had stealthily incapacitated 3 mechs, concealing 3 energy cores in her possession. Just then, Shen Zhaoyun heard her name called. Shen Zhaoyun, come out quickly. Lu Wenzhong is about to flee. Wasn't he the one targeting your mech just now? The expression on Shen Zhaoyun's face grew somewhat nuanced. Everyone is scheming against her. However, it is also time to confront Lu Wenzhong. As Shen Zhaoyun considered this, she deftly extracted an energy core from another mech. The student from whom the energy was taken began a melodious scream. Shen Zhaoyun raised her left arm and jabbed towards the source of the sound, instantly silencing the surrounding students. Extraction, elimination, all in one fluid motion. She had become a seasoned assassin. The students engaged in combat with their mechs believed Shen Zhaoyun was merely an ordinary contender, concealing the energy core. She addressed her holographic interface, promising to allocate an energy core to each of them after the battle, urging them to mine diligently thereafter. As she leisurely navigated through the crowd in search of Lu Wenzhong, she did not forget to bolster her teammates' morale. An overwhelming number of would-be rescuers surged in, leaving Lu Wenzhong, who had just been besieged, lost in the fray. Where did you acquire that energy core? Feng Guang, who was trying to sow discord, expressed his confusion. Aren't all the energy cores in my possession? Li Zhihua questioned his own hearing. I want an energy core, exclaimed the more straightforward Li Shuama. Shen Zhaoyun replied. I extracted it from the enemy's mech. I've already procured 4. Lu Wenzhong is about to flee. I must confront him. You can extract energy cores from others' mechs? Feng Guang remained skeptical, having never heard of such an operation. Goodness, if you possess such skill, why pursue Lu Wenzhong? Continue extracting. Li Zhihua was astounded as his mech was struck twice more. I'll handle the person. You keep extracting energy cores. I want as many energy cores as possible. Li Shuama declared fiercely. She was intent on disbanding the makeshift criminal alliance. She had narrowed her focus. What joy was there in merely attacking? The true delight lay in both striking a blow and acquiring energy cores. She scrutinized the mech before her. Where were the energy cores? How could they be dismantled? Lu Wenzhong was making a run for it. I must intercept him. Shen Zhaoyun stealthily approached a large boulder, and there it was, Lu Wenzhong's mech. This fellow had just incurred the wrath of many, evidenced by the several bullet holes adorning his machine. Just as Shen Zhaoyun was about to advance, she heard Feng Guang's commanding shout. Let me handle this. Feng Guang was closer to Lu Wenzhong, and without waiting for Shen Zhaoyun's response, he aimed the cannon on his arm at Lu Wenzhong. Unfortunately, his aim had not been perfected, and Lu Wenzhong eluded the shot. Feng Guang bellowed in anger, Lu Wenzhong, don't you dare run. I'm Shen Zhaoyun. Didn't you want to fight me? Hearing this, a smirk involuntarily crept onto Shen Zhaoyun's lips. Was Feng Guang mimicking her voice modulation? His shout caused Lu Wenzhong's mech to hesitate. Lu Wenzhong, come here for a one-on-one. If you don't, you're nothing but fodder, a coward. Realizing his marksmanship was lacking, Feng Guang resorted to brandishing his fists in a show of bravado. Remarkably, his taunt made Lu Wenzhong turn and charge back. Shen Zhaoyun then heard Feng Guang's eager voice through her neural interface. Shen Zhaoyun, hurry and dismantle the energy cores. I'm engaging Lu Wenzhong. Soon after, Li Zhihua's voice chimed in. I'm on my way too. We'll help you avenge. You must gather the energy. Remember to collect as many energy cores as possible. The more we gather, the more we'll have for the upcoming extraction of blazing crystals. Chapter 84. 6 against 1. This is excessive. I can't extract the energy cores. Shen Zhaoyun, you must do it. It was Li Shuama speaking. She had attempted this task earlier. She had taken down a classmate, but was clueless about the location of their energy compartment. Only Shen Zhaoyun possessed the requisite skills. Her words clarified the mission for the others. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? With someone as foolish as Lu Wenzhong, the 3 of us can handle him. You needn't trouble yourself with combat. Just focus on extracting the energy cores for us, and don't forget, 1 core 1 T suffice. The amount of energy we extract will determine how many blazing crystals we can gather. As Li Zhihua coaxed Shen Zhaoyun, he followed the coordinates left by Feng Guang to pinpoint Lu Wenzhong's location. He piloted his black mech straight at Lu Wenzhong's gray one, delivering several heavy blows to its head. Caught off guard, Lu Wenzhong cursed. Shen Zhaoyun, didn't you say it would be a fair duel? Why have you brought your teammates? He retaliated, forcefully shoving the approaching black mech away. Meanwhile, Feng Guang dove straight into Lu Wenzhong's mech, causing it to stagger backward. I'm also Shen Zhaoyan. Li Jihua imitated her voice modulation, seizing the opportunity to land a few blows on the back of Lu Wenzhong's mech. Who are you? If you have the guts, reveal your faces instead of hiding behind Shen Zhaoyan's identity. Lu Wenzhong roared in fury. One-on-one is fair, but this is 2 against 1. 2 against 1? No. Li Shuama had also crept closer. Except for her, the other 3 temporary allies from the criminal gang habitually followed her as well. Li Shuama exclaimed excitedly, Lu Wenzhong, I, and Shen Zhaoyan have come to seek revenge. Not far away, Shen Zhaoyan blinked and remarked, you are all Shen Zhaoyan. So what does that make me? Forget it. Let's just say Lu Wenzhong is out of luck. Since a few of us can corner him to fight, I might as well take advantage of the situation. Her teammate was right. The more energy blocks, the more blazing crystals they could gather. You despicable scoundrels. Lu Wenzhong cried out in distress. 6 against 1. This is too much. He lamented. Who among you is Shen Zhaoyan? Lu Wenzhong demanded angrily. The wretched tone of his voice made Shen Zhaoyan think that even she would not strike as ruthlessly if she were in his place. Perhaps it was best for her to leave. Accompanied by Lu Wenzhong's pitiful cries, Shen Zhaoyan set off to gather energy blocks. 1 block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks. When Shen Zhaoyan had amassed a total of 13 blocks, someone finally noticed something was amiss. Everyone retreat quickly. My teammate's mech energy has been dismantled, shouted a classmate, who still had a semblance of conscience. Why are those 2 mechs over there so immobile? Someone exclaimed, striking the nearest mech with force. Then he discovered that the occupants of the mech were unable to retaliate. He wondered, zombie mechs? Unable to restrain himself, he kicked it twice more. The unfortunate classmate inside could only lament his fate, unable to venture out amidst the hail of fire. He could only watch as the screen displayed the scoundrel hammering his mech and delivering several kicks. Aside from that battered mech, he also took note of the scoundrel's mech that was assaulting him. Not far away, Shen Zhaoyan, who was searching for solo mechs, nodded repeatedly. Yes. Indeed a zombie mech. It has nothing to do with me. She wished to seize the opportunity while others were unaware to help her teammates gather more energy blocks. Shen Zhaoyan extended her left arm, spotting a mech that seemed to be in distress. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted. How outrageous. Who is this despicable person? Not only knocking down mechs, but also stealing energy? Everyone, help me find a dilapidated mech in silver, black, green, and red. My teammate just messaged me. This mech stole his energy. I've already identified 5 mechs that are immobile. This person has harvested energy from 5 mechs. The speaker was short-tempered, cursing continuously. Shen Zhaoyan's expression darkened. Silver, black, green, and red? A dilapidated mech? It is called Eternal Dawn, not a shabby mech. However, this was not the time to quibble. Someone had reported her. She needed to withdraw swiftly. Her mech's energy was meant for mining energy ores. She would not be foolish like Lu Wenzhong. Entangled in a struggle with a group of people, Shen Zhaoyan quickly lifted her light brain and called out, I've been discovered gathering energy blocks. You all need to retreat quickly. I'm heading southeast. Once we escape, we will find another place to regroup. They were currently in a rocky canyon area, and she was at the entrance of a narrow mountain path, flanked by towering rock formations, making escape quite feasible. Shen Zhaoyan had been moving around this area while gathering energy blocks. She had long been wary of the treachery lurking in the shadows. Thus, she had meticulously charted her escape route. Now that her presence had been detected, Shen Zhaoyan wasted no time. She immediately activated her mech and fled with haste. Meanwhile, her classmates were still inquiring about the situation. One voiced, so many have had their energy siphoned, yet no one has spoken up? Our teammates have been robbed. Why should we alert you? It would be better if we all suffered the same fate. Upon hearing this, a captain whose team had lost 2 energy units expressed his discontent. People are not troubled by scarcity, but by inequality. It's only fair that if my team suffers, others should as well. Seriously, classmates, do you possess such dark hearts? Exclaimed someone nearby. We are all enemies now. It would be foolish of me to warn you. With a scoff, the individual continued, quickly, seize that battered silver black green red mech. She possesses numerous energy blocks. Well done, that tactic of enticing through greed proved effective. Instantly, the surrounding crowd became animated. What is fighting compared to seizing energy? Where's the silver black green red mech? Did anyone spot her? Classmates, this person has also taken energy from my teammate. Whoever retrieves it shall claim it as their own. Which classmate is responsible for this theft? Step forward. Which hero has committed this noble deed? Ha ha ha, we are embroiled in battle while you are reaping rewards. The commotion was too great, and the reactions of Li Jihua and his companions were swift. We must leave. Li Jihua immediately responded. Lu Wenzhong's mech had already been toppled, and the energy blocks had been extracted. They had nothing left to do but await Shen Zhaoyan's command while sowing discord among those around them. Now that Shen Zhaoyan called for a retreat, they naturally followed suit. Li Shuiming had been closely monitoring Shen Zhaoyan's mech. Upon witnessing Shen Zhaoyan's mech advance, she too maneuvered her own mech to follow closely behind. Before long, she reached Shen Zhaoyan's side. Chapter 85, Dark Hearts and Dark Hands. Shen Zhaoyan glanced at her in surprise. If you're following me, you must keep up. We need to break through this mountain pass. They had now approached the southeastern entrance of the gorge. She was concerned that the other members of their team piloting mechs might lag behind, which was why she initially did not wish for them to join. However, Li Shuiming's speed exceeded her expectations. Noticing that Li Jihua's mech was trailing far behind, she quickly instructed Li Jihua and Feng Guang, you two should take another route. Regroup outside. Understood. You two go ahead. I will take a different route with Feng Guang. Li Jihua responded promptly. At this moment, someone finally spotted Shen Zhaoyan's mech and shouted, the silver black green red mech is at the mountain pass. She is trying to escape. You siphon the energy from my teammate S Mech, and you think you can flee? Pursue her, came the fervent response. That's the one. My teammate's energy was taken too. My two teammates have had their mech energy drained by her. I am truly unfortunate. I had initially fled, leaving my teammate trapped in the canyon. I returned to rescue him, only to be met with a flurry of blows. And then that silver black red green mech siphoned off my energy blocks. I was merely attempting to aid my comrade. It seems that people often succumb to herd mentality. As the number of victims swelled, some who felt embarrassed joined the chorus of lamentations. The tally of those affected continued to rise. Everyone surged towards Shun Xiaoyun with fervor. At this juncture, the attacks on bystanders ceased. While running, they still sought news from those nearby. Wasn't it 5 energy blocks that were siphoned? That individual seems to possess 10. Some gasped in astonishment. What manner of technique is this? We have not been trapped here for long. How could so many energy blocks have been extracted? As this was exclaimed, the speaker quickened their pace. With a dozen energy blocks at stake, one could not afford to miss the chance to seize them. Someone, unable to restrain themselves, inquired. How can you all remain silent while so many of you have been robbed? This is utterly disgraceful. My teammate remarked that she managed to extract the energy from the mech in less than a minute. A collective sigh arose. What? Your teammate took a minute? With a mere glance, he jabbed once and extracted the energy block. With another thrust, he disabled the external voice system. Now my teammate is immobilized, trapped within the mech. Once I reclaim the energy, I must return to rescue her. A loquacious individual recounted the entire ordeal. Indeed, the speed was astounding. We had barely arrived when the perpetrator fled. Feng Guang and Li Jihua, who had not strayed far, were equally astonished. In a brief span, Shun Xiaoyun had managed to extract over a dozen energy blocks. The efficiency was astonishingly high. Yet, soon their excitement escalated further. With the addition of those energy blocks, it signified that more of the blazing crystals could be harvested. Not far away, Lu Wenzhong, who had only lost the mech's energy and had not been silenced, overheard the discussions. He shouted, it was Shun Xiaoyun. Shun Xiaoyun siphoned off my mech's energy too. There are 6 Shun Xiaoyuns. No, there is only one Shun Xiaoyun. Regardless, it was Shun Xiaoyun's doing. Lu Wenzhong's claims were met with skepticism. It was Lu Wenzhong who initially provoked Shun Xiaoyun, leading to our altercation. Feng Guang, halfway down the path, turned back and shouted. Yes, it was Lu Wenzhong who instigated the fight. Lu Wenzhong caused my mech to lose a leg. The realization struck a classmate, whose mech was now limping. He raised his mech's arm and aimed a strike at Lu Wenzhong's mech. No, it was Shun Xiaoyun. Lu Wenzhong's defiant voice echoed through the air. Why? Why did no one believe him? It was not Shun Xiaoyun. I saw a total of 6 mechs assaulting you. How could it possibly be Shun Xiaoyun? Even if you have enmity with her, you should not cast such aspersions upon her character. The classmate with the damaged mech leg shouted back with even greater force. Lu Wenzhong sat bewildered in his pilot's seat. Was it truly not Shun Xiaoyun? Indeed. She could not possibly be 6 individuals. Shun Xiaoyun was not a team player. Even with teammates, a squad consists of only 4 members. How could she have enlisted 6 to assist her? Thus, was it genuinely not Shun Xiaoyun? Who, then, would stoop so low as to betray him? He is so exceptional, so handsome, and so academically accomplished. Could it be that his extraordinary qualities have incited jealousy in others, prompting them to impersonate Shun Xiaoyun and ensnare him? Indeed, it is not Shun Xiaoyun, but rather someone else, those envious individuals. Lu Wenzhong shouted once more. It is not Shun Xiaoyun. Someone is impersonating her, who harbors jealousy towards me. Are you so fearful that you dare not confront me directly, resorting instead to underhanded tactics? Those who had suffered a mechanical leg injury raised their mechanized arms, retaliating with a laser blast, silencing him. You've disrupted my thoughts. The distance between Feng Guang and Li Jiku was widening as they exchanged glances. Could he have lost his wits? This does not concern me. I saw you relentlessly assaulting his head. I aimed for the mech's head, not his. Let us hurry. We must take a detour to rendezvous with Shun Xiaoyun, Li Jiku exclaimed. He then called out to the communication device. Shun Xiaoyun, can you escape? Do you require assistance? We can escape. You need only focus on your own safety. Shun Xiaoyun maneuvered her mech, executing a Wu-style leap to evade 2 laser blasts. She was grateful for the restrictions on high-energy explosive weaponry during the assessment. Otherwise, had those lasers been energy cannons, her mech would have sustained significant damage. The pursuers shouted loudly. Silver, black, green, and red scrap mech. Surrender 10 energy blocks, and we will let you go. Silver, black, green, and red mech. You have harmed my comrade. I will not permit your escape. This person's companion echoed the sentiment. A bystander inquired. Then are we allowing them to flee or not? We are not on the same team. Why do you concern yourself with this? If the silver, black, green, and red mech does not relinquish the energy blocks, I shall open fire. The initial aggressor declared. Before Shun Xiaoyun could respond, a bystander retaliated with a laser shot at the aggressor, admonishing him to speak respectfully. How dare you strike me? I no longer require my energy blocks. Then the 2 factions halted their skirmish and resumed fighting amongst themselves. However, this was merely a minor interlude. Many still remembered their obligation to avenge their fallen comrades, relentlessly pursuing Shun Xiaoyun. Ignoring the uproar behind her, Shun Xiaoyun pressed forward towards the canyon. She fixed her gaze on the approaching passage and addressed Li Xueming. Li Xueming, are you still able to continue? With a nutrition bottle clenched between her teeth, Li Xueming mumbled, I'm fine. I have stamina. Shun Xiaoyun couldn't decipher her words, yet it did not hinder her forthcoming plans. Her inquiry had merely been a habitual gesture of camaraderie. It would not affect the course ahead. After all, this teammate had already traversed a treacherous path alongside her, and there was no turning back. If she can keep pace, they shall proceed together. If not, She would sacrifice her teammate for the greater good. Chapter 86. Dare to provocatively challenge? Sacrifice a teammate. No. Shen Jiayun asserted that her comrades were meant to fight side by side. Although the students trailing behind exhibited subpar mech operating skills, their sheer numbers compensated for their inadequacies. Their marksmanship left much to be desired, each one a master of mere outlines, no matter how adept Shen Jiayun was at evasion. She could not entirely withstand such unpredictable assaults. For instance, when Shen Jiayun sought to evade the assault from classmate A laser projectile initially aimed at Li Suimuo unexpectedly struck Shen Jiayun's Fire Phoenix arm. What is this called? It is akin to a chaotic flurry of blows that inadvertently vanquishes the master. Such a reckless approach is truly perilous. Fortunately, the Fire Phoenix arm of the blazing Fire Phoenix is remarkably resilient. Meanwhile, classmate B exuberantly shouted, I hit. I'm a natural sharpshooter. Unable to restrain herself, Shen Jiayun retorted, you're merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Did you believe I was unaware that your intention was to target my teammate? Regardless, you all are in cahoots, so it makes no difference whom you strike. Don't flee. Hand over your energy blocks at once. As classmate B raised their arm to unleash 2 more laser shots, they unfortunately struck a nearby rock. With just over 3,000 meters left to dash into the narrow passage, Shen Jiayun kept her gaze fixed ahead, continuing her taunts. Stop pursuing me. I possess merely a handful of energy blocks. Wouldn't it be more fruitful for you to ambush an entire team instead? Are we robbers? We seek vengeance for our teammates. We aim to reclaim our dignity. We intend to capture you and give you a thorough thrashing. Classmate A pondered the handful of energy blocks, yet expressed something entirely different. After all, they were classmates, having only spent half a year in university, and would share classes for several years to come. If a genuine theft were to occur, how could they face each other in the future? Surely, it would be unwise to offend someone over a mere assessment. However, targeting the silver black red green mecha was an entirely different matter. Seizing the silver black red green mecha was a matter of upholding justice. Classmates behind urged, let us accelerate. We're closing in on her. Her mecha must be expending energy at a greater rate than ours. Once her energy is depleted, she shall not escape. Classmate B concurred, indeed. Given all the misdeeds she has committed today, her energy consumption must be considerably higher than ours. Others proposed strategies. Let us all shoot at her. Bringing her down is also an option. In an instant, a barrage of laser projectiles rained down. Li Suimuo's mecha was struck several times. She glanced at Shen Jiayun beside her, who appeared increasingly unfazed, deftly dodging most of the incoming laser shots. Nevertheless, their evasive maneuvers were indeed consuming more energy. Li Suimuo gazed at the mecha's display, noting that energy levels had dwindled to a mere 20%. With classmates persistently tailing them, capture seemed increasingly likely. We can't afford to waste any more energy. We must reach the mountain path ahead, Shen Jiayun encouraged. Once we enter the mountain path, we can escape. Gritting her teeth, Li Suimuo narrowly avoided several more laser shots, but one struck her back. The classmates behind accelerated, tightening their pursuit, their aim becoming markedly more precise. Haha, I hit again. I struck her again. The triumphant classmate laughed. Shen Jiayun turned back, raising her middle finger at the pursuing classmates. Come at me if you dare. If such a multitude cannot catch me, and I manage to carry away all the energy blocks, it would be utterly laughable. After the assessment concludes, I shall post on the Academy forum to mock you all. Indeed, the students trailing her were spirited youths with a sense of pride, each roused into a cacophony of frustration. Damn it. Students, charge. Do not let him gloat. Indeed, this fellow deserves a good thrashing. Watch as I pierce through your mech. Just seize him and strike. Let us see how he continues to flaunt himself. Meanwhile, within the Academy's conference room, the leaders and instructors were too engrossed to pay heed to the assessments of the sophomore and junior students. In contrast to the first-year students who were fully unleashed, the second and third-year students exhibited far more caution. Despite being in closer proximity to the alien beasts and requiring more resources, they displayed a remarkable patience. Like thieves lurking in the shadows, they waited for the alien creatures to stray away before stealthily infiltrating their territory to pilfer. This cautious approach left the faculty and leadership somewhat embarrassed. Thus, all attention was directed towards the more captivating first-year students. Observing Shen Jiayun being pursued by a throng of classmates yet daring to turn back and provoke them, everyone could not help but chuckle. Nevertheless, their primary focus remained on the students' academic performance. The instructor responsible for course design remarked, we must schedule additional marksmanship classes for the first-year students. Their shooting skills are abysmal. With so many of them, they still have not managed to bring Shen Jiayun down. It was evident that Shen Jiayun possessed an exceptional evasion technique, seemingly having mastered the Wu-style leap. With such agility, even if she were thrown into a horde of second-year students, she would not falter. One instructor, smiling, explained, there is a teacher specializing in mech manufacturing who has been fixated on Shen Jiayun's mech. He said, no, her mech is truly peculiar. Logically, a D-class mech should not compare to a B-class mech, yet Shen Jiayun's displayed prowess rivals that of Li Shuima, piloting an A-class mech. I am curious to discover who modified Shen Jiayun's mech. Those with discerning eyes could see the tattered state of her mech, recognizing it as having been re-engineered. Another instructor pointed at Li Shuima and noted, there is something amiss with her mech. Observing her operational habits, she seems more suited for a heavy mech route. Yet her mech is a lightweight one. If she were to switch mechs, her potential could be better realized. The instructor responsible for course design raised a hand to interject. Let's document the concerns raised by a few students. Overall, I believe students specializing in mech combat should also include a course in mech construction. Have you not noticed? Whether it was her initial dismantling of a classmate's energy core or her subsequent offensive maneuvers, each of Shun Jiayun's attacks struck with precision, akin to hitting a serpent's vital point. I attribute this to her profound understanding of mech construction. The other instructors nodded in agreement, and Dean Bai Jinshu also concurred. He recalled another matter and turned to the instructor responsible for the Star Network broadcasting operations, asking, "How has the reception of this Star Network broadcast been?" There have not been many viewers on the Star Network, the operations instructor replied, lowering his head in shame. Chapter 87. A grand gift for you. The Alliance's first academy performed poorly in the multi-school joint competition, and thus, even with the assessment broadcast, it failed to attract a significant audience. Bai Jinshu had not anticipated this outcome. He had hoped to use this assessment to promote the Alliance Academy and recruit more students next year. Rubbing his forehead, he realized he needed to devise a strategy. He addressed the operations teacher, stating that the performance of the freshman students was commendable. Capitalizing on this advantage, he urged her to take action. Whether it involved editing live stream videos or liaising with the streaming platform, she needed to proceed. Last week, the assessment live stream from the Imperial College attracted a considerable audience, and discussions about it still lingered. We cannot afford to fall behind. The operations teacher nodded in agreement and rose to arrange the tasks. Bai Jinshu turned back to observe the freshman's assessment. Shun Jiayun and Li Xiaoma were less than 500 meters from the narrow passage. Previously, Shun Jiayun had studied the terrain map provided by the teacher to target this direction. At this moment, the narrow path was clearly visible before her, even smaller than she had anticipated, allowing only 2 mechs to pass through. Turning to Li Xiaoma, she urged, "You go ahead. Accelerate. I'll follow closely." "All right. You hurry as well." Li Xiaoma did not hesitate, nor did she conserve energy, her fingers swiftly tapping on the controls. Her white mech instantly soared into the air, charging towards the narrow passage ahead. Shun Jiayun glanced back at her classmates and sneered, "I'm giving you one last chance. You can still run now. Otherwise, the consequences will be on you." Classmate shouted, "Don't listen to him. He is definitely scared." Classmate B, more fervent, pushed the mech's control stick to its limits. Confident in their numbers, Shun Jiayun remained silent, piloting her mech directly into the mountain path. Within 100 meters, her classmates indeed followed closely behind. A smile crept upon Shun Jiayun's lips as she maneuvered her mech, her gaze fixed on the surrounding reddish-brown stones. Her eyes observed while her mind gradually constructed intricate patterns. Not this point, nor that one is suitable. The crimson stones, composed of granules, formed a unique terrain conducive to the growth of blazing crystals. Despite their substantial appearance, they were loose, and aggressive attacks could easily lead to collapse. She had previously experienced the consequences of such stone piles collapsing while excavating blazing crystals with others. As Shun Jiayun surveyed the towering redstone hills, she noticed her classmates had reached the passage. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as she identified the optimal point of force. She turned to her classmates, declaring, "Allow me to present you with a grand gift." Li Xiaoma, who had already advanced, looked back in confusion. Why offer a gift to those who were damaging their mechs instead of keeping it for herself? However, she would soon understand the nature of this gift. Shun Jiayun promptly severed external communications, maintaining only contact with Li Xiaoma through her neural interface. "Li Xiaoma, unleash your full speed and ascend." Full ascent. Li Xiaoma, though puzzled, complied without question. She swiftly returned the control stick to its starting position, simultaneously pressing the button for rapid ascent. In an instant, her mech shot into the sky. Simultaneously, she heard a thunderous rumbling from below. Looking down, she saw Shun Jiayun's mech gripping a silver-black spear, 2/3 of which was embedded deep within the mountain's rocky body. As the silver-black mech forcefully thrust forward, it pierced through the mountain with a powerful ascent. The mountainside crumbled, shrouded in swirling dust. The thunderous roar echoed, a manifestation of this earth-shattering display. The silver-black mech ascended continually, the fissure widening with each passing moment. It was akin to the descent of a demon, or rather, an ascent to the heavens. Li Xiaoma's mouth fell agape in awe. What vulnerability did this mech possess? She had never witnessed such a towering and majestic machine. The mountain had been punctured by its might. Li Xiaoma felt her heart race violently within her chest. This sensation of power, capable of shaking mountains, was precisely the essence of mechs she had long sought. However, Shun Jiayun had little regard for Li Xiaoma at that moment. Gazing proudly at her creation, she could no longer suppress the smile that graced her lips. She addressed her classmates below, "Are you pleased with this grand gift?" The fissure widened, slowly creeping towards the mountain path, as rocks tumbled down incessantly. The classmates below fled in disarray, the sounds of their panic resonating as they heard Shun Jiayun's words. "What satisfaction can we derive from this? Who does such a thing as smashing a mountain? Cease at once. My mech's head is going to be crushed." Classmate B, leading the charge, shouted in frustration. The falling rocks battered his mech, producing a cacophony of thuds, causing it to sway perilously. With the path ahead obstructed and more mechs surging from behind, those trapped in the middle found themselves unable to escape. Attempts to ascend were thwarted by the relentless barrage of falling debris. Yet, undeterred souls shouted defiantly, "We are many, we fear her not. Upward we soar. Being trapped here is no option." Those outside the fray, oblivious to the truth, echoed their cries, "Charge forward." Classmate B, whose mech was already riddled with numerous dents, roared, "Let me out. You must allow me to escape." Shun Jiayun smiled. "The opportunity is yours. If you do not seize it, you shall remain together. Do not unleash a powerful attack." The most unfortunate classmate B sensed impending doom and cried out anxiously. Alas, it was too late. With a steely gaze, Shun Jiayun intensified her control over the mech, driving the long spear with greater force. Then, with a swift motion of her wrist, The mech transitioned from a vertical ascent to a horizontal charge. In an instant, a massive portion of the mountainside collapsed at the path's entrance. The ascending mechs were struck down by the tumbling boulders. Trapped beneath the rubble, Classmate B lamented, "No, I still wish to escape. How could you unleash such a devastating attack?" He pushed desperately against the control stick, but it was futile. His mech was ensnared, immobile. Gazing at the chaotic scene projected on the giant screen, all he saw were the massive red boulders. He ceased his cries, surrendering to despair. Let the world end. Though he fell silent, the cries of his classmates grew louder in their panic. Shen Jiayun's spiraling assault had ravaged the mountainside from left to right, striking all within the path. We cannot ascend. We are buried. Quick, let us escape. I can't believe this. Had I known, I would not have pursued. This is too ruthless. Who are the occupants of that silver black and red-green mech? Who are you? I shall not let you go unpunished. My precious mech. It must be repainted anew. Just wait for me. I shall not let you off easily. You refuse to spare me? Then prepare for a grand gift. Shen Jiayun's fingers tightened around the control keys, the veins on her hands visibly bulging. Above, Li Shuima quickly regained her composure, wielding her long blade with great force to strike the mountainside. Chapter 88. The mech soldier never surrenders. Shen Jiayun and Li Shuima launched a combined offensive, their assaults intertwining to create a doubled impact. The ensuing barrage of falling rocks was more formidable than before. The mechs that ascended were all struck down, none escaping the wrath of their assault. Classmate B pleaded for mercy. I was wrong. Please, spare my side. He turned to the classmates behind him. Can you all refrain from making foolish remarks? I do not wish to be struck again. A massive boulder crashed down, jolting him violently. Another thud echoed, and he resigned. It's hopeless. We shall await rescue. Li Jihua and Feng Guang maintained their connection with Shen Jiayun and Li Shuima through their neural links. Previously, they had refrained from interrupting the frantic escape. However, the magnitude of the chaos compelled Li Jihua to inquire, what is happening over there? Have they caught up with you? He remembered the numerous mechs pursuing Shen Jiayun and Li Shuima, and his concern for their safety grew. If only he and Feng Guang had reacted more swiftly. They should have been with the entire team. Can you two hold your ground? Do you require our assistance? Feng Guang chimed in. Bah. Li Shuima spat out the nutrient bottle she had been chewing and exclaimed excitedly, no need. They are finished. All buried at the mountain's base. Though not as adept at calculations as Shen Jiayun, her movements were bold and decisive, causing an impressive number of rocks to fall. She struck horizontally, then vertically. The cries of her classmates intensified, fueling her fervor even more. She reveled in this fierce exchange. The shouts from below grew louder. Stop. We surrender. Fellow classmates. Cease your assault. We truly regret our actions. Please, no more. Even if you don't kill us, we will fail our exams. What benefit is that to you? Those who dare to pursue shall bear the consequences. Li Shuima continued her relentless strikes, undeterred. Shen Jiayun, observing Li Shuima's fervor, was taken aback. Was this truly the same languid Li Shuima from earlier? The transformation in her mech piloting was astonishing. She was even more ruthless. The spear in Shen Jiayun's grasp spun with great velocity as she surveyed the scene of her classmates trapped beneath the rubble. She estimated that they were incapacitated, buried under the weight of 2 mountains. Certainly, they would be unable to move. Moreover, considering Li Shuima's explosive energy output today, it was likely that her mech's power was nearly depleted. If they did not depart soon, they might have to halt and recharge, which would be a considerable waste of time. Shen Jiayun withdrew her spear and casually remarked to Li Shuima, let us depart. They are immobilized for the moment. We may leave. Is that all? We want to destroy their mechs completely? Li Shuima said, reluctant to relent. Shen Jiayun's lips twitched as she sighed. Your future is boundless. Beneath the weight of 2 mountains, the students were in a state of despair. Classmate C bellowed, don't leave. If you have the courage. Wait for us to come out and face you one-on-one. Classmate D chimed in. If you dare, reveal your name. I've never felt so humiliated. Classmate A, who had previously exuded confidence, lamented. The most unfortunate of all, Classmate B, trapped at the very bottom, cried out in distress, stop shouting. Those above, hurry and dig. I want to get out. A classmate at the top, feeling helpless, replied, we can't get out. I called for my teammates. They need to come and dig us out. I called for my teammates too. Call again. If you do, I will dig out all your energy blocks and ensure you all score 0. Shen Jiayun threatened them. Her words silenced everyone. That's more like it. You should have learned your lesson sooner. Why let your mechas turn into such a mess? Shen Jiayun nodded in satisfaction and immediately piloted her mecha to escape. They still had teammates. Staying was no longer an option. Her goal in this assessment was to mine as many ores as possible and earn money, not to squander time on these classmates. If they were content to score 0, she certainly did not want to miss out on treasures. Shen Jiayun's abrupt departure left Li Shuima momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure and followed suit. The classmates left beneath the stone sat in silence for a few minutes. Classmate A asked, can you let us go? His mecha had only lost a leg, but was still capable of mining. Classmate B lamented, I can't move. I've been immobilized. I've suffered a great loss. My mecha is both flat and pointed. Classmate C proposed, we won't seek revenge on you if you help us move the stones. I can offer you 2 energy blocks as protection money. Just let me go. Recognizing the situation, he attempted to negotiate with the silver black and red-green mecha. Although his mecha was merely flat, it was still operational. With 2 energy blocks missing, he believed he could still extract a few flame crystals. Alternatively, he could seize energy from others, as long as it secured his escape. However, after a lengthy pause, silence reigned. Classmate B exclaimed, has she left? Everyone, she has gone. My teammate is coming. My teammate said they would avenge me. Do you want to join? Avenge you? Weren't you just begging for mercy? A student hesitated in fear. Classmate A declared, orcs never submit, and a mecha pilot never surrenders. My earlier plea was merely a strategy. Even with just one leg, I will retaliate. 20 minutes later, Shen Xiaoyun and her hastily assembled team had long since regrouped. Under her guidance, they stumbled upon a geological rift. The temperature here was exceptionally high, with piles of red and black molten rock scattered about, and the ground was riddled with deep and shallow fissures. Flames of red and white sporadically erupted from the crevices. At this moment, Shen Xiaoyun and Li Shuama rested nearby, recounting the events that had transpired earlier. Upon hearing Shen Xiaoyun and Li Shuama's account of their maneuvers on the mountain path, Li Jihua was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape. You buried all the mechas that were pursuing you? Shen Xiaoyun shrugged helplessly. I told them not to chase, but they wouldn't listen. What could I do? I was merely following my instincts. Li Jihua's lips twitched, grateful that he was on the same team as her. Otherwise, he too would surely have been buried by Shen Xiaoyun. Feng Guang, stroking his chin, remarked, does that imply that even if we only unearth 2 pieces of blaze crystals, we might still rank at the forefront? A significant portion of the team has been buried within. If they cannot emerge, then there is no chance. Except for the few mechs at the very bottom which may be rendered unusable, some of the upper mechs can still be employed for mining. However, they will need to exert some effort to escape. Shen Xiaoyun is not that ruthless. If she were to do so, it would jeopardize the final examinations that the academy has prepared for an entire semester. She fears the repercussions from the instructors. After all, this is a school, and the purpose of the assessment is not to ensure total annihilation, but rather to awaken everyone to their true capabilities. Feng Guang lamented, what a pity. Thus, we must hasten to mine the blaze crystals. I was initially contemplating slacking off. Of course we must mine. 1 piece of blaze crystal is worth a considerable sum of star coins. Shen Xiaoyun could not resist rolling her eyes. Chapter 89, Profits Made. Feng Guang expressed his disdain. It's so hot here. It's not worth it to mine for such a paltry sum of star coins. Li Jihua chimed in. I am not in need of star coins. I am. Shen Xiaoyun's envious gaze fell upon the 2 mechs opposite them. So am I. Li Shuama vehemently countered. Feng Guang queried. Then how do we proceed with the mining? The total energy blocks we have combined would only suffice for 7 or 8 hours of mining. Wouldn't it? But do we really need to mine for that long? Shen Xiaoyun had already reprimanded a significant portion of the students, and Feng Guang's inclination to slack off kept resurfacing. 7 or 8 hours. My plan is to mine for 20 hours. Shen Xiaoyun regarded Feng Guang with disdain. Your energy blocks are insufficient. Feng Guang reminded her. With Shen Xiaoyun's S Class Mecha, even if she accounted for the energy blocks she had excavated, she could only manage around 15 hours. Moreover, her physical stamina also limited her ability to pilot the mech for that duration. Shen Xiaoyun, uninterested in explaining, retorted, less talk. More mining. The area she had specifically chosen was abundant in blaze crystals. She then proceeded to instruct them on how to locate the blaze crystals. These crystals are typically concealed within black ores, which are expelled from fissures. This locale had remained untouched for years, suggesting that beneath the surface lay a wealth of such ores. You need to identify these ores and shatter them. However, they possess considerable hardness, requiring you to invest some time. Shen Xiaoyun held aloft a stone, half a meter in width and height, darkened by a reddish hue. Suddenly, a circular saw emerged from her mech's crimson arm. How does your mech come equipped with a saw? Feng Guang inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Li Shuama also gazed thoughtfully at Shen Xiaoyun's mech wrist. Proudly, Shen Xiaoyun replied, this is my trusty tool. Just a few days ago, I equipped my mech with this multifunctional apparatus. I relied on it to extract others' energy blocks. In the future, it will also assist me in collecting discarded scraps. Is your mech's wrist rotation dependent on it as well? Li Shuama pressed for more information. Although they had been busy with the burial earlier, Li Shuama had not overlooked Shen Xiaoyun's final maneuver. It can be considered so. In fact, it was specifically to complement the versatile tool that she altered her wrist. Shen Xiaoyun remarked casually, regarding this modification as merely a trifling enhancement, unworthy of mention. At present, the foremost priority was to mine and accumulate star coins. Her hands danced swiftly over the control panel, the wrist of her red mech whirring with a circular saw. The sharp, jarring sounds echoed as the black stone was cleaved in two. Shen Xiaoyun continued to dismantle the remnants. At last, after reducing the stone to several fragments, she uncovered a crystal the size of half a fist, gleaming with a red luminescence, nestled within the obsidian rock. Regrettably, this stone contained only a single blazing crystal. Shen Xiaoyun meticulously sawed away the surrounding black stone before retrieving it. Is this truly a blazing crystal? How exquisite! Li Jihua exclaimed, his gaze fixed upon the gem. The two individuals beside him nodded in agreement. Shen Xiaoyun cast them a sidelong glance. Such illustrations were present in their textbooks. Clearly, they had not devoted adequate attention to their studies. We are not majoring in mech manufacturing. Who would scrutinize the details so meticulously? Li Jihua retorted confidently. Shen Xiaoyun shrugged nonchalantly. Whatever, I have grown accustomed to your ways. Just follow my method. Reflecting on Xia Xingyu, who had requested her to tutor him yesterday, she felt a sense of relief. Had she been the instructor, her classmates would likely have failed miserably. She was grateful that she never harbored aspirations of teaching. After observing Shen Xiaoyun's demonstration, the group felt reassured that, even without having perused the textbooks, they could succeed under the guidance of a high achiever like her. Feng Guang piloted his mech, selecting a similarly sized black stone. He placed it on the ground, then commanded the mech to form a fist and struck down with force. The stone sank deep into the viscous black magma. The ground is too soft. How can I hammer it? He exclaimed in bewilderment. Unyielding. He attempted to crush it with his hands, but it proved too hard to shatter. At a loss, he attracted the attention of Li Jihua, who had been observing his every move. Feng Guang, I have a solution. Bring the stone here. Feng Guang approached, holding the stone aloft. One hand raised with the stone while the other formed a fist beside it. Li Jihua continued to direct him. Shen Jiayun, intrigued, watched closely. Hey, your stone. But before she could finish her sentence, a tremendous sound erupted as Li Jihua and Feng Guang's mech struck their fists together. The stone cracked partially, black fragments erupting in a chaotic cascade. However, there was no blazing crystal to be found. It cracked. We must strike again, Li Jihua exclaimed, filled with excitement. Shen Jiayun quickly interjected. You must pulverize the stone in your hands. You won't find a blazing crystal that way. You've chosen the wrong stone. How could we have chosen incorrectly? The stones we found are clearly black as well. Feng Guang retorted, glancing towards Shen Jiayun. With a hint of pride, she explained, but you do not understand. Not all black is created equal. The type you possess is a dead black. The stones containing blazing crystals possess a hue of iron-brown black. This was a pattern she had discerned through extensive mining in her previous life. Most individuals would have likely overlooked it. Iron-brown black. Feng Guang shook his head, perplexed. Shen Jiayun, unbothered, chose not to elaborate further. She maneuvered the mecha, searching diligently, and finally discovered a piece of iron-brown black stone at a fisher's vent. She picked it up and tossed it to Feng Guang, instructing, you all should use this stone as a reference. At that moment, Li Shuemo suddenly pointed at a stone and exclaimed to Shen Jiayun, what if it's just a jumbled mass of black? What lies within? Shen Jiayun turned her gaze. Before her was a dazzling black stone, radiating iridescent hues. She exclaimed with delight, this is what we call the vibrant black. It may contain fossils of exotic beasts. Upon saying this, she piloted her mecha forward, cradling the stone with great care. As she held it, she noticed another one. Overjoyed, she picked it up, only to uncover two more beneath it. No, she was overwhelmed with excitement. This felt no different than finding a fortune. Chapter 90, Monsieur, Blind Box. The distinction was that she would never stumble upon currency, for the citizens of the Alliance 300 years hence preferred digital currency. Yet, she had unearthed a treasure. Don't rush. There are still many more here, Li Shuemo observed Shen Jiayun's fervor and stepped back a couple of paces. Beneath her feet, indeed, lay several more. Shen Jiayun excitedly patted Li Shuemo's mecha shoulder, exclaiming, I did not misjudge you. You truly are a treasure girl. Li Shuemo still struggled to comprehend Shen Jiayun's enthusiasm regarding the exotic beast fossils. Others approached, gazing at Shen Jiayun with curiosity. These vibrant black stones spewed forth from the fissures. Shen Jiayun indicated a nearby crack from which flames leapt 3 meters high. You understand the temperature here must be exceedingly high, correct? The remains of the exotic beasts preserved within have endured intense heat, yet they remain intact. Most of them are high-grade materials suitable for mecha construction. Li Shuemo nodded in understanding. This area, scattered with extensive fissures, had temperatures soaring above 70 degrees. And flames erupted sporadically, compelling everyone to remain within their mechas. Oh, Li Jihua nodded. What kind of exotic beast materials are found inside? I have no idea. Shen Jiayun replied casually, the circular saw on her mecha arm already buzzing with activity. She raised the saw, contemplating where to commence cutting. Oh, so it's just ordinary exotic beast materials. I thought it would be something more. Feng Guang shook his head, returning to his search for the blazing crystal. Shen Jiayun paused. Ordinary exotic beast materials? This could very well be high-grade exotic beast materials. Materials that can withstand extreme heat over the years are hardly trivial. 300 years ago, they were referred to as Monsieur. She continued, the name is derived from two meanings. One, a stone that shines like a dazzling treasure. And the other, a homophone for blind boxes, symbolizing surprise. Well, although I am not entirely familiar with blind boxes, just know that they contain randomly appearing treasures. That's what we seek, random surprises. As she spoke, a smile crept upon her lips. This name was coined by Shirqin. She wondered if anyone would remember it 3 centuries hence. Random surprises? Randomly drawn high-grade materials? Upon hearing this, Feng Guang, initially indifferent, promptly discarded the black stone he held and hurried towards Shen Jiayun and his mecha. Li Jihua also became excited. What treasures might lie within? Hurry and cut it open. Is there a chance it contains the bones of a jackal? I want the bones of a jackal. Forget the jackal bones. I desire the horn of a stone ox. If I obtain a stone ox horn, I could fit it into the fist of my mech. During battles, each punch would create a crater. Li Suimuo piloted her mech over, pushing aside Li Jihua's machine. No one could resist the allure of the mystery box, not even Li Jihua and Li Suimuo, who were oblivious to its nature. Shen Jiayun couldn't help but roll her eyes at the two. They were merely Mang stones, not your wishing well. It has already been stated that they are random surprises. That is precisely the charm of randomness. Meanwhile, in the Academy's conference hall, upon Shen Jiayun mentioning the name Mang Stone, the teachers and leaders expressed their confusion. Bai Jinsi turned to the instructor from the mech manufacturing department, seated to his left. What is a Mang Stone? Has anyone seen a Mang Stone? We have never encountered such a thing. Our materials are all uniform finished products, one teacher explained. Only mech mercenary teams that frequently undertake missions might come across such materials, another teacher added. At that moment, Yan Ziguan, sitting in the last row, stood up with excitement. It's a Mang Stone. I have long urged you all to read more. How can you not even know about Mang Stones? This is mentioned in Shen Jiayun's biography. If it weren't for the fact that everyone present was his colleague, Yan Ziguan would have scolded them for days on end. How can these people call themselves teachers when they can't even remember what is recorded in Shen Jiayun's biography? He wasn't even asking them to memorize it word for word. Ahem, how does Shen Jiayun's biography reference the Mang Stone? As an exemplary leader, Bai Jinsi remained magnanimous, choosing to overlook the teacher's mockery of his reading habits. There are almost 50 different versions of Shun Jiayan's biography. It's impossible to read them all. Who knows in which version the Mang Stone is mentioned? A teacher muttered quietly. Of course, Yan Ziguan didn't hear this remark. However, upon hearing Bai Yuan's inquiry about the contents of Shun Jiayan's biography, he immediately stood up. His eyes sparkled, his cheeks flushed, and with his hands behind his back, he passionately recited. In the 208th page of Interesting Anecdotes of Shun Jiayan, it states, "We traversed the mountain fire valley, waves of heat washing over us. Qian Liqing discovered a dazzling black stone the size of a person, unveiling a phenomenal treasure. Shigu, astonished, named it the Mang Stone. Shun Jiayan later fortuitously found a Mang Stone the size of a human head, but alas, it cracked. The treasure was lost. Heaven blesses the wise, yet also deprives them of fortune." Oh, so this recounts the tale of Shun Jiayan finding a treasure only to lose it. Why is such an event recorded as an anecdote rather than a misfortune? Bai Jinsi nodded in agreement. Yan Ziguan did not reply to Bai Jinsi. He merely gazed fervently at the stones displayed on the large screen. "Director, can we contact Shun Jiayan and the others to keep the Mang Stones? I will pay a high price for them." Bai Jinsi looked at him curiously. Why not just buy the materials directly? Yan Ziguan's face turned even redder. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "I merely wish to collect Mang Stones of the same kind as Shun Jiayan's." The other teachers exclaimed in unison. "Director, I want one too. They possess 4 pieces, just reserve one for me," exclaimed a certain mecha manufacturing instructor, raising his hand in a swift reaction. "Dean, aren't you interested in my prized cowbone armor? My request is modest. Merely grant me a chance to purchase a piece of the Mang Stone." Another instructor brazenly attempted to bribe. He cared not for the contents within. He was merely purchasing it for the fame of Shun Jiayan. Who could resist a piece of Mang Stone associated with Shun Jiayan? He intended to leave it intact, displaying it in his treasure chamber for daily admiration. "No, Dean. I clearly stated my intention to purchase first." Yan Ziguan stamped his foot in regret. Had he known so many would vie for it, he would have discreetly contacted the students after their assessment. Why did he have to announce it prematurely? He glared at his colleagues, exclaiming in frustration, "Do not compete with me." The other instructors turned away. Who wouldn't he desire a piece associated with Shun Jiayan? Chapter 91. Shun Jiayan's style. By Jinshu shook his head with a sigh, lamenting, "This cannot be. Our assessment rules stipulate that anything collected by students during the assessment belongs to them, unless a student faces a life-threatening situation. The assessment instructors are not permitted to intervene or impede their actions." After voicing this, Bai Jinshu felt a pang of regret himself. He yearned for the Mang Stone associated with Shun Jiayan. The surrounding instructors echoed his sentiments. How we wish to alter the rules. Meanwhile, in the operations hall, an instructor had just spent 50 million on the platform to purchase promotional traffic half an hour prior. Following the dean's suggestion to attract an audience to witness the student's assessment, he sat counting down the time. The platform manager had told him that his purchase was too rushed and that the promotional effects would only manifest after an hour and a half. Thus, he had to wait another hour. Just then, his assistant Xiao Lu exclaimed excitedly, "Team leader, the viewership in the Academy's live stream has suddenly tripled." Wasn't it supposed to take an hour to show results? The operations instructor looked over in confusion. "No, it's the Mang Stone. Our Academy's students have unearthed the Mang Stone," Xiao Lu said, brimming with excitement. "Mang Stone? What is that?" The operations instructor was even more puzzled. Xiao Lu stamped his foot, urging, "You must come see for yourself. I don't have time to explain. I just modified the live stream's title, and the audience has surged. I need to arrange for everyone to update the titles." Xiao Lu hurried off. The operations instructor immediately took the seat he vacated. He then witnessed the live stream, which had only 1,000 viewers moments ago, now boasting 3,000. He thought he was seeing things, blinking. He opened his eyes again to find 10,000 viewers tuning in. He glanced at the live stream's title. Shock. "I found a Mang Stone akin to Shun Jiayan's live stone opening. What is Shun Jiayan's Mang Stone? I must see." Upon seeing the name Shun Jiayan, the operations instructor felt a surge of anticipation, completely forgetting to investigate the reason for the spike in viewership. In truth, it was not just the operations instructor. All viewers entering the live stream were drawn by the allure of Shun Jiayan's name. The audience watched the students beside several stones in the live stream, flooding the chat with comments. Is this the Mang Stone recorded in Shun Jiayan's series? Are there truly treasures within? Who can attest to whether this is genuine Mangshi or merely a random stone for the sake of spectacle? Not long ago, someone conducted a live stream claiming to hunt exotic beasts from the depths of the ocean, only to reveal it was merely a pond for fish farming, deceiving the audience. I may not understand the essence of Mangshi, but the mere sight of the name Shun Jiayan draws me in. What exactly is Mangshi? Is there a kind-hearted soul who could enlighten us? Mangshi, sourced from page 208 of the Amusing Anecdotes of Shun Jiayan. Oh, this live stream is actually an assessment broadcast from the First Academy of the Alliance. It's laughable, while the Imperial Academy showcases combat. The First Academy is focused on stone unveiling, such a stark contrast. Dear host, if this stone truly contains treasures, could you refrain from revealing all of it? I am a devoted fan of Shun Jiayan and wish to acquire a piece of the same Mangshi for my collection. Would you be willing to part with it? Do you wish to unveil the Mangshi? Regardless of its authenticity, I want to call my friends over to witness this. As Shun Jiayan circled the Mangshi, she suddenly sneezed. Looking up in confusion, she pondered if someone was speaking ill of her. But who cares about that? She had been circling this stone for several minutes. Let us cut it open and see what treasures lie within. Li Zhihua moved to another side, nearly eager to assist Shun Jiayan in unveiling the stone himself. Shen Xiaoyun awkwardly touched her nose. It wasn't that she was unwilling. Rather, she was reminded of her only unfortunate experience with Monsieur. She recalled the scene of the high-grade beast shell she had shattered, scattering its remnants about. She blinked, hesitatingly stating, I do want to unveil it. But I'm uncertain from which angle to begin. I fear damaging what lies inside. As you know, some high-grade materials may withstand fire. Yet their texture is soft and can be easily ruined. How about you give it a try? Feng Guang declined, saying, you can handle it. Our mechs lack the tools and cannot manage this. Li Zhihua suggested, if you're worried about damaging the contents, you could gradually grind it from the edges. Li Shuama waved her hand dismissively, insisting, no grinding, just cut it. There are plenty more Monsieur below. Cut without hesitation. We can manage. She despised complications and preferred Shen Xiaoyun not to take ages grinding it down. If it breaks, we can simply dig for more. Isn't that a bit excessive? Monsieur is quite precious. Shen Xiaoyun couldn't help but rotate the Monsieur once more in her mech, observing its texture, hue, and radiance. This is truly a precious Monsieur. I'm so touched that Li Shuama is willing to let me indulge. If you don't cut it, we'll smash it. Li Shuama contemplated how to forcibly unveil the stone. Meanwhile, a multitude of teachers and viewers on StarNet felt their hearts seize in anxiety. Everyone hoped someone would swiftly intervene to stop these students from recklessly unveiling the stone. The teachers understood they could only observe, but the StarNet audience was unaware, flooding the comments with messages. I'll send you gifts. Quickly stop her. Just stop her, and we'll shower you with gifts. Is this rare Monsieur truly being treated in such a manner? Are these students lacking in knowledge? Oh no, they are aware that it is a mango stone. Yet they seem indifferent. Good heavens. 1,000,000 star coins, sell it to me. Don't jest. Is there no adult to restrain them? These unruly children are unbearable. Unfortunately, Shen Xiaoyun is oblivious to the comments on StarNet. Having received authorization from her teammates, she is poised to seize the mango stone. I can hardly believe that one day I would be able to operate a mango stone like this. Shen Xiaoyun's hand trembled as it rested on the control panel. Reflecting on 3 centuries ago, when a team would take 10 days to find just 2 mango stones, and listening to Li Shuama's words, Shen Xiaoyun raised the circular saw, hesitating slightly. 300 years ago, she was indeed unfortunate. No, 3 centuries ago she was unlucky, but now she has the fortune of a European king. She steadied her eager hand and excitedly said to Li Shuama, how about you draw me a line, and I'll cut along it. Li Shuama, puzzled, thought it was just a matter of cutting a stone, but nevertheless casually suggested, let us cut a circle around that recessed point on the left. I shall begin now. Once a decision is made, there is no turning back. Shen Xiaoyun chanted repeatedly as she raised the circular saw and plunged it in. After a few cuts, a piece of waste stone fell away, revealing a pristine, glossy cross-section of material. The incision grazed the material perfectly. Shen Xiaoyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness she consulted Li Shuama. Had she followed her initial inclination, the material would surely have been severed. White stone, Li Shuama remarked with disappointment. The stone-clad stone doesn't seem to be a problem either. Li Zhihua muttered to himself. After all, some stones can withstand high temperatures. Cut. This mango stone is rather mediocre. It's all about luck. Feng Guang shook his head, opting instead to gather some blazing crystals, which seemed more reliable. You 3 underachievers. Where have you all reached in your textbooks? This is Griffin Ivory, Shen Xiaoyun exclaimed, banging her hands on the control panel. Ah, the Griffin Ivory that can create supercapacitors. A legendary material. Li Zhihua exclaimed with excitement. Yes, it can be used to produce a capacitive energy storage device. Devices made from it exhibit high energy, efficient energy output, and rapid energy conversion. In short, if your energy storage device is made from it, what would typically last an hour could sustain itself for at least an hour and a half. Shen Xiaoyun felt that Li Zhihua still had hope. At least he recognized Griffin Ivory. 3 centuries ago, her greatest dilemma was how to manufacture energy sources capable of powering colossal mechas for several hours. Even now, the quest for high-capacity energy devices continues unabated. 300 years ago, Shen Xiaoyun had experimented with numerous materials, including Griffin Ivory. It was an excellent material, but alas, Griffins are formidable and exceedingly rare. They were beyond their reach, and Griffin Ivory lacked widespread availability. Now, however, she had this substantial piece at her disposal, sufficient to create capacitive energy storage devices for at least 2 mechas. No mech engineer could possibly resist such exquisite materials. Shen Xiaoyun squinted her eyes in bliss. Knowing what the material was, she could envision extracting it intact from the solid stone, even with her eyes closed. Li Zhihua nodded, remarking, it seems this material has long since vanished. The Griffin elephant was declared extinct 2 centuries ago. With it, could we enlist a master mech engineer to create an SS-level mech? A heavy-duty mech? Li Shuama suddenly interjected. Feng Guang responded without hesitation, that is certainly not feasible. SS-level mech masters are hardly in want of such materials. An SS-level mech is far beyond our reach. If you were a student at Angolo Academy and brought forth several materials of equal caliber, along with ample funds, you might have a chance of engaging a master to construct a mech. But give up on the SS-level mech. An S-level mech is still a possibility. Li Zhihua jabbed at Li Shuama's chest. Just wait for me. Give me a few years, and I will assist you in crafting it. Shen Xiaoyun held the curved, pristine ivory, gazing at it with rapture. What need do we have for an SS-level master when there is a mech elder right beside us? Let us keep it. Once I have absorbed all the knowledge from the future, I shall endeavor to create that SS mech. It seems the task of becoming an assistant to Han Wei must be expedited, while crafting an SS-level mech may still be a distant dream. Producing an S-level mech is within reach. Li Shuama dismissed Shen Xiaoyun's words, believing her to be jesting. She could hardly imagine being able to manufacture a D-level mech. let alone Shen Jiayun's audacious ambition of creating an SS mech. Thus, she assumed Shen Jiayun merely desired the materials. However, according to the assessment regulations, materials encountered by students during evaluations belong to them personally. Although these luminous stones were all discovered by her, it was Shen Jiayun who ultimately recognized their value. Therefore, these materials were already half Shen Jiayun's. Fine, I shall give you half of the materials, she said, tossing another luminous stone towards Shen Jiayun. Knowledge is power, indeed. Knowledge is treasure. Shen Jiayun set down the ivory, reminding her, ensure to preserve it intact for the academy. It requires special agents for maintenance to be utilized. Keep the other half for me as well. I will assist you in crafting a mech. Helping Li Shuama construct a mech would serve as her gratitude for the fortune this encounter had brought her. All right, Li Shuama replied casually, her mind already calculating the worth of these high-grade materials. She was quite impoverished. It might take her a decade to save enough to afford an SS-level mech. Shen Jiayun picked up the luminous stone that Li Shuama had tossed and urged, hurry, draw the lines and see how to cut it. Seeing the two divide the materials, Li Jihua and Feng Guang suddenly realized that materials were not to be shared simply based on sight. Li Jihua exclaimed, stop looking. The materials are not for us. We must hurry to find more. Let us go, let us go. Ah, wait, don't we also need to find the blazing crystal? Feng Guang paused, recalling that they were still in the midst of their assessment. No delay, no delay. Let us search for both types of stones together. Shen Jiayun operated the mech to cut the luminous stone. As the circular saw word, it astonishingly revealed yet another piece of rare material from a fantastical beast. From a distance, Li Jihua, who was sifting through stones, inquired eagerly, what is this? It's the black mantis bone blade, exclaimed Shen Jiayun, her excitement palpable. I can't believe we managed to obtain a complete pair. When infused into a weapon, it can sever the electromagnetic sensors of mechs. You take one, and I'll take the other, Li Shueming declared, swiftly collecting 4 additional shards of luminous stone. She maneuvered the mech in a circle, casually etching a circle on each stone with her long blade. Shen Jiayun nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Another high-grade material acquired. I can't wait to construct a mech. She was nearly tempted to pull out her holographic brain and draft the mech schematics right then, utilizing both materials she had gathered. However, that would have to wait as she was still in the midst of treasure hunting. Not far off, Feng Guang's eyes were ablaze with frustration. He muttered incessantly, why can't I find anything? Why is it that Li Shueming can just turn a couple of times and discover treasures? I've even found a piece of blazing crystal. Yet not a single shard of luminous stone. Li Jihua echoed his distress. As Shen Jiayun meticulously polished the excess stone from the black mantis bone blade, she reassured. I told you, these things are exceedingly rare. Li Shueming's luck is an anomaly. I will share half of all the luminous stones I collect today with you. Li Shueming repeated her earlier actions, tossing all the stones marked for cutting to Shen Jiayun. Chapter 93, Don't get distracted by treasure hunting. Then you continue searching. I'll just sit here and help you break the stones. Shen Jiayun had lost interest in the modestly valuable blazing crystal. Her sole objective today was to bask in the fortuitous aura of the lucky one. The high-grade materials she amassed would all be employed for crafting superior mechs. All right, Li Shueming replied, turning to excavate the luminous stones she had spotted buried underground. The joy shared by the two of them sent Li Jihua and Feng Guang into a frenzied scurry, akin to panicked mice. Ah, luminous stones, come forth. The excitement was not just confined to them. The audience watching their assessment was equally captivated, inundating the screen with comments. Ah, the black mantis bone blade. I desire it. There are 2 more luminous stones. Don't break them. Let me have a turn. I'm drooling with envy over these luminous stones that are worthy of being recorded in Shen Jiayun's biography. How exhilarating and unpredictable. Guess what kind of beast material will be revealed next? If it's a scale-type material, I would pay a premium for it. Interestingly, this student named Shen Jiayun shares the same name as the founder of mechs. Truly, another case of parents hoping for a phoenix to rise from their daughter. Indeed. I also have a classmate named Shen Jiayun, but we study nutrition. Li Shueming's luck is quite enviable. Ah, another piece of Pingyu crystal. My goodness, oh my. Luminous stones. Just like those of Shen Jiayun. I want them. Does anyone know where the assessment site of the students from the First Academy of the Alliance is located? I will purchase a spaceship ticket immediately. I adore this assessment format. It feels just like a treasure hunt. The supervising teacher, witnessing the ever-increasing excitement of the audience, was utterly thrilled. However, it is not as it seems. The dean proclaimed that the purpose of the live broadcast was to showcase the prowess of the students from the Alliance's First Academy, aiming to entice more individuals to apply. Yet, it appears that the audience is solely captivated by the allure of unboxing. Meanwhile, the students inside seem preoccupied with their boxes, seemingly oblivious to the ongoing assessments. Are they truly intent on failing? Never mind, it is not his concern. He rubbed his nose and typed out a line. Outsiders are prohibited from entering the assessment site of the Alliance's First Academy, as it is governed by the Border Star Military District. This is a privilege exclusive to the students of the Alliance's First Academy. We welcome all to apply. Is there truly no one concerned about the assessments? Except for Shen Jiayun's team, it seems all other students are diligently striving for success. While Shen Jiayun and her companions are mining, the first-year students are busy excavating their teammates. At this moment, the path strewn with mechas has transformed into a mountain. Everyone is embodying the spirit of perseverance akin to the legendary foolish old man who moved mountains. A student, having broken a leg of their mecha, shouted robustly, "Let us help one another, camaraderie first, assessment second. Together, we shall rescue our comrades." A recently unearthed student exclaimed in excitement, "Wonderful. My mecha has only a flattened head. It is still operational." Next to him, Another student gazed at the dented head of his mecha and couldn't help but admire his optimistic spirit. United in purpose, they could indeed move mountains. You dig the earth. I'll extract the stones. Let us rescue our teammates and achieve full marks. Buried beneath the rubble, Student B racked his brain to encourage his peers. He feared that if everyone left, he would be left alone, entombed for over 20 hours. In response to his own words, he maneuvered his mecha, extending an arm to shift a nearby boulder. However, his movement caused a tremor, sending classmates tumbling and sinking, erupting in a chorus of exclamations and grievances. Don't move. Don't move. Who's messing around down there? I beg you, please remain still. Is that a monkey sent by the clowns below? My leg just got stuck again. My mecha's rear, it's going to burst. For heaven's sake, don't harm your own. Help me, save me. Just as the excavation was finally showing signs of progress, they found themselves back at square one. The student with the broken mecha leg shouted towards a classmate by a gray mecha. Lu Wenjong, what are you doing over there? Even if your mecha is out of commission, you still have hands. You are the culprit. Had you not attacked us, we would not be buried here. We should have long been off to seek fiery crystals for points. Another student, with a crooked mecha head, joined in. Indeed, Lu Wenjong. Your teammates are trapped beneath the rubble for your sake, and you show no concern for them. Having spoken, he adjusted his mecha, realigning its head that was about to slide off his shoulder back onto its rightful place. He is in dire need of a mecha engineer to repair his machine. However, his situation is relatively fortunate compared to others. Beside him, many of his classmates' mechs were missing limbs and appeared quite battered, rendering their condition hardly significant. Lu Wenjong, shouted at by the crowd, remained silent. Leaning against his gray mech, he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, murmuring to himself, which mech belongs to Shin Jiayan? A D-class mech should be rather weak. Which one is the weakest? Am I the weakest? No, I must shake that thought away. I'm not weak. Why can't I find it? Why? Why is there a total of 6 Shin Jiayan? A classmate with a crooked mech head could not help but roll his eyes, exclaiming, what do you need Shin Jiayan for? You should be looking for that silver black red green mech. Instead of pondering Shin Jiayan, why not help us identify the owner of the silver black red green mech? Indeed, we must uncover that troublesome mech. It has caused me great distress, shouted classmate B, who was buried beneath the rubble. Another classmate, whose mech had lost a leg, chimed in, I've never encountered someone so infuriating. They deliberately led us into a trap and buried a whole bunch of us. In pursuit of reaching a word count of 200,000, I rose early to write. Once this chapter is posted, it will complete the 200,000 words. I appreciate the support from all my readers. Thank you for your reviews, gifts, and suggestions for the book title. I humbly request another wave of reviews to see if this book can make a remarkable comeback. Today as 4,000 words are complete. Chapter 94. Mutual Assistance. Walking Together. So, who is the silver black red green mech? Here is an idea. I will call out names, and those who are mentioned must respond. Anyone not in the same pit today will be my enemy from now on. Despite the crooked head of the classmate, his mind remained intact. And though his idea was somewhat foolish, it proved to be somewhat effective. The others, growing increasingly agitated, began to rally around this silly proposal. Name call. I support this. Those with teammates should claim them. Those unclaimed will also be my enemies. I shall be lifelong adversaries with the silver black red green mech. We must identify this troublesome entity. The response was overwhelming. Since they were stuck for the moment, some even took up the assessment list to begin calling out names. Zhang Bing. Are all members of Team A3 present? My teammate and I are still buried. Su Wei. Are you here? Any teammates? Yes, I'm here digging. My teammates are all trapped beneath. Everyone, hurry and dig. The list was only at Team A4 when suddenly a classmate shouted, everyone, look, the assessment leaderboard has refreshed. Team A6 has found all the flame crystals. Team A6, Shin Jiayan is in Team A6. It must be Shin Jiayan. The silver black red green mech has to be Shin Jiayan. Lu Wenjong, still gazing at the sky, seemed to be triggered by this information concerning Shin Jiayan. Though somewhat annoyed with Lu Wenjong, the student calling out names leaped to Team A6. Is Shin Jiayan present? No response. Is Feng Guang from A6 here? Li Xuemo? Li Jihua? Others, feigning diligence, began to call out the names of Team A6 members as well. Li Jihua was originally a member of our A8 team, but due to his insufficient academic performance, we are unable to accept him for the time being. Is there not a single response? That cannot be right. The moment we entered, it was Shin Jiayan and Lu Wenjong who clashed. The truth is, when there is no one, there is simply no one. No amount of shouting will summon anyone. Just then, Lu Wenjong exclaimed. Feng Guang's points have increased. He has also found a flame crystal. It is her. It is indeed her. It is Shin Jiayan. The silver black red green mech does not belong to Shin Jiayan, but to her teammate. A classmate interjected. Li Jihua's mech is black. The silver black red green mech should not be his. Another classmate added. Li Xuanyuo's mech is white. Now, with their entire team absent, could Lu Wenjong truly have lost his mind? Is the silver black red green mech truly Shin Jiayan's? That seems implausible, does it not? Shin Jiayan usually struggles to pilot a mech for an extended duration. Some classmates still doubt it. The other students, united in their animosity, began to shout in unison. That must be Feng Guang's. Feng Guang, I harbor an irreconcilable feud with you. Feng Guang's points have increased again. It must be Feng Guang. Feng Guang is known for his cunning strategies and his penchant for repainting mechs. No, it must be Shin Jiayan. I swear by my reputation. Lu Wenjong shook his head vigorously, attempting to alter everyone's perception. The distracted crowd raised their hands in rebuttal. No, you have no reputation here. We cannot trust you. It is definitely Feng Guang. Yes, let us confront Feng Guang and reclaim our flame crystals. I may have a broken leg, but I can still crawl. I will make my way over there. That may not be necessary. Those with broken legs should stick to mining. Those with broken right and left legs supported each other, uniting as one, helping one another to continue on their way. Perhaps due to their shared examination venue with Shun Xiaoyun, the uninformed livestream audience could not help but inquire about the situation. Isn't this a team assessment? Why are so many people gathered here? Such a large group collaborating to mine. Isn't this unfair to Team A6? Are the members of Team A6 being bullied? No, they are mining for people. You must not have seen the earlier assessment. This is too funny. Team A6, bullying us. Sorry, wasn't that last avalanche sufficient? Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Currently, only Team A6 has found the flame crystals. Haha, friends, I recommend you take some time to watch the recorded assessment earlier. Anyone with the name Shun Xiaoyun is extraordinary. Meanwhile, the members of Team A6, mentioned by the crowd, were diligently mining. Achoo, achoo. Shun Xiaoyun helped Feng Guang extract a piece of flame crystal, unable to suppress a sneeze. In that brief moment, she had opened 3 pieces of manga stones. Having opened so many stones in succession, her remarkable technique had captivated both Feng Guang and Li Jihua. To enhance their collective efficiency and conserve energy, they agreed to let her open all the stones they had temporarily mined. They only needed the points. After exiting, all the ores would belong to Shun Xiaoyun. Unable to refuse the allure of star coins, she tearfully accepted this transaction, as it was merely a matter of 2 strikes. Thus, Shun Xiaoyun, while searching for the gaps in the ore, adeptly assisted in cutting the blazing crystals. With a swift motion, she severed 2 pieces of the fiery gem. Suddenly, she sneezed. How peculiar, she mused aloud. Why do I keep sneezing? Am I catching a cold? Impossible. Achoo, achoo. At that moment, not far away, Li Shuama, cradling a piece of mango stone, also began to sneeze. Achoo, 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 achoo. After Li Jihua finished sneezing, Feng Guang followed suit. Achoo, could it be that the air here is toxic? Feng Guang operated his long knife to dig a pit. It seemed he had discovered a cluster of blazing crystals, and further excavation revealed several more. Let us hasten to finish digging here and move to another location. Li Jihua piloted his mech, surveying the surroundings. Damn it. I found several pieces of blazing crystal, yet not a single mango stone. Is my face truly that dark? Shun Xiaoyun glanced around and remarked. Changing locations is indeed somewhat difficult. There should still be some blazing crystals buried beneath. If only we had more hands. Feng Guang, operating his mech, lifted a stone for inspection. Neither mango stone nor blazing crystal, he declared, tossing it aside. Shun Xiaoyun nodded in agreement, lamenting, what a pity. I shouldn't have buried so many classmates in the mountain. Otherwise, I could have lured a few over to assist in mining. She had already envisioned that with more people, she could reap greater rewards from the extracted minerals. A pang of regret washed over her. Who would have thought her luck would be so fortuitous? Stumbling upon such a resource-rich rift? Dig, she urged. Have you not seen the assessment leaderboard? Our team is currently in first place. We are far ahead. Li Jihua kept a vigilant eye on the rankings, and as soon as they updated, he quickly checked. Being first place still required effort. It was indeed a sweet dilemma. Shun Xiaoyun maneuvered her mech, gazing at the rift where flames danced. Chapter 95. Who will claim the first place? For the ensuing hours, Shun Xiaoyun and her companions remained in the rift, diligently mining. Each piece of blazing crystal unearthed earned them a point, and the 4 of them watched their scores soar. After an hour and a half, Team A6 had amassed 63 blazing crystals. Li Jihua discovered 16, Feng Guang 18, and Shun Xiaoyun 19. Although Shuama only found 10 blazing crystals, she had unearthed 8 mango stones. Among the others, only Feng Guang had managed to find a single mango stone. Regardless, Shun Xiaoyun had completely relinquished her pursuit of mango stones. She felt quite content. All her luck today stemmed from teaming up with Li Shuama. The biological materials she received from Shuama alone brought a smile to her face. At this moment, Shun Xiaoyun expressed her utmost concern for Li Shuama. Shuama, is your mech's energy sufficient? If not, I can spare you an energy block. Shun Xiaoyun, somewhat distracted, operated her mech, wielding a large black shovel to dig into the ground. They had thoroughly explored the surface of this area, and the only remaining unturned stones were the buried, blazing crystals below. Among her comrades armed with weapons, her tool was undoubtedly of a superior caliber. Otherwise, she would not have outperformed her peers, extracting more than anyone else. However, despite the quality of her equipment, the pit she was excavating had reached a depth of 5 meters without yielding any flame crystals. Beside her lay a dozen equally deep pits. Unable to contain himself, Feng Guang exclaimed, "This is outrageous. We've all gone out to replace our energy blocks. You've had a skirmish with your energy supply, yet you haven't changed yours at all. Indeed, your tools may be superior, but how is it that your mech's energy lasts so much longer? If you find your energy blocks excessive, feel free to share." Li Jihua chimed in, eyeing her enviously. Shun Xiaoyun replied coolly, "Oh please, this is none of your concern. I was speaking to Li Shuamao. Since we cannot locate the Mang Stone, utilizing so many energy blocks would be wasteful." Upon hearing this, Li Jihua and the others fell silent. Some individuals, when ruthless, even disdain their own interests. What could they possibly say? They couldn't even scold her for being mercenary. Enough. Li Shuamao maneuvered her mech around. Suddenly, her mech stumbled, nearly toppling over. As she deftly reversed, she noticed that the stone she had been standing on had cracked, revealing 2 pieces of red-black stone beneath. Flame crystals must be nestled within. Shun Xiaoyun, accustomed to Li Shuamao's brevity, continued, "Shuamao, would you care for some nutrient solution? I have a rare fruit-flavored one in my collection. If you need anything, feel free to ask." "No, thank you." Li Shuamao instinctively declined, but then recalled the 2 newly discovered red-black stones and contemplated asking Shun Xiaoyun for assistance in cutting them. Before she could speak, Shun Jiayan interjected. I have a favor to ask. Xiaomao, could you point me to a location where flame crystals are abundant? I wish to change my pit for excavation. Shun Jiayan felt that her current pit was not promising. Having dug so deep, she still hadn't found a single flame crystal. Li Xiaomao coughed. And Li Jihua choked on his own saliva. Ha! Feng Guang was amused by Shun Jiayan's relentless determination. Come over here. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaomao invited Shun Jiayan to join her in mining. She had spotted a location that appeared to have, or as well. Shun Jiayan piloted her mech over, raising her shovel with fervor. Oh my, one scoop yields a flame crystal. Goodness, there's another one below. Shun Jiayan excitedly excavated, exuberantly shouting as if she had stumbled into a field of ripe melons. Li Jihua's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiaomao, would you like a citrus-flavored nutrient solution? Xiaomao, how about a fried skewer flavor? Feng Guang mirrored his enthusiasm. Ugh, you come to my side. You go to his left. Li Xiaomao sighed, shifting locations. The group resumed their eager digging, when suddenly, Shun Jiayan glanced towards the entrance, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. Look, there's an adorable little mouse. She stowed her shovel away. The A6 squad's score had already soared, and now it was skyrocketing, igniting envy in the eyes of the other students. Captain Zhang Bing of Team A10 gazed at the leaderboard with a furrowed brow. As the captain, he had been trapped in a mountain path at the onset of the assessment due to his involvement in seizing energy. After his teammates extricated him from the rugged terrain, his mecha helmet hung askew around his neck. Fortunately, his dependable teammates understood his predicament and allowed him to wait while they scattered to search for mining sites. They planned to excavate together once one of them located a mineral deposit. However, it seemed that luck was not on their side, as none of his teammates had yet found any, leaving Team A10 with a score of 0. The only source of solace for him was that, among the many teams with no points, Team A10 was not an anomaly. Suddenly, his light brain vibrated with a series of notifications. It was a message from teammate Wei Changyan. Could it be that they had found a mineral deposit? Zhang Bing eagerly switched to the message interface. Captain, I have found a mineral deposit. No, wait, I've located the silver black red green mecha. It belongs to Feng Guang, and he is alone. Their captain possessed a unique method for locating blazing crystals. The team had dispersed, with each member occupying a separate mining area. Feng Guang was currently isolated in a ravine teeming with blazing crystals. Captain, hurry. I will send you the coordinates. Come quickly. We must capture him together. As Zhang Bing read each message, his eyes reddened with determination. They had been correct. Feng Guang indeed piloted the silver black red green mecha. That treacherous scoundrel. He was typically unbeatable. And without the advantage of the mountainous terrain, it would have been impossible to entrap him. Now, however, his teammate had found Feng Guang. Zhang Bing yearned for vengeance. He would seize all of Feng Guang's blazing crystals. After claiming Feng Guang's bounty, he would take everything from Team A6 as well. The top position rightfully belonged to Team A10. Meanwhile, Wei Changyan, with his dyed yellow hair, trembled in fear, clutching his head as he stared at the 4 individuals before him. Can you let me go? I followed all your instructions. Chapter 96. Please welcome the scam team AAA6. Shun Jiayan patted Wei Changyan on the shoulder. Do not speak like that. It makes us sound like robbers. Li Jihua chimed in. If we send these messages, will his teammates really come? Isn't this a bit too obvious for a scam? Both Feng Guang and Li Xiaomao gazed at Shun Jiayan in astonishment, somewhat admiring her audacity. They simultaneously shook their heads at Li Jihua's remark. The two disregarded Shun Jiayan's words, as they had just swindled 2 energy blocks from Wei Changyan and could not muster the same boldness as she did. They instinctively took a step back from her. Now that they had all disembarked from their mechas, they huddled behind a cooler rock, observing their reactions. Shun Jiayan defiantly stepped on a nearby stone, raising her chin toward her 3 teammates. What? Is there something wrong with what I said? Look at him. Li Jihua wisely refrained from responding to her words, instead diverting the blame towards Wei Changyan, the lowest-ranking member of Team A10. At that moment, Wei Changyan gazed at Shun Jiayan with a bewildered and shocked expression, resembling a pitiful little flower. He could not comprehend why, despite his caution, he had still fallen into the clutches of Team A6. He had embarked on a mission to locate the blazing crystal ore. However, he was utterly ignorant of where the blazing crystals resided. In summary, he had merely set out on the assigned task, with the team languishing at a score of 0. He had failed to find the blazing crystals, but just when despair began to engulf him, he unexpectedly spotted the silver black red green mech. The very mech that had harmed the captain, yet now possessed a trove of blazing crystals. He erupted into laughter within the mech, marveling at the twists of fate. Elated and exhilarated, he turned to run, intent on rallying the captain to encircle Team A6. Yet, before he could take more than a few strides, the silver black red green mech detected him and, in mere moments, dispatched him to the ground with a sweeping kick followed by a barrage of punches. He was coerced into divulging all the information he had acquired since participating in the assessment, surrendered 2 energy blocks, and was compelled to send the captain agonizing messages. Oh, this was hardly a path without despair. It was a relentless push towards ruin, as if to ensure he would be utterly lost. And now, that very demon who had imposed such tormenting demands could still utter such words. Oh heavens, oh earth, he would not participate in this assessment. Yet no, he still wished to partake. The captain would surely understand him. Yes, as long as the captain arrived and found himself in the same predicament, he would certainly grasp the rationale behind his actions. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Wei Changyan defiantly turned to Shun Jiayan and asked, "What more do you expect of me?" He urged her to craft 2 more messages that would resonate with Zhang Bing's grandiose nature, evoking his deepest desires and calling him forth. The content, of course, could be tailored to their usual style. Naturally, if you have any skilled friends, they are more than welcome to join us. Responding to Wei Changyan was Feng Guang. He reflected briefly and felt that his earlier hasty message had been too fervent. While he understood Zhang Bing, he considered Wei Changyan to possess a deeper understanding. Thus, it was imperative for Wei Changyan to take the lead. Yes, indeed, let us proceed as Feng Guang suggested. This is a bait-and-catch operation. You certainly know how to put others in a bind, Feng Guang. Shen Jiayun gazed at Feng Guang with a look of awe, feeling as though she was meeting this young man for the first time. What a remarkable fellow. The more she observed him, the more intriguing he became. Previously taciturn, it had all been a facade. She had merely proposed the bait-and-catch strategy, yet following Feng Guang's discourse, their team A6 had evolved into a notorious scam syndicate. Feng Guang took a step back, distancing himself from Shen Jiayun. He sensed that his heart was not as dark as hers. At the very least, he had not initially conceived the idea of luring classmates to work as minors for them. However, Shen Jiayun spoke the truth. These individuals would not approach unless motivated by a desire to seize what belongs to others. Those who yearn to rob should not be surprised when they themselves fall victim to theft. These avaricious souls must endure a tempestuous experience akin to being robbed before they can truly reform. Thus, he is unperturbed by the notion of assisting more classmates in their moral transformation. May the world be filled solely with purity and light. Li Xiuma has already leaned against a stone, resting with closed eyes, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Li Jihua gazes at them with an innocent and naive expression. He feels unworthy of his position as captain. Receiving a command, Wei Changyan promptly retrieves his holographic device and begins to type without hesitation. Captain, hurry. I have captured Feng Guang. He refuses to yield the flame crystal. Captain, what should I do? I can't bring myself to force him to hand over the flame crystal. After all, we are all classmates. Captain, I truly need your guidance. I do not harbor such animosity towards the silver black and red-green mechas. I cannot bear to be harsh. Immediately, Zhang Bing responds. Hold on, you are incredible. I am rushing over. Stop sending messages and focus on getting here. Goodness, you were asked to send 2 messages. Yet you sent 3. Shen Jiayun could not resist patting Wei Changyan on the shoulder again. Wei Changyan flinches. He simply cannot help himself. He understands the captain all too well. Shen Jiayun straightens his posture and warmly reassures him. Fear not. I was praising your actions. What you are doing will lead your A10 team towards a luminous future. Given my appreciation for talent, I pondered that it would not be right for you to leave with a score of 0. Therefore, if you manage to extract 5 pieces of flame crystal, 1 will rightfully belong to you. You must strive diligently. Without my guidance, you might not even recognize the flame crystal after making a full circle, and you could very well end up with a score of 0. Is that truly the case? Wei Changyan inquires skeptically. Look, so many teams have ended up with a score of 0. Wouldn't you agree that the likelihood of what I say is significant? Shen Jiayun confidently gestures towards the refreshed assessment leaderboard. Indeed, my actions are justified. Perhaps to appease his own conscience, Wei Changyan nods more earnestly, affirming, yes. I am striving for the bright future of Team A10. Therefore, rally more people. Trust in me. You all will have a radiant future. Shen Jiayun continues to impart his wisdom. Wei Changyan's serious demeanor cracks. Truly, this is becoming excessive. He wishes to improve himself, devoid of any conscience. Yet he does not desire to be completely regarded as a fool. Go mine. Seek out those red-black stones. Li Jihua, unable to bear it any longer, quickly assigns tasks to the others. Shen Jiayun also encourages everyone to board their mechas promptly to welcome the esteemed arrival of the A10 captain. Chapter 97. The proud disciple of Yan Ziguan at this moment. Countless viewers on the Star Network are left in stunned silence as they observe the actions of Shen Jiayun and his companions. Please tell me, is this a decline of morality or a deficiency of humanity? It's all the fault of Team A10's moral degradation, as well as their lack of humanity. What wrong has Shen Jiayun committed? She has proclaimed it. Entrapment. Those unable to resist the allure must undergo a tempestuous transformation through labor. This is quite different from the students I know from the prestigious Alliance First Academy. Is it perhaps the case that the Academy, having recruited a talent like Shen Jiayun, could not help but flaunt it through a live broadcast? I can hardly contain my laughter. Witnessing Shen Jiayun's elaborate rhetoric leave Wei Changyan utterly befuddled is truly a source of amusement. Turning to the perspective of Zhang Bing from Team A10 is even more comical. Zhang Bing is huffing and puffing as he pilots his mech, undoubtedly preoccupied with the blazing crystals coveted by Team A6. ASNTE? That Wei Changyan is quite the character as well. Had Shen Jiayun not pointed it out, I might have still felt sympathy for him. When asked to send 2 messages, he proactively sent 3. Thus, Shen Jiayun's assertion was indeed correct. They genuinely require a tempestuous labor reform. Furthermore, Feng Guang is quite exceptional. He appears rather earnest. Yet who would have guessed he harbors a cunning nature? Had I not been closely observing Shen Jiayun, I might have overlooked such a talent. I must express my admiration. I have developed a fondness for Shen Jiayun. Is the assessment based on ability? No. It is a test of morality. Whose moral character is superior shall receive the highest scores. However, one must ponder, does Shen Jiayun's performance count as proxy testing? Will this assessment hold validity? This assessment must be deemed valid. I declare here and now that if the Alliance First Academy dares to annul this assessment, I shall never apply there again. Not only will I refrain from applying, but I will also leave a testament for my descendants. Any who apply to the Alliance First Academy shall be deemed unfilial descendants of the Zhao family. Indeed, the results of this assessment must not be revoked. The Alliance First Academy has broadcasted it live, thus they must acknowledge the results. This assessment is fair and just. The miners summoned by Shen Jiayun through her integrity and intellect, and the blazing crystals she procured, are a testament to her capability. The results of this assessment must not be revoked. Strikingly, the netizens have indeed discerned some of the thoughts of the school's leadership. As Shun Xiaoyan executed her plan, some leaders at the Alliance First Academy were likely to feel quite flustered. Discussions arose regarding whether to intervene against Shun Xiaoyan's actions. Some overly conservative instructors contemplated having the on-site evaluators step in to halt Team A6 activities. Indeed, Director Zhang, seated beside by Jinxiu, wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, "Surely Shun Xiaoyan does not intend to coax numerous students to assist her in mining, does she? How can student capability be assessed under such circumstances? How could it not be assessed? My teaching philosophy has always been that those who do not study diligently must face the consequences of their negligence. In my course on the history of mecha development, any student failing to meet the standard shall receive a score of 59. They must retake the examination or enroll in a remedial course." Responding to this leader was Yin Ziguan, who had been moved to the front row due to his exceptional explanations earlier. "You are a principled educator. I have seen the posts regarding you on the Academy's forum. They are quite commendable. Bai Jinshu is a highly respected leader. Observe how he recalls the earlier grievances expressed by Xia Xingyu regarding Yin Ziguan's grading. He does not hesitate to defend Yin Ziguan now. Indeed, upon hearing Bai Jinshu's words, Yin Ziguan became even more animated. He proclaimed with greater fervor, "I am Shun Xiaoyan's instructor, and she is truly an exceptional student, diligent and erudite. She has memorized nearly the entirety of my course on the history of mecha development. My heavens, you cannot fathom how brilliantly she performed on her examination for this subject. Especially the final question. I dare say I could not have crafted such an answer myself." Hearing such high praise for Shun Xiaoyan from Yin Ziguan, Bai Jinxia could not help but feel a surge of curiosity regarding the contents of her examination. However, Yin Ziguan did not afford him the opportunity to interject, continuing to extol her virtues. "Pray tell, if not for her diligent efforts, how could Shun Xiaoyan have composed answers that astound me so? If she were not industrious, how could she have identified the pervasive presence of the fiery crystals upon entering the examination hall? How many of you recognized the Monsieur Stone? Only she did. Only Shun Xiaoyan was able to discern it. None of the teachers present could recognize it. You are all outshone by Shun Xiaoyan." The leaders, including Bai Jinxia, were left with their heads bowed. Indeed, they had failed to recognize it, and they were eclipsed by a mere student. Yin Ziguan, undeterred by the presence of the leaders, continued to lament. "I have consistently emphasized the importance of thoroughly studying the Shun Xiaoyan biography series in my lectures. I acknowledge that my teaching abilities are exceptional. Yet not all students heed my words. But Shun Xiaoyan has adhered to my advice. It is through her diligence and study that she recognized it. Such a student, I assure you, is unparalleled in my 20+ years of teaching experience. My educational principle is that while underperforming students must reform and rebuild, exceptional students deserve recognition, and indeed, great rewards." Yin Ziguan found it incomprehensible that Director Zhang could pose such a foolish question. Having expended his fervent speech, he gazed sorrowfully at the assembly of leaders. He felt only relief that he was present to prevent these leaders from obstructing the assessment of his esteemed pupil. Ever since grading Shun Xiaoyan's exam, Yin Ziguan had unilaterally acknowledged her as his prized student. For several consecutive nights, he had recited her examination before sleep. The phrases praising the mad, the outcasts, the troublemakers, and the discordant, as well as the depiction of the weak reveling in a clownish display. How could one encapsulate the essence of a group of cornered beasts so obliviously content, yet ultimately doomed to fate? Each time he read it, he felt exhilaration. How could anyone compose such words reminiscent of Shun Xiaoyan? Oh, he could not dwell on it further, for the mere thought sent shivers down his spine, raising goosebumps anew. Therefore, he resolutely decided that he could not allow these leaders to meddle and jeopardize his esteemed pupil's achievements. The assembly of leaders found themselves at a loss for a retort. They truly could not recognize the Monsieur Stone. Bai Jinxia rubbed his forehead, pondering, "Let us hold off for now. The subsequent assessments for the second and third year students may provide an opportunity for interaction. Perhaps we should devise a method to involve the first year students as well." Bai Jinxiu felt a twinge of concern. If Shun Xiaoyan continued her deception unabated, she might indeed lure a multitude of classmates under her wing to mine. Wouldn't the results of this assessment ultimately rest in her hands? With a hint of relief in his tone, he remarked, "Surely, the first year students cannot be so naive as to seek her out. Furthermore, the A6 team should only be settling scores with the A10 team. Perhaps our worries are unfounded." Indeed. Director Zhang nodded emphatically. After all, he was merely taking precautions against unforeseen circumstances. P.S. The book is currently in its testing phase. Yesterday, the readership increased slightly, breathing a bit more life into it, though it is not yet fully alive and still requires everyone's 5-star reviews. I was particularly delighted to receive everyone's book reviews and gifts today. Thank you all. Chapter 98. I seem to be the villain. Yin Ziguan straightened his back upon hearing President Bai mention the second and third year students. It was not without reason that he believed, among those concurrently assessed in the second and third years, Shun Xiaoyan possessed the most astute mind. Just look at Xia Xingyu, who barely scraped a passing mark in the history of mecha development. The assessment method was excessively reckless and brutal. It was a consequence of lacking cultural knowledge. The first-year students were tasked with gathering minerals from harsh natural environments. The second-year students were primarily assessed on their ability to extract energy cores from intermediate beasts known as fire monkeys. The third-year students were required to venture into the territory of the shadow tiger to collect the juvenile fangs of the hard steel tiger, which were typically found nestled within their dens. Moreover, the Alliance's foremost academy categorized the examination venues into 3 levels of danger: inner, middle, and outer. Beside the live broadcast screen for the first-year students, the assessments for the second-year students were concurrently underway. Yan Ziguan swiftly located Xia Xingyu, who was being pursued by a stone-steel wolf. Xia Xingyu, navigating through a labyrinth of rocky terrain, shouted in exasperation, "What the heck? I merely fired a shot while you were mating with your partner. Why have you been chasing me for nearly an hour?" Regret washed over her. It was entirely her fault for being overly eager and excited upon encountering a beast. She had thought to take advantage of the beast's peril to claim its life and boast to Lin Qing later. Little did she know that her action would incite the wrath of the stone-steel wolf. The wolf, howling, furiously dug into the ground, using the nearby rocks to propel itself towards a distant red mecha. "Hurry back to your partner. Stop chasing me," Xia Xingyu yelled in frustration before she was forced to turn and confront the stone-steel wolf. Meanwhile, Lin Qing, who was on Xia Xingyu's mind, was hesitantly inspecting a mound of dark, sticky substance at his feet, pinching his nose. A particularly enthusiastic classmate beside him greeted. "I spent 10,000 star coins just to obtain this formula from the class representative. A tenth of shadow tiger dung, half shadow tiger urine-soaked black soil, and the rest mixed with crushed water leaves. When all these ingredients are combined, it creates a precious fertilizer. The class representative assured us that as long as we apply this fertilizer carefully, we can roam freely within the shadow tiger's territory." Upon hearing his classmate's words, Lin Qing's expression grew even more tragic. It was one thing to accompany them to pilfer shadow tiger dung, but he never anticipated he would be expected to smear it on his mecha. With a hint of obsessive cleanliness, the elegant Lin Qing perceived this not as an assessment, but rather as a threat to his very existence. Helplessly gazing skyward, he grappled with despair and inquired, "Is there not a more graceful and aesthetically pleasing method? You seek a method? One that does not involve smearing?" "Indeed. I have invested 5,000 star coins to procure a tool from the academic committee," replied a classmate. "While others may smear, we can spray. Behold, it possesses tremendous suction power, capable not only of spraying water, but also of expelling waste." The classmate brandished a black tool equipped with a wide-bore long tube, demonstrating how to spray the viscous substance onto his own mech. Ultimately, resorting to manual application felt a tad extravagant, yet Lin Qing found himself lacking the fervor for such a distasteful task. After the demonstration, his classmate triumphantly declared, "See? This is how one sprays waste. No, this is not the method I desire." Lin Qing's composure faltered, and as the air filled with a pungent odor of aged refuse, he could no longer suppress his nausea and retreated to a distance to vomit. "Hey, don't run," his classmate called out. "The academic committee advised that we should apply some to ourselves as well. I spent 15,000 star coins on this formula. We must share the cost." Lin Qing doubled over, retching uncontrollably. At that moment, maintaining his elegance was utterly impossible. His classmate, elated, exclaimed, "Look at you. Now I can rest assured. The stronger the scent, the better it masks our own." Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Jiayun and her companions lay in wait, finally encountering the exuberant Zhang Bing. Without Shen Jiayun needing to intervene, Li Shuama and Feng Guang exchanged a couple of blows, prompting Zhang Bing to surrender immediately in order to protect his tilted mech. Gazing at the contrasting black and white mechs before him, Zhang Bing exclaimed in frustration, "Why is it you two? Where is Wei Changyan? Have you stolen his belongings?" Even while pinned to the ground, he could not forget his other nemesis, the silver black-red-green mech. Shen Jiayun emerged from behind a small mound, disappointment etched on her face. "Why are you the only one here? Where are your teammates? Had we known it was only you, we could have assigned just one person to guard this spot. What a waste of effort for the two of us. No, were you not captured by Wei Changyan?" Zhang Bing shouted in anger. Feng Guang, pursuing Shen Jiayun's earlier remark, queried, "What of your teammates?" Hearing Feng Guang's voice, Zhang Bing's expression shifted once more. "You are Feng Guang?" He pointed at Feng Guang's black mech, then at Shen Jiayun's. "And who might you be?" "Ah, I forgot to disable the neutral voice system on my mech." Shen Jiayun nonchalantly tapped the control panel and continued, "Summon your teammates. Families should be reunited." "Ah, you are Shen Jiayun. Why are you Shen Jiayun?" Zhang Bing exclaimed, taken aback. Lu Wenzhong actually guessed correctly? We misconstrued Lu Wenzhong entirely. Why do I feel as though he exists on a different plane, accompanied by a delay effect? Shen Jiayun sighed, uncertain if he was intentionally stalling for time or attempting to divert the conversation. Feng Guang and Li Shuama simultaneously came to a realization, remarking, "That explains Zhang Bing's peculiar reaction. It is indeed a delay effect. No, I shall not summon my teammates. You may as well relinquish that hope." Zhang Bing's progress bar has finally caught up. Shen Jiayun sighed once more, turning to Feng Guang, demanding he surrender his mecha weaponry and energy blocks, and instruct his teammates to join him. Furthermore, if any other classmates reach out to him, they should be summoned as well. We require more individuals to construct a splendid future. Feng Guang smiled, assuring her that everything would be taken care of. He was eager to apply the knowledge he had acquired from Shen Jiayun. 10 minutes later, while Shen Jiayun was engaged in stone cutting, Feng Guang approached her, his tone rather insidious. "Zhang Bing is excessively greedy. It seems he wishes to hoard the points from capturing the silver black-red-green mecha. Thus he refrained from sharing the information with other teammates, choosing to come alone. However, you need not fret. I have already urged him to inform his teammates. Indeed, they could not resist the temptation and are on their way." Moreover, upon entering the examination hall, he surprisingly added several team leaders to his chat contacts. They intend to share your information and seek retribution together. However, for now, Shen Jiayun could not suppress the goosebumps that arose on her skin, sincerely suggesting, "Could you possibly alter your tone? Speaking in such a manner makes me appear as a villainous overlord." Chapter 99. You all have a bright future nearby. Li Shuama and Li Jihuan nodded in agreement. How did this fellow's speech become so sinister? Feng Guang cast a sidelong glance. Unfortunately, enclosed within his mecha, Shen Zhaoyun could not discern his expression. Shen Zhaoyun continued with her recommendations. You might say that many individuals require labor reform and our most sincere assistance. We eagerly anticipate more people joining us in the pursuit of a beautiful future. Do you grasp the artistry of language? Feng Guang rolled his eyes. Fine. Let someone accompany me for a fishing expedition. He emphasized the phrase fishing expedition with great weight. Shen Zhaoyun waved her hand dismissively, retorting, you can remain on lookout duty alone. When someone arrives, you shall guide them in. I assure you of your capabilities on behalf of the organization. She had witnessed Feng Guang's prowess and believed entrusting him with such a lookout role was particularly suitable. Of course, more importantly, they needed to mine additional resources. Their current manpower was insufficient, and they must toil diligently. However, Feng Guang interpreted this as Shen Zhaoyun's commendation. He smiled, declaring, leave this matter to me. I will draw them in one by one. Should a group arrive, I shall ensure a swift retreat. Without a doubt, no one shall escape. Feng Guang was astonished by Shen Zhaoyun's allure. Just how many had she ensnared? The moment he mentioned the silver black red green mecha, not a soul declined to come. The majority responded. Wait, I'm on my way, let us strike together. In summary, Shen Zhaoyun's bait was exceedingly effective. Not far away, Zhang Bing and Wei Changyan were embroiled in a heated argument. Is this how you treat a teammate? We are on the same team. Zhang Bing shouted in fury. Captain, I had assumed you would bring the rest of our team along. I had intended to collaborate with you all, to encircle them together. Captain, I placed such trust in you. Yet, you have left me utterly disappointed. I have always believed in your formidable abilities. Under your leadership, Shen Zhaoyun, with her D-class physical capabilities, alongside Feng Guang and his ragtag group, should have posed no challenge to us. However, I never anticipated your recklessness in coming here alone. Are we not a team in A10? Why have you acted in this manner? Wei Changyan's voice was laden with disillusionment. During the time Zhang Bing was hastening to our aid, Wei Changyan had already formulated the most fitting rhetoric for the current situation. How could the mistake lie with him? Shen Zhaoyun was correct. It was all due to the captain's greed. Zhang Bing felt a lump in his throat, forcefully operating the mech to scrape the ground in frustration. My animosity toward Shen Zhaoyun runs too deep. He exclaimed. Look at my mech. It is buried deeper than I am by her. Moreover, the message you sent me was not about encirclement. You claim to have captured Feng Guang. Captain Wei Changyan sighed. Do you not comprehend human speech? My intent was not to extol your abilities. I was being ironic, mocking you as a captain who prioritizes personal gain over the team's welfare. We are all alike. I had hoped to engage in amiable discourse with you. Wei Changyan felt that since the captain intended to strip away the veil, he would no longer provide cover. You. The shift in Wei Changyan's rhetoric left Zhang Bing speechless with rage, more infuriated than when caught in a sting operation. Undeterred, Wei Changyan continued, moreover, Captain, I am not filled with hatred for Shen Zhaoyun. On the contrary, I am immensely grateful to her. I will soon possess 2 pieces of blazing crystal. Following a captain like you would only lead to hunger 3 days out of 9. With Shen Zhaoyun, at least I have sustenance. There is no future with you. With Shen Zhaoyun, there lies a radiant horizon. After finishing his statement, the long blade of the mech struck a solid object. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed with excitement. Shen Zhaoyun, I have unearthed another piece of blazing crystal. If I manage to dig up 3 more, will I not have enough for 3 pieces? Shen Zhaoyun did not hesitate to lavish praise, responding promptly, indeed, you have great potential. Keep up the hard work. You have already surpassed many of your peers. If you manage to procure 50 pieces for us, I will discuss with Li Shuima and the others about revising your share. She had learned from Lady Xia that to ensure a horse runs swiftly, it must first be well fed. She had just examined the terrain map and had set her sights on another area. Once the blazing crystals were exhausted here, she would lead her team to mine elsewhere. Currently, she was in need of manpower, diligent workers. Hence, when she spoke of providing everyone with a bright future, it was no jest. She was certainly not a fraud. Nearby, Zhang Bing gazed at the assessment leaderboard on his holographic display. Many teams were still at a standstill. If Wei Changyan secured those 2 pieces of blazing crystal, their A10 squad would indeed rise to the forefront. Could it be that following Shen Zhaoyun truly promised a luminous future? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Wei Changyan spoke in a tone of flattery never before directed at him as the captain. Very well, someone will arrive shortly. If you find yourselves unable to cope, I can lend a hand. I, Wei Changyan, have turned over a new leaf. Whoever has issues with your A6 team must contend with me. You are indeed impressive, and certainly have a bright future ahead. Keep up the good work. If resources run low, do not fret. Should newcomers prove less astute than you, their energy blocks will rightfully belong to you. And worry not about the mines being exhausted. I have other locations awaiting your exploration. Shen Zhaoyun intensified her encouragement. Excellent. Wei Changyan exclaimed, nearly toppling from his pilot's seat in excitement. He maneuvered his mech to distance himself from the captain ahead. Zhang Bing was proving a hindrance to his ambitions. Zhang Bing's pupils widened in alarm, prompting his subordinates to hasten their excavating efforts. He too desired energy blocks and blazing crystals. Merely mining was insufficient. He needed to assert his superiority over Wei Changyan. Zhaoyun, I have a few acquaintances whom I placed in different groups, and Feng Guang did not notice earlier. I can employ more persuasive language to summon them. Shen Zhaoyun paused her mech's operations. A graceful smile graced her lips. You two possess great potential. I have faith in you. Nearby, Li Suimuo and Li Jihua exchanged expressions of shock. This is astonishing. Is this even appropriate? Zhaoyun, I know some people as well. I can bring them over. Wei Changyan retorted, unwilling to be outdone. The dynamics had shifted. They were now not only teammates, but rivals as well. Shen Zhaoyun's smile widened. No rush. One at a time. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. It seems the lessons from the wealthy summer are quite effective. Chapter 100. With effort comes reward. With the enthusiastic collaboration of Zhang Bing and Wei Changyan, one by one, classmates eagerly participated in Shun Jiayan's unifying project. Shun Jiayan perched her feet up in the cockpit, deftly operating her mech to cut through stone. Beside her, a pile of over 100 stones had accumulated. After extracting the stones, she tossed them to her classmate Su Wei, waiting nearby. She did not forget to compliment him. Yours. You who arrived later than Zhang Bing by over 10 minutes have mined even more than him. You are truly talented. I must outshine that turtle Zhang Bing. My teammates fully understand my aspirations. Su Wei declared emphatically. It was that scoundrel Zhang Bing who led him astray. He cannot surpass him in spirit. Shun Jiayan nodded, reminding him, let us refrain from uttering words that could sow discord. Keep such thoughts to yourself. Su Wei wished to express more, but the classmates behind him urged, hurry and retrieve your blazing crystals. We are pressed for time. I still need to mine later. Indeed, if you wish to get closer to Shun Jiayan, choose a more suitable moment. We are still under assessment. Upon hearing the mention of mining, Su Wei realized he could not afford to delay. The first place in this assessment was undoubtedly the A6 team, yet there remained competition for second and third place. Now, over half the class had gathered here. The entire assessment venue for the freshmen has been relocated here, and now the competition hinges on who can extract the most resources for Shun Jiayan. Rebellion? How could one rebel? Who would dare? The energy blocks are firmly in Shun Jiayan's grasp, and for those classmates who have mined a significant amount of blazing crystals, aligning with Shun Jiayan offers a clear advantage over leading their own teams. Mining solo might lead to a scarcity of energy blocks. However, here, as long as one can excavate, the more they extract, the greater the allocation of energy blocks they will receive. If anyone dares to rebel, Su Wei would be the first to dissent. Su Wei is quite clear-headed and immediately pilots his mech towards the fissure where 3 blocks of blazing crystal were recently unearthed. Shun Jiayan observes the classmates lining up to deliver stones, nodding with satisfaction. One by one, I assure you, your contributions will not go unrewarded. Not far from the chasm, Feng Guang races in with his mech, exclaiming loudly, another team has arrived. Is anyone coming out to welcome them? It was clearly you who called them here, Feng Mingming. So you should step forward. Before Shun Jiayan could even take action, a group of classmates in their mech rushes forward to assist. With collective effort, new classmates soon join the ranks of those mining for blazing crystals. Li Xiuma and Li Jihua, meanwhile, hold energy blocks, mining while awaiting classmates to collect the energy. Li Jihua frequently urges, everyone, hurry and dig. Once we finish this area, Shun Jiayan has discovered another mining site. We must complete this before moving on. The enthusiasm among the students surges. Shun Jiayan has found another mining area? We must act swiftly. Indeed, mining blazing crystals alongside Shun Jiayan proves to be far less strenuous. Last year's freshman collection task saw many upperclassmen earning only 3 points. Following Shun Jiayan, WVE already earned 2 points. Precisely. With diligence and effort, points can be accrued, which is surely preferable to wandering aimlessly with my oblivious captain. Our current ease is indeed due to Shun Jiayan's knowledge of the mines. My captain and I wandered for ages and only managed to find 1 block of blazing crystal. Last year's passing mark for freshmen was 10 blocks of green inkstone each. This year should be similar. For Team A11, rankings are inconsequential. Our priority is merely to meet the passing mark. In no time, the entire chasm resonates with the sounds of mining, as everyone is clear about their responsibilities, orderly, and industrious. Shun Jiayan, witnessing the points on the leaderboard steadily rise, becomes even more exhilarated as she splits the stones. She has declared that everyone's future is bright. In the conference hall, there had previously been disagreements due to Team A10 mining for Team A6. Now, under Shun Jiayan's extraordinary leadership, nearly all freshmen have been summoned to her side for mining. This development has completely surpassed everyone's expectations. Considering the arrangements for the assessment, the teachers and leaders inevitably engage in heated discussions regarding Shun Jiayan's actions. This assessment has strayed significantly from our original plan. The examination group had submitted a proposal to evaluate the freshmen's survival and emergency decision-making abilities in harsh natural environments. I propose we cancel this assessment and require all freshmen to retake it when the new school year begins. A certain leader who approved the examination arrangements slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "This is unacceptable." While it is undeniably vital to cultivate student survival skills, it is even more imperative to foster their sense of unity and organizational capabilities. Under the guidance of Shun Jiayan, first-year students have amassed resources 30 times greater than their predecessors. Through this assessment, they have undoubtedly come to realize that knowledge equates to power, and unity embodies strength. Yan Zigong, undeterred by authority, cast a defiant gaze towards the leader. The leader's lips twitched involuntarily, had it been stated that they had honed their fraud prevention skills. It might have been more convincing. My principal argument for cancellation lies in the fact that students have not developed their emergency decision-making abilities in times of crisis. Their current survival environment is not sufficiently harsh. A sympathetic teacher for the first-year students immediately countered, is sharing an examination room with Shun Jiayan not a challenging environment? I believe that the hardships faced by past students pale in comparison to those encountered by the current cohort. Their mechas have been damaged, they have been betrayed by teammates. Energy blocks have been confiscated, and ultimately, they have been coerced by Team A6 into mining. The leader's lips twitched again, seemingly unable to distinguish which environment, natural or cultural, was indeed more severe. At this juncture, the operational teacher interjected, noting that this assessment included a live broadcast segment. I believe that beyond prioritizing the assessment plan, we must also consider the school's reputation. Our live broadcast channel has ascended to the top 530 in the Alliance. A considerable number of viewers have been drawn in by the first-year assessment. If this assessment were to be cancelled, I fear it would severely impact the school's enrollment. Bai Jinshu, who had remained silent until now, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the operational teacher's words. Our Alliance live broadcast has reached 530? Indeed, the operational teacher affirmed. Bai Jinshu's face broke into a radiant smile. Just moments ago, a rival from the Imperial Academy had mocked him, claiming that their prestigious alliance had fallen into disarray. With the Imperial Academy's live broadcast as a benchmark, what audacity did the First Academy of the Alliance possess to broadcast an assessment? Prior to the live broadcast, Bai Jinshu was well aware that he was merely imitating others. However, with the decline in enrollment for the Mecha Combat program at the First Academy of the Alliance, failure to adapt would only lead to greater difficulties in the future. It is challenging for the First Academy of the Alliance to showcase its prowess in multi-institutional competitions. They must enhance their promotional efforts in other areas, and assessment live broadcasting is one of the avenues he is pursuing. The fact that an assessment has climbed to over 500 in the Alliance's live broadcasts demonstrates its efficacy. It is worth noting that the Imperial Academy's assessment live broadcast had only managed to reach the 400 mark. In his elation, he inquired, "Do people admire our second-year students' bravery more, or do they appreciate the strategic prowess of our third-year students?" The operational teacher hesitated, glancing towards the leader who had argued vehemently against the assessment, before responding. "They admire Shen Jiayun's distinctive approach." A hush fell over the crowd, unable to restrain himself. The operational teacher added, "Some netizens have claimed that if Shen Jiayun's results are annulled, they will report our school for having a rigged assessment." Everyone turned to gaze at the leader, who had initially opposed the assessment most vocally. Bai Jinshu's expression shifted as he spoke with righteous conviction. "This assessment poses no issues. It has wholly showcased the magnificence of our esteemed Alliance's First Academy students. Henceforth, let there be no more talk of canceling assessments. The times are changing, and we must adapt." As teacher Yan Zigong aptly stated, student Shen Jiayun has entirely conquered the hearts of all the freshmen through her own abilities and dedication. We must reward exceptional students. This year's rewards for the team ranking first and the individual ranking first will be doubled. Yan Zigong immediately stood tall, affirming, "Indeed. You are absolutely right. He is truly in tune with the times." One teacher promptly began to tally, noting that the reward for the team ranking first amounted to 500,000 star coins per member, while the individual reward was 1 million star coins. To double that, wow! They have unearthed a considerable amount of flame stones during the assessment. Team A6 earnings from just one test surpass what I earn in an entire year. A teacher exclaimed in astonishment. This educator, besides teaching at the Alliance's First Academy, also engaged in hunting exotic beasts as a side endeavor. The other teachers, lacking such enterprises, couldn't help but cast envious glances at the screen showcasing the jubilant Shen Jiayun leading her peers, merrily maneuvering the mechs across the mining zones. At that moment, the operational teacher cautiously interjected, "However, it seems the freshman assessment might conclude prematurely. I recall each student possessing only 4 energy blocks, correct? The audience on StarNet is primarily focused on Team A6. The initial plan of 4 energy blocks per student was designed to encourage judicious energy management amidst limited resources. Yet, under Shen Jiayun's leadership, the students utilized their energy without hesitation, driving their mechs with remarkable vigor. What was intended to last 20 hours would, due to Shen Jiayun's intervention, likely conclude in just 6 hours. With the freshman assessment wrapped up, what would the audience, drawn by Shen Jiayun, watch next?" He felt anxious and frustrated while these leading educators were preoccupied with trivial discussions about grades. Shouldn't everyone's focus be on elevating the reputation of the First Academy instead? Bai Jinshu also grasped the crux of the matter. With a decisive gesture, he declared, "The areas where the second and third years are competing for resource packs will also be made available to the freshmen." The freshmen wish to conclude the assessment? Not a chance. I intend for Shen Jiayun to run the full distance. What a brilliant idea. The operational teacher gazed at Bai Jinshu with admiration. For hours later, Shen Jiayun had efficiently led her classmates through 3 different mining zones. As the continuous flow of flame stones was excavated and handed to her, she found herself counting until her hand cramped. Currently, she possessed the most flame stones of anyone present. Indeed, the most. Her teammates unanimously recognized her as the one with the greatest individual contribution in this assessment, deciding to allocate an additional 100 of their own flame stones to her from their shares. Therefore, regardless of how many flame stones they ultimately received, she would emerge as the foremost individual in the entire assessment. Shen Jiayun was unconcerned with rankings. Her primary focus lay in the monetary value of the flame stones. She aspires to learn about S Class Mechas, which undoubtedly requires a considerable financial investment. Oh, by the way, she recalls that Li Zhikong and Feng Guang had previously mentioned that after the assessment, the blazing crystals they acquired during the event would belong to her. However, she wonders if their words still hold true, especially now that everyone has suddenly divided so many blazing crystals among themselves. Just as Shen Jiayun pondered over them, Feng Guang and Li Zhikong approached, piloting their mechas with camaraderie. Li Zhikong cheerfully exclaimed, "Jiayun, we're running low on energy blocks. Our freshman assessment is about to conclude ahead of schedule. Previous senior students had to endure sleepless nights to gather resources. Only we can finish the assessment early." Li Zhikong's reasoning was quite simplistic. Once everyone's energy blocks were depleted, the mechas would no longer function, thus necessitating an inevitable end to the assessment. With the conclusion of the assessment, rankings would be established, and everyone could find a place to wait until the 24-hour mark arrived for their return. The energy blocks are exhausted? Is it really ending now? Upon hearing this unfortunate news, Shen Jiayan felt a wave of discontent wash over her. She had identified 6 or 7 mining sites, eagerly anticipating her industrious classmates to excavate. After this assessment concludes, where would she find such cost-free miners again? Where else could she find workers as proactive and diligent as her classmates, who toiled tirelessly without needing any prompting? More importantly, she had yet to fully relish the luxury of counting her earnings. Unbeknownst to the 2 others, Shen Jiayan's complex feelings were lost on them. Feng Guang, in a misguided attempt at empathy, reassured her, "Don't worry. Even if the energy blocks run out, I've already made arrangements for the next steps. First place can only belong to our A6 team. To prevent anyone from slacking off, I have inspected each person's used energy blocks, and they are all indeed used. No one can deceive me or hide an energy block. Moreover, just in case, I have reserved 4 energy blocks for each member of our A6 team. If anyone dares to rebel, they shall face my mecha's wrath." Feng Guang immersed himself further into the role of a domineering figure. Shen Jiayan shook her head. "You don't understand. What I desire is money, money, money. I am in dire need of energy blocks. What does first place even matter? If I secure the top position, will anyone still help me mine at my 6 or 7 sites?" Feng Guang was momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that his efforts as a subordinate were insufficient, leading to his inability to comprehend his leader's aspirations? Nearby, Li Xuema chimed in, "I want money too." At that moment, a fellow student called out, "Li Zhikong, I've run out of energy blocks. Please give me one." "Hold on, I'll get it for you. This is the last energy block. Once it's distributed, there won't be any left for you," Li Zhikong shouted in response. Before the student could reply, the group of classmates engaged in mining nearby erupted with excitement. Zhang Bing slumped within his mecha, weakly lamenting, "Heavens, are we really running out of energy blocks? Does this mean our assessment is coming to an end?" Another student beside him wiped the corners of his tear-filled eyes, choking back sobs. "Oh, dear mother. At first, I believed I was merely participating in a routine assessment. I had no inkling that I would be mining for 5 arduous hours." This particular classmate, typically the type who wouldn't even ride a toppled spice jar at home, was now diligently operating the mech, nearly exhausting his hands. He had never been this industrious before. "Marvelous. Our team has secured the 3rd position. With no energy blocks left, surely no other team can surpass us now." The classmate, who had dulled the long blade of the mech through relentless digging, endured those hours in sheer determination. He and his team sacrificed even the time to consume nutrient solutions to maintain their standing in the assessment. Thankfully, the outcome proved favorable. Li Jihua proclaimed proudly, "Our swift conclusion of the assessment is largely thanks to our A6 team. Indeed, as Shen Jiayan asserted, we are here to assist everyone." The students still waiting in line twisted their expressions upon hearing his words. They cautiously glanced towards the nearby silver, black, red, and green mechs. "Never mind, we cannot compete. Nor can we undermine them." Shen Jiayan had no time to engage with others. She was perusing the assessment regulations published by the Academy, seeking any loopholes to exploit. In a place brimming with manpower and resources, neglecting to utilize them would be a disservice to her principles. She murmured to herself, "Is there truly no way to acquire mech energy? Surely the school cannot be so ruthless." It suddenly occurred to me. 2 hours ago, I received the information about the resource drop location for the 2nd and 3rd year students. It would take us approximately 40 minutes to reach there. But we would surely be outmatched by the upperclassmen. Li Jihua slapped his forehead. This message was directed to the team leader, who had intended to share it with everyone but got sidetracked by someone requesting energy blocks, thus forgetting to relay the information. Shen Jiayan's excitement surged. "Send me the address." "Are we going to raid the seniors?" Li Xueming's mind raced, deducing this from Shen Jiayan's earlier actions. Shen Jiayan winced at her choice of words, correcting her, "Raid? Rescue, assist, aid. Aren't these terms far more appealing?" As she spoke, she examined the message that Li Jihua had forwarded. The drop site was located at the intersection of the assessment areas for all 3 grades. The resource package contained energy blocks, ammunition, nutrient solutions, potions, mech repair kits, and standard mech replacement parts. Hiss. Why on earth did the resource package also include an anonymous star coin savings card? Surely this desolate place cannot spend star coins. Is this some sort of test for me? As Shen Jiayan gazed at the extensive list of resources, her mouth nearly watered uncontrollably. "Let us go. Rescue the seniors." Li Xueming, who had also perused the resource package list, was charmingly straightforward. "We can't go. I too covet the items in that resource package. But that is the battlefield of the 2nd and 3rd years. We 1st-year students would merely be cannon fodder." Li Jihua was most apprehensive about these 2 becoming overly avaricious. Their A6 team had already firmly established themselves in 1st place. Why trouble themselves for a mere handful of minerals? Shen Jiayan did not respond to him. Instead, meticulously examining the topographical map, her mind racing with calculations of pros and cons. Within the 1st year, the most she could do was utilize those 4 energy blocks to extract a bit of ore. Having once been a mine owner, Shen Jiayan's aspirations had elevated. She found the meager amount of blazing crystals unworthy of her attention. In the 2nd and 3rd years, even if she couldn't seize a resource package, she could still engage with the seniors. In the forested area, ambush, encirclement, with her versatile tools, she could dig small traps. Even if she failed to acquire a resource package, returning with some energy blocks to alleviate the plight of her impoverished classmates would suffice. The scale of discontent in Shen Jiayan's heart tipped uncontrollably. With a determined flourish, she declared, "Let's do this. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish." "No, this is not advisable." Li Jihua attempted to dissuade her. Li Xuema stepped forward, pushing past Li Jihua, and exclaimed loudly, "I'm in too." Feng Guang inhaled sharply. hesitating as he trembled within his mech. Shen Jiayan disregarded them. She needed to rally her classmates first. She was not keen on returning with the energy blocks, only to find her classmates had fled. Taking a few steps forward, she addressed her fellow students. Classmates, I understand that you are facing a shortage of energy blocks. The classmates, seated in their mechs, stared blankly at the sleek silver, black, red, and green machines before them, eager to inform her that this was not a predicament. However, having witnessed Shen Jiayan's capabilities today and feeling outmatched, they wisely chose silence. Shen Jiayan continued. Undeterred, to assist you in gathering more blazing crystals and achieving higher ranks, I plan to venture into the senior assessment area to procure resource packages for everyone. You need not thank me. Simply wait here obediently, and I shall return with an abundance of energy blocks. No, are you a devil? Zhang Bing gasped. Though the latter part of his words was barely audible, meant only for his own ears. What did you say? Shen Jiayan maneuvered her mech, advancing toward him. The long blade of the mech reflected a fiery glow. Zhang Bing's eyes widened in shock, nearly breaking his voice as he exclaimed, Indeed. I meant to say you are quite remarkable. I enjoy mining. I want to achieve a high score. I'm so moved I could cry. Shen Jiayan smiled. And what about the rest of you? One person replied, I'll wait for you. Hurry and go find the seniors. This comment roused the others. Indeed, Shen Jiayan was seeking the senior students, and there was no guarantee she would return swiftly. It was possible that by the time she reached them, her mech would be thoroughly beaten by the upperclassmen. Thus, everyone began to shout, Go ahead. We'll stay nearby, you go? You can venture forth with peace of mind. Shen Jiayan smiled, realizing for the first time that her classmates were quite amiable. Despite her having put them in such a predicament, they still listened to her. Truly, she was deeply touched. An hour later, Shen Jiayan and Li Shuima arrived near the resource drop zone. Indeed, only these two were willing to traverse heaven and earth for star coins. Li Jihua, content with his situation, believed he could not compete with the second-year students and chose not to hinder them. Meanwhile, Feng Guang resolutely stated he would remain in the mining area to keep an eye on the other classmates for Shen Jiayan. The young man spoke with such understanding. But in truth, he held little faith in Shen Jiayan, believing that her presence merely served to deliver provisions to the senior students. Shen Jiayan, uninterested in engaging with Feng Guang, pressed on with Li Shuima, hastily making their way to the resource drop zone. With half an hour remaining before the resource packages were deployed, she was determined not to arrive only to find herself scrambling for scraps. As they approached the resource drop area, the terrain shifted dramatically. Shen Jiayan skillfully maneuvered her mech, deftly avoiding the surrounding colossal vines and trees. This place, described as mountainous, resembled more of a mountainous rainforest. Towering trees reached for the heavens, while the ground was cluttered with shrubs and an assortment of vines of varying thickness. To conserve energy, Li Shuima opted to sit within Shen Jiayan's mech, albeit on a modest stool provided by her, as there was no passenger seat. Shen Jiayan had stripped the mech of all superfluous components during its modification, even selling the passenger seat as secondhand. With a leap, Shen Jiayan evaded a vine as thick as a human head beneath her. She turned to Li Shuima. What do you think? My mech modifications are rather impressive. Aren't they? After all this time, my energy consumption is still under 20%. Li Shuima shifted her position slightly, nodding earnestly. Despite its somewhat shabby interior and exterior, the functionality of the mech certainly surpassed that of others. When you save enough, I can help you modify a mech as well, Shen Jiayan remarked. Already aware that Li Shuima was working tirelessly to accumulate funds for a more advanced mech. However, Shen Jiayan's optimism was not shared. Li Shuima preferred to seek a skilled mech engineer to purchase a mech. After all, Shen Jiayan was not a professional mech manufacturer. Li Shuima opened her mouth to politely decline when suddenly, the sounds of a struggle erupted ahead. Damn, if my firearms weren't out of ammo, you'd have been dead 100 times over. Watch me strike you down. A hoarse male voice rang out, followed by the sounds of a scuffle. Before Shen Jiayan could navigate her mech closer, the trees ahead were being mercilessly toppled. A massive brown serpent thrashed its tail with ferocity, while not far from it, a purple mech wielding a long blade was engaged in combat. The purple mech appeared to be in dire straits. Its left arm corroded and rendered useless by the serpent's venom. A giant bone serpent. Shen Jiayan's eyes lit up at the sight of the beast. Its skin was a valuable asset. Classmate, come help me. The combatant, having noticed Shen Jiayan as the trees fell, called out desperately. If you assist me, I will pay you 50,000 star coins at market price. The spoils are mine. Shen Jiayan activated her controls, the circular saw on her mech's arm extending slowly. Li Shuima sat upright, her gaze fixed intently on the large screen ahead, her breath quickening. Shen Jiayan was undoubtedly audacious. All right. As the man's voice faded, Shen Jiayan maneuvered her mech and leaped forward, skimming the ground. The giant bone viper, with its triangular, spiked head, swayed briefly in the air before turning towards her. It immediately unleashed a torrent of green water arrows in her direction. I was expecting you. Shen Jiayan scoffed, adjusting the angle of her mech. With one hand pushing the control stick forward and the other gliding across the control panel, she executed a flawless maneuver. The mech flipped upside down, and the circular saw on its arm whirred rapidly, slicing straight through the center of the viper's head. In less than 3 seconds, crimson blood erupted as the snake's head split open, its tongue severed cleanly in half. Li Shuima, who had been observing Shen Jiayan intently, widened her eyes in disbelief. How could she be so fast? She thought, perplexed by the control panel's intricacies. Shen Jiayan, however, had no time to respond. Her focus remained on the retaliating giant viper. The massive tail of the serpent swung violently, uprooting trees that it hurled towards her. Now's your chance. Do you have any ammunition left? Keep targeting its head. A boy shouted excitedly. Shen Jiayan remained silent. With the snake's head incapacitated, Her sole objective was to avoid being struck by its tail. Her right hand danced across the control panel like a butterfly, while her left hand deftly maneuvered the joystick, evading the massive tail's onslaught from all directions. No fear, Shun Jiayan murmured under her breath. The mech rolled, narrowly escaping the tail while plunging into the viper's underbelly. The circular saw on her mech's arm spun furiously, cutting deeper until it hit the snake's bones. With her other arm, she probed inside, grasping the tendons on either side of the spine, pulling them out with precision. In a thunderous crash, the giant snake collapsed to the ground. A classmate gasped at the sight. How did you do that? Focus. You must strip it quickly. Shun Jiayan replied, undeterred, her hands moving with astonishing speed. The circular saw on her right arm transformed into a sharp blade, while her left hand gripped the snake's skin, pulling outward as the blade scraped against the bone. The sound was akin to tearing tape as she peeled away a substantial portion of the snake's hide. Witnessing Shun Jiayan successfully strip half of the skin, the boy exclaimed in awe, wow, you're not just fighting the snake, you're skinning it. A smirk played on Shun Jiayan's lips. A complete snake skin could fetch a price equal to or greater than the reward offered to her. For her, saving lives was paramount, but skinning was equally significant. Li Shuima blinked, suddenly overwhelmed with a torrent of thoughts, yet unsure where to begin. Previously, they had merely been traveling, requiring minimal manipulation of the control panel. However, witnessing Shun Jiayan engage in battle unveiled the truth. Her actions, though identical, were executed with remarkable efficiency. This finally clarified her long-standing curiosity about how Shun Jiayan's operational prowess had improved so significantly within a week, despite no apparent enhancement in physical stamina. Yet, new questions began to surface. When Shun Jiayan maneuvered the mech upside down, did she not feel the pressure? Was her body entirely free from discomfort? Chapter 103. Targeting us at this moment, Shun Jiayan was in exceptionally high spirits. It was her first encounter with a beast since her rebirth, and her treasured sword had not lost its edge. She dispatched the creature with remarkable ease. Just look at her exquisite craftsmanship. The entire serpent skin was skillfully sliced by her own hand. A male classmate, witnessing her prowess, eagerly remarked, I haven't seen you before. You must be a junior, right? As Shun Jiayan deftly maneuvered her mech to roll up the serpent skin and muscles, she recognized the familiar tone of flattery and promptly replied, first, transfer the money to me. Account details, please. Flattery would get him nowhere. Payment was a prerequisite. Sure. The male classmate hurriedly accessed his device to transfer the funds, then inquired, Senior, are you planning to seize resources? How about we team up for the endeavor? I received insider information yesterday regarding where the instructor will drop the resource packages. Shun Jiayan's gaze was fixated on his mech. Seizing resources? Energy blocks certainly qualified as resources. Indeed, she was determined to seek out those resources. She asked, is everyone in your grade going? Impossible. This is insider information. They could never obtain such valuable intel. Even our team leader is unaware. The boy boasted proudly. Shun Jiayan responded with mild disappointment. Are the second-year students truly so divided? Unlike the first years, who joyfully band together to mine the blazing crystals. The male classmate scoffed. Unity? Last year, during the final assessments, some team leaders even betrayed their teammates. This year, everyone learned their lesson. Once the competition begins, everyone seeks their own fortune. Even though my mech is damaged and my ammunition depleted, I am still alive. Unlike last year, when I was carried out by the instructor within 5 hours of entering. Shun Jiayan asserted, that is quite unfortunate. If everyone disperses, how can she find anyone? How can she assist countless individuals within a limited time frame? She increasingly felt that the second-year students were in dire need of her assistance. The boy was momentarily at a loss for words. However, his mech had sustained considerable damage from battling the enormous serpent. He needed a companion to proceed. The person before him, being from a different year, posed no competitive threat, making her a safer choice than his classmates. He pondered this and promptly declared, Senior, I am not like them. I have always held a profound trust in humanity. Otherwise, I would not have invited you to join me. Shun Jiayan glanced at his mech arm and inquired, what kind of resource package do you intend to seize? Are there still energy blocks available? Noticing the corrosion on his mech arm, she surmised he was likely aiming to secure a repair kit. However, would he be able to repair the mech by himself? If not, she wouldn't mind profiting from this venture. Yes, I have plenty of energy blocks. As soon as I entered the examination site, I found a spot to settle in. If it weren't for my ammunition running out, I wouldn't have had to move. He complained. Suddenly, a realization struck him. And with newfound enthusiasm, he exclaimed, Senior, do you not have any energy blocks? I will give you some, as long as you join my team. I shall grant you energy blocks. Shun Jiayan swiftly severed the external voice communication, filled with regret as she turned to Li Shuima and exclaimed, what should we do? He is too formidable. He hasn't even given me the chance to offer assistance. Li Shuima cast a sidelong glance at the purple mech on the screen, then nodded solemnly. He still lacked a teammate. He specifically targets us. Indeed, our previous strategies may no longer be effective. Shun Jiayan lamented, unable to resist rubbing her forehead in frustration. While the two young women whispered within their mech, the male student outside presumed that the senior sister was reluctant to take him along, viewing him as a burden. Senior sister, you must believe in me. My name is Qian Dai. I stand at 6 feet tall, weigh 150 pounds, have a passion for gourmet food. Am single, and enjoy making friends. No need for introductions. Simply revealing your name earns you goodwill. Shun Jiayan hastily reactivated the external voice communication. If he continued his self-introduction, it would soon devolve into a personal ad. Really? Qian Dai exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Shun Jiayan chose not to respond, redirecting the conversation. Let us return to our previous discussion. I am in dire need of energy blocks. However, if I bring you along, you will become my rival for resource packs. Qian Dai furrowed his brow and replied, Senior sister, I neglected to mention that I am financially capable. I can offer you my surplus energy blocks. Along with a monetary incentive. I shall pay you double the market price, totaling 50,000. Deal. We are now good friends. Shen Zhaoyun declared immediately. Li Shuama shot an admonishing glance at Shen Zhaoyun. She murmured, let us split it evenly 50-50? This newly acquainted lucky star is worth sharing with. Li Shuama shook her head. You are selling yourself short. He could afford to offer more. He spent nearly 200,000 star coins on that insider information. How do you know? Shen Zhaoyun inquired curiously. Li Shuama raised her chin. The information was sold by me. No way. Shen Zhaoyun gasped, nearly collapsing in astonishment. One would not judge a person by appearances. She had not anticipated that Li Shuama possessed such acumen. She had assumed Li Shuama relied solely on luck. In a hushed tone, Shen Zhaoyun pressed on. Is the information genuine or false? Li Shuama replied, false. I work part-time as customer service. After taking on the role of a customer service representative, she had grown disinclined to engage in conversation with anyone. Oh, Shen Zhaoyun shifted in her seat, returning to her previous position. Fine, I underestimated you, Li Shuama. With such a sharp business mind, I should have known you wouldn't be struggling to make ends meet. She then addressed Qian Dai outside. If you follow me, even if we manage to secure a resource pack, given the condition of your mech, you won't be able to participate in the competition, will you? Why not? One hand is sufficient to fire. As long as I have a firearm, I am invincible. Qian Dai proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Very well, but you must heed my instructions. Let us explore the precise drop locations for the resource packs before proceeding. Upon concluding her statement, Shen Zhaoyun maneuvered the mech toward the designated area she had previously marked. Trusting the dubious information from Qian Dai seemed less reliable than believing in the fortune bestowed by the nearby lucky star. How splendid it would be to encounter Xia Xingyu or Zhuang Yueza. If the three of them joined forces, they might successfully gather a significant number of resource packs. Qian Dai wished to say more, but upon noticing that the senior sister had already moved forward, he could only follow suit. On the other side, Xia Xingyu, who was on Shen Zhaoyun's mind, had already forged a bond with Lin Qing. In her relentless pursuit of excellence in the assessment rankings, Xia Xingyu exerted every ounce of effort. Not only had her energy reserves and ammunition been depleted, but her mecha was also left in a dilapidated state. Thus, seizing a resource supply pack had become an imperative task for her. Initially, she had resolved to go it alone until the end, but unexpectedly encountered Lin Qing, who was being pursued by a horde of ferocious beasts. Consequently, she found herself reluctantly fleeing alongside him. Fortunately, they had managed to escape and were now nearing the resource supply zone. As Lin Qing attempted to dart towards a patch of forest, she urgently cautioned. Do not head that way. Before I entered, a classmate provided me with insider information regarding the precise location of the resource supply point. I have memorized the coordinates. Let me guide you there. Of course, the source of this information was Zhuang Yueza, but she deemed it unnecessary to disclose that detail. Surely, it was the kind of insider tip that cost thousands of star coins, she thought. Lin Qing tilted his head slightly. His meticulously styled bangs held in place with an excessive amount of hairspray, unwavering in their position. Even in the midst of the assessment, he remained committed to his image management. How do you know this so well? He inquired. Indeed, he mentioned spending a significant sum. Xia Xingyu exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Qing gazed at the top of the mecha at a 35-degree angle, his tone earnest. Xiaoyu, you may not realize this, but the battle that belongs to everyone has already commenced. Xia Xingyu smirked, her patience wearing thin. Here we go again. My cousin's penchant for theatrics is back. That's utter nonsense. I've been in the arena for nearly 10 hours, and look at my mecha. It's in shambles. This battle is hardly just beginning. It's clearly nearing its end. Lin Qing felt a twinge in his heart, but had grown accustomed to it. He continued, what I mean is that the battle began long before everyone entered the arena. A week ago, my agent disseminated false information among the second and third year students at the academy, effectively drawing them away. This is a classic case of luring the tiger out of its den. So your information is misleading. Xia Xingyu exclaimed in disbelief. What the heck? You're playing it that dirty? It's just a resource supply, and you're selling fake news? Therefore, we should position ourselves in a central location within the resource area and wait, Lin Qing asserted. Pressing a hand against the control panel, maneuvering the mecha forward with haste. Meanwhile, Shen Zhaoyun, accompanied by Qian Dai, was traversing the expansive area with precision. She had meticulously mapped out every location with water, every hillock, and every significant landmark, deliberately avoiding areas where ferocious beasts congregated. As they journeyed, Qian Dai repeatedly expressed his satisfaction, feeling that his expenditure was worthwhile. Previously, when he had ventured alone, a mere kilometer would draw a beast to his heels, resulting in the rapid depletion of his ammunition. As Shen Zhaoyun guided them past a rocky terrain, the two individuals accompanying her became exhilarated. This is it, right here. The insider information I purchased indicated that the resource drop point would be here. Qian Dai exclaimed enthusiastically. Indeed, the coordinates provided by my employer confirm that this is the exact location, filled with numerous stones. Li Shuama added in unison. As soon as their words fell, the mech screen of Shen Zhaoyun immediately marked a multitude of red dots. These densely clustered red dots represented the individuals detected by the mech in the vicinity. Shen Zhaoyun couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Li Shuama. Shuama, just how many people did your boss's false information ensnare? Surely, the entire sophomore cohort hasn't been duped into coming here, has it? About 20 or so, Li Shuama replied, clearly recalling her accomplishments. What kind of pitch is that? With such a high success rate? Shen Zhaoyun inquired eagerly. She had perused the sales manual provided by AAA Xiao Wang and had yet to land a single deal. Li Xiuema responded. It was simple. Just private message random individuals on the campus forum and ask if they wanted to know about the internal assessment secrets. That can't be right. Shun Zhaoyun expressed disbelief. Such a simplistic approach actually works? No need to address them as bro or sis? Not at all. If they're not interested, they can simply ignore you. The less attention you give them, the more they desire it. Initially, I merely aimed to earn a modest salary of 5,000 star coins. I never intended to deceive so many people, but the more I turned them down, the more they insisted on paying. When I warned them that the information might be unreliable, they believed it even more. At one point, Qian Dai was so anxious that I wouldn't sell that he even offered to increase the price. Li Xiuema's growing frustration prompted her to elaborate at length. As Shun Zhaoyun listened, her eyes nearly rolled back in exasperation. Was it possible that the luckiest ones were destined for sales? It seemed absurd. Not addressing them with casual terms, yet many still placed orders. Why was it that when she spoke the truth, no one was inclined to buy? Frustrated, she vowed to tear up her sales manual upon returning. Nevertheless, she consoled herself with the thought that her skills were rooted in technology. First, she decided to assess the number of people present. They would soon become her support targets. Shun Zhaoyun deftly maneuvered her controls, and the screen magnified instantly. To her astonishment, the display revealed not merely 20 dots, but an even greater number. What was more amusing was that the mech had detected all these individuals. Yet they were each hiding, some in caves, some in ravines, and even beneath trees. She recalled a story that Shurqin had mentioned about a leaf obscuring one's view. This must be the interstellar version of that tale. Zhuang Yueza, who was hiding atop a tree, was taken aback by the sight of the silver black-red-green mech approaching slowly. Why does this mech resemble Xiao Yun so much? He shook his head, rubbed his eyes, and thought, no, Xiao Yun is only a freshman. She shouldn't be in the sophomore and junior zones. Yet, who else could have possibly modified a mech with such a garish color scheme? Should he call her to leave? However, doing so would expose his position, leading to an onslaught of attackers. He still wished to seize the resource pack. Meanwhile, Qian Dai, who was walking ahead, noticed that Shun Zhaoyun stood motionless. Assuming she had been persuaded by his words to stay and guard the supplies, he cheerfully suggested, let us find a secluded spot to wait. The terrain here is not ideal, rocky and prone to collisions. We should seek a central location that allows access to all directions, so we can reach the supplies quickly when they drop. Before Shun Zhaoyun could finish her thought, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed from the sky. Qian Dai excitedly pointed at the sky and exclaimed, look, a spaceship. It's a supply drop vessel. It is flying towards us. My goodness. It is hovering right above us. The insider information I acquired was indeed true. Shun Zhaoyun's gaze swiftly shifted to Li Xiuema. Is this correct? Is this misinformation? The ship has stopped above us before the time was even due. How could this be false? This is more authentic than 24k gold. P.S. After burning the midnight oil, I have finally repaid my debts. I appreciate everyone taking the time to revisit previous chapters. Moreover, my book's optimal title has been revealed. Ahem. Let me first perform a little ritual. Oh, lucky Xiuema. Can you feel the affection from your dear mother? May your fortune flourish. I wish for abundant blessings. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt thanks for the gifts and reviews. I kindly ask for your favorable comments to attract more readers. This book has grown thanks to your support. Chapter 104. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Li Xiuema, catching Shun Zhaoyun's eye, was equally perplexed. A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. I don't know. My temporary boss clearly mentioned it casually. Could he have deceived me? Shun Zhaoyun's lips twitched slightly as she operated the mech to broaden her field of vision, observing that the ship had indeed settled directly above them. She was nearly certain the drop point was confirmed. That's good, she thought. We will be able to secure the supply packs more swiftly. After a moment's contemplation, she added, if we don't manage to obtain the primary resource pack, remember who took our supplies, and let us confront them. In any case, we will first seize the bank cards, followed by the energy blocks, and finally, we must also acquire weapons and ammunition, not to mention the repair kits. With one hand pressed firmly on the weapon storage button, she felt unperturbed, even amidst the crowd, for she possessed a secret weapon. Li Xiuema furrowed her brows. Isn't it enough to state that nothing will be overlooked? Yet she nodded. You open the hatch. I will prepare to head out. It was precisely to conserve energy that she had taken Shun Zhaoyun aboard her mech. Now, with the impending battle, she was determined to assist. Inside, the two were revisiting their plans, while outside, Qian Dai continued to exuberantly declare that his money had been well spent. Meanwhile, Xia Xingyu watched as the spaceship soared past overhead, heading straight for the coordinates she had previously designated. She was taken aback, murmuring to herself, am I the one who executed the ruse to draw the tiger from its den? Have I been set up by my own people? Is this really happening? Lin Qing was also bewildered. Was her agent truly not deceiving him? Had all the prior arrangements been merely a ploy to ensnare him? Regaining her composure, Xia Xingyu shouted. What does it matter if it's right or wrong? Hurry up and charge forward. Lin Qing, let me tell you. If you cause me to miss out on that supply pack, I will share your unflattering photos in your fan group. Originally, she had intended to head in that direction. But now she had strayed too far. Lin Qing remained silent, his fingers fiercely tapping the controls, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Failing to secure the resource pack would not only provoke Xia Xingyu's wrath, he would not forgive himself either. Inside the spaceship, several evaluators observed the students below, cheerfully engaged in conversation. A tall teacher remarked, it has been announced that we have implemented a new live streaming mode, which necessitates that we assess our students while also ensuring the entertainment value of the broadcast. A slightly portly teacher concurred, indeed. We originally intended to deploy supplies in the central area. However, I've noticed that many students have been lured here. It's much more vibrant. So we shall remain and distribute the supplies here instead. The supply packages have also been altered. In previous years, they were bundled into a single drop. But this time they are divided into 5 or 6 portions, ensuring that everyone gets a share. With a hearty laugh, the tall teacher added, "We need not rush to leave. Let us observe the commotion below with amusement." As he spoke, he found himself chuckling. The students gathered below, unaware of the intricate details, felt overwhelmingly fortunate. Many gazed intently at the ships hovering above. When Li Shuama leapt from the mech, Qian Dai was startled. However, being of a broad disposition, he soon transitioned from surprise to delight. The collective strength of many would yield greater rewards. After releasing Li Shuama, Shun Xiaoyan commenced her preparations. With deft fingers, she tapped on the control panel, causing a component within her right arm to spin rapidly. She found a patch of blackened earth and operated the mech. The mech's right arm plunged forcefully into the mud, and a component inside began to spin, generating tremendous suction that drew in the soft earth. As Li Shuama climbed back into her mech, she inquired, "What are you doing?" "Replenishing my ammunition supply," Shun Xiaoyan replied, her eyes fixed intently on the multitude of markers displayed on the large screen, grateful for the weapon storage chamber gifted to her by the Blazing Phoenix. She lacked the funds to purchase numerous shells, but nature provided ample supplies of soil and water. A resourceful individual like Shun Xiaoyan would never allow such a substantial weapon storage chamber to remain empty. While modifying her mech S-arm, she also added a passageway. Though this would necessitate cleaning the mech afterward, she was determined to make the effort for the sake of the supply package. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was time to deploy the supply packages. A massive aluminum box swayed as it descended from the ship's underside. Qian Dai exclaimed excitedly, "Let us hurry. We mustn't miss it." "Hold on. Wait a moment." Shun Xiaoyan quickly maneuvered her mech to block his path. The area was crowded with people, and seizing the supplies required a more strategic approach. Li Shuama, who had also intended to rush forward, immediately halted. She recalled the saying about the bird that stuck its head out and got shot. Lu Wenzhong's fate came to mind. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, she fixed her gaze on the direction of the supply package. A student positioned closest felt himself to be the fortunate one present. "The resource package is bound to drop right here," he jubilantly declared as he excitedly piloted his mech upward. Suddenly, a bizarre shout echoed from the stony hill. "Attack him! Take him down!" Almost immediately, several shells were fired from various directions. The entire sequence transpired swiftly, punctuated by the sounds of "Bayu Bayu Boom Boom." The lucky student was struck, and the sparks erupted like fireworks. He fell to the ground even faster than the resource package itself. "Who is it? Who hit me? I am Chang Zhuochuan. I am Chang Zhuochuan." The fortunate one's mech lay incapacitated on the ground, overwhelmed by helpless fury. It was indeed Chang Zhuochuan. Ranked 6th in our class, Qian Dai sucked in a breath, startled, and instinctively retreated his mech by 2 steps. Had it not been for Shun Xiaoyan holding him back, he might have found himself lying side by side with Chang Zhuochuan. Shun Xiaoyan, her gaze fixed on the descending resource package, casually remarked, "With so many people around, this is bound to happen. We must remain composed. By the way, is Chang Zhuochuan wealthy?" After pondering for a moment, Qian Dai recalled Chang Zhuochuan's extravagant attire and his penchant for periodically repainting his mech. Thus, he replied, "He seems to be doing all right." A glimmer of opportunity sparked in Shun Xiaoyan's eyes. This was a chance for some extra earnings. She turned to Li Shuema and suggested, "I think maintenance tools are also quite essential. They should be prioritized right after the bank card." "Indeed," Li Shuema responded casually. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as an aluminum crate fell beside Chang Zhuochuan's mech. Truly, the fortunate one was remarkably close to the resource package. Yet, unlike his earlier impulsiveness, he found himself utterly immobile. Several mechs surged from all directions towards the fortunate one. "Charge!" someone shouted. From another direction came the urgent cry, "Hurry and grab it. Hurry. What do I do?" "That's my ammunition." Qian Dai gripped the control stick anxiously. "Attack them. Quickly. The resource package belongs to Chang Zhuochuan." Shun Xiaoyan amplified her voice through the mech system, calling out. In a state of panic, Chang Zhuochuan frantically pounded the control panel, exclaiming, "Who? The resource package has nothing to do with me. I can't move. Pull me out. I don't want the resource package anymore." Chapter 105. Today as the sniper Chang Zhuochuan was bewildered. He was already lying on the ground, yet people still would not relent. Shun Xiaoyan genuinely wished to inform him that it was simply because she had not met many second-year students. Having just gotten acquainted with him, she casually invoked his name. Scanning the surrounding mechs, Shun Xiaoyan noticed that surprisingly few had approached. Indeed, second-year students appeared to possess a tad more cunning than first-year students, maintaining their composure quite well. This wouldn't do. If she did not stir the waters, she would be the one unlucky enough to miss out on the resource package. Resolving her thoughts, Shun Xiaoyan shouted, "Someone is about to seize the resource package. The green mech is the fastest." Barely had her words left her lips when several mechs surged forward from behind. A smirk played on Shun Xiaoyan's lips as her fingers danced over the control panel. The gun barrels mounted on her mech's arms whirred to life, targeting the previously noted green mech. The leading green mech should be cautious. Someone is attacking you, she called out, simultaneously unleashing 2 laser shots without hesitation. One struck the leg, while the other impacted the energy compartment. As her attacks were unleashed, it was as though a spark had ignited something. Instantly, many turned their attention to assault that particular mech. Shun Xiaoyan's fluid combination of maneuvers left Qian Dai in awe. The student within the green mech, focused solely on racing towards the resource package, paid no heed to the myriad of surrounding sounds. Yet, unexpectedly, he was indeed struck. Fortunately, he only suffered damage to his legs. His arms remained functional. He shouted in fury, "Who is attacking me? Who?" In response, he was met with even fiercer assaults. Move. Change direction. Shun Jiayun maneuvered her mech to a different position. A skilled sniper, once revealed, must always shift their location after each shot. She fixated on the aluminum crate ahead, noticing another mech approaching. Narrowing her eyes, she repeated her earlier warning, caution with the red and blue mech. Someone is targeting you. As her words fell, her mech's arm was raised high, unleashing 2 strikes towards the red and blue mech. Who is so underhanded as to launch a sneak attack? Roared the red and blue mech, incensed by the onslaught. Simultaneously, several previously charged mechs directed their attacks towards it. Why are you all ganging up on me? This is excessive. The red and blue mech fumed as it faced a barrage. Shun Jiayun's lips curled into a slight smirk. This is the nature of humans, to flock together. Especially when a group grows restless, they tend to seize upon a single target and pummel it relentlessly. Of course, she had no intention of revealing this to him. Beware. Black mech. She continued, selecting another unfortunate target and launching 2 laser rounds. As long as anyone approached the aluminum crate, she would focus her attacks on them. The moment she struck, it seemed as if a command had been issued, and those behind her zeroed in on her chosen target. In an instant, those at the forefront were frightened into retreat. While 1 or 2 might manage, being besieged by a group was overwhelming. Few could withstand such firepower. Furthermore, having undergone assessments that morning, few mechs remained unscathed. Not far away, Zhuang Yuezha, who had initially intended to charge forward, could not help but curse at the scene. Whose aim is so impeccable, and whose tongue so sharp? With her pointing this out, who dares to move? Indeed, no one dared to advance. Qian Dai swallowed hard and asked, Senior, if you continue like this, no one will dare approach. What shall we do? No need to rush. Soon. There will certainly be some brave souls willing to step up. Shun Jiayun chuckled lightly and continued. We've only just begun. There are plenty of reckless adventurers out there. True enough, the massive aluminum crate loomed ahead, and within a minute, someone succumbed to temptation and charged forward. I am Zhou Bowen, and I only seek 2 energy blocks. Please, don't attack me. Shun Jiayun scoffed. Energy blocks? Apologies, but she desired those as well. In the E90 direction, a red mech initiated its assault. After she spoke, she raised her gun and fired simultaneously. This time, she unleashed a barrage of laser rounds, directly targeting the mech's legs, which were soon left crippled. Gasps of astonishment erupted. Goodness, was the speaker also the shooter? The voice and the laser fire came from the same direction. Who are you? Whose marksmanship in the second year is this precise? With a volley of laser rounds striking the same spot, several legs were shattered. As this revelation dawned, the onlookers recalled the previously damaged mechs, rendered immobile and vulnerable due to their incapacitated legs, now facing the wrath of the crowd. Zhou Bowen, feeling indignant after being knocked down, exclaimed, I merely desire a few energy blocks. Must you be so excessive? Nearby, a few fortunate individuals called out to him, Old Zhou, cease your futile thoughts about energy. You are not the only one limping about. One hidden voice bellowed, We haven't even laid a hand on you. Did you not notice that your leg was struck by someone from your own side? Who is it, after all? Let us confront one another openly and engage in a grand battle. No more underhanded tactics. My time is truly limited. I only wish to acquire some ammunition to replenish my arsenal. Since entering the examination hall, I have only accumulated 2 points. And I am on the verge of scoring 0, lamented a fellow student. It's a matter of life and death. Can it not be resolved swiftly? Zhou Bowen felt a pang of regret, wishing he had not rushed in so recklessly. Who is the one firing from the shadows? Is there truly someone in the sophomore year with such marksmanship? Someone inquired, but no one could provide an answer. Is it an upperclassman from the junior year? Another asked. Yet still, no response came. A sigh echoed through the crowd, as it became evident that not only was this individual an exceptional marksman, but she also understood the weaknesses of everyone's mechs, striking with precision. If you have the capability, why do you not fight alongside me? Shun Jiayun, disinterested in their chatter, mused that while she led the charge, those individuals also relished in pummeling the vulnerable. Several mechs had indeed been left battered from such collective assaults. Someone shouted from a distance at Shun Jiayun, do not speak. I shall uninstall this neutral voice from the system when I return. Upon hearing this, one's head began to throb. How could it not? Since the scramble for resource packs began, so many fallen mechs had been left in the wake of this voice's owner. With every utterance, those addressed found themselves struck down, akin to Yama, the king of death. Calling names from a list, Zhuang Yuezha, perched upon a tree, listened to the cacophony of wails and lamentations, and inexplicably confirmed that the person he had seen earlier was indeed Shun Jiayun, an excellent marksman, capable of driving a multitude to madness. He could think of no one else. Li Xiuama was reminded of her own classmates, a feeling of familiarity washing over her. Why don't we charge together? I refuse to believe she can take us all on alone. Someone proposed, to which Shun Jiayun languidly replied, Then I shall target the first person who rushes out. The crowd erupted in exclamations of frustration. I am going mad. I can see the energy pack before me, yet I am paralyzed with desire. Another shouted, Damn. Had my mech not been nearly destroyed by the alien beasts, you would see if I wouldn't obliterate yours. Frustrated, several others counted their ammunition and declared, If anyone leads the charge, I swear I will not fire. I will save my bullets for the alien beasts. I, too, will not shoot. Let that sniper do the fighting. Shun Jiayun raised an eyebrow at these declarations. It was nearly time for her to act. Chapter 106. Mine, go. Hurry up and advance. Someone urged others forward. In response, someone angrily retorted, You all squawk and hesitate. We said we wouldn't shoot at you. Another countered, Can I truly trust any of you? I possess but a single mech, and it lies in ruins. What am I to do about my assessment? Zhang Tao, it is your turn. You are usually the most valiant among us, are you not? The individual known as Zhang Tao promptly retorted. Last year's final exam saw even my captain betray me. I trust you lot as far as I can throw you. And besides, there's that sniper lurking about. You merely wish to wait until I secure the supply package, only to swoop in and seize it from me, right? With Zhang Tao refusing to act, another called out. What if Xia Xingyu? You step up, we won't harm you. Where is Xia Xingyu? Engaged in a desperate sprint, she would not respond. Thus, this group continued to shout and incite others to charge forward. Their intent was clear, let others bear the brunt while they themselves pilfer the spoils. Alas, despite the significance of the supply package, a damaged mech renders any acquisition futile. For instance, those like Zhou Anhua, already sprawled on the ground, could do naught but curse in despair, forsaken by all. They had lost even the opportunity to rise. Shen Zhaoyun conveyed a message to Li Shuama. Remember how I prompted others earlier? You shall embody that role. I will charge forth, and you will be the sniper. But your aim is lacking. Huh. Li Shuama was still processing when Shen Zhaoyun maneuvered the mech into action. The striking silver, black, red, and green hues of the mech momentarily dazzled onlookers. Someone exclaimed, whose hideous mech is that? Zhuang Yueza's eyes widened in disbelief. Could Shen Zhaoyun truly be so audacious as to seize the supply package from under the noses of these upperclassmen? I am Xia Xingyu, and I shall take 2 energy blocks. Who dares to challenge me? I will return and thrash you all. Shen Zhaoyun mimicked Xia Xingyu's tone as she piloted the mech, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the entire aluminum box. All of it is hers. She intended to claim it in its entirety. Shen Zhaoyun's declaration momentarily stilled any would-be aggressors. Or rather, everyone awaited another's initiative. Undeterred, she thrust the control stick forward with urgency. Speed was paramount. She needed to secure everything before they could react. In less than a minute, Shen Zhaoyun approached the aluminum box, with many weapons now trained upon her. Should they fire? She was about to seize the supply package. The crowd hesitated. Zhuang Yueza, quick-witted, shouted, let her pass. We cannot afford to waste any more time. Xia Xingyu, I will offer 30,000 star coins for your assistance in procuring ammunition. Fetch me some. Be cautious of incoming fire. Li Shuama's neutral system voice chimed in almost simultaneously. She then discharged a few erratic laser blasts. Those who had hesitated were temporarily subdued. Some believed that once the sniper made their move, Xia Xingyu might not escape unharmed. Others were roused by Zhuang Yueza's words. Indeed, they could no longer afford to linger. A few genuinely felt that Xia Xingyu simply sought the energy blocks. Her integrity was well placed in their trust. But in the next moment, they witnessed the laser blasts miss their target entirely, as the silver, black, red, and green mech hoisted the entire aluminum box and fled. Wait, she is escaping. Good heavens, no one is stopping her. Ha ha ha, it is mine, all mine. Shen Zhaoyun hoisted the box, revealing a smile that showcased all 8 of her teeth. The success of her plan was almost too remarkable for her to fathom. She dared not let her focus waver. Her left hand flew across the control panel with unprecedented speed, perhaps the fastest she had ever operated since her rebirth. With no hesitation, she unleashed several consecutive Wu-style leaps, pouring her energy into each maneuver. The mech's velocity surged to 3 times its previous speed, creating a significant distance between herself and the others as she leapt towards an uninhabited direction she had previously detected. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Goodness! The entire box has vanished. Someone exclaimed. Xia Xingyu, didn't you say you only needed a few energy blocks? Hurry and chase after her, they urged. But she was moving too swiftly, and it was futile to attempt to intercept her now. Fire the cannon. Bring her down. A few obeyed and took aim. At that moment, the silver black red green mech ascended into the air. The right arm of her mech rose, dispersing clouds of dust and debris in all directions. In an instant, a veil of mud and dust enveloped the area, obscuring the silver black red green mech's whereabouts. Several mechs pursued, but as they crossed through the swirling haze, the silver black red green mech had already vanished from sight. For a moment, they were at a loss as to which direction to chase. Inside the mech, Qian Dai widened his eyes, suddenly unsure of how to react. The senior student had managed to carry away the entire box, even amidst such throngs of people, and astonishingly, she had escaped. Not far away, Zhuang Yueza, witnessing Shen Zhaoyun's flight, couldn't contain his excitement. Well done, he exclaimed, but in the next breath, he scolded, wait. Now that we're in the examination hall, I need to re-add her contact details. I can't reach her now. Where are my munitions? I won't be able to procure supplies. As Zhuang Yueza vented his frustration, the others joined in, equally incensed. If we had known someone was close to the resource pack, we should have followed and seized it ourselves. It's your fault for being such cowards. One shouted. Damn it, my ammunition, my nutrient solution. I still need to hunt exotic beasts. I have nothing left. How am I supposed to proceed with my assessment? This is outrageous. Who would have thought she would carry the box away? With so many people around, how dare she leave not a scrap for anyone else? Xia Xingyu, you'd better brace yourself. Once the assessment concludes, I intend to confront you. You promised you only required a few energy blocks, yet you've taken the entire box. Just then, Xia Xingyu, who was rushing over with Lin Qing, overheard her name being mentioned. Which scoundrel wants to fight me? She called out loudly. Someone gasped in surprise. You are Xia Xingyu? Who was that just now? What do you mean who? I was just chasing the spaceship. Where's the resource pack? Whoever got the energy blocks and ammunition, I'll buy them. Xia Xingyu, unable to comprehend the chatter around her, searched for the resource pack, but found nothing. Deciding instead to throw money at the problem. Goodness, you are Xia Xingyu. We've been played. Upon hearing this, another quickly discerned who was genuine and who was not. So cunning. We must urgently locate that individual. No one paid attention to Xia Xingyu anymore, as some operated mechs and soared into the sky. Li Suimuo observed everything with a tinge of sympathy for the unfortunate souls before her. At that moment, her light brain vibrated several times. It was a communication invitation from Shun Zhaoyun. Since Shun Zhaoyun had the leisure to contact her, Li Suimuo presumed she had successfully fled to a safe location. She promptly connected the call. Inside a cave, Shun Zhaoyun stood atop an aluminum box, exclaiming, "Haha, Xiao Xue, you did splendidly. Your timing was impeccable. So many energy blocks and an abundance of ammunition." Chapter 107. Delivering warmth to the seniors listening to Shun Zhaoyun's somewhat arrogant tone, Li Suimuo quietly reminded her. "Many people are cursing at you. I dare to steal, and I dare to face their curses. Besides, I have debts that do not weigh me down. Their opinions matter not." Shun Zhaoyun waved her hand dismissively, completely unconcerned. The items she acquired through her own skill and the curses she received were all deserved. Li Suimuo was instantly captivated by Shun Zhaoyun's audacity. "Send me the coordinates. Shall I come find you? We can return the energy blocks to our classmates for mining." "Return? Mining? What do you intend to return for?" Shun Zhaoyun retorted. "Can you not aim higher? I've given the coordinates for storing the items to Feng Guang. I instructed him to retrieve them from the cave, so we 1T deliver them ourselves. We agreed to assist the seniors through this assessment. Thus, I intend to stay here and provide warmth to the seniors. They must need all that ammunition, right? With so many mechs damaged, do they not require our assistance?" Shun Zhaoyun joyfully shook her legs. In this crate of resource packs, besides energy blocks, the majority contained ammunition. After all, first-year students required only energy blocks for mining, rendering ammunition unnecessary for them. She calculated that they could leave enough energy blocks for the first-year students to mine for 7 or 8 hours. And the remaining supplies could be exchanged for star coins while the assessment was still ongoing. Today, she aspired to become a monopolistic arms dealer. Is this wise? Will we not be pursued? Li Suimuo felt tempted by the proposition, but harbored concerns about being chased alongside Shun Zhaoyun. Asked Qian Dai. 10,000 star coins for 10 laser rounds, 10,000 star coins for 2 light cannons, 5,000 star coins for a vial of nutrient solution, 50,000 star coins for a basic component replacement. Inquire if he desires any of these. Shun Zhaoyun extracted a bank card from the aluminum box and climbed back into the mech. She was busy and needed to organize the items swiftly. Following Shun Zhaoyun's lead, Li Suimuo began counting on her fingers. Finally, she trembled and said, "Are you not pricing them too high?" Shun Zhaoyun plopped down into the pilot's seat, tilting her head in confusion. "Am I charging too much? The resource pack I risked my life to seize. Does my life not hold value? If my mech were to be severely damaged, would the repairs not be costly? I bear all the risks." While they merely need to part with their star coins to acquire what they desire, Li Suimuo fell silent. If her memory served her correctly, when Shun Zhaoyun had fled and she had carried the box away, no one had fired a shot at her. Could this truly be considered risking her life? Without waiting for Li Suimuo's response, Shun Zhaoyun continued, "I must ask, do you still desire star coins? Personally, I am about to commence accumulating materials for S Class Mechas. Everyone is busy with assessments. If you miss this opportunity, you will never find a chance to sell at such a price again." As she spoke, Shun Zhaoyun operated the mecha, emptying the remaining sand from the weapon storage. Li Suimuo's pupils widened. Shun Zhaoyun had struck a chord within her. "I'm in. Just a moment. Let me inquire about the market conditions." She promptly turned to Qian Dai, saying, "Shun Zhaoyun wants to know, here. If 10,000 star coins can be exchanged for 10 rounds of laser ammunition, 10,000 for 2 rounds of photon cannons, 5,000 for a tube of nutrient solution, and 50,000 for a basic component replacement, would you be amenable to that?" "What? Shun Zhaoyun is selling at such a low price? I want everything." Qian Dai exclaimed excitedly. Last year's end-of-term assessment saw the prices for nutrient solutions being reasonable. However, the prices for ammunition and components would typically double what Shun Zhaoyun is offering. Shun Zhaoyun, having heard Qian Dai's remarks, quickly interjected, "This is a friendship price for you. Others will have to pay more." "Thank you, senior. I understand this is a friendship price. The ammunition prices should at least double. Last year many offered prices higher than yours, and there is demand without a set price." Qian Dai was quite perceptive. During assessments, everyone was a competitor. Some individuals, even with excess ammunition and energy blocks, were reluctant to sell to their rivals. Hence, Qian Dai's assertion of demand without a price held true. Shun Zhaoyun nodded and continued. "By the way, are those several individuals who were initially lying on the ground still around? If they are, could you assist me in obtaining their contact information? I can also provide them with component replacement services at negotiable prices." "Are you referring to Chang Zhuochuan and Zhou Bowen?" Qian Dai mentioned, glancing toward the few mechas still on the ground in the distance. "Indeed, I wish to assist them in repairing their mechas and help them return to the assessment," Shun Zhaoyun affirmed. Qian Dai's lips twitched slightly. If memory served him correctly, those mechas had ended up in such a state because of Shun Zhaoyun leading the charge against them. After having battled them, you wish to return and earn their money? Li Suimuo chimed in. "There are 4 mechas lying there in total. Alas, if I had known I could carry back the entire box, I would have persuaded more individuals to join in. The more mechas lying around, the more people I could assist." Shun Zhaoyun sighed, having emptied the weapon storage and begun to refill it with ammunition. "These rounds are worth a fortune." Both Li Suimuo and Qian Dai involuntarily shuddered at the sight. Such tenacity. Qian Dai inhaled deeply and added, "Perhaps I should recruit a few more individuals to see who wishes to purchase ammunition?" "Yes, you should gather more people. The more, the better. I can provide door-to-door service later," Shun Zhaoyun said joyfully, slapping her thigh. She needed to hide and store items. By the time she returned, the crowd might have dispersed. Just then, she suddenly heard a familiar vibrating sound from outside. Immediately, she piloted her mecha toward the source of the sound. As she beheld the familiar spaceship gradually departing, her gaze fell upon a well-known crate, albeit diminished in size. Realization struck her, and she exclaimed, "Oh my, Li Shuamo, I have stumbled upon yet another resource box." Huh. Li Shuama's hands momentarily faltered while operating the mech. "I can't talk now. I must prepare, for I have more items to sell shortly." Shen Jiayun was overwhelmed with joy. She pondered, was it not agreed that only one resource package would be deployed? Why, amidst her bustling activities, was another sent her way? What a delightful dilemma. Chapter 108. An overzealous classmate Shen Jiayun returned with another modestly sized resource package. She promptly contacted Feng Guang. "You must come here at once. I have found another resource package. The energy contained within will sustain you until the end of the assessment." Feng Guang, busy organizing tasks, immediately responded. "But the energy blocks provided earlier were calculated based on everyone's rest periods, weren't they?" Shen Jiayun raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you suggesting that we take a break? You know I am quite democratic and never force anyone to work. Just ask them who would dare to rest." Feng Guang turned to his classmates still diligently working and inquired loudly. "Shen Jiayun wants to know. If there were sufficient energy blocks to allow you to continue until the end of the assessment, who would refuse?" Upon hearing Shen Jiayun had indeed found energy blocks to support their mining efforts, the students responded enthusiastically. "Yes, give it to me, I want it." A student ranked in the top 5 hesitantly asked, "Can I not mine so much?" But those ranked below him quickly interjected, "If others don't want it, our team is eager to take it. If I mine for 3 more hours, can we adjust the distribution? Our team aims to improve our ranking," echoed another student further back. Thus, the initially hesitant top-ranked student could only weakly concede, "Yes, our team wants it too. Woe is me. Who else cares whether we have energy blocks to utilize?" Deep down, he lamented the fact that Shen Jiayun could acquire so many energy blocks, ensuring the energy supply for the remaining assessment time. And why were the second and third year seniors so ineffectual? Meanwhile, Shen Jiayun did not overlook her classmates' responses. She smiled with satisfaction. "See, they are all quite enthusiastic, aren't they? Who is that student needing 3 more hours to adjust? He is the most proactive. To encourage everyone, let us raise his share a bit." Feng Guang's lips twitched, and he nodded. "All right, just energy isn't enough. You must set off immediately. There's also enough nutrient solution for you. Hurry over, don't delay our classmates. Surely, you don't wish to become the enemy of the entire class, do you?" Shen Jiayun urged. "Understood." Feng Guang promptly disconnected from the holographic interface. Shen Jiayun organized the freshmen to continue distributing supplies. She too needed to hasten. The upperclassmen must be eagerly awaiting her. Meanwhile, the teachers in the conference room were once again astounded by Shen Jiayun's series of adept maneuvers. A teacher, unable to contain her laughter, remarked, "I had no idea that the resource packs distributed by our school could be utilized for such profit. Who would have thought that after exploiting the freshmen, she would proceed to do the same to the sophomores and juniors? What a splendid assessment." Another teacher shook her head in disbelief. Is she really planning to sell the resource packs she has acquired to the second and third year students? Is that even permissible? With her actions, will the assessments for the sophomores and juniors still be able to proceed? A teacher furrowed her brow in concern. Upon hearing this, Yan Ziguan immediately stood up and asserted, "Pray tell, where is the impropriety? The resource packs were rightfully secured by Shen Jiayun through her own merit. What rule forbids her from selling them? Previous students have exchanged resources amongst themselves, have they not? The assessment objectives for first-year students differ from those of the second and third years. Besides seeking star coins, does she expect these students to mine for her?" The teachers murmured, "She surely does not lack resources." Yan Ziguan continued, "Her intention from the outset was to trade the resource packs for star coins. However, no previous student has managed to amass such a substantial quantity of resource packs. At least this teacher could be grateful that the packs were divided into several portions. Although the largest was seized by Shen Jiayun, the smallest was also collected by her, yet it seems the remaining 3 are quite limited as well." Yan Ziguan cast a glance at the teacher and added, "A crowd gathered to snatch the resource packs. Her ability to acquire them is commendable. Moreover, you were the ones who lured her there. She might even blame you for the cumbersome items you provided, compelling her to devise her own means of exchange." The teachers turned their attention to the screen, where Shen Jiayun was exuberantly unboxing her bounty. Multiple large screens displayed her joy, making it evident that she was the most delighted among them all. Bai Jinsi massaged her temples and interjected, "Ziguan, while Shen Jiayun is indeed your star pupil, there is no need for such indulgence. Yet, you are right. Once in the examination hall, it is all about individual merit. Let us leave it at that. No more fuss." Yan Ziguan sat back proudly, thinking, "My student excels. Why shouldn't I sing her praises? What do these teachers know? They haven't even read the series on Shen Jiayun," and he felt they were utterly clueless. The audience on StarNet was equally amused by Shen Jiayun's antics. This year, the Alliance's first academy has truly produced a talent. Haha, who said assessments were dull? If they were like this, they would be exhilarating. Does Shen Jiayun have a personal account? I want to follow her. It's rare to encounter someone so entertaining. Her moves were so slick. Her peers in the same examination hall are both unfortunate and amusing. So many were obstructing the resource pack, and she managed to carry away the entire box. Of course she had to take it. Do not underestimate her seemingly simple maneuvers. She strategically positioned herself and thoroughly understood the terrain. Furthermore, her marksmanship is impeccable. Without such precision, none of her steps could have succeeded. I am rather eager to see how the Alliance Academy performs in the upcoming multi-school joint competition. However, will they allow a mere first-year student like Shen Jiayun to participate? Am I the only one paying attention to Shen Jiayun's mecha, whose ingenuity transformed her mech? Despite its tattered exterior, it proves remarkably functional. Not only does it exhibit superior energy efficiency compared to other mechs, but it also boasts impressive speed. Meanwhile, the students undergoing assessments remain oblivious to the clamor outside. Freshmen gradually come to terms with the ongoing mining, while sophomores and juniors who missed out on resource packs are on the brink of madness. She claims to be me, Xia Xingyu. And you also readily allow her to seize resources without a single protest? I had no idea you were so generous towards me. Xia Xingyu directed her grievances at a cluster of classmates. The chastised students lowered their heads like quails. One girl could not contain herself and replied, Xingyu, it's different because we know your character. You are forthright in word and deed, and we trust you. Nonsense. Last year's assessment, I scrambled for supplies alongside you. And you all shot at me. Yet this year, you claim to trust me. Xia Xingyu felt they were treating her like a fool. Did they believe that by flattering her, she would cease her criticisms of them? Chapter 109. If it were me, I would not fall for it. That person is far too cunning. Zhou Bowen lamented, having just emerged from his mech, circling around his battered machine with a heavy heart. No one could feel the offense of that silver black red green mech more than he. Another classmate, lying beside a different mech, chimed in, indeed. I have never encountered someone so sly. Just moments ago, Zhuang Yueza was deceived as well. Zhuang Yueza had confidently declared that the culprit was Xia Xingyu, urging her to flee. Who was that person anyway? Zhuang Yueza stood by in disbelief, gazing skyward. Had he been duped? He knew the perpetrator was Shun Zhaoyun and had inadvertently assisted her in her deception, ultimately falling into the trap himself. Regrettably, he had 1,000 words to express, yet they remained trapped within him. He feared that if he voiced his thoughts, the others might immediately pounce on him in anger. How frustrating it is to encounter an acquaintance engaged in wrongdoing, unable to guard against it. He unwittingly lent a helping hand, thus implicating himself. Lin Qing, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward to mediate. Let it go. We are all unfortunate together. So do not berate them further. The crowd turned their eyes toward Lin Qing in unison. Although they recognized his good intentions, they found his words oddly discomforting. Moreover, in terms of disparagement, it seemed that this senior's mech was the most degraded. Among those present, only his mech bore the marks of excrement and still emitted a foul odor. Xia Xingyu, hands on her hips, pointed at Lin Qing. How dare you say that? I should have long been here with everyone else to seize the resources. Had you not mentioned your so-called strategy to lure the tiger away from its den, I would not have missed out on the resource pack. If I had been present, I would never have been deceived. My ammunition is depleted, and my energy blocks are nearly exhausted. My standing in the assessment is only 7th. Upon hearing the term lure the tiger away from its den once more, Lin Qing fell silent. He stepped back, opting to evade Xia Xingyu's verbal onslaught. At the same time, he cursed Zhang Jingji in his heart. He could have triumphed through sheer ability, so why did Zhang Jingji persistently distrust him? Then, Manager Zhang stepped in to help, though his assistance often proved counterproductive. Lin Qing, perplexed, could only stand beside Zhuang Yueza, sharing a moment of silent exasperation. At that moment, Qian Dai emerged with a beaming smile. Dear classmates, esteemed seniors. Shall we exchange contact information? If anyone has resources later, we could trade. Why are you smiling? How can you still smile? Someone shot at Qian Dai. His lips twitched. Was it his fault? No, it was the absurdity of those around him that was to blame. And it wasn't as if he lacked resources. He simply found it amusing. Qian Dai's smile widened. You know me, I was born to smile. Even when I'm hungry, I can still laugh. Someone waved their hand dismissively. Alright then, if you love to laugh, go ahead. But you make a valid point. We could indeed exchange resources. What do we have to trade? I am willing to exchange 2 bottles of nutrient solution for ammunition. I can also trade energy blocks. Of course, if anyone is willing to accept star coins, even better. Xia Xingyu interjected promptly. She planned to skip a meal today, using her saved nutrient solution to barter for other items. There was no choice. Her mechs operated at full throttle, and now not only was energy scarce, but her ammunition stock was woefully depleted. Star coins and nutrient solutions? You really lack sincerity. I doubt anyone would want to trade with you. Someone disdainfully regarded Xia Xingyu, and then distanced themselves, turning to others. I can spare 30 laser rounds. Who wants to trade for an energy block? Of course, accepting star coins is preferable. We can negotiate a fair price. Someone immediately responded. Who is lacking a few star coins these days? 30 laser rounds 1T even get you an energy block. However, I could offer a third of an energy block for 35 laser rounds. Come on, you're so stingy. How have you not been beaten up? The proposer grew even more disdainful. With this exchange, others began to tally their meager supplies of ammunition and half-used energy blocks to barter amongst themselves. There was no choice. During this critical assessment period, students willing to rush here for resource packs truly had little left in their possession. Not far away, Li Shuama. Observing the pitiful state of the seniors, couldn't he help but contact Shun Zhaoyun again. As Shun Zhaoyun approached calmly and connected to the communication device, she inquired, what is the matter? No one wants to add Qian Dai as contact? That is odd. Qian Dai appears trustworthy. They should all be willing to connect, right? No. Li Shuama inhaled deeply and whispered, I just think they are truly unfortunate. They have to offer a third of an energy block in exchange. The laser rounds are counted in small quantities. Shun Zhaoyun immediately responded with delight. That is splendid. Doesn't this prove that the seniors are in dire need of our assistance? I think I shall raise the prices. Li Shuama. Shun Zhaoyun continued. This is excellent news. I was initially worried that I had hoarded too many resources and wouldn't be able to sell them. Li Shuama couldn't help but clench her fists. Aren't you afraid of being beaten up? I am merely the one bringing warmth. How could anyone possibly want to harm me? Shun Zhaoyun nonchalantly replied. Elevating her foot without concern, Li Shuama inhaled sharply, once again grateful that she was on the same team as Shun Zhaoyun. Otherwise, standing in opposition to her could lead to a heart attack. However, Shun Jian remarked, "But you have reminded me. I shall take a step back and refrain from rushing over. Once they disperse, I will approach them one by one to sell my wares. I fear that in the crowd, she might be overwhelmed. Her time is invaluable. It must not be squandered on brawls." Having contemplated this, Shun Jiayan urged Li Shuiming, "Please keep a close watch on Qian Dai. Ensure he does not overlook a single client. After all, without a share in the profits, I worry he may lack enthusiasm in his endeavors. As Xia Fuping has stated, profit is the most steadfast bond in maintaining relationships. I ought to share some benefits with Qian Dai." Li Shuiming's lips twitched as she glanced towards Qian Dai in the distance. Why did she sense that Qian Dai seemed particularly cheerful and proactive? Indeed, Qian Dai was quite delighted. This joy stemmed from the unfortunate circumstances of others contrasted with his own good fortune. Each time he observed a classmate failing to acquire ammunition, he approached to exchange contact information. No one is willing to trade, right? Neither am I. Let us exchange contacts. If you have any good news later, do not forget me. With this line of conversation, he amassed the contact information of nearly everyone present. Once he secured the details, he promptly shared them with Shun Jiayan. Even the unfortunate Zhuang Yueza, perhaps clinging to a glimmer of hope, exchanged contacts with him. Shun Jiayan, concealed in a corner, seized the opportunity to notice Zhuang Yueza's name. Oh dear, how did classmates fare so poorly on the exam? No ammunition? TSK. In Chapter 110, titled Your Mecha Arm is Impressive, Xia Xingyu ultimately acquired nothing. This was hardly surprising, as a group of impoverished individuals congregating would inevitably lead to mutual destitution. Thus, she begrudgingly provided her contact information to Qian Dai. After doing so, she pointed at Zhuang Yueza to vent her frustrations, criticizing him for not even recognizing her mecha and for siding with the scammer. Zhuang Yueza, standing nearby, could only shrink back, meekly offering his contact information to Qian Dai. Xia Xingyu's barrage of criticisms was too fierce. He dared not reveal to her that the impersonator was Shun Jiayan. Consequently, after exchanging contacts with everyone, Zhuang Yueza hastily piloted his mecha away. Yet, throughout his journey, his optical computer incessantly buzzed. It was too noisy, prompting him to halt his mecha to check the device. "It's me, Shun Jiayan. Do you need supplies? If so, come find me at this location." The message included a coordinate. Zhuang Yueza's eyes lit up as he swiftly changed direction towards the location provided by Shun Jiayan. After sending the message to Zhuang Yueza, Shun Jiayan continued perusing her list and soon spotted Xia Xingyu's name. "Very well, I shall summon her as well. And there S Lin Qing, who seems to be Xia Xingyu's partner. That qualifies as an acquaintance. She likely won't ambush me or steal my things. I shall call her too." Just as Shun Jiayan finished messaging her acquaintances, Zhuang Yueza arrived. Upon sighting Shun Jiayan, Zhuang Yueza poured forth all the words he had bottled up during his journey. "How did you manage to contact me? Your audacity is truly remarkable. With so many people around, how could you dare to carry away an entire box of supplies? I had prepared myself for the possibility of not obtaining any resources. And since you have secured the supplies, why haven't you returned to continue the assessment? Do you not care about your results?" Shun Jiayan cast him a sidelong glance and kicked the aluminum box beside her. "What supplies do you need? The price is the same as outside. And you may settle in star coins. What the hell? You're charging your own people too? Just moments ago, when you fled disguised as Xia Xingyu, I even helped you cover your tracks. Now, Xia Xingyu has been complaining to me incessantly, and I hardly dared to retort." Zhuang Yueza couldn't help but chime in. Coincidentally, Xia Xingyu arrived just in time to overhear Zhuang Yueza's remark. She laughed in exasperation. "Ah, so you two are in cahoots. One of you makes me take the blame, while the other aids in my concealment. Zhuang Yueza, are you still trying to hide this from me?" Zhuang Yueza's expression changed, his guilt evident as he shrank back. Remaining silent, Shun Jiayan, however, was undeterred. She boldly planted her foot on the aluminum box and declared, "What do you mean by in cahoots? This was entirely my plan. I didn't even see him earlier. Indeed, it has nothing to do with me." Zhuang Yueza nodded repeatedly. Yet, Shun Jiayan's subsequent words left him speechless. She continued, "It's unfair to say I made you take the blame. Rather, it reflects my trust in your character. I wouldn't even bother using the names of ordinary people. Do you see me using Zhuang Yueza's name? No, I only use yours. Because I know your character is the most reliable." Zhuang Yueza's lips twitched. Shun Jiayan's words were utterly deceptive. However, her statement had the effect of softening Xia Xingyu's previously arched brows. "Is that so? You think I'm trustworthy enough to use my name?" As she spoke, a smile crept across her lips. Lin Qing, who had followed behind, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Just moments ago, Xia Xingyu had been adamant that if she caught anyone using her name to swindle resources, she would not let them off easily. And now, was this what she meant by not letting them off? Shun Jiayan enthusiastically responded, "If we were using someone else's name, could we possibly be here sharing resources? Do you want energy blocks? How about ammunition? Do you prefer your nutrient solution in barbecue flavor or strawberry? Are there any issues with the mechs? Need a maintenance check? Yes. Give me 5 energy blocks. 200 rounds of ammunition each. Are there any other flavors of nutrient solution?" I didn't like the taste of today's distribution. Xia Xingyu began to place her order, counting on her fingers. Shun Jiayan raised an eyebrow. "Xingyu, you know that I trust you the most. Your character is commendable. I heard Qian Dai mention the prices you offer others." Xia Xingyu could hardly tolerate praise from others. Before Shun Jiayan could finish, she interjected, "I'll give you the same price. You don't need to discount the resources you seized from so many others." Shun Jiayan feigned reluctance. "Isn't that too much? If you hadn't managed to seize those items, and I had arrived later, even if I offered more money, I might not have been able to obtain them." The more Shun Jiayan declined, the more Xia Xingyu defended her. Zhuang Yueza watched in astonishment. Meanwhile, Shun Jiayan felt a sense of relief wash over her. See, this is what it means to have good character. Someone like Xia Xingyu truly has it. She kicked open the aluminum box's lid and generously declared, "You choose. They must sift through what remains after you. The space here is insufficient. I can provide you with more. My mech possesses an extraordinarily luxurious weapon storage compartment, brimming with an abundance of ammunition." At this moment, a flicker of annoyance crossed Xia Xingyu's lips. The weapon storage compartment also belonged to her, having been lost to Shun Jiayan. Just the day before, she had witnessed Shun Jiayan meticulously fitting that very compartment into her dilapidated mech. Shun Jiayan urged, "Xingyu, feel free to choose. Don't hold back. I've collected 2 resource packs, which should be more than sufficient. Just let me know how much you need. And after the exam, you can transfer the funds to my account." Shun Jiayan speculated that Xia Xingyu would require more than just 100 rounds of ammunition, anticipating further needs down the line. At that moment, Zhuang Yueza interjected, "I would like to request 60 rounds of ammunition first, and I'll settle the payment after the assessment." "Absolutely not." Shun Jiayan waved her hand in refusal, aware that Zhuang Yueza had barely 10,000 star coins to his name. Furthermore, he owed the team leader 30,000 star coins, Fang Yu 20,000, and Zhu Yuanyao 10,000. If he were to keep track of his debts, it would be ages before he could settle his obligations to her. Shun Jiayan asserted. "No one else has the privilege of keeping accounts. Only Xingyu does. Xingyu, would your boyfriend like some as well? I can keep a tab for him." Summer Xingyu, still caught up in delight, suddenly realized, "My boyfriend? Sure, Lin Qingfeng, Lin Qing, right? ISNT that him?" Shun Jiayan instantly recognized the familiar green mech model. One of its arms was identical to that of her own mech. She could never forget the adept individual who had modified one of its arms for her. Ahem. The previously silent Lin Qing was startled into a fit of coughs. Xia Xingyu recalled her earlier fib and awkwardly scratched her head. "As for my boyfriend, he indeed is my boyfriend. I knew I wasn't mistaken. Lin Qing, your mech's arm is truly remarkable. The materials are top-notch, and after the modifications, it packs an even greater punch." Shun Jiayan praised enthusiastically. Chapter 111. Do you wish to seek a beating? The topic raised by Shun Jiayan proved too embarrassing for Lin Qing, prompting him to swiftly divert the conversation. "I'll take 100 rounds of ammunition. And I'd also like 5 energy blocks. I can pay you immediately. How about 3 times the market price?" It became evident that Lin Qing's change of subject was timely. Shun Jiayan immediately responded, all right, help yourself." She began calculating in her mind. What would the total be if sold at 3 times the price? A laser round typically sells for 200 to 300 star coins. So at 3 times the minimum, that would amount to at least 60,000 star coins. And for the 5 energy blocks, though the Academy provided the lowest grade, each is worth 2,000 star coins, totaling 10,000 star coins for 5. In total, that would yield 70,000 star coins. Adding in the share from the affluent Xia, this truly represented exorbitant profit. A transaction with no initial investment truly equates to gain. Shun Jiayan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Beside her, Zhuang Yueza couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Shun Jiayan, pondering how she could be so fortunate in her financial endeavors. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "With you hoarding such a wealth of resources, what will become of the remainder? Aren't you supposed to return for the assessment?" Zhuang Yueza mentally deliberated whether he should discuss with Shun Jiayan the possibility of assisting her in selling resources here, hoping to negotiate a share of the profits. There is no way around it. He has recently fallen into financial straits, investing all his earnings into Master Han Wei. Modifying this mech feels like throwing money into a bottomless pit. Xia Xingyu frowned. "Do you need to rush back for the assessment? Then I shall procure an additional 100 rounds of ammunition and 3 energy blocks." Shun Jiayan raised her head, somewhat smugly declaring, "Apologies. I am not like you. My assessment has already concluded." "What? You wouldn't neglect your assessment just to make money, would you? Failing a major course has severe consequences," Zhuang Yueza urged anxiously. Shun Jiayan waved her hand dismissively. "Even if I don't return, I will still be the top scorer for this year's freshman assessment. Allow me to show you my current score." Shun Jiayan casually sent a screenshot of her assessment ranking to the group. 2,500 points. "How is that possible?" Zhuang Yueza exclaimed in disbelief. "I recall the freshman assessment task was mining stones, and if 1 point is awarded per stone, what on earth have you been mining? The assessment is not even halfway through, and you've already mined 2,500 stones?" His astonishment was palpable. Is this something achievable by a mere human? He remembered that last year, his total collection barely matched the initial digits of Shun Jiayan's score, and he was among the top few in his class. Xia Xingyu couldn't help but interject, "Has your system encountered a bug? This is inconceivable." Lin Qing was equally astonished, her mouth agape, struggling to maintain her composure. 2,500? By the end of the assessment, it should double, right? Shun Jiayan felt their reaction was overly dramatic. "Are you not mining yourself? Can you just inflate the numbers? Do you think the assessment officer is your father, allowing you to input arbitrary figures?" Zhuang Yueza shook his head repeatedly, convinced that unless Shun Jiayan had some hidden connections, she was merely boasting. Shun Jiayan found his naivety amusing. "I enlisted an entire class of classmates to assist me with mining. I had run out of energy blocks, but the ones I currently possess will suffice for them until the assessment concludes. Thus, my points are bound to increase." The group remained skeptical. Freshmen may be younger, but they are not fools easily swayed by Shun Jiayan's words. Shun Jiayan grew weary of explaining. Once they had secured their resources, she shouldered her box once more. Zhuang Yueza recalled Shun Jiayan's previous misdeeds and quickly intercepted her. "What are you doing with that box?" "I am performing good deeds, assisting my senior classmates from the 2nd and 3rd years through their challenges." Shun Jiayan maneuvered towards the location where she had previously seized boxes, where several seniors lay awaiting her aid. Zhuang Yueza, noticing her course, exclaimed, Do not head in that direction. You'll be swarmed. He distinctly remembered that before leaving, that group of classmates had been cursing Shen Jiaoyun. Her going there would be akin to inviting trouble. Not at all. I am not like you. Shen Jiaoyun's fingers danced swiftly over the controls as she confidently asserted, whoever dares to oppose me will be met with a fist. Initially intending to head in another direction, Lin Qing and Xia Xingyu, upon hearing her declaration, turned to follow her. The outcome of the assessment paled in comparison to witnessing Shen Jiaoyun in a brawl, especially since both had previously endured a harsh defeat at her hands during the Qingyu Cup. Do not mention anything trivial or petty. They genuinely wished to witness Shen Jiaoyun being beaten, then pleading tearfully for their intervention. Such an event would somewhat cleanse them of their own stains. As for Zhuang Yueza, his reasoning is even more straightforward. Seeing so many resources being claimed by others, he cannot reconcile that within himself. At this moment, represented by Zhou Bowen and Chang Zhuochuan, a few unfortunate souls whose mechs have been damaged are gathered together, lamenting their fate. The one who sticks out gets shot. I am that foolish bird. I merely sought to seize some ammunition, who knew my mech would be rendered incapacitated. Zhou Bowen, caressing his battered mech, is filled with regret. However, Chang Zhuochuan interjects. Let us not engage in infighting. It is the fault of the one who absconded with the resource package. Senior A concurs, indeed. It is her fault. She has played us all like puppets. She warned us to be cautious, claiming we were under attack, yet she was the first to fire. Yes, Senior B adds. When she attacked Zhou Bowen, I initially had no intention of retaliating. Yet somehow, when she spoke, I felt that if I did not strike Zhou Bowen, I would be at a disadvantage. The atmosphere shifts. It appears unreasonable for Zhou Bowen to escape unscathed. Senior A feels that Senior B has articulated his thoughts perfectly. The increasingly contorted face of Zhou Bowen exclaims, woo-woo, I truly do not require such comfort. Coughing, he adds, I am not the only one being attacked. I share your plight. Regardless, once this assessment concludes, I shall surely identify the one piloting that silver black red green mech. Upon encountering her, I will first incapacitate her mech, then point at her and berate her until she is reduced to tears, begging for mercy. Chang Zhuochuan clenches his fists, fervently declaring. Senior B chimes in, count me in. Senior A adds, I shall join as well. Zhou Bowen grits his teeth, resolutely stating, when I see her, I will not let her escape. Just then, Senior B turns and exclaims, look, she is coming. That silver black red green mech is indeed returning, with a resource box slung over her shoulder. Chapter 112. Reputation bankrupt. As Senior B's words fell, the others swiftly turned to gaze in the same direction. Against the radiant sunlight, that dilapidated silver black red green mech is bounding toward them. Senior A angrily remarks, is she heading in our direction? Zhou Bowen clenches his fists, declaring, she dares to come. Why wouldn't she dare? We are unarmed, unable to contend with her. Chang Zhuochuan's tone carries a hint of sorrow. Senior B angrily questions, what does she intend to do? Suddenly, Shen Jiaoyun leaps and appears before them. Oh, seniors, we meet again. I missed you all so much. In the face of their furious glares, Shen Jiaoyun is unreasonably enthusiastic. Operating her mech, she hurls the aluminum profile box from her shoulder to the ground. A thunderous crash ensues, sending dust swirling into the air. Their gazes fixate on the aluminum profile box, now less than half a meter from their mechs. That is the resource package they had fought so hard to reach. Zhou Bowen grinds his teeth and finally asks, what do you intend to do? Having secured the resource pack, what brings you here? Shen Jiaoyun replied with a smile. I specifically came to play with you all. Who are you? Tell me, who are you? Senior B inquired. Shen Jiaoyun. Shen Jiaoyun exhibited ample patience when addressing clients. Senior B looked confusedly at Senior A. Shen Jiaoyun? Who is that? A junior? Senior A speculated. No, a freshman. That sister potato bag. Are you both foolish? The one everyone is after, the sister potato bag. Chang Zhuochuan exclaimed loudly. Senior B suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, oh, it's her. No wonder she's so mischievous. Upon hearing this moniker, Shen Jiaoyun's lips involuntarily twitched. Moreover, considering the current situation with these seniors, was it wise to speak ill of her? In fact, Chang Zhuochuan had also thought of this and couldn't help but shoot a glare at Senior B, wanting to criticize him for his ill-timed remarks. Meanwhile, upon Shen Jiaoyun's arrival, Li Xuema and Qian Dai emerged from the distant stone mountain. Xia Xingyu and her group, who were lagging behind Shen Jiaoyun, also made their way over, adding 5 more mechas to the mix. Chang Zhuochuan immediately recognized the swaying figures of Qian Dai and Xia Xingyu. He pointed excitedly at the silver black red green mecha and said, you arrived just in time. She stole the resource pack. Quickly surround her. Take back her resource pack. Zhou Bowen echoed. However, at that moment, Qian Dai looked somewhat aggrieved and said, but you're not my senior. Shen Jiaoyun turned to Qian Dai and replied, I never claimed to be your senior. You've been calling me that all along. If you call me that, why shouldn't I take advantage? This retort left Qian Dai momentarily speechless. Shen Jiaoyun, however, was uninterested in comforting him. She casually kicked open an aluminum profile box and said, Qian Dai, take whatever you want. You can take everything we agreed upon before. And if it's not enough, feel free to take more. All right. Upon seeing the contents of the box, Qian Dai dismissed any grievances. What did it matter if he was verbally slighted? At this moment, being able to spend some star coins to acquire resources was the true advantage. The sight of these two scheming beneath the surface left Chang Zhuochuan and Zhou Bowen dumbfounded. Had they been played by these two? Senior B turned to the newly arrived Zhuang Yueza and asked in astonishment, do you know her too? If he recalled correctly, Zhuang Yueza had just referred to Shen Jiaoyun as Xia Xingyu. Was this all part of a scheme? Cough. It's not about knowing or not. I only recognize resources. Zhuang Yueza, after all, still had some pride. Compared to bearing the blame for harming his classmates, he preferred to cultivate an image driven solely by profit. Xia Xingyu, who was enjoying the spectacle, couldn't help but scoff, expressing her disdain. Senior B looked at Xia Xingyu with indignation. Xia Xingyu, you should hit her. Didn't you say you wanted to teach that person who made you take the blame a lesson? Xia Xingyu shrugged. Sorry, I only recognize resources. She has given me so much that it's bought my conscience. Excellent. After inquiring around, it turned out that they were all allies of Shun Jiaoyun. The unfortunate few gradually huddled together, warily observing Shun Jiaoyun. At that moment, they were no longer displaying the bravado they had earlier. They appear weak and helpless. One by one. Please, do not act this way. I am here to assist you with your mechas, Shun Jiaoyun quickly interjected, determined not to frighten her clients. Chang Zhuochuan regarded Shun Jiaoyun with suspicion, questioning whether she was plotting something against them. What do you want? I will not fall for your tricks, echoed Zhou Bowen. Xia Xingyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was the inevitable consequence of poor character. Shun Jiaoyun rolled her eyes, unable to contain herself. What do you possess that I would wish to deceive you for? You cannot even best me in combat. And the mechas you possess are in far worse condition than mine. Not at all. Your mecha is undoubtedly more dilapidated than mine. Zhou Bowen felt deeply insulted as he compared his beloved machine, recently adorned with a matte black finish, against the silver, black, red, and green mechas before him. He had invested a significant sum to upgrade the thrusters to high-powered models, and even installed the latest technology for the gun barrels. Without the advantage of a formidable mecha, he would never have dared to be the first to charge into battle. Unfortunately, before he could unleash even 20% of his mecha's potential, he was struck down, leaving him utterly defeated, while the instigator stood before him, flaunting her prowess. Zhou Bowen couldn't help but sigh heavily, unfazed by his lamentations. Shun Jiaoyun continued to employ her persuasive tongue. Let us dispense with trivial chatter. If you wish to settle scores, we can discuss it after the assessment. For now, let us focus on business. I can help you repair your mechas and ensure you successfully navigate this evaluation. Are you interested? At the mention of the assessment, Zhou Bowen sighed once more. If I fail, I might have to attend classes with you again next year. The thought of enduring another term alongside the detestable Shun Jiaoyun only deepened his frustration. His words prompted a collective sigh from those nearby, who shared in his dismay. Hence, you have no choice but to trust me. Though the equipment here is limited, the resource box provided by the Academy contains basic components and instruments. While I may not restore your mechas to their former pristine condition, I can disassemble the damaged parts and preserve those that are intact, ensuring your mechas remain operational. Shun Jiaoyun asserted with great confidence. Chapter 113. Who else wishes to bid? Shun Jiaoyun had already examined the repair tools within the resource package. The aluminum profile box served as a spatial storage device, containing equipment that, while not up to the standards of a professional repair shop, was sufficient for makeshift repairs in the field. The others shook their heads in unison, having been deceived by Shun Jiaoyun before. They were not inclined to trust her again. Moreover,